Chapter 1. The system begins to unfold in the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, 5 years prior to the Great War at the summit, amidst the first half of the Grand Line, in the Eastern Sea. Lu Ming awoke with a start, his senses assaulted by the acrid, overwhelming scent of blood that churned his stomach. What was this sudden onslaught of blood? As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, Lu Ming found himself momentarily dazed. Scattered remnants of shattered warships lay strewn about, the sea painted a vivid crimson, and he found himself sprawled upon a piece of wooden debris, swaying gently in the sea. Breeze, where am I? In a state of existential confusion, Lu Ming pondered for a moment, and then the gravity of his situation struck him. I have traversed worlds. A tidal wave of memories surged forth, offering him no respite, forcefully invading his mind and flowing rapidly through his consciousness. He had entered the world of One Piece, where he was known as Lu Ming, a war orphan, bereft of parents, raised in the G8 branch of the Navy, and now the youngest brigadier general. Within its ranks, though an orphan in his previous life as well, he had managed to carve out a place for himself through hard work and a modicum of cleverness, finally reaching a point where he could enjoy the fruits of his labor. He had not anticipated that a single night of revelry would lead to his current predicament. A gust of salty wind sent shivers through Lu Ming's body, his precarious situation leaving no room for further contemplation. As the memories settled, he quickly grasped the circumstances that had led him here. Half a day prior, a hazy figure from his memories had informed him of a small band of pirates spotted near the base of the branch. Typically, pirates that ventured close to a Navy base were merely unfortunate souls, new to the Great Line and lost in their navigation. As a brigadier general skilled in the Six Styles, Lu Ming had even developed his own unique technique, the finger gun, 6-round shot, an enhanced version allowing for 6 consecutive shots. Thus, he had underestimated the mission and ventured forth alone with a small team to apprehend them, only to encounter a formidable foe. Unbeknownst to him, the pirates were not mere third-rate scoundrels, but rather the notorious Rangers, Doma from the New World. Although the reason for their presence in these waters remained unclear, fate had dealt Lu Ming a cruel hand. As the future captain of a division under the Whitebeard Pirates, who had once held his own against a rear admiral during the Summit War, Doma's strength was far beyond that of a mere brigadier general like Lu Ming. After a brief exchange of blows, Lu Ming, buoyed by his confidence, was swiftly overpowered by Doma's counterattack, only to be finished off by a monkey perched on Doma's back. After subduing Lu Ming, the pirates chose not to deliver any further blows, opting instead to obliterate the warship he occupied before making their escape. Adrift in this vast ocean, without means to communicate with the outside world, Lu Ming and his crew would succumb to starvation and dehydration within days. Who was that indistinct figure that had summoned him here? The appearance of New World pirates in the first half of the Grand Line was indeed a rarity. Had he truly been mistaken for a mere small-time pirate? Or was this an intentional trap? Though questions swirled in his mind, Lu Ming chose to focus on the immediate reality before him. After all, it seemed he was destined to perish right from the outset. Reflecting on the myriad of rebirth novels read, one often finds protagonists endowed with a miraculous system to aid them in ascending the peaks of life with a spirit of experimentation. He tentatively called out, "Is the system present?" Host 12138 verification successful. Sightseer system successfully activated. A wave of elation swept over Lu Ming. It truly exists. Now, I need not face death. The awakened system introduced itself in a mechanical tone. The Sightseer system will issue tasks based on the completion of current objectives. Depending on the task's level, corresponding points can be earned, which may be utilized for lotteries of varying tiers of gifts. Additionally, hidden tasks will be intermittently released, with fixed rewards for their completion. Once the system's announcement concluded, 3 lottery boxes of different hues appeared before Lu Ming. Observing the reactions of the soldiers around him, it was evident that, apart from Lu Ming, the others were oblivious to the presence of these lottery boxes. Lying amidst the wreckage of wooden planks, feeling the weakness from blood loss, Lu Ming weakly interjected, "Excuse me, could we perhaps be rescued ashore first?" However, the system paid him no heed, continuing its robotic announcements. The lottery was categorized into 3 tiers, requiring 20, 40, and 80 points respectively for participation. Unable to contain himself, Lu Ming muttered, "Is this system foolish?" In an instant, a surge of electricity coursed through him, causing his body to convulse involuntarily, and he nearly slipped off the wooden plank. Fortunately, quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the plank just in time, preventing a plunge into the water. Such stinginess, not even allowing a word. Another jolt of electricity struck. Gurgle, gurgle. Lu Ming found himself thrashing about in the water, akin to an electric fish, occasionally swallowing mouthfuls of water. After several shocks, he discerned that interrupting the system during its speech would result in electric punishment once a task was issued. The host was required to complete it within a stipulated time frame. Failure to do so would incur varying degrees of punishment based on the task level, potentially culminating in the loss of life. How outrageous! Is my life in jeopardy for not completing tasks? Lu Ming silently lamented, stifling any sound that might escape his lips. Now presenting a beginner's gift pack of 200 points. Indeed, hope was not entirely lost. With a sudden influx of 200 points, the affluent Lu Ming immediately opted for a 20-point draw, wishing to test the waters with the lowest tier. Congratulations, you have acquired mastery of ninja tools. As the system's announcement concluded, an array of techniques involving shurikens, ropes, and other tools flooded his mind, all appearing so natural, as if this knowledge had always resided within him. To his astonishment, it was indeed miraculous. Clap, clap, clap. He continued to draw 3 more times. Congratulations, you have acquired fire release. Great fireball technique. Congratulations, you have acquired fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Congratulations, you have acquired fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Various fire techniques etched themselves anew in Lu Ming's consciousness. Yet he gazed out at the seemingly endless sea and felt the blood seeping from his chest. Inwardly, he lamented how these techniques felt utterly futile, akin to a eunuch wandering a brothel, devoid of use contemplating the current situation. Even if he were to extract the entire fire release collection, he would still be left waiting for death upon the resolutely. He drew an 80-point card. Congratulations. You have acquired the Sharingan. A surge of joy coursed through Lu Ming's heart. Indeed, one gets what one pays for, and this was far superior to fire release. With Susanoo activated, he effortlessly soared back to base, fulfilling his dream of piloting a Gundam. He promptly activated the Sharingan, and a single Tomo began to manifest in his eye. With the emergence of the Sharingan, Lu Ming experienced the terrifying sensation of depleted energy and overwhelming fatigue washing over him. His hands, which clutched the wooden board, could no longer hold on, and his body began to sink toward the ocean's depths as he gradually descended. Lu Ming's mind erupted with complaints about the system. This wretched system is nothing but useless junk. As he continued to sink, his consciousness began to fade. At that moment, a Navy warship was slowly approaching in the distance. Chapter 2. Mission Release. The morning sun cast its gentle rays upon Lu Ming's handsome face. A captivating scent of women's perfume wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a pair of long, straight, and voluptuous legs. Raising his gaze, he beheld the owner of those legs, a girl in her early 20s, wielding a riding whip. Her golden hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, her features exquisitely refined with meticulously groomed arched brows, long slightly curled eyelashes, enchanting phoenix eyes, a beautifully straight nose, and alluringly rosy cheeks framed by well-defined brows. Her full, slightly upturned lips, even with merely light makeup, exuded a remarkable allure. Fiery and captivating, she fixated on Lu Ming, a playful smile gracing her delicate face as she toyed with the whip in her hand. If it weren't for the seagull insignia on her navy cap, Lu Ming might have suspected she was about to enact a hellish performance on him. At that moment, a somewhat short and comically featured middle-aged man suddenly leaped into view, settling beside Lu Ming's bed. Brigadier Lu Ming, it seems fortune smiles upon you. You've managed to reclaim your life. Examining the man closely, Lu Ming quickly searched through the remnants of the original owner's memories to identify HEMA candidate for the Navy's headquarters, codename T. Pig, named Jiaqing. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and legs crossed, Jiaqing began to speak. What a coincidence. I just happened to come to deliver a devil fruit to you. I didn't expect to encounter you before reaching the branch. Recalling a previous conversation with the G8 commander, Lu Ming remembered being informed that due to his recent efforts in dismantling an underground stronghold, which disrupted arms trafficking and human smuggling in the area, he was to be rewarded with a devil fruit to enhance his power. It was indeed surprising that a candidate for the headquarters would personally escort it. However, as Lu Ming reflected on the recent incident involving the underground world, a dull ache began to throb in his head. He seemed to recall discovering a significant secret during that time. Yet now it eluded him completely. At this juncture, Jiaqing produced a wooden box from his side and handed it over. This is the devil fruit destined for you. What ability does it possess? I have no idea. Lu Ming opened the box, and a foul odor wafted out, revealing a fruit resembling a durian, adorned with bizarre patterns. Lying within, what on earth is this? It reeks. It can't possibly be a fecal fruit, can it? Jiaqi, unable to endure the stench, pinched his nose and urged, if you're going to eat it, do so quickly. If not, just seal it up. Lu Ming hastily covered the wooden box, exclaiming, "Is there any other option? If this truly is a fecal fruit, what difference does it make whether I consume it or the fruit of swimming incapacity? After all, who would willingly transform into a pile of excrement?" Observing Lu Ming's reaction, Jiaji appeared somewhat speechless and reluctantly picked up another box from the ground. This one was originally intended for Colonel Berrygood. "If you wish to exchange it, you may. Berrygood?" As an old sea rat, Lu Ming certainly recalled this individual, a user of the bean fruit, capable of disassembling his body into fragmented spheres. During the confrontation with Frankie on Judicial Island, his head was even used as a bowling ball by Frankie. Lu Ming cast a resigned glance at the equally exasperated Jiaji. Suddenly adopting a grandiloquent demeanor, he proclaimed, "I shall not consume the fruit to become a true warrior. One must rely solely on hockey. Hockey alone can transcend all." Now it was Jiaji's turn to be bewildered, unable to comprehend why Lu Ming had switched from being picky to appearing enlightened. Yet, in a world where individuals yearn to rely on the powers of fruits to achieve greatness, those who grasp such truths are exceedingly rare, prompting Jiaji to regard Lu Ming with newfound respect and truth. Lu Ming believed these were merely worthless fruits, and consuming them would be a futile endeavor. However, having chosen not to eat, he thought it would be quite effortless to echo Teacher Kai's words and boast before the ladies without any cost. Jiaji looked at Lu Ming with a sense of relief and prepared to reclaim the devil fruit. He had offered. The two exchanged glances, and Jiaji, as if caught in a petty act, quickly explained, "If you're not going to eat it, then I shall take it back. Wait. Since you've already given it to me, it should remain with me." Lu Ming was no fool. That devil fruit could fetch a considerable sum at the auction house in Sabaody Archipelago. With the proceeds, he could rescue a few fallen princesses or mermaid maidens who would, in gratitude, choose to stay by his side. What a delightful prospect that would be. A life of luxury, with multiple wives, was indeed his lifelong aspiration. However, his words to Jiaji were quite different. "Though I may not need it, I could offer it to others in need, ensuring they possess the means of self-defense in our absence." Lu Ming thought that by saying this, even if he secretly sold it later and it ended up in the hands of pirates, he could claim he had merely misjudged its value. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Jiaji's impression of him improved even further. He had not anticipated that Lu Ming not only possessed a profound understanding of hockey, but also genuinely cared for the common people. He silently resolved that Lu Ming must not be allowed to languish in this small branch unnoticed. After handing over the wooden box containing the devil fruit, the tone of the speaker inadvertently softened. "Should you encounter any difficulties while honing your hockey in the future, feel free to seek my guidance." Lu Ming tightly clutched the box of the devil fruit, lost in daydreams of a prosperous future where he would be surrounded by admirers, completely oblivious to Jiaji's words. Merely nodding absent-mindedly, "Then I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Peacock. Let's take our leave." As Jiaji spoke, he beckoned the tall and beautiful woman to depart. "So this is the Peacock, the granddaughter of Chief Advisor Crane. How delightful. I have heard that Chief Advisor Crane's ship is filled with female soldiers. If only I could board her vessel." While Lu Ming reveled in his fantasies, a series of cold system notifications abruptly shattered his daydreams. The observer system has issued a task. Low-tier task. Meet the Sword God Joseph and the Sword Saint Johnny. Time limit: 5 years. Completion reward: 20 points. Failure penalty: deduction of 20 points. Mid-tier task. Defeat the mysterious Akin. Time limit: 5 years. Completion reward: 40 points. Failure penalty: deduction of 40 points. High-tier task. Witness the clash of the 4 emperors. Time limit: 5 years. Completion reward: 120 points. Failure penalty: deduction of 120 points. Failure to accumulate points will result in the immediate forfeiture of the host's life. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lu Ming felt utterly disheartened. The stakes were alarmingly high from the very beginning. The first task seemed manageable, even if he could not locate them. He could simply stake out the seaside restaurant when the time arrived. The second task posed a greater challenge. Akin appeared to possess strength surpassing that of the initial encounter with Sanji. At his current level, he would likely be unable to prevail. Yet he had 5 years. Perhaps with diligent effort, he could succeed. The third task was utterly hopeless. As a mere junior Navy officer, how could he possibly witness the clash of the 4 emperors? Even if he were to witness such a battle, a single thunderous strike from Kaido would surely claim his life. To survive the encounter and emerge unscathed, one would need at least the strength of a vice admiral. He was neither Monkey D. Luffy nor Roronoa Zoro. How could he possess the prodigious talent to cultivate such prowess within a few short years? Initially, he had intended to remain quietly along the first half of the voyage, marrying a few beautiful maidens and living a languid existence. But now it seemed utterly hopeless. Having drawn several useless fire techniques, he was left with only 40 points, which were certainly insufficient to cover the deductions from the 120 points required. His lifespan now appeared to dwindle to a mere 5 years. This simply won't do. I must devise a plan. Chapter 3. Admiral Jiaji in the cafeteria of the G8 fortress. Lu Ming stared at his empty plate, sighing heavily. Not long ago, Commander Jonathan of the G8 base had approached him, now nearly recovered, to inquire why he had acted independently to confront the notorious pirates of the New World, resulting in peril for numerous subordinates. Lu Ming explained that he had been misled into believing they were merely a band of minor pirates, which prompted his engagement. However, when Jonathan pressed for the identity of the informant, Lu Ming faltered. Unable to provide a clear answer, Jonathan presented the records from the base's central office, informing Lu Ming that there was no record of anyone having notified him. He put on an act, aware of the fervent ambition of young individuals like Lu Ming striving for success. However, placing his subordinates in peril was not the conduct befitting a true leader. In the end, Lu Ming could only muddle through, bearing the brunt of the blame. Fortunately, Jonathan held Lu Ming in high regard, and considering Lu Ming's status as an injured soldier, he merely issued a few reprimands and deducted 3 months' salary. Allowing the matter to fade away. Lu Ming, what are you sighing about now? A mature woman with golden short hair approached Lu Ming and inquired. The visitor was none other than Jessica, the head chef of the G8 restaurant. Jessica sported a chic bob, her beauty striking with a fair complexion, delicate brows, and almond-shaped eyes. Time had not etched many marks upon her, instead bestowing a touch of wisdom and gentleness typical of a mature woman. Even clad in a loose-fitting chef's robe, her graceful curves remained difficult to conceal. Such a beautiful woman placed in a naval base, where male hormones are at their peak, should undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Yet, when confronted with Jessica's proactive inquiries, Lu Ming feels no trace of impure thoughts. It is not only Lu Ming who refrains from disrespecting the woman before them. The entire G8 base is similarly cautious. For she bears a dual identity. Not only is she the head chef of the base, but she is also the wife of Commander Jonathan, the current leader of the G8 base. The mere thought of being unable to join his comrades in their mission against pirates elicits a sigh from Lu Ming. As he busily places his tray in the designated area, he hastily turns and flees toward the infirmary, eager to avoid yet another round of Jessica's inquiries about the intriguing tales of the sea. Although Jessica serves as the head chef of the base, her understanding of the world beyond it remains limited. Listening to the sailors in the dining hall enthusiastically discuss various maritime matters stirs a deep yearning within her. Presently, Lu Ming finds himself in the role of a patient, exempt from daily training and pirate engagements. He only needs to attend routine health checkups, allowing him the luxury of time to satiate Jessica's curiosity about the outside world. However, Lu Ming prefers to keep their conversations brief, as he has yet to fully digest the memories of the original owner of his body. In their previous conversations, he nearly revealed his true self. But quick thinking about a relapse of his injuries helped him evade suspicion. As Lu Ming hurriedly departs, Jessica cannot help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, seeing him enjoy his meal with such gusto undoubtedly affirms her culinary skills, bringing her a sense of satisfaction. Yet, Lu Ming's clean plate is merely a ruse to save money for an evening on the nearby island, where he can find solace in watching the beautiful girls at the bar sway their hips. Unfortunately, access to that wicked establishment requires him to spend, adding to his frustrations. As Lu Ming pushed open the door to the infirmary, he beheld Jiaji seated within, using a physical examination as an excuse to boast before Dr. Kobat. Dr. Kobat could be considered the most alluring woman within the G8 base, possessing a visage reminiscent of a perfect oval, with large, expressive eyes that shimmer like autumn waters, long lashes framing her gaze, and a prominent nose adorned by a pair of black-framed glasses that exuded a scholarly charm. However, despite being the youngest physician at the G8 base, she suffered from a severe case of hemophobia, which relegated her to the care of pediatric patients. Today, as on many occasions, Dr. Kobat was clad in her professional attire, a crisp white long-sleeve shirt paired with a fitted short skirt that gracefully covered 2/3 of her thighs. Her bosom, round and elevated, formed an alluring arc, while her delicate waist and curvaceous hips created an enticing silhouette. Her slender legs were sheathed in sheer nude pantyhose, complemented by a pair of white high heels that accentuated her statuesque form. Jiaji sat before Dr. Kobat, a mischievous glint in his eye as he recounted his supposed misfortune of catching a chill the previous evening, all the while leaning closer to her. It was rumored that Jiaji, a notorious lecher, had professed his affections to the naval base's fellow admiral candidate, Pete Rabbit Guillaume, 100 times, all to no avail. Now, he shamelessly feigned illness as a pretext to seek the attention of Dr. Kobat, who was tasked with examining pediatric patients, a fact that was blatantly evident upon his countenance. In contrast, Lu Ming had legitimate reasons for seeking Dr. Kobat's expertise, although his wounds had been thoroughly treated, rendering daily visits unnecessary. He still found himself compelled to return. Jiaji merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ming as he entered, seemingly oblivious, and continued his animated discourse with Dr. Kobat. Lu Ming coughed lightly twice, yet Jiaji remained resolute, unwilling to depart, and even refraining from casting a glance in his direction. Lu Ming could only helplessly sit on the adjacent chair, fixating his gaze on Jiaji, pondering to himself how he could still dare to flirt with women. Jiaji, completely oblivious to Lu Ming's presence, struck a pose he deemed charismatic and said to Kobate, as a backup general, "My standing is not reliant on hockey or devil fruits. Can you guess what secures my position?" Kobate, with her naturally wide-eyed innocence, adjusted her thick glasses, maintaining a perpetual smile as she gently shook her head. Jiaji, crossing his legs with an air of superiority, continued, "What underpins my status is my exceptionally broad observation hockey. As long as I wish, nothing that stirs within the G8 base can escape my notice." Lu Ming displayed a disdainful expression, dismissing such bluster with indifference, and could not help but internally scoff. "If boasting were a crime, I would truly have to apprehend you. Why not claim you could strike someone's head from 800 miles away? The G8 base is unlike other branches, long rumored to be a bastion of grand but unwieldy stature. Although its reputation is less than favorable, it nonetheless attests to the vastness of the G8 base. Among the numerous naval bases, it ranks among the largest." Jiaji, animated and exuberant, continued, "Not long ago, during the fierce clash between red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts near Wano, it was my foresight that allowed my team to avoid being embroiled in that conflict. Reflecting on it now, Shanks' influence and strength certainly qualify him for the title of emperor. It will not be long before a fourth emperor emerges upon these seas." Upon finishing, Jiaji's lips curled into a proud smile, as though he had single-handedly saved the world. However, the present Kobat appeared oblivious to the significance of such titles, offering only a professional smile, devoid of the adoration Jiaji had anticipated. Although he had not transformed the girl before him into a devoted admirer, he unexpectedly garnered the attention of an eager underling. As Jiaji recounted his tale, Lu Ming's expression gradually shifted from disdain to one of intrigue. A new perspective dawned upon him. He could utilize his observation hockey to witness the fierce battles of the four emperors from a distance. While the risks were considerable, the feasibility and safety of such an approach were markedly superior to that of close observation. Moreover, unlike conqueror's hockey, which one either possesses or does not, observation hockey can be cultivated through training, making the development of formidable abilities within reach. Seeing that his impressive achievements failed to garner the maiden's admiration, Jiaji felt somewhat disheartened and prepared to leave. Yet, upon turning around, he discovered that Lu Ming, who had previously regarded him with skepticism, now gazed at him with wide, starry eyes filled with admiration. The gaze of Lu Ming sent a shiver down Jiaji's spine, with a lack of confidence. He gestured towards the seat he had just occupied, suggesting, "Perhaps you could take over the inspection." Noticing that Lu Ming remained still, his eyes now brimming with an unsettling obsequiousness, Jiaji felt an increasing sense of unease, prompting him to hasten his steps. "I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave," he declared. Lu Ming flatteringly shouted at Admiral Jackie, "Please don't leave." Upon hearing his name, and noting the omission of the term supplementary, Jackie's pace faltered momentarily, yet he quickened his steps. Internally, he mused, "I merely took up a bit of your time. It shouldn't warrant such a drastic change." Observing Jackie darting away, Lu Ming hastened to follow suit. Kobat watched with a smile as the two figures swiftly disappeared into the distance, gently murmuring to herself, "It seems all is well now." In the section designated for Jackie's medical leave, she slowly inscribed the word "discharged." Subsequently, she picked up Lu Ming's medical record, her expression reflecting a complex blend of emotions. Still unable to recall, "I see. Admiral Jackie, please don't run away." "Then don't chase after me." "Admiral, if you run so fast, how can I keep up if I don't pursue?" "Just call me Vice Admiral. What do you wish to achieve?" "I wish to learn observation hockey." Jackie abruptly halted, but Lu Ming, unable to stop in time due to inertia, collided into him. Both of them, clutching their heads where they had bumped, made their way back to the infirmary together. "If you wanted to learn, why didn't you clarify it earlier?" "I was inspired by hearing about your valiant deeds, Admiral Jackie, and it ignited a fervor within me to master observation hockey and serve the Navy. Lu Ming, a seasoned flatterer, knew how to stroke Jackie's ego, and the compliments clearly pleased him. After such praise, Jackie seemed to forget that he had just been using observation hockey to flee, and instead envisioned himself as a heroic figure who had subdued the New World by defeating Shanks and Kaido. Clearing his throat with an air of authority, Jackie remarked, "As if the previous flirtation in the infirmary were inconsequential, I have previously stated that I admire capable and ambitious young subordinates like you. Your training in observation hockey is now under my purview. As I am still a supplementary admiral, it would be inappropriate to address me as admiral in public. Please call me Vice Admiral." "Understood, Admiral Jackie." "No problem, Admiral Jackie." Chapter 4. Departure. Naval Headquarters. The scorching sunlight bathed the training grounds of Base G8 at noon, with most of the Navy personnel having returned to their quarters for rest. In the central area of the plaza, Lu Ming remained fully engrossed in his training. His upper body was bare, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Although he had only requested Jackie's assistance with mastering observation hockey, Jackie had nonetheless devised a comprehensive training regimen tailored to Lu Ming's overall condition. This plan encompassed not only observation hockey but also included intensive training in armament hockey, moonwalk, wind scythe, and shave, among other techniques. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Ming understood that he must never slack off during crucial moments. These offensive techniques were essential, for a misstep in his forthcoming duel with a kin would be disastrous. Simultaneously, he recognized that he did not possess the innate talent for training akin to that of a genius. Thus, he can only enhance his abilities through relentless effort and diligent practice. From the stands, Kaji observed Lu Ming's intense training and felt a sense of comfort. He had initially thought this lad was always lighthearted and carefree, yet in his practice, he exhibited a seriousness that surpassed that of others, even displaying greater dedication. The tenacity radiating from Lu Ming compelled Kaji to reflect on how remarkably this youth had evolved. Below, Lu Ming's leg muscles contracted and expanded with remarkable speed, followed by a swift kick that unleashed a sharp cutting wave, cleaving a wooden post as thick as a man's waist in half. After executing a gale kick, he rapidly stomped the ground, causing his form to seemingly vanish, reappearing in front of a steel plate several meters away. With a precise thrust of his finger, the steel plate, a mere inch thick, was effortlessly punctured by Lu Ming, creating 6 clean holes as if it were tofu. Thanks to Kaji's guidance over the past few months, and bolstered by Lu Ming's unwavering commitment, he made significant progress in mastering the 6 techniques, including the moonstep, gale kick, and shave. Although he had yet to reach the level of developing his unique moves, he had become quite adept in their application. Regrettably, his proficiency in observation hockey and armament hockey left much to be desired. Residing in the initial half of the sea, his foundational hockey was rather weak. While he had made some headway, its application remained inconsistent. During this period, Kobat had visited Lu Ming numerous times. Initially, Lu Ming perceived her visits as mere concern from a physician for her patient's well-being, but over time, he began to sense deeper intentions. On several occasions, he distinctly noticed that Kobat had deliberately dressed differently, opting for attire that accentuated her graceful curves rather than the typical doctor's uniform. However, she consistently engaged only with Kaji or other naval personnel, never initiating conversation with Lu Ming. Regrettably, Lu Ming could not recall any pertinent details about her, nor did he dare to approach her for fear of inadvertently revealing his true identity. Peacock had also visited a few times, but upon witnessing the limited capabilities of the youngest brigadier of G8, her interest waned, and she never returned. As for the individual who had informed him about the attack on Doma, Lu Ming had yet to uncover any leads. He meticulously observed everyone around him, yet he failed to discern any signs of animosity directed towards himself. Today, much like any other day, Lu Ming nestled in a corner of the training ground, shielded from the sun's rays, consuming the remnants of his lunch that had long since absorbed the warmth of the sun. Since embarking on his training journey, he had foregone his evening escapades to admire the beauty of dancing women, opting instead to maximize his practice time. Even his 3 daily meals had transformed into a singular endeavor, prepared in advance and brought directly to the training grounds. Initially, Jessica had intended to deliver meals to Lu Ming daily, but he had declined her offer, recognizing that mastery was not attained overnight. As an orphan raised in G8, the original owner of this body shared a deep bond with Jessica, who had always cared for him like an older sister. However, as their relationship deepened over time, he feared that certain nuances might eventually reveal their closeness. As Lu Ming savored his meal, he observed Jia Ji descending gracefully from the platform, poised to inquire about the efficacy of his formidable abilities. However, Jia Ji, with a somewhat grave expression, preemptively spoke, "I must return to headquarters. My purpose here was solely to escort the fruits. The peacock has already departed some time ago, and now it is my turn to leave." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. It had indeed been quite a while since he last saw that alluring dominatrix at the base. The words he had prepared to inquire were momentarily lodged in his throat. Through their interactions over time, although their conversations often lacked coherence, a bond akin to that of a mentor and friend had developed between the two. After a brief pause, Lu Ming managed to utter a single question. "So when shall we set off?" "Perhaps we shall depart tomorrow," came the reply. Observing the hint of reluctance on Lu Ming's face, Jia Ji leisurely lit a cigarette and continued, "Will you accompany me to the headquarters?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "Is that possible?" Immediately, he discerned a hint of amusement on Jiaji's face, and he quickly realized that the man was toying with him. Jiaji, with a sense of pride, replied, "Of course it's possible. I hold a significant position at headquarters. However, you must brace yourself, as the headquarters will directly confront merciless pirates." Lu Ming was well aware of this. Over a decade ago, the notorious pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, had boldly ventured into Marineford, where he was ultimately defeated at the cost of half the Marineford. With the combined efforts of Admiral Garp and the current fleet Admiral Sengoku, countless individuals of Lu Ming's caliber had perished in the chaos that ensued. The tasks assigned to the Navy headquarters typically did not involve dealing with petty pirates who plunder merchant ships and oppress civilians. Rather, they were directed towards formidable pirates who had bounties on their heads and posed a genuine threat to the government. Staying at the branch was undoubtedly safer. Yet with an opportunity to confront the system's tasks head-on, Lu Ming could not resign himself to a fate of inaction. Furthermore, a prolonged stay at the branch might risk exposing his true identity, as he was not the original owner of this persona. Additionally, the hidden threat lurking in the shadows remained unfound, and Lu Ming feared that the next strike could be even more perilous. "I am prepared. Please take me with you to headquarters," Lu Ming said, gazing intently at Jiaji with unwavering determination. Satisfied with Lu Ming's response, Jiaji felt reassured that he had not misjudged the person before him. He slowly produced a transfer order from behind him. "Then I shall submit your transfer order to your commander, Rear Admiral Jonathan. You should return and make your preparations. Our ship departs early tomorrow morning." After taking one last drag from his cigarette, Jiaji turned and left, reflecting on the fact that his efforts for this transfer order had not been in vain during his lengthy stay there. Lu Ming gazed at Jiaji's departing figure and called out, "Very well. I shall rely on you from now on." Lu Ming, a destitute vagabond, had little to collect. He packed a few sets of naval uniforms into a small backpack, and after securing the tightly closed wooden box containing the Shirshir fruit, he deemed his preparations complete. Although he was no longer the original owner of this body, he had spent considerable time with many individuals at the base, forging certain bonds. Thus, he first visited the dining hall to bid farewell to Jessica and the others. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming resolved to say goodbye to Kobat in the infirmary. Upon learning of Lu Ming's intent to return to headquarters, Kobat, rather than maintaining her usual distance, suddenly enveloped him in her embrace, tears flowing uncontrollably. Confronted with this unexpected hug, Lu Ming surmised that Kobat and the original owner may have shared a romantic relationship. After all, the youngest brigadier general and the youngest doctor at the base often find themselves drawn to one another. In this intimate proximity, Lu Ming felt her soft form pressed against his chest, accompanied by a scent that was reminiscent of both perfume and the natural fragrance of youth. He gently patted the young woman's back, preparing to offer her comfort, when Kobat softly whispered, "There is no need for words. I know you don't remember me, but I will always remember you. Going to headquarters is your dream, and I want to stand in your way. I just wish to hold you a little longer." With that, she tightened her grip around him. However, Lu Ming did not reciprocate the embrace. Instead, he stood still, as if bidding farewell to the life of the person who once inhabited this body. After leaving the infirmary, Lu Ming made his way to the office of Rear Admiral Jonathan, the commander of G8. Jonathan, holding Lu Ming's transfer orders, was unsurprised by his arrival. "Have you made the decision to go to headquarters?" he inquired. Lu Ming responded earnestly, "Yes." "Good, good, good," Jonathan exclaimed, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Ming's shoulder. "We all support your decision. Just remember that G8 will always be your home." Chapter 5. The Path of Dominance. The warship heading to headquarters sailed steadily across the horizon. However, a long iron chain emerged from the ship's stern, binding Lu Ming's hands and feet, dragging him across the water. "Help! Pull me up! I can't take it anymore," Lu Ming cried out. At the ship's rear, Jiaji, puffing on a cigarette, languidly replied, "You still seem quite spirited. Hang in there for just one more day." This is precisely the innovative training method conceived by Jiaji. Given Lu Ming's inconsistent mastery of his formidable abilities, it seems that his training has been excessively stable. It is likely that only when truly confronted with life-threatening situations can this young man summon the utmost focus necessary to wield observation haki and armament haki to their fullest potential. The binding of Lu Ming's hands and feet is primarily due to his increasing proficiency in the 6 styles, if left unbound. His ability to freely execute techniques such as moonwalk, galefoot, and finger gun could significantly diminish the sense of urgency. Suddenly, a dorsal fin broke through the surface. As a shark accelerated through the water, targeting Lu Ming. As it approached, it opened its massive jaws, but Lu Ming curled his body into a ball, evading the attack. He deftly dodged each subsequent strike with remarkable agility. Lu Ming's observation haki flared to life, allowing him to weave through the water like a boneless fish, deftly evading the relentless attacks of the man-eating shark. Observing the scene on the surface, Jiaji wore a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with his strategy. "See, has Tia been flawless thus far? It's working splendidly." After several attempts, the predator shark, perhaps realizing that it could not grasp its prey in the water, began to dive deeper, sensing that this elusive morsel always evaded its strikes with peculiar agility. Just as Lu Ming assumed the shark had given up, his haki detected the beast spiraling upwards towards him. A sense of dread washed over him. It intended to launch him out of the water. With his hands and feet bound, once lifted above the surface, he would lose his aquatic mobility. Jiaji on the ship also sensed the impending danger, instinctively gripping the iron chain, while secretly contemplating, "This is the perfect moment to employ the armament haki. I merely need to anticipate the shark-esque strike zone and use the haki to shield against this attack." As the turbulent waters surged, Lu Ming adjusted his stance and, propelled by the disturbed sea, leaped into the air. The shark also erupted from the water, jaws agape, ready to engulf Lu Ming whole. With the approaching predator in sight, Lu Ming exhaled forcefully. Time for a feast. He unleashed a colossal fireball, its flames striking the shark at close range. With a sizzle and a waft of charred flesh, the shark plummeted back into the depths, and Lu Ming fell back into the water. Jiaji on the ship was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "You're like a hedgehog, even bound. You can still prick. It seems I must leave no room for your mouth either on the deck of the warship." Jiaji gazed at Lu Ming, freshly retrieved from the water, and inquired, "Now, tell me, what other tricks do you possess?" Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with the singular Sharingan, fixating intently on Jiaji. "Sharingan, Genjutsu. You are a dog. Begin barking now." Jiaji experienced but a fleeting moment of bewilderment before swiftly regaining his composure, promptly slapping Lu Ming away. Lu Ming pressed his swollen cheek, the single tomo in his Sharingan gradually fading. Confounded by the failure of his ocular prowess, he turned to Jiaqing and inquired, "What is the principle behind this? How could you react so swiftly?" After all, in Lu Ming's perspective, the world of pirates lacked the concept of illusions. Theoretically, his Sharingan's Genjutsu should be insurmountable without external assistance, yet Jiaqing had countered it in the blink of an eye. Jiaqing responded slowly, "You have already mentioned the principle before." "I have. When? Only haki can transcend all." "Oh." Lu Ming mused internally. That was what Teacher Kai said. In this light, Teacher Kai truly is a remarkable mentor. Noticing Lu Ming's disappointment at his technique being easily unraveled, Jiaqing offered a word of comfort. "Do not be disheartened. Your method should still prove effective against ordinary individuals. It simply falls short against those endowed with formidable haki." At this moment, Lu Ming recalled that in his previous life while watching One Piece, Law had utilized haki to negate the effects of the poison fruit. It seems that haki can indeed eliminate certain abnormal states of the body to some extent. Just then, Jai interrupted Lu Ming's contemplation and inquired, "However, I am curious to know how you possess abilities akin to hypnosis and the fire-breathing technique you demonstrated earlier, given that you do not have a devil fruit." Faced with Jai's question, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Ming's forehead. "Well, how should I put it? I am actually a magician. Fire-breathing and hypnosis are merely fundamental skills." Lu Ming was initially reluctant to employ these ninjutsu techniques, as he had previously experimented with them in private upon acquiring them. However, each time he did so, he was met with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He speculated that this might stem from his lack of chakra, yet in this world, The cultivation of chakra was unattainable. Consequently, he dismissed these abilities as worthless and set them aside. After a period of training in hockey, Lu Ming sensed a newfound vitality within him, prompting him to revisit the techniques. To his astonishment, the debilitating exhaustion he once experienced was absent. He merely felt a slight depletion of his internal haki, suggesting that it could indeed be utilized in a manner akin to chakra. Nevertheless, haki and chakra are not entirely congruent, as long as the quantity of haki is sufficient. Any loss incurred during its application can be readily restored through rest. Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Jiaji, aware that many in this new world possess similar tricks, refrained from pressing further. It seems I shall need to seal both your mouth and eyes next time. Lu Ming wore a reluctant expression and said, I don't think it's necessary. It will truly turn me into bait. Ignoring Lu Ming's response, Jiaji continued to speak to himself. What a splendid idea. By covering the eyes, one can only rely on the observation of color, enhancing the training's effectiveness beyond measure. Lu Ming's expression darkened, feeling that his future days would be even more arduous. He could only hope to reach the headquarters swiftly and put an end to this dismal existence as bait. By the way, there is one more thing. Jiaji suddenly spoke to Lu Ming. What is it? Old man, no, General Jiaji. In the next moment, Lu Ming was kicked off the ship by Jiaji. Why don't you go bark like a dog? With that, Jiaji left the deck without looking back. In the month that followed, Lu Ming spent more time submerged in water than aboard the ship. However, thanks to the solid foundation laid by the six styles, his body remained unscathed by the sea. Throughout this period of training, while the total amount of haki within him did not increase significantly, the necessity of maintaining a heightened state of vigilance allowed him to masterfully control the use of observation and armament haki. One morning, Jiaji did not send Lu Ming back into the sea, but instead had him don the uniform of a pirate commander and accompany him to the ship's bow. Jiaji pointed to the enormous naval emblem slowly emerging on the horizon. The Navy headquarters has arrived. Chapter 6, a unique training method as soon as they disembarked. Jiaji led Lu Ming at a brisk pace toward the distance. Where are we going? Lu Ming inquired. To practice observation haki. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming had no reason to doubt and quickly matched Jiaji's pace. However, along the way, other sailors occasionally greeted Jiaji with peculiar smiles, which left Lu Ming feeling uneasy. The two arrived at a training ground for recruits, where Lu Ming looked up to see a woman in the stands. She possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, her makeup as delicate as that of a geisha. Adorned in exquisite attire, she perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. A somewhat intimidating black spider tattoo adorned her long, smooth thigh, adding an air of mystery and unapproachable majesty to her beauty. This woman was none other than Peach Rabbitshine, also a candidate for the rank of general. The surrounding recruits watched with expressions of amusement as they observed Lu Ming and Jiaji, and a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ming. I suddenly have a stomachache. I'll take my leave now, Lu Ming declared, preparing to escape. Yet, Jiaji discreetly stepped on Lu Ming's cloak, then shouted to Xian, Xian, I love you. Accept my affections. Xian seemed somewhat accustomed to this scene, responding tersely, no. As the two engaged in their antics, the nearby sailors erupted into waves of laughter, interspersed with jests. General Jiaji, how many times has it been now? I hear it's over 100. Unsurprisingly, it was yet another resounding failure. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Lu Ming found himself in an unexpectedly embarrassing situation, akin to the indiscretion of passing gas in public. As he faced the ridicule of those around him, he lowered his head in search of a crevice in the ground to escape into. It was then that he heard Jiaji quietly suggest, utilize your observation haki to assess the condition of all the soldiers present. What? Is he really that petty? Lu Ming pondered. Though he saw that Jiaji offered no further explanation, compelling him to comply and activate his observation haki, his senses sharpened, and the emotions and energies of those around him surged towards him like a tidal wave. If honing his ability to sense a shark's attack in the ocean trained the precision of his observation haki, then this moment undoubtedly served as an exercise in its breadth. As Lu Ming attuned himself to the emotions of the crowd, he was astonished to discover that Shi Yuan exhibited neither surprise nor displeasure at their behavior. As though they were merely engaged in the mundane act of eating and drinking, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor. A bold notion began to form in Lu Ming's mind. Could it be that Jiaji had been refining his observation haki in this very manner all along? Truly, Shi Yuan was a commander of great magnanimity, unperturbed by such trivial matters. As Lu Ming's observation of the color of perception swept over Shij, he couldn't help but marvel at the expansive heart of the Shij general, a vastness that was palpable to the naked eye. After departing from the new recruit training grounds, Lu Ming shared his conjectures with Kaki. Upon hearing Lu Ming's speculations, Kaki was somewhat taken aback, surprised that this young man had grasped the concept so swiftly. However, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he maintained an air of profundity as he replied, "I suppose you have guessed half correctly. Indeed. I discovered this training method during my 30-plus confessions. The training effect is remarkable. After all, such a situation where everyone's aura and emotions converge towards oneself is indeed rare." Lu Ming expressed some doubts. What does that half mean? Could there be other uses? The other half is that Shi Zhao is truly beautiful. If she agrees to me, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Upon hearing Jiaqing's response, Lu Ming felt a wave of speechlessness. The chances of success seemed to be less than or equal to winning the lottery. When did Shi Zhao de Jiang become aware of this? Jiaqing looked at Lu Ming with an understanding gaze, as if to say, you've noticed this too. You must have been using observation haki to sense Shi Zhao just now. Observing Lu Ming's flushed face, he appeared momentarily at a loss for words. With a hint of pride, Jiaqing continued, "During the 45th encounter, she intended to strike me, only to realize my observation haki had significantly advanced. The secret to the technique has already been imparted to you. How far you can cultivate it depends entirely on your own efforts." He then shifted the topic. "I will be departing soon for a mission. Regarding observation haki, I have no concerns for you. If you encounter difficulties with armament haki, you might consider seeking guidance from Shi Zhao or instructor Zafa." Reflecting on Jiaqing's thoughtfulness for his future endeavors, Lu Ming felt warmth in his heart and adopted a more earnest tone. "Thank you for your care." Jiaqing paused momentarily, extinguished his cigarette, straightened his posture, and wore an unusually serious expression. "Initially, I merely saw you as a promising young junior, not wanting the Navy to overlook talent. You remind me of myself in my youth, and I am beginning to understand the feelings that instructor Zafa had for us back then. I hope you can carry on my legacy known as merciful justice." With that, Jiaqing strode forward, taking out another cigarette as if instantly reverting to his usual demeanor. In the conference room of the headquarters, Navy Headquarters Wang Bulin was addressing the newcomers about the recent rise of the red-haired Shanks as one of the four emperors. Lu Ming sat in a daze, contemplating the words that Jiaqi had just imparted to him. It left him in quite a predicament. Initially, his pursuit of cultivation was merely to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. His innermost desire remained to lead a simple life as a wealthy individual, indulging in delectable cuisine and enjoying the company of beautiful women, living a mundane life with multiple partners. He had no intention of becoming entangled in the intricate web of influences surrounding the Pirate King, filled with endless violence and treachery. Now, it felt as though he had inherited Jiaji's aspirations, and the thought of not taking action in the future filled him with a sense of guilt. Gazing at the green-haired Brando before him, adorned with sunglasses and possessing notably thick lips, Lu Ming found himself feeling a twinge of envy. How was it that he could merely linger at headquarters, conducting meetings for newcomers and clocking in and out daily, while he had not embraced Brando's ideals? As Lu Ming below anxiously nodded his head, he inadvertently caught the attention of Brand New on stage. Upon glancing at the list, Brand New discovered that Lu Ming was a newly appointed brigadier general who had just arrived at headquarters from G8. He inquired, "Brigadier General Lu Ming, is there something amiss with my discourse?" The sudden mention of his name startled Lu Ming, yet he swiftly regained his composure. With braggadocio, he proclaimed, "There is no issue. I am merely troubled. With the emergence of yet another emperor upon the seas, our Navy faces even greater challenges in eradicating these pirates." He then feigned a heart-wrenching demeanor. In that moment, the other sailors bowed their heads in sighs of agreement. However, Lu Ming swiftly shifted his tone, yet, draped in the mantle of justice. "We shall not falter. No matter the difficulties we encounter, we are resolute in restoring tranquility to the ocean." Upon hearing his words, the nearby sailors felt a rekindling of their fighting spirit. "Indeed, clad in justice, we shall not be defeated. Justice will prevail." Lu Ming then sat down. Concealing his achievements and reputation, he began to murmur to himself. Just moments ago, he had vowed to lead an ordinary life, and he realized that he must rectify this tendency of indulging in grandiose dreams and self-motivation. Lu Ming remained oblivious to the fact that a girl with long, sea blue, wavy hair in the corner had set her gaze upon him. Chapter 7. The rookie period. After Jiaji left to undertake his mission, Lu Ming swiftly ascended to the position of legate of Guion. As for Zafa, he was completely disregarded. Given the choice between Guion and Zafa, it was only natural to select Guion. Guion was gentle and considerate, beautiful and kind-hearted, embodying a spirit of righteousness. Thus, Lu Ming entered a year-long rookie period. Typically, the headquarters allocates a year for rookies to familiarize themselves with the relationships among the various powers in the Grand Line and with the affiliated divisions. This is to prevent inexperienced individuals from entering the new world without understanding the enemy, falling prey to the traps set by pirates, and ultimately losing their lives. Although Lu Ming held the rank of Rear Admiral and was not technically a rookie, he was an orphan of war, raised by the G8 base from a young age, and joined the Navy without undergoing formal training at headquarters. Despite having participated in numerous operations at G8, his knowledge of the New World was scant, necessitating his participation in foundational training alongside ordinary recruits. During the rookie period, aside from daily physical training, the only requirement was to attend meetings led by Branu, who would introduce the various pirate factions. Due to Lu Ming's unique status as a Rear Admiral, he was exempt from exercising with the recruits. Instead, to hone his skills, he frequently volunteered to accompany Guion on missions. As for the method of training observation hockey that Jiaji entrusted to Lu Ming, he had only employed it once against a peacock, nearly becoming its prey, as the creature wielded the power of the training fruit and attempted to subdue him. Had it not been for Lu Ming utilizing his Sharingan to cast an illusion over the effects of the training fruit through the water on the ground, he might have faced social obliteration. However, this incident piqued the peacock's interest anew, as Lu Ming had discovered a way to negate the effects of the training fruit, reigniting her curiosity about him. Consequently, Lu Ming now sought to avoid her at the base, and this episode had transformed into a source of amusement among the Marines during their leisure time. A year has swiftly passed. Lu Ming listened with unwavering attention as Brana recounted the events that had transpired in the world of pirates over the past year. Having ascended to the rank of lieutenant after a year of service, Branu elicited a surge of envy in Lu Ming, who regarded this position as an ideal one. With the prospect of merely attending meetings and the potential for upward mobility, it was indeed an enviable role. Ace, the wielder of the flame fruit and known as Fire Fist, was formerly the captain of the Spade Pirates. He had famously declined the world government's invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea and had since allied himself with the Whitebeard Pirates. A month prior, he had single-handedly confronted the Knight Doma and his crew, but news had now emerged that Doma too had fallen under Whitebeard's banner, with a bounty of 550 million berries now placed upon Ace's head. As Branu elaborated on Ace's exploits, Lu Ming quietly contemplated the implications. Ace had joined Whitebeard, suggesting that Luffy's departure from the shore was imminent. He resolved to intensify his training, recognizing that a plethora of events would unfold once Luffy set sail. Whether he could fulfill his own mission would depend on the extent to which he could bask in Luffy's radiance. With the end of the year-long rookie period fast approaching, Lu Ming was soon to officially select a Rear Admiral as his deputy or team leader, although it was customary for new recruits to lack the privilege of choice. Lu Ming, as a Commodore, possessed the minor authority to select his vessel. Yet, at this moment, uncertainty clouded his mind. During his year of following the Guion, although his combat experience had expanded, the majority of adversaries he faced were feeble pirates from the earlier seas, resulting in a stagnation of his own strength. Due to the Navy's higher-ups arrangements, Guion had no immediate plans to venture into the New World, and with Kaji perpetually out of contact, Lu Ming began to deliberate whether he should seek a Rear Admiral from the New World to accompany him for a time. As Brana concluded the meeting, Lu Ming remained indecisive, his report sheet glaringly blank, devoid of any names. While passing through the training grounds, he was approached by a girl wearing black stiletto heels, her right leg marked by an X-shaped scar, draped in a blue cloak, with cascading, sea-blue wavy hair. Lu Ming found her vaguely familiar, yet could not immediately place her. The blue-haired maiden handed Lu Ming a short sword and gestured towards the training field. Lu Ming did not grasp the short sword. Instead, he brandished the report form in his hand, apologizing, "I'm afraid I have matters to attend to." Observing the other's demeanor, which hinted at a desire to strike him, he concluded that retreat was the wisest course of action. The blue-haired girl paid no heed to Lu Ming's words. With a swift motion, she aimed a kick directly at his face. Fortunately, Lu Ming had honed his assertiveness to a masterful degree. Utilizing his observation skills to anticipate the trajectory of her attack, he confidently raised his arm to block, yet still found himself propelled into the training grounds. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's unceremonious entrance, the soldiers within the training area began to murmur amongst themselves. "Isn't that Major Lu Ming?" "Indeed. He is the one who faced humiliation after confessing to Major Peacock and received a few lashes for his trouble." "Oh, the second generation of T-Pig, right?" Yes. Could this girl be his new target? She appears rather appealing, and judging by her rank, she seems to be a major as well. The prospect of a confrontation between two majors piqued the interest of the onlookers, prompting the surrounding Navy personnel to form a circle, granting the two combatants ample space. While bouts among naval officers were not uncommon, encounters at the major level were indeed rare. Some enthusiastic spectators began to cheer for both participants. The blue-haired girl, wielding a short sword, launched an aggressive assault. Lu Ming instinctively picked up the short sword that had been thrown at him earlier to defend himself. When her initial strike failed, the girl adeptly altered her approach, alternating between slashing, stabbing, and sweeping, her onslaught becoming increasingly swift and precise with each strike. Yet Lu Ming, armed with his own short sword, deftly parried each of her attacks. The girl was taken aback by Lu Ming's remarkable skill with the short sword. As she reviewed the records of his missions alongside Ji Yuan, she found no indication of his prior weapon usage. The documentation indicated that Lu Ming's proficiency in the six styles was notably poor, with few instances of pirates being dispatched during missions. He either lacked the strength to eliminate his foes or the accuracy to target their vital points. Nevertheless, Lu Ming himself was astonished. He had no idea when he had developed such mastery over the short sword. His reluctance to take lives reflected his adeptness in the six styles. He was not a killer. As for the targets assigned by the Navy, he focused primarily on subduing them, refraining from making life-and-death decisions. Had this woman not struck with such speed, Lu Ming's temperament would have certainly led him to avoid a direct confrontation with a short sword. In reality, wielding the short sword felt akin to muscle memory, allowing for a remarkably adept response to each successive attack. However, it became apparent that this technique bore no resemblance to traditional swordplay or knife techniques. As he instinctively released the short sword towards the woman, Lu Ming suddenly realized that he was unequivocally employing the short sword as a concealed weapon. This revelation prompted him to reflect on his previous limited perspective. When he had approached the Naval Equipment Department with the intention of procuring several shurikens for ranged combat, the personnel there had merely handed him a pistol, remarking, "Brigadier, times have changed. This requires little practice, boasts an extensive range, and is conveniently portable. I recommend you utilize this instead." Chapter 8. The black wrist Zifa. As Lu Ming's short sword grazed the face of the blue-haired girl, a cascade of beautiful hair was severed. Observing the girl's expression sharpen into something fierce, a sense of unease began to swell within Lu Ming. Meanwhile, the surrounding Marines responded with exuberance, cheering and reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Lu Ming, feeling somewhat awkward, explained to the young woman, "I would describe it as muscle memory. Can you believe that?" Upon witnessing the ghostly, peach-hued flames flickering to life in the palm of her hand, he suddenly recalled that she was Ayn, the formidable swordswoman and Zephyr's right-hand ally, possessing the power of the backward fruit. As the peach flames danced, the emotions of the surrounding sailors surged to a crescendo, their cheers resonating in the air. Meanwhile, Guillaume quietly ascended to the observation platform of the training grounds, silently watching the duel between Lu Ming and Ayn, showing no intention of halting the match. Lu Ming gazed intently at the pink flame in Ayn's hand, pondering inwardly, "This ability is rather troublesome. If touched, an object's age regresses by 12 years. And repeated contact may even lead to its complete disappearance. Fortunately, I excel in ranged combat. As long as I seize the opportunity to create distance, I stand a chance of escaping. As for defeating my opponent, Lu Ming held little hope. There are no rewards for the victor." And he was naturally reluctant to expend effort in vain. Ayn swiftly bent low and charged at Lu Ming, simultaneously swinging the pink flame forward. Lu Ming swiftly reacted, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth that radiated in all directions, attempting to thwart Ayn's assault. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The fiery onslaught from all sides temporarily halted Ayn's advance. At the very moment Ayn blocked the flames, Lu Ming utilized a shaving technique, exploding backward with great speed, creating a sufficient distance for safety between himself and Ayn. However, beyond this safe distance, Lu Ming did not cease his offensive, quickly launching a galefoot attack. Yet, Ayn proved to be a formidable opponent. She swiftly countered the incoming gale foot with a decisive slash. Upon glancing skyward, she soon realized that Lu Ming had already ascended to the rooftop behind the stands, evading the battlefield entirely. Lu Ming, with a voice raised, called out to Ayn, "I cannot defeat you. I concede. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The surrounding Marines observed Lu Ming's antics with a mix of admiration and amusement. Even Shiwan could not help but stifle a laugh. However, just as Lu Ming turned to depart, he suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. He He swiftly turned around, only to find Zephyr had inexplicably appeared at his back. Alarmed, Lu Ming silently cursed his misfortune as Zephyr delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Without a hint of hesitation, Zephyr pursued Lu Ming's trajectory, brandishing his mechanical arm to launch a more ferocious assault. Among the crowd, someone immediately recognized the suddenly materialized Zephyr and shouted, "It's Instructor Zephyr." This revelation spread rapidly, drawing in an increasing number of new recruits. "Is that really the former admiral?" Someone queried with skepticism. "Didn't we hear his arm was severed?" Another speculated. "Who is that person opposite him?" A curious onlooker inquired. "I heard it's the mechanical arm reinstalled by Vegapunk for Instructor Zephyr. It seems this young man is in for a rough time," another calmly predicted. The surrounding Navy personnel buzzed with chatter, speculating on the potential consequences awaiting Lu Ming at the hands of Zephyr. In the stands, Shiwan, though unaware of why her mentor had suddenly turned on Lu Ming, discerned from his method of attack that while his movements were fierce, they lacked true ferocity. Evidently aimed more at training and guiding Lu Ming. She understood that Lu Ming lacked sufficient close-quarters combat experience. And if he were to be detected in the new world and drawn into such encounters, it could pose significant risks. With Zephyr's guidance, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. At the heart of the confrontation, Zephyr maintained an astonishingly rapid rate of attack and agile footwork, effectively cornering Lu Ming within his striking range. No matter how hard Lu Ming struggled to evade, he could not create any meaningful distance from Zephyr. "If you continue to evade like this, you will certainly receive a beating," Zephyr warned, though Lu Ming sensed that the force behind Zephyr's strikes was tempered, clearly indicative of his restraint. Lu Ming felt a sense of relief, realizing that this was merely a training exercise. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to hone his close combat skills. With a flicker of the single-hook jade in his eyes, he enveloped his hands with armament haki and wielded them as blades, launching a counterattack against Zifa. As their exchanges intensified, Lu Ming's techniques gradually began to incorporate the swordsmanship of Ain, the boxing style of Zifa, and the swordplay of Gion. He skillfully integrated these methods, enriching and enhancing the fluidity of his attacks. The frequency with which Lu Ming was subjected to blows diminished significantly. Although he remained at a disadvantage overall, he was no longer merely a victim of one-sided assaults. Gradually, he began to harness his own prowess, showcasing remarkable growth and advancement. Little by little, Lu Ming, bolstered by his exceptional observation haki and the enhancements of the Sharingan, found himself evenly matched against the lenient Zephyr. Zephyr was profoundly astonished by Lu Ming's astonishing replication abilities and his rapidly evolving combat techniques. Initially, he had intended to guide Lu Ming through their duel, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of Lu Ming's improvement. The surrounding Navy personnel, witnessing the intensifying clash, swallowed hard as silence enveloped the arena, captivated by the fervor and brilliance of the confrontation. Even Gion, seated in the stands, marveled internally at Lu Ming's extraordinary capacity for learning. In the midst of battle, Lu Ming continually absorbed and integrated the techniques of others, displaying such impressive growth that it was impossible not to be awestruck. In a striking display, Lu Ming unleashed his armament haki, actively restraining Zephyr's hands with his own. However, Zephyr, with a hint of disdain, chuckled, "Should you wish to grapple with me?" "You are gravely mistaken." In a swift motion, he countered and seized Lu Ming's hands. "I certainly do not intend to match strength with you." "Be cautious, old man," Lu Ming retorted, unattentively monitored Lu Ming's movements. Upon witnessing his initiative to restrain Zephyr, she recalled the fiery technique he had unleashed moments earlier. Nevertheless, those flickering flames merely obscured her vision and were insignificant against Zephyr, known for his formidable armament haki and dubbed the Black Arm Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A colossal fire dragon erupted from Lu Ming's mouth, striking Zephyr's face at close range. Its power far exceeded that of the agile Phoenix Fire technique. The realization that this opponent had concealed such strength during their battle left Ain transfixed, silently lamenting. In the stands, Gion could not suppress her astonishment. During her time aboard the ship with Lu Ming, she had been oblivious to his formidable combat capabilities, which subsequently elevated her appraisal of him. The new recruits around her gasped in shock at Zephyr's hit, their fists tightening instinctively in response to the tension. Enduring Lu Ming's assault at such proximity, Zephyr felt the force impact his body, compelling him to relinquish his grip on Lu Ming and stagger backward several steps before managing to steady himself. Lu Ming seized the opportunity, swiftly utilizing his skills to create distance between himself and Zephyr. Gradually, the single-hook jade in his eyes began to fade. After 2 rounds of combat, his Haushika haki was nearly depleted. Once Zephyr steadied himself, there was not a hint of displeasure on his face. Instead, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. Gazing at Lu Ming, admiration sparkled in his eyes. You are indeed impressive. As far as I know, you are still investigating the whereabouts of the four emperors? Upon hearing this, those around them were astounded. The four emperors, an entity that instilled terror across the seas, a name that could frighten children into sleepless nights. To the onlookers, Lu Ming, who had previously been embroiled in the peacock incident, resembled a lecherous figure who would sneak a peek at girls bathing, exuding a rather frivolous image. The notion that he was contemplating a confrontation with the four emperors was astonishing. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would likely have been met with disbelief. However, after witnessing Lu Ming's displayed prowess, his statement commanded serious consideration. Though they all belonged to the Navy and shared a common belief in justice, the thought of engaging the four emperors in battle would leave most feeling somewhat weak-kneed. After all, the power and renown of the four emperors were unparalleled in the vast ocean. Ayan began to reassess the man before her. A year prior, the incident involving Zephyr's severed arm had plunged her into despair, causing her to lose the courage to combat pirates. At an accidental meeting of the Brano, she had chanced upon Lu Ming's impassioned speech, which had reignited her confidence. Yet, as Ayan delved deeper into Lu Ming's character, she discovered he was a brash, flirtatious sailor who harassed female officers. However, this time, witnessing Lu Ming's strength anew, coupled with Zephyr's accounts, left her somewhat astonished. Could it be that Lu Ming truly harbored aspirations to defeat the four emperors, as he had claimed a year ago at the meeting? Were Lu Ming aware of Ayan's current thoughts, he might have been unable to suppress a sigh, exclaiming, "My dear girl, your imagination is indeed quite vivid." Chapter 9. Advanced Armament Hockey. If you remain stagnant in the first half of the seas, you will never defeat the four emperors, Zephyr asserted firmly. He cast a deep glance at Lu Ming and continued, I have resolved to establish a pirate guerrilla force in the New World, and I hope you will join me. Only by joining me will you have the opportunity to truly encounter the four emperors and the chance to defeat them. Lu Ming gazed at Zephyr, deep in thought. Indeed, if he remained in the first half of the sea, he would never witness the four emperors with his own eyes. Since he yearned to observe the fierce battles of the four emperors, he might as well venture into the New World and take a chance. Moreover, this old man should still be safe for now. After all, according to the usual narrative, he would not pass away until 2 years post the Marineford War. Perhaps he could leverage the old man's aura to successfully accomplish his mission. Furthermore, the recent sparring session had proven immensely beneficial for Lu Ming. He indeed needed to confront stronger opponents to expedite his own growth and strength. Thus, Lu Ming readily declared, I am willing to participate. I shall personally venture into the New World to defeat the four emperors. His declaration caused quite a stir among the crowd, and he could not help but smile with pride. Yet, after speaking, he inwardly lamented, what a bad habit. Truly a deplorable habit. But the thrill of the spotlight is exhilarating. The Navy's route to the New World differs from that of pirates. It does not require traversing through the Fishman Island via coating. The Navy's ships, equipped with sea prism stone at their hulls, can smoothly navigate through the calm belt, opting to sail above the red line, passing through Mariawa, and ultimately reaching the New World. The sole drawback of this path is the considerable amount of time it demands. The pirate guerrilla squad that Zephyr assembled, apart from Lu Ming, included his loyal assistant, Xiozhua, as well as 2 exceptional students he had nurtured during his tenure as an instructor, Ayn and Benz. These 2 students were the only survivors of the recent attack. Xiozhua belonged to the Longhand tribe, boasting dark skin and a robust, towering stature. He was a formidable Navy officer, adept in the use of armament hockey and the 6 powers. Benz, on the other hand, often donned a ninja-like attire, carrying a long blade, and was a paramecia-type user of the flourishing fruit, capable of manipulating nearby plants and accelerating their growth. During their journey to the New World, Zephyr dedicated himself wholeheartedly to mentoring Lu Ming, demonstrating remarkable care and attention. He not only provided patient guidance and skill training, but also offered comprehensive explanations of theoretical knowledge. In contrast to Kaji's crude and peculiar teaching methods, Zephyr's approach appeared far more conventional and effective. Whenever Lu Ming struggled to grasp the nuances of hockey, whether in theory or practical application, Zephyr meticulously pointed out the issues and proposed feasible solutions along with specific training directions. His instruction not only facilitated Lu Ming's rapid skill enhancement, but also deepened his understanding and application of hockey. After one of the instructional sessions, Lu Ming inquired of Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr, could you enlighten me on how to utilize armament hockey for external projection and flow? Zifa merely smiled and replied, "These are advanced applications of armament hockey. To wield them effectively, certain requirements concerning your hockey reserves and the strength of your armament hockey must be met." Upon finishing his words, he demonstrated, much like Rayleigh had shown to Luffy, by launching a projectile resembling a shockwave into the sea, elucidating, "This is the external manifestation of hockey." Subsequently, he casually grasped a dumbbell, which instantly shattered from within, continuing to explain, "This illustrates the flow of hockey." Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with golden light as he eagerly exclaimed, "I wish to learn these." Instructor Zifa let out a hearty laugh and proceeded to explain, "These require a gradual approach. Both methods are manifestations of the mastery of armament hockey to a certain degree, combined with a touch of technique. However, the most crucial aspect remains the strength of one's own armament hockey." Lu Ming inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why is it that I see so few practitioners of these two techniques?" From his memories of his previous life, he recalled that formidable figures like Rayleigh and Kaido seldom employed the external manifestation of armament hockey to strike their foes directly. Instructor Zephyr responded earnestly, "There are primarily two reasons for this. Firstly, those who can master this level are exceedingly rare, even in the New World. Secondly, the essence of armament hockey lies in its application of wrapping. The hardening we often witness is merely a rudimentary manifestation of wrapping. Once one has grasped the concepts of flow and externalization, the intensity of the attacks during wrapping becomes incomparable. Utilizing flow and externalization while wrapping demands the greatest expenditure of one's hockey. If we consider ordinary hockey hardening as an attack strength of 5, with a duration of 10, then employing flow and externalization would yield an attack strength of 10, but the duration would be reduced to merely 5. Lu Ming wore an expression of profound enlightenment, for he had finally grasped the reason behind Luffy's perpetual state of exhaustion after every battle. Lu Ming, with the curiosity of a child, continued to inquire, "Since we can envelop our weapons with advanced armament hockey and wrap it around our legs, is it possible to encase our feet as well, integrating it with our Gale Foot technique?" This question evidently left Zifa momentarily speechless. Rising to his feet, Instructor Zifa gently patted Lu Ming's shoulder and encouraged, "You may as well give it a try. It should be feasible. Perhaps this will give birth to a unique Gale Foot technique that belongs solely to you." Lu Ming continued to inquire, "Can the Conqueror's hockey be entwined?" It seemed as though he had already grasped the secret to becoming stronger. Instructor Zifa cast a glance at Lu Ming and asked, "Do you possess the Conqueror's hockey?" Lu Ming scratched his head awkwardly and replied, It seems there isn't any." Instructor Zephyr shook his head and said, "I have not heard of the Conqueror's hockey being able to entangle. If you truly wish to know, you might inquire with either Sengoku or that old man Carp when you encounter them." Within the training ground, Shiozua exhaled deeply, his foot striking the ground as he charged directly at Lu Ming. His form swiftly closed in beside Lu Ming, employing the unique characteristics of the Longhand clan's 3 joints to unleash a reinforced arm. Iron block, trisection lasso. This technique was Shio's exclusive creation, leveraging the hardness of the iron block while compensating for the inability to move during its execution. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Lu Ming's hair and revealing his deep, ink-black eyes. Blinking slightly, he narrowed his gaze, observing the approaching arm with a calm demeanor. Just as the palm was about to reach his shoulder, Lu Ming leisurely sidestepped to the left. Thanks to Zephyr's guidance over time, his observation hockey had become exceedingly adept. The precise step allowed him to evade Shiozua's attack perfectly. With a subtle shift of his body, Lu Ming's fingers danced through the air like petals plucked from flowers, lightly tapping on Shiozua's shoulder. Finger gun, 6 barrages. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Struck by Lu Ming, Shiozua staggered back, his steps faltering until, ultimately, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lu Ming hurriedly stepped forward to assist Shiozua. To his astonishment, the combination of Lu Ying's armed color and the finger gun proved to be exceedingly powerful. A single strike was sufficient to incapacitate Shiozua. However, this came at a significant cost to his hockey, as Lu Ming's current level of hockey diminished by nearly half after that singular blow. Observing Lu Ming's escalating prowess under ZFA's meticulous guidance, Shiozua, Benzi, and AI embarked on an exceptionally rigorous training regimen. Yet, due to their lack of the Sharingan's enhancement, their training results paled in comparison to Lu Ming's progress. The 4 of them constantly engaged in skillful sparring, with physical combat becoming an indispensable part of their daily routine. As time passed swiftly, they soon arrived in the New World, where under ZFA's leadership, They began to actively target pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. The name Pirate Guerrilla Squad quickly spread throughout the New World. Chapter 10. The Trap in the inky blackness of the night sky. A solitary crescent moon hung aloft, casting a pale, cool light that illuminated the earth below. Within a shadowy forest, a gentle campfire flickered, infusing the stillness of the night with a touch of warm radiance. By the fire, two groups were meticulously counting boxes of arms and treasures of gold. Their communication was minimal, marked only by occasional exchanges of glances. As they completed their tally and prepared to pack up and depart, a series of urgent yet rhythmic footsteps resonated from all directions. "Please, remain where you are," Zfa intoned as he emerged slowly from the dense woods, his voice imbued with authority. Around them, a multitude of naval soldiers began to encircle the two groups. Just as the pirates within the encirclement reached for their weapons to resist, they were startled to witness the vegetation beneath their feet growing at an astonishing rate, transforming into massive vines that ensnared them tightly. These vines were as robust as iron chains, rendering them utterly immobile. Lu Ming, accompanied by three others, emerged from behind Zephyr, poised to apprehend the pirates alongside the ordinary Navy personnel. However, one of the pirate leaders brazenly declared, "We serve under the illustrious Don Quixote da Flamingo of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, possessing the unique privileges granted by the world government. You, the Navy, have no authority to interfere." Upon hearing this proclamation, Lu Ming felt a surge of astonishment. A closer inspection revealed that the treasure chest bore the emblematic insignia of Doflamingo's Jolly Roger, elucidating the lack of defenses surrounding them, emboldened by the title of warlord. They had audaciously escalated their arrogance to such heights. Zephyr, upon hearing the pirate leader's words, merely offered a scornful smirk. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming before addressing the pirate leader, stating, "This malignant system shall inevitably be abolished. While the government may recognize your rights to lawful plunder, I do not." With that, his colossal mechanical arm crushed the skull of the man before him. Having assessed Lu Ming's previous performance in missions, Zephyr concluded that his restraint in the face of eliminating pirate lives was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a hesitance to execute. In Zephyr's eyes, such mercy was a woman's compassion. Pirates ought to be eradicated without hesitation, roots and all. Thus, he frequently executed pirates before Lu Ming without reservation. Lu Ming is not of a compassionate disposition. He harbors no sympathy for pirates. Nevertheless, he adheres to his own principles, fundamentally because he has not genuinely perceived the brutality of pirates, and thus lacks the murderous aura that Zephyr and his companions possess toward them. At Zephyr's behest, the naval officers began to execute these pirates on the spot, their vessels set ablaze alongside them. This course of action was not motivated by fear of Don Quixote da Flamingo, but rather to avert potential disturbances from within the Navy itself. Although the Shichibukai system is a malignant presence, the Navy still requires these individuals to maintain a balance in the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line, rendering it impractical to openly sever ties at this juncture. As for the treasures and weaponry, Zephyr did not allow them to flow into the Navy's official coffers. Instead, he instructed the officers to distribute the spoils among themselves, thereby enhancing their income and elevating the equipment standards of this small contingent. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Ming perceived that the squad appeared to be a naval force. Yet it resembled Zephyr's private militia even more. He began to comprehend why Zephyr was able to swiftly establish a formidable NEO navy after departing from the regular forces. It was evident that he had long sown the seeds within this guerrilla faction. At that moment, Zephyr approached Lu Ming, producing a small handgun and presenting it to him, remarking, "I never anticipated that these inconspicuous fellows possess such fine items." Lu Ming took the pistol and examined it for a moment, noticing that it could only hold a single bullet. Aside from being slightly heavier than an ordinary handgun and possessing a more compact design, it exhibited no remarkable features. He was perplexed by Zfa's assertion of its value. Observing Lu Ming's confusion, Zfa chuckled and said, "This is no ordinary firearm. It is a Hailu stone pistol. Any ability user struck by its bullet will inevitably succumb to weakness and lose their powers. In the New World, ability users are as numerous as the stars. Yet most exploit their capabilities with impunity in the earlier seas." Pointing to the pistol in Lu Ming's hand, Zfa continued, "All one needs is to find the opportune moment to take a shot, and one can catch the enemy off guard and secure victory in a single stroke." At this moment, Lu Ming recalled how Zephyr had effortlessly defeated Luffy with a sea stone pistol. He was astonished by the rarity of such sea stone weaponry and was preparing to decline when Zephyr interjected, saying, "Just accept it. As a non-ability user, you will find this sea stone weapon much more convenient to wield." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Lu Ming deemed it inappropriate to decline further and accepted the gift graciously. Once the crowd had tidied the scene, they returned to the nearest branch base to recuperate. Over the course of several months, with the G14 branch serving as a temporary hub, Zephyr led Lu Ming, Ain, Binz, and Suez in a focused campaign of strategic strikes and persistent patrols, rendering the nearby waters nearly devoid of pirate presence. During this period of relative leisure, Lu Ming, Binz, and Ain frequently engaged in sparring sessions, continuously honing their combat skills. Lu Ming had progressed to a level where he could counter the combined assaults of his two companions without relying on their devil fruit abilities. After an intense bout, the trio lay exhausted in the center of the training ground. Lu Ming closed his eyes to rest, reflecting on the minutiae of each battle, as if he were on the verge of grasping the essence of integrating the flowing haki into his gale foot technique. Suddenly, Bin sat up and inquired, Lu Ming, have you ever trained in swordsmanship or blade techniques? I sense that you tend to use your hands as blades during combat. Lu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of silence, he began to speak slowly. I suppose I have practiced a bit. Ain interjected. If you could truly wield a weapon, your prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. This current mode of unarmed combat is, after all, somewhat limited. A weapon? Lu Ming murmured to himself. Binzi, as if struck by a sudden thought, abruptly stood up and inquired, Lu Ming, I've noticed that you seem to be deliberately holding back against the pirates. Is there a reason for this? Did you not come to the New World to eliminate the four emperors? Ain clearly recognized the significance of this issue. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Ming, awaiting his response. At that moment, the trio's din-din mushy rang out, heralding an urgent summons from Zephyr. Mobilize. We've detected pirate activity in the Southwest Sea area. Just then, Xiuzhua arrived at the training ground, bellowing with exuberance. Let us go. Let us see which ignorant pirates dare to lurk in this vicinity. 30 kilometers away from the G14 base, on Fire Rock Island, Zephyr and his team discreetly landed. However, much like their previous encirclement of Doflamingo's subordinates, the periphery was unguarded. Utilizing their Kinbunchika haki to sense human presence in the island's central region, they once again employed their tactic of encirclement, converging from all directions towards the center. Upon reaching the heart of the island, Lu Ming and his companions were taken aback to discover 4 enormous iron cages, each containing women who were disheveled and emitting faint, pitiful moans, seemingly deprived of their senses. Gazing upon these unfortunate souls, an ominous premonition surged within Zephyr. He swiftly turned to his comrades and shouted, Retreat. It's a trap. True to his reputation as Admiral Zephyr, a piercing sound erupted above them. As they looked up, they beheld a red-haired man adorned with blue tattoos, his body entwined with iron chains, standing atop a rotund man whose head spun uncontrollably. The shrill sound emanated from the red-haired individual. Lu Ming immediately recognized the flying figure as Bartholomew, a combatant of the Don Quixote pirates and a user of the superhuman-type spin fruit. However, the presence of this red-haired man was unfamiliar to Lu Ming, as he recalled that the Don Quixote pirates did not include such an individual. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. As Xiuzhua prepared to ascend with Moonwalk to capture the enemy above, Bartholomew bellowed, Gale, Yasaburo. A whirlwind descended from the heavens, sweeping down towards the ground. The red-haired man then followed with a furious roar, unleashing countless iron chains that shot downward from his form. In an instant, Lu Ming and his companions found themselves firmly ensnared on the ground, as the iron chains wielded a formidable strength, creating numerous craters in the terrain. While the true nature of the red-haired man remained shrouded in mystery, it was rather naive to assume that such tactics would suffice against their group. Though the hurricane and iron nets posed some challenges to their ability to leap into the air, they could not inflict substantial harm upon them. However, sensing that this was likely a trap, Lu Ming remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of additional foes. Retreat. Everyone retreat. ZFA clearly shared this sentiment, swiftly rallying those Marines not hindered by the hurricane and chains to evacuate the island immediately. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion erupted nearby, followed by a cacophony of detonations reverberating across Fire Rock Island, escalating in intensity. The power of the explosion shook the entire isle, with formidable shockwaves sweeping across both the sea and land, while flames blotted out the sky, casting a crimson hue upon the heavens. Haha. Beneath this island lies a vast store of natural explosives. ZFA, this is your demise. The red-haired man cackled madly, his voice brimming with manic glee. As the explosives detonated in succession, ignited by his chains, Towering flames shot skyward, illuminating the entire firmament. Accompanied by Bafaluo, the red-haired man began to ascend, swiftly departing the scene. Their silhouettes gradually vanished into the sky, leaving behind a tumult of explosions and raging flames. From a distance aboard a pirate ship, the two watched quietly as the conflagration on Fire Rock Island intensified, their hearts swelling with indescribable joy and satisfaction. The red-haired man gazed at the unfolding spectacle, erupting into a triumphant laugh that echoed through the heavens. Chapter 11. Pursuit Dice Cup Island, Medical Room. Under the dim light of the medical room, Ayn slowly opened her eyes, her body aching as though struck by a heavy hammer. She surveyed her surroundings. It was a somewhat cramped infirmary, the air infused with the scent of antiseptic. Her memories gradually resurfaced. The imminent explosion of the island, her frenzied dash toward the edge, followed by the resounding blast that rendered her unconscious. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped into the medical room. It was Lu Ming, his body and head wrapped in bandages, yet he appeared to be in good spirits. I looked at Lu Ming, rising slowly, and with a weak voice inquired, "Where is Teacher Zafa? Where are we now?" Lu Ming approached with a smile, gently restraining Ayn, who was attempting to rise. He picked up an apple from the table, took a bite, and said, "You should rest for now. After the explosion, we both fell into the sea, but fortunately, I am not one with abilities. After rescuing you from the water, I swam here. I have already contacted Teacher Zafa, and they are all safe. However, the teacher suspects there may be a traitor within the Navy." Lu Ming extended an apple toward Ayn, yet she did not take it. Ayn, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "A traitor?" "Indeed, there are perilous islands near the base that are not marked on the maps, clearly indicating that someone has deliberately concealed their existence. Why are we still waiting here? If there is a traitor, we should hasten to protect the teacher." Ayn attempted to rise once more, but Lu Ming restrained her again. "Teacher Zafa has more pressing matters at hand. The explosive rock possesses immense power. If exploited and utilized properly, it could become a formidable weapon. The teacher is currently uneasy about the Navy at the branch and has contacted the scientific team for clandestine extraction." As Lu Ming's words fell, he suddenly froze. "Explosive rock? It seems fate has its own design." Zafa is now acutely aware of the explosive rock's potential. It is no wonder he would seek to use it to obliterate the world in the future. Ayn gazed at Lu Ming with a look of confusion, prompting him to wave his hand in front of her face. "What are you pondering?" "Nothing of consequence. By the way, we have a mission on the island as well. I encountered that chained man." Ayn gasped in surprise. "Then we must hurry and capture him to extract the identity of the traitor." Lu Ming gestured towards the bandages adorning his body, pondering how he might proceed in such a state. "There is no need for haste. The situation here has already been communicated to Teacher Zephyr. Once he finishes his matters, he will contact us through our life card, and we shall act together then." After finishing the apple he held, Lu Ming rose and added, "As for you, focus on your recovery. Dice Cup Island is renowned worldwide for its exquisite gambling apparatus craftsmanship. Even amidst the lawless seas of the New World, it remains prosperous due to its formidable underground forces." For several consecutive days, a man with red hair has been purchasing an array of gambling tools on the island. Lu Ming has been quietly observing, speculating that this red-haired individual would soon depart the island. Consequently, he procured a small vessel in advance, ready to follow the man's ship at a moment's notice. He was aware that Zephyr possessed a life card of his own, alleviating any concerns about being untraceable. All he needed was to remain vigilant and closely monitor the target. Upon learning of Lu Ming's intention to leave the island in pursuit of the red-haired man, the resolute woman, Ayn, insisted on accompanying him, unable to dissuade her. And given that she had made significant progress in her recovery over the past few days, though not fully healed, he grew concerned about the potential dangers of leaving her alone in such an illicit place. After careful consideration, he acquiesced to her request. As Lu Ming had anticipated, the red-haired man departed from Dice Cup Island shortly thereafter. Lu Ming and Ayn maintained a calm demeanor. Following at sea requires a certain finesse, neither too close, which risks detection, nor too distant, which could lead to losing the target. They meticulously documented the red-haired man's trajectory from the lookout tower on the island, and once a suitable distance was established, they steered their small boat in pursuit, keeping a watchful eye on the objective. As night deepened, Lu Ming and Ayn trailed the red-haired man to the vicinity of an enormous golden ship adorned with a dazzling array of neon lights. It was none other than the world's largest entertainment city, Gurintezalo. Lu Ming finally recalled the identity of the red-haired man, Mad Tereja, wielder of the chain fruit. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. he silently cursed himself for underestimating the man's presence, having initially mistaken him for an obscure character never before seen in the plot. Only upon glimpsing this gilded vessel and connecting it to the Golden Emperor, Gil Tesoro, did the memory resurface. Gil Tesoro, an awakened user of the gold fruit, possessed strength far surpassing Lu Ming's current capabilities. Swift communication with Zephyr became imperative. Engaging in conflict aboard the ship without preparation would undoubtedly tip the scales against them. Lu Ming attempted to contact Zephyr using a communication device, only to discover that the signal was unreachable. He immediately realized that there might be a jamming system near the hull. Gazing at the colossal golden ship that continued to glide through the waters, he spoke with a grave expression. "We must retreat swiftly. This is a situation beyond our capabilities." Ein, observing the seemingly endless vessel before them, understood that departing would mean leaving the band of pirates unchallenged. However, seeing Lu Ming's serious demeanor, she nodded in agreement to the retreat. Just as they prepared to turn their ship around, a spotlight from the vessel suddenly swept across their boat. Lu Ming glanced and saw dozens of pirate ships rapidly approaching them. He shouted, "Ein, jump overboard." Before he finished speaking, he delivered a swift kick that extinguished the spotlight. Then, he tightly embraced Ein and leaped into the sea. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of cannon fire, the ship they had just occupied was obliterated in an instant. The duo cautiously swam to another large pirate ship behind them, striving to make as little noise as possible. They concealed themselves in the cargo hold, where Ein, drenched, found her clothes clinging to her exquisite figure, the pale and youthful hue of her skin faintly visible through the damp fabric. She delicately brushed aside her hair that had fallen over her forehead and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Lu Ming, how did you know they were going to fire upon us?" Faced with the threat of death, Lu Ming was not in a position to appreciate the beauty before him. He furrowed his brow and replied, perhaps it was due to that unanswered call. His expression remained tense, thoughts racing. I could not help but press further. What should we do now? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. We can only enter and take a look. If we forcibly seize the ship now, it may lead to unnecessary conflict. A glint of determination and composure began to emerge in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from the cargo hold skylight. Who are you? Ein immediately prepared to draw her short sword, but Lu Ming restrained her with a hand, his Sharingan flickering in his eyes. I am your superior, he stated calmly. And I am quite displeased. Do not utter another word. Leave immediately and ensure no one else approaches. His tone conveyed an air of authority and irresistible power. The owner of the sharp voice quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Yes, Commander, I will leave at once. He hurried away, not daring to linger. Chapter 12. The Golden City as the currents of the sea ebbed and flowed. The pirate ship that Lu Ming was aboard gradually entered the magnificent interior of the golden vessel. The ship's ceiling resembled a snowfall of golden flakes, each shimmering beautifully under the lights, captivating the gaze of everyone aboard. The crew of the pirate ship exited the cabin in awe, and even Ein beside Lu Ming was deeply enchanted by the stunning sight. However, Lu Ming understood that beneath this beauty lay immense danger. A careless inhalation of these flakes could spell doom. Even a formidable warrior like Zoro would falter before Gil Tesoro, destined to become a gilded statue within moments. Upon arrival at the internal harbor, aside from a few remaining crew members, everyone else disembarked, eager to rush into the grand underground entertainment complex. Once the majority had left, Lu Ming stealthily emerged from the cabin, using his Sharingan to silently control the remaining pirate guards. From the guards, he learned that admission required purchasing tickets in the underground black market, and entrances would only open at specific times, allowing those inside to exit while permitting entry from the outside. The next opening would not occur for another week. Just as Lu Ming fretted over the inability to leave, he caught sight of a familiar pirate flag. It belonged to Don Quixote da Flamingo's crew, yet this ship was far larger than those they typically encountered during arms dealings. Descending from the vessel were an elderly man clad in a skin-tight outfit adorned with lightning patterns, his bald head bulging with veins, and a tall woman with wavy grass-green hair, thick-bottomed glasses, and a smile. Thanks to his memories from a previous life, Lu Ming quickly recognized these two individuals. They were Lao Ji and Monet, both core members of Doflamingo's pirate crew. Monet appeared not to have yet aligned herself with Caesar Clown, and her limbs remained normal. The arrival of two key executives was clearly not for leisure. It seemed they had inadvertently stumbled upon Doflamingo's significant dealings with Gil Tesoro. Subsequently, Mr. Tanaka, the Gold City Guard and wielder of the Were Devil Fruit ability, emerged abruptly from beneath the earth. After executing a refined gentleman's bow before the two individuals, he engaged them in cheerful conversation as he escorted them toward the heart of the Golden Metropolis. Lu Ming began to worry whether Zfa would be able to handle the situation at hand upon his arrival. He and I have already sustained injuries, and it is likely that Zephyr and his companions, having experienced a tremendous explosion, are not faring any better. Initially, it was believed that the only adversary was the Chain Man, but now it has transformed into a multitude of formidable foes. Curse it, at this moment, it is impossible to reach Zephyr and his companions. Otherwise, I could have informed them either to refrain from coming or to bring along additional personnel. Just as Lu Ming was engulfed in a sense of melancholy, a dark vessel unexpectedly emerged in the harbor. 3 figures clad in black suits disembarked from the ship: Gabra, the Owl, and Wei Chu. At this juncture, Lu Ming couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "I wonder whether it's my misfortune or yours. How is it that we have all converged here? What kind of transaction could this possibly be, to the extent that even CP9 is involved?" At that moment, a woman with long, deep brown wavy hair, adorned with dramatic eye makeup and fiery red lips, approached Gabra and his companions. She was clad in a provocative, revised qipao of a vibrant purple hue, the neckline plunging nearly to her upper abdomen, revealing 2 voluptuous, pristine mounds. This enchanting figure was also a subordinate of Taizolo, a superhuman with the fortunate fruit ability known as Bakara. Lu Ming realized the perilous nature of the situation. If no action was taken, Zfa's reckless pursuit would place them at a significant disadvantage. He began to think rapidly of countermeasures, while AI observed the distinctly different Lu Ming before him, feeling an unfamiliar yet reassuring sensation in her heart. In light of the current circumstances, Lu Ming understood that it was imperative to devise a way to disrupt the golden water spray. Guild Tesoro, much like Doflamingo, had utilized his abilities to imprison a multitude of those harboring rebellious thoughts. If they could successfully sabotage the golden water spray before Zfa's arrival, there might be a chance to ally with the forces within Golden City to defeat these adversaries. However, to dismantle the golden water spray, it was essential to ascertain the precise location and structural details of the spraying apparatus aboard the golden ship. Yet, Guild Tesoro had already awakened his devil fruit powers, and should Lu Ming pass before him, he would be detected for lacking any traces of golden fragments in his body, potentially drawing unwanted attention. Is there a way to freely roam the city of gold without inhaling the particles of gold dust? At the moment of his distress, Lu Ming raised his head to behold Gabra, who was playfully bantering with Bakala, and an unexpected scheme suddenly surged within him. Lu Ming's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon Ian, determination glimmering in his eyes. In a low voice, he stated, "I must venture out to sabotage a crucial device on the ship. Otherwise, should Teacher Zfa arrive recklessly, he may find himself in peril." Ian stared at Lu Ming, somewhat astonished. Through their time together, she had sensed that Lu Ming was not akin to the other survivors who had endured pirate assaults. According to Lu Ming's usual demeanor, he was neither combative nor bloodthirsty, and he certainly did not relish placing himself in perilous situations. Theoretically, such a person would prefer to remain in the safer regions of the sea indefinitely. Yet, it was perplexing why he had set defeating the 4 emperors as his objective. Now, she could not fathom why he would take such a risk. Surely, hiding would be more in line with his true nature. Nevertheless, Ian did not contest Lu Ming's proposal. She simply propped herself up and resolutely declared, "Then I shall accompany you." Lu Ming gazed at the departing figures of Gabra and the others, taking a deep breath before speaking. "There's no need. Your injuries are severe. You should rest here. If I fail, Master Zephyr will still be able to locate us through your life card." Without waiting for Ain's response, he swiftly leapt from the ship. As Ain watched Lu Ming's retreating silhouette, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. She understood well that his journey was fraught with peril. Yet, as she beheld his figure, she felt as if the man who once spoke boldly in the conference room, awakening her spirit, had returned. Unconsciously, she murmured, "What kind of person are you, truly?" "Commander Gabra. At last, I have found you," Lu Ming called out as he jogged towards Gabra. The commander regarded him with a mixture of confusion and wariness, his voice laced with skepticism as he inquired, "Who are you?" Lu Ming adopted a serious expression, endeavoring to render his voice more convincing as he whispered, "I have urgent matters to report." However, Gabra abruptly transformed into a werewolf, seizing Lu Ming by the throat and lifting him off the ground. With a fierce glare, he growled, "Do you dare perform such petty tricks in my presence? Have you grown weary of life?" The overwhelming aura of malevolence rendered the air around them taut with tension. The surrounding owls, wretched, and Bakara appeared unfazed by this sudden turn of events, standing impassively beside Gabra without intervening. As Lu Ming struggled, his eyes beginning to roll back in his head, Ain observed the scene from a distance within the cabin. Her grip on her short sword unwavering, poised to act at a moment's notice. The City of Seven Waters. In ancient times, Lu Ming endeavored to continue his explanation. Yet upon hearing this phrase, Gabra immediately hurled him aside, interrupting his discourse. Gabra resumed his humanoid form, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Why not employ the old methods of notification?" Lu Ming rose, feigning an air of urgency. The situation was dire, and he had encountered trouble, thus prompting him to summon the others directly. Gabra observed him and then glanced at Bakara and the owl beside him, nodding in understanding. "Very well, I comprehend. No further words are necessary." He then proceeded forward, while Bakara, exhibiting a keen sense of discretion, refrained from further idle chatter and quietly led the way ahead. Lu Ming, still lingering behind and clearing his throat, watched the four ahead with a sense of quiet satisfaction, realizing that his suspicions had proven correct. Being in the Golden City, cut off from the outside world and embroiled in matters concerning ancient weaponry, he was unable to make direct inquiries due to the pervasive surveillance. Thus, despite any doubts cast upon him, he was compelled to trust in himself for the time being. With the identity of CP9 now at his disposal, he could navigate the Golden City without fear of drawing undue attention. Meanwhile, in the ship's cabin, Ain, upon seeing Lu Ming escape danger and gradually distance himself from the others, began to relax his grip on the short sword he had been holding tightly. Chapter 13. The transaction within the opulent halls of the Golden City. A middle-aged man, robust and slightly unkempt, knelt before Gil Desaro, tears streaming down his face. "I implore you, spare my crew and my wife and daughter." The man's visage was etched with regret and despair as he repeatedly struck his forehead against the ground, blood trickling down to the floor. Desaro, witnessing the man's anguished display, erupted into a near-manic laughter. A man without wealth achieves nothing but servitude. With a snap of his fingers towards the towering figure, dais, a row of golden statues was slowly wheeled out from the adjoining room. The middle-aged man beheld his former comrades and his beloved wife and daughter transformed into lifeless golden effigies, his eyes brimming with agony and rage as he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Gabra, the owl, Weiqi, and Lu Ming of CP9 sat quietly to one side. Observing the grim spectacle, Lu Ming even deliberately closed his eyes, unwilling to witness further. On the opposite side, Raoji appeared to be on the brink of death, sitting vacantly in his seat, while Monet regarded the unfolding scene with a curious interest. The middle-aged man, consumed by fury, rose defiantly, prepared to make a desperate charge at Desaro. Yet, suddenly, the golden floor beneath him morphed into a liquid state, ensnaring his legs firmly. Desaro, now visibly enraged, stood up and bellowed, "Did I grant you permission to rise?" With a flourish of his palm before his eyes, the golden dragon, swirling before the crimson pillars of the palace, seemed to come to life in an instant, binding the middle-aged man firmly in its grasp. Within the depths of his eyes, filled with regret and despair, his body began to transmute into gold, gradually transforming into a lifelike golden statue. Once the man was dealt with, Taizolo, composed and unperturbed, returned to his position, addressing those flanking him, including the likes of Lu Ming. "I apologize for the wait. Allow my subordinates to place the golden statue before us alongside the row of golden statues just unveiled. They belong to a pirate crew that is currently flourishing in the New World, and I cannot resist the urge to personally add them to my collection." Lu Ming gazed upon the formidable Taizolo, who spoke such alarming words with the nonchalance of a person discussing mundane matters like meals and drinks. In the world of One Piece, the individual before him was not merely a character from a two-dimensional realm, but a living, breathing demon king. Should he inadvertently fall into the clutches of such a being, his fate would surely be more harrowing than death itself. At that moment, Mr. Tanaka entered, pushing 2 carts laden with gold. Taizolo gestured towards one of the carts, addressing Monet and Lao Ji, saying, "I must extend my gratitude to Joker for facilitating my connection with the Celestial Dragons. This is a token of appreciation for you both." The mention of the Celestial Dragons startled Lu Ming. To think there were matters involving the Celestial Dragons at play. He glanced at Gabra and the others beside him, realizing they were directly representing the Celestial Dragons in this very place. Monet, covering her face, smiled slightly. "Young master, I hope to foster a deeper collaboration with you." Hearty laughter erupted from Taizolo as he turned to Gabra and the others. Although he did not recognize them, He noted that aside from the fair-skinned youth, the other three displayed not a flicker of emotion upon witnessing his brutal demeanor, resembling refined human weapons honed through rigorous training. Gabra surveyed the remaining card of gold and spoke up. If you believe that this can secure the world government's acknowledgement of you, then you are somewhat naive. Ha, ha, ha. My friends, you jest. This is merely a welcoming gift from me to you. Should the celestial dragons persuade the world government to recognize the Gulen Taizolo as an independent nation in a demilitarized zone, the annual tribute I offer them would be 1,000-fold of this, Taizolo declared, and I can provide them with any service they may desire. Gabra listened to Taizolo's words with some hesitation. After all, such a vast amount of gold was no trifling matter. If the endeavor bore fruit, it would indeed be advantageous. However, should this individual prove to be a mere blusterer, inciting the ire of the celestial dragons would be a grave misstep. Furthermore, this task had been directly mandated by the celestial dragons within the Holy Land, and failing to execute it properly would be a significant transgression. Sensing Gabra's predicament, Taizolo offered, "When you depart next, I can fulfill the entire annual tribute of heavenly gold as a gesture of my sincerity. What say you?" "That would be most agreeable," Gabra replied, a note of delight in his voice. As the two parties reached an accord, Bakala entered, leading a bevy of elegantly proportioned women, each carrying exquisite goblets filled with a rich, crimson beverage. The women, adopting a half-kneeling posture, presented the drinks overhead to the assembled guests. Dozens of young, beautiful maidens clad in scandalously revealing black leather also streamed in, performing sultry dances upon the very stage where tragedy had recently unfolded. Flaunting their alluring figures and exposing their pristine skin, casting beguiling glances at those present, Lu Ming gazed upon the vibrant and youthful figures on stage. Yet he felt no stirrings of desire. Instead, he perceived not only allure in their eyes, but also a sense of grievance, fear, and numbness. It was evident that these individuals had endured countless torments and sufferings beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. Taizwalua raised a glass and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast to a delightful collaboration." The crowd echoed his sentiment, lifting their glasses in unison, to a fruitful partnership. "Bakala, later you shall take them into the city for an enjoyable outing. It is imperative that these esteemed guests have a splendid time." A touch of seductive smile graced Bakala's face as she nodded in agreement. Lu Ming initially intended to explore the ship alone, however. The overly suspicious Gabra would not grant him such an opportunity. Citing the significance of Lu Ming's intelligence, Gabra deemed it inconvenient to question him immediately, yet insisted that Wei Chu accompany him throughout, denying Lu Ming any chance for solitude. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for Lu Ming, who possessed the Sharingan. While the single Tomo could not completely ensnare Wei Chu in an illusion, leading him to misidentify individuals was not insurmountable. The only caveat was that Lu Ming needed to elude Gabra and the owl's line of sight. Otherwise, Wei Chu's misidentification would swiftly be uncovered. Lu Ming feigned a sense of dejection, citing the constraints of being watched by Wei Qi as a reason to retreat to his chamber for rest. Although Wei Qi was somewhat reluctant, he accompanied Lu Ming, prioritizing their significant undertaking. Along the way, Lu Ming effortlessly subdued a minor henchman, instructing him to impersonate his likeness and return to the quarters to sleep. Unbeknownst to Wei Qi, he mistakenly believed that the individual accompanying him was Lu Ming himself. Lu Ming quietly slipped out. As long as he avoided entertainment venues and encountered Gabra and the owl, he could easily handle everyone else. After all, the matter of having Wei Qi watch over him was an internal affair and would not be widely disseminated. As Lu Ming adeptly employed his Sharingan along the journey, he ensnared the guards in a web of illusions, deftly extracting information regarding the golden water flower and its accompanying equipment. Although the majority of the guards remained oblivious, a select few possessed knowledge of the general location of the core power chamber. Lu Ming proceeded with utmost caution. Just as he was nearing the power chamber, a sudden flash of red light erupted from the alarm above, and the loudspeaker began to echo, "Intruder alert! Entering level 1 security alert! Intruder alert! Entering level 1 security alert!" Lu Ming could not help but quicken his pace towards the core power chamber, pondering whether he had inadvertently exposed himself. Yet, he had been exceedingly cautious throughout his journey. As he advanced closer to the core power chamber, the alarms grew increasingly frantic. With his heightened perception, Lu Ming skillfully evaded the patrolling guards. Approaching the core power chamber, he not only noticed the densely stationed guards, but also spotted a woman with purple short hair clad in a black bodysuit, hiding within the ventilation ducts. Chapter 14. Infiltration. The woman in the ventilation duct had also taken note of Lu Ming hiding on the opposite side. Once the patrol team had departed, she gracefully descended from the duct. Facing Lu Ming, she flashed a playful smile, her lips curling into a charmingly teasing expression. Her name was Karina, a former accomplice of Nami during her thieving days. Dressed in a form-fitting black outfit, her tall and alluring figure was accentuated by the snug attire. Yet her lovely face bore an intriguing contrast, exuding an air of innocent allure. In Lu Ming's recollection, she had once graced the stage as a chanteuse in the Golden City. Following the defeat of Tesalo, she had seized the opportunity to commandeer the entire Golden Ship. Such audacity. It seemed she had long been coveting Tesalo's fortune. Are you heading to the power chamber? I just came from that direction. It's at the end of this path. Karina smiled as she directed Lu Ming, preparing to turn away. However, Lu Ming grasped her wrist firmly. Karina looked at him with a hint of confusion, and after several futile attempts to break free, she feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, I won't tell anyone that I've seen you. As Lu Ming beheld Karina, who was feigning a pitiful expression with her subtly alluring visage, he felt a twinge of compassion. It was no wonder that even Naomi jested by calling her a vixen. The title was indeed fitting. However, at this pivotal moment, Lu Ming remained resolute, refusing to be swayed by her beauty. His tone unwavering, he demanded, hand over the map to the Golden City. Karina, with her sweet and melodious voice, pleaded, I truly do not possess the map. You are hurting me. Lu Ming remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as he stated, their patrols are now exceedingly frequent. If you do not provide me with the information, once they arrive, you shall find it impossible to escape. A seemingly frail woman, lacking in any formidable strength, daring to infiltrate this place alone was hard to believe without the presence of a meticulously detailed layout. Given that she possessed a map, Lu Ming deemed it unnecessary to risk another incursion into the power room. Instead, utilizing her map to sabotage the Golden Water Flower's apparatus presented itself as a prudent alternative. Observing the hesitant Karina before him, Lu Ming continued to apply verbal pressure. When they arrive, my chances of fleeing will certainly surpass yours. Suddenly, Karina altered her previously pitiful demeanor, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes as she cheerfully replied, Very well, I shall provide you with the map, but you must promise not to flee in the same direction as I do. You must assist me in diverting some of the pursuers. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This woman was indeed a fool. They had not yet been discovered. So how could they discuss sharing the burden of pursuers? Yet, he chose not to reveal this thought. No matter. Karina extracted a scroll resembling a map from the valley of her bosom and handed it to Lu Ming. Noticing that he still firmly grasped her wrist, Karina inquired with a hint of skepticism in her smile, Do you intend to verify the authenticity of the map right here? Lu Ming, holding the warm scroll, realized that this was not an opportune place for a thorough examination, and thus released Karina's hand. Handsome, do remember our agreement. Until we meet again, farewell. After letting go, Karina playfully winked at Lu Ming before turning to depart. With the map in hand, Lu Ming no longer felt the urgency to head towards the power room. Instead, he sprinted towards the designated location as per their arrangement. With the aid of his moonwalk and Sharingan, he swiftly returned to a secluded corner near his residence. However, the moment he unfurled the scroll, a burst of fireworks shot into the sky, exploding in a brilliant display of colors. Lu Ming cast a glance at the scroll in his hand, which indeed contained a meticulously detailed map of the Golden City, with its internal structure vividly displayed. However, what astonished him was the fact that one corner of the scroll was adorned with a yellow signal light that was incessantly flashing, evidently transmitting his location to the outside. His observation haki revealed that the guards, who had been scouring for intruders, were now hastily converging towards his position. Without hesitation, Lu Ming crushed the yellow signal light and swiftly employed the moonwalk technique to glide towards the edge of the ship. Lu Ming thought to himself, this woman is indeed full of cunning schemes. In that instant, he understood the true purpose behind Karina's suggestion to split up. It was to divert the pursuers away from her. Meanwhile, the guards below, guided by two successive signals, had swiftly pinpointed Lu Ming's location and were gradually encircling him. The searchlights above Route Ming's head cast blinding beams of light onto his vicinity, indicating that discovery was imminent. Considering that Teacher Zifa would soon arrive, Route Ming ceased his concealment and swiftly propelled himself toward the edge of the ship using the techniques of shave and moonwalk. Suddenly, an unusual aura surged from beneath the ground, rapidly approaching him. Subsequently, a laser shot forth from the earth towards Route Ming. Fortunately, Thanks to his foresight honed by observation hockey, he deftly sidestepped the attack. Although several more lasers were fired in succession, Route Ming skillfully evaded them, and a figure gradually emerged from the depths. It was none other than Mr. Tanaka, who picked up a walkie-talkie and reported, "We have identified the intruder. It is the celestial dragon agent who boarded earlier. Numerous documents have been stolen from the core power room. A significant quantity of gold has also gone missing from the vault. There are likely accomplices involved. But the other celestial dragon agents who accompanied him are still within the entertainment city." On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Taizolo responded calmly, "Capture him alive. Inform his companions." Clearly, Taizolo wished to prevent this minor incident from jeopardizing his cooperation with the celestial dragons. According to Bakala, they encountered each other only after boarding. "Do you perceive any issues with this?" Taizolo on the phone seemed intrigued, his tone growing somewhat cold. "Inform them of both the vault theft and the breach of the power room. If he is not a celestial dragon agent, I shall ensure he regrets ever being born into this world." Mr. Tanaka and the surrounding guards commenced a frenzied assault on Route Ming, their attacks falling upon him like a torrential storm. However, having undergone rigorous training, Route Ming was undeterred by such widespread onslaughts. He maneuvered through the barrage like a fish gliding through water. Although the attacks posed no threat to him, they significantly hampered his speed. In such critical moments, time was of the essence. The longer he delayed, the more reinforcements would arrive. After approximately 15 minutes of pursuit, Route Ming finally glimpsed the edge of the ship. Simultaneously, he sensed that Gabra and the owl were also closing in rapidly. At that moment, the imposing figure of Deus suddenly rounded the corner, blocking Route Ming's path. Faced with the relentless pursuit of Mr. Tanaka behind him and the imminent arrival of Gabra and the owl from a distance, along with Deus before him, Route Ming realized he was ensnared in a predicament. He swiftly enveloped his wrist with armament hockey and launched an assault on Deus. Black arm? Deus initially expressed his confusion. Then his entire body became enveloped in armament hockey, turning pitch black as he swung his massive fist towards Route Ming. After just a few exchanges, Route Ming sensed Deus's formidable strength. Although his attacks were straightforward, they were imbued with tremendous force, combined with his massive physique and the disruptive assaults from Mr. Tanaka, effectively stalling Route Ming's advance. Nevertheless, every time Route Ming's counterattack struck Deus, the latter displayed a rather satisfied expression, remaining unyielding and motionless. This left Lu Ming somewhat perplexed. He realized that Gabra and the owl had approached within striking distance, prompting him to employ more frequent and elaborate close-range attacks against Deus. Just as Deus was fully absorbed in countering the eel before him, Lu Ming suddenly sidestepped, deftly evading the assault from Mr. Tanaka and Gabra. However, at that very moment, the attacks from Mr. Tanaka and Gabra landed squarely on Deus without fail. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Ming gathered his strength, his armament hockey swirling around his legs like flowing water, entwining them in a delicate embrace. "Try my new technique," he bellowed. "Storm step, shattered stars." With a thunderous shout, a massive wave of slashing energy surged forth, striking Dees. However, Dees, as if in ecstasy, rolled his eyes and collapsed, exclaiming, "So good," as he observed Gabra and Mr. Tanaka approaching. A mocking smile spread across Lu Ming's face as he waved his hand, almost as if to taunt them. In a swift motion, he turned and leapt into the sea, his body carving an elegant arc through the water before vanishing into the depths. Chapter 15. Return due to Gabra and Mr. Tanaka being capable users, they were unable to dive into the sea to search for Lu Ming themselves, resulting in their decision to dispatch dozens of guards to seek him out. However, after an extensive search, they found nothing and were compelled to temporarily abandon their efforts. Meanwhile, after swimming several thousand meters, Lu Ming stealthily returned. Fortunately, during his training with Kaki to hone his observation hockey, he had become adept at navigating without relying on sight, employing only his heightened senses to explore the underwater realm for an extended period. He deftly slipped back to the bottom of the Golden Giant, dismantling the interface of the Golden Fountain according to the schematics, thereby exposing it directly to the sea. This alteration ensured that when the Golden Fountain erupted next, it would spew forth seawater. The seawater would counteract the gold, imprisoning the bodies aboard, undoubtedly plunging the ship into chaos. Having accomplished this, Lu Ming swam once more towards the distant horizon of the Golden Giant, exiting the range of its signal interference. He produced a convenient transponder snail and dialed Zifa's number. Once the connection was established, Lu Ming got straight to the point, stating succinctly, "Master Zifa, this is Lu Ming. Where are you?" On the other end, Zifa replied. According to the lifeguard signal, We are approximately 3 hours away from your location. He inquired with concern. Have you separated from mine? Why have we been unable to contact you for some time? Lu Ming floated in the sea, his gaze directed towards the distant horizon where the light of a small boat glimmered. Although being immersed in the ocean was a commonplace affair for him, the prospect of resting aboard the vessel was a rare and coveted opportunity. It would allow him to recuperate some strength in preparation for the battles that lay ahead. As he soared towards the boat using the moonstep technique, Lu Ming recounted his imminent encounter with Taizolo and the subsequent events to Zephyr in brief. Upon boarding the vessel, Lu Ming was immediately approached by 2 burly men, yet in a mere glance, he subdued one using his Sharingan. He commanded, "Quickly bring me the finest delicacies from your ship." Zifa, upon hearing Lu Ming's account, felt his tone grow somber. He was well aware of the formidable reputation of the Golden Emperor and understood the challenges posed by an awakened devil fruit user. Suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from the transponder snail. "You little rascal, I never anticipated you would become so powerful. Do you recall your words from the past? Cloaked in righteousness. We shall never falter." It was true then, and it remains true now. Lu Ming was elated, unexpectedly encountering Jiaji. Now, with a former general and a promising successor, both possessing strength comparable to that of a general, alongside the fact that the coveted golden water flower had been disrupted, their chances of success had significantly improved. He joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, with 2 esteemed mentors present, I am utterly at ease," just as he relaxed against the side of the boat. Engaging in conversation with the 2, a familiar figure approached, bearing a basin of delectable meat. Lu Ming caught a whiff of a delightful aroma and glanced up to discover Karina. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Is it truly you?" Karina beamed at Lu Ming, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for diverting my pursuers. I made this especially for you." Lu Ming could no longer place his trust in the words of this woman. Employing his Sharingan, he cast an illusion to probe the truth. Once assured that the meat was free of poison, he devoured it heartily, simultaneously dispelling Karina's enchantment. As Karina awoke from the illusion, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her brow, she exhibited no fear towards Lu Ming. Rather, her gaze was filled with a curious excitement. What manner of ability was this? Was it a devil fruit? Lu Ming replied with irritation, "No, it's a fraud detector. Although this woman is cunning, her skills are quite commendable, comparable to Jessica of G8. After devouring the meal with great speed, Lu Ming felt his lost dominance gradually returning. He decided to wait patiently for ZFA's arrival, intending to launch an attack together based on Ein's life card guidance. Suddenly, a sense of alarm struck him. Ein was starting to weaken, her life card diminishing rapidly. An urgent voice from the phone bug interrupted. It was Binzi. Lu Ming felt a sudden tightening in his chest, and he immediately sat up, sensing a twinge of unease. At that moment, Karina interjected, inquiring, "Is it a girl with sea blue, wavy hair?" Lu Ming stood up in excitement, gripping Karina's shoulders tightly. "Do you know her situation?" he inquired fervently. "You're hurting me," Karina exclaimed in a delicate voice. Lu Ming immediately released his grasp, appearing somewhat flustered. "I apologize. I was too agitated. Please, go on." Karina cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming before continuing. "My companions mentioned that when they departed, they were encircling a girl with cerulean waves, intending to present her as the grand finale of the 0 Hours Golden Water Show, only to execute her thereafter." From the other end of the phone, Binzi's astonished voice resonated. "It's over. There's only an hour left until 0 Hour. We won't make it." As he spoke, he was overtaken by tears. Zephyr, suppressing his grief, shouted emphatically, "Full speed ahead. Hurry. Even faster." Lu Ming paused for a moment in silence before saying, "Teacher, I shall go and buy some time." He was perplexed by his newfound courage, for all he truly desired was a tranquil life. Yet, he understood that if he did not take a stand now, peace would elude him in the future. No. The voices of ZFA and Jia Ji resonated simultaneously from the communicator. They mourned the tragic demise of Ein. Yet they were unwilling to let Lu Ming embark on this perilous journey alone. They could not bear to lose another disciple. "Teachers, please have a little faith in me." Lu Ming endeavored to reassure the 2 on the other end of the line, although he himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. "No matter what, we cannot allow it." ZFA and Jia Ji's resolve remained unyielding. Were it their own lives at stake, they might have acted without hesitation. But the thought of sending Lu Ming into danger filled them with reluctance. Hearing their concerns warmed Lu Ming's heart. He recognized this as the essence of familial bonds. With a gentle smile, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "What can I say? I've simply had my share of misfortune. In this situation, It seems I must take the lead. Please do not dissuade me any further. You both must return safely. Should anything happen to you, I will ensure that the entire crew pays the price. ZFA declared fiercely at last. Very well, I shall go, Lu Ming replied before disconnecting the communicator. Karina, having overheard Lu Ming's conversation, asked in disbelief. Are you truly going? Of course. Lu Ming, shedding his usual playful demeanor, adopted a serious tone. With that, he took to the skies, gliding towards the Golden City. Karina watched his retreating figure, contemplating, when will I have someone willing to risk everything for me? As Lu Ming soared through the air, he summoned his system in his mind, gazing at the dwindling 40 points, initially intended to serve as a buffer for the 2 forthcoming tasks. It seemed he would have to utilize them prematurely. A lottery. 40 points. Lu Ming silently wished, please, grant me something magnificent. Congratulations on acquiring Spirit Beast, 10,000 Serpents. Chapter 16. 1v10 Golden City, in the square. At the heart of the square, Ayn was ensnared between 2 colossal golden pillars. Her arms cruelly stretched apart and shackled by golden chains. Her body was enveloped in a thick layer of gold, as though sculpted into a work of art. With only her head exposed, displaying an expression of profound agony. On either side of the square, 2 gigantic golden statues loomed, each brandishing a sharp golden axe, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Ayn found herself beneath the watchful gaze of these imposing figures. Tazolo sat in an isolated box on one side, his eyes ablaze with madness and excitement. Wrapped in bandages, Deus stood to his left, while Mr. Tianzhong and Bacala stood to his right and behind him, all wearing smiles as if celebrating a grand festival. In the prime seats below the box, Gabra, the Owl, Weichu, Raoji, Monet, and Mad Tolega sat side by side, their faces adorned with cruel smiles, evidently eager for the impending execution. The pirates in the stands were in a frenzy, shouting and clamoring for Ayn's swift demise. Their voices were rife with violence and hatred, as though they sought to unleash all their dissatisfaction and fury upon this unfamiliar girl. Tazolo slowly rose, elegantly raising a hand to commence the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The pirates, ignited by the count, became even more fervent. Their anticipation palpable as they yearned to witness Ayn's execution, their bloodshot eyes wide with excitement, fearing they might miss a moment, their words turning increasingly crude. Kill the bitch. Kill her. Kill her. Observing the scene before him, Tazolo's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us revel in this splendid execution. As his voice echoed, the golden statues appeared to come alive, swinging their golden axes towards Ayn. Despair enveloped her as she tightly closed her eyes, awaiting the approach of death. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. At Lu Ming's command, searing fire dragons erupted from behind the stand, hurtling towards the descending axe and golden statues. Lu Ming swiftly glided to Ayn's side with a moonwalk. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Tazolo's momentary surprise quickly transformed into raucous laughter. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. His laughter brimmed with arrogance, declaring, since you dare to return, let us all perish together. The pirates, momentarily silenced by the interruption of the execution, erupted once more at Tazolo's words. Kill them. Turn them into statues. Their cries were steeped in violence and cruelty. Ayn cast a glance at the bystander, Lu Ming, his eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions. Lu Ming surveyed the surrounding pirates, unfamiliar faces clamoring for his demise. Perhaps it was the brutality and darkness that truly characterized this world of piracy, with Luffy and his companions remaining but a rare exception. Taisolo elegantly unfurled his arms, seemingly relishing this moment of delay. He bore no concern for Lu Ming's potential escape. Rather, he yearned to witness the fear and despair that death would instill in him. Yet, Lu Ming regarded him with a scornful gaze, as if Taisolo were the one who should be consumed by terror. The intensity of Taisolo's anger swelled within him as he beheld Lu Ming's defiance. With a brooding smile, he declared, Do you believe your triumph will last long? I shall introduce you to the depths of true hell. Golden Deluge. At Taisolo's command, several colossal nozzles within the golden wheel emitted a deep, resonant roar. However, this time, instead of the usual golden powder, torrents of seawater were thrust skyward, cascading down upon the city like a torrential rain. In this unexpected deluge, those ensnared by Taisolo's golden dust felt its grip swiftly wane. Pirates, navy personnel, revolutionaries, and spies, once bound to the city's underbelly and engaged in menial tasks, now broke free from their restraints, swiftly rising in rebellion. The entertainment district, once filled with laughter, was plunged into chaos. The air was rife with the sounds of conflict and cries as the city spiraled into an uncontrollable uprising. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to liberate the shackled Ain from the golden confines. Yet, in that very moment, Monet launched a sudden ambush against Lu Ming. Blizzard. Lu Ming reacted swiftly, unleashing the fire release, Great Fireball. The Great Fireball effectively countered Monet's assault, and amidst the smoke generated by the clash of snow and fire, Lu Ming promptly scooped up Ain, propelling himself towards the outskirts of the arena with a graceful moonlit step. However, Gabra, the owl, and Weiqi closely pursued, employing the same moonlit step to relentlessly follow him. In the air, they launched a fierce onslaught. Galefoot, Lotus Blossom, Galefoot, Pack of Wolves, Iron Block, Jade. In an instant, a myriad of techniques intertwined to form a lethal net, ensnaring Lu Ming and Ain. Confronted with the combined might of these three adversaries, Lu Ming recognized that this was no moment to conserve his energy. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength. Galefoot, Shattered Stars. This strike harnessed the formidable power of Flowing Cherry, momentarily repelling Gabra, the owl, and Weiqi. However, the enormous expenditure of energy left Lu Ming's body trembling slightly in the air due to fatigue. Yet, he could afford no further hesitation. He clutched Ain tightly and continued to soar forward. At that moment, Ain gently caressed Lu Ming's cheek, her eyes reflecting a blend of tenderness and resolve. She softly implored, "You shouldn't have come. Let me down. You still have a chance to escape alone." Though her tone was gentle, it conveyed an undeniable determination. Despite her words, she had ventured into the entertainment venue out of concern for Lu Ming, drawn by the announcement alerting the search for intruders, which ultimately led to her capture. Lu Ming lowered his gaze to the rapidly approaching figures of Des, Raoji, Monet, and Mad Talega, then lifted his eyes to the three relentless pursuers from CP9 in the sky. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he addressed Ain, reassuringly stating, "It will be fine. We will all escape safely." Though his voice was soft, it brimmed with confidence. Ain, gazing at Lu Ming's assured countenance, felt a warm surge within her heart. She understood that this man had ventured into this perilous realm for her sake. Clinging tightly to Lu Ming, she seemed to wish to convey her strength to him, while simultaneously preparing herself to face death alongside him. At that moment, the long-absent Tezelo suddenly approached Lu Ming through the flowing gold on the ground. Under his command, the gold writhed as if alive, swiftly entwining around his arm. With a cold smirk, he declared, "The game is over. Gold Bomb." Lu Ming was taken aback, hastily shielding the precious Ain in his embrace. "Iron Block," he shouted, attempting to fend off Taizolo's assault. Following a resounding crash, Lu Ming was hurled away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt as though his very organs had been displaced, yet he paid no heed to the pain, struggling to rise. Ain let out a soft whimper in his arms. But fortunately, thanks to Lu Ming's protection, she had not sustained any serious injuries. Lu Ming rose to his feet, gazing at the adversaries encircling him with an unwavering resolve. 10 formidable figures, including Taizolo, Des, Gabra, Raoji, Monet, and Mad Talega, had formed an impregnable ring around him. Despite the perilous situation, Lu Ming maintained his composure and poise. A subtle smile graced his lips as he addressed Taizolo, remarking on the opulence of their assembly. Taizolo, with a cold and piercing stare, surveyed the dust-laden Lu Ming, a fierce glint illuminating his eyes. He enunciated each word with chilling precision. "From now on, you are forbidden to smile without my permission. Remember this well. I shall only say it once." His tone was laced with menace and authority, as if he had already foreseen the tragic fate that awaited Lu Ming in his grasp. Lu Ming helped Ain to her feet, standing side by side with her. As Ain looked up at Lu Ming, she noticed a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, which alleviated her fear to some extent. Gabra mocked from the side, "You are truly foolish. You've even run in the wrong direction. Now that we are so far from the ship, I wonder where you think you can escape to?" Lu Ming let out a laugh that left everyone perplexed and retorted, "Do you even know where this place is?" Gabra, taken aback by Lu Ming's response, countered, "You are on the brink of death. Does the location truly matter?" Lu Ming gently embraced Ain beside him and whispered, "Be cautious." This peculiar gesture left Ain and Tezelo bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, Lu Ming stamped his right foot with great force, and a strange pattern rapidly spread outward from its center. The pattern, a deep shade of black and purple, seemed to harbor an enigmatic power. Tezelo, observing the markings on the ground, was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. He shouted, "Attack!" and the others rushed to assault Lu Ming. However, it was too late. As the pattern solidified, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from the center, scattering everyone in its wake. Before them loomed an enormous black and purple serpent, its presence overwhelming. The serpent flicked its long tongue, its triangular eyes surveying each individual. The air thickened with an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spines of all present. Even Tezelo, facing the colossal serpent, experienced an unprecedented terror. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stood atop the serpent's head, holding Ein, his gaze cold and indifferent as he looked down upon the crowd. His eyes were as frigid as a glacial lake, instilling fear in those who dared to meet his stare. In the face of this power, he appeared as a demon lord from the depths of hell, towering above the others. Chapter 17. 10,000 serpents humans, since you dare to summon me. You should be well aware of the rules, the serpent declared arrogantly, its gaze fixed disdainfully on Tezelo and the others below. Even Tezelo, well versed in the wonders of the new world, was taken aback by the serpent's ability to speak. Lu Ming naturally understood the rules articulated by the myriad serpents. This formidable entity, even when the infamous Orochimaru sought its assistance, demanded the offering of 100 souls as living sacrifices. He lowered his demeanor and cautiously replied, "Understood, understood. Apart from the two of us, everyone aboard this vessel is prepared as offerings for you." The myriad serpents let out a cold huff, clearly aware of Lu Ming's unspoken thoughts. However, it was in a relatively good mood this time, and with all individuals confined to the ship, consuming them would not pose too much trouble. Hence, it chose not to press the matter further. At this juncture, Rao Ji, possessing slightly more experience than his companions, quickly regained his composure from the shock. He decisively launched an attack. Earth Elder Fist, lumbar pain technique. The myriad serpents emitted a pained shriek, evidently taken aback by the extraordinary offensive power exhibited by the inhabitants of this realm. It swiftly swung its enormous purple tail, aiming a ferocious strike at Rao Ji. This assault, akin to that of an elephant, lacked any finesse, relying solely on the sheer force of its massive physique, simple yet profoundly effective. Rao Ji was violently propelled away, crashing through dozens of structures before finally coming to a halt. Lu Ming stood atop the colossal serpent, cautioning, "They harbor an intense fear of water. Is there any way to breach the ship's hull?" Despite its immense size, the serpent exhibited remarkable agility. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, it promptly lowered its head and, utilizing its robust physique, directly burrowed into the ship's bottom. In that instant, the hull trembled violently, and the illumination of the grand golden vessel extinguished, causing all weaponry and equipment to cease functioning. The ship halted its forward momentum and began to tilt slightly. "This is bad. It's the engine room." "Mr. Tanaka," exclaimed in alarm, quickly contacting the engine room to redirect the main cannon towards the interior, aiming at the newly emerged python. However, it was too late. "Damn brat." Taisolo growled furiously, surveying his surroundings. He witnessed countless guards, paralyzed with fear by the enormous serpent, fleeing in panic. Freed slaves began to wreak havoc in the city center. The trio of CP9, having witnessed the fate of Lao Ji, adopted a cautious demeanor, refraining from reckless assaults. They chose to observe from a distance to ensure their safety. Although they had established a preliminary alliance with Taisolo, they understood the necessity of caution. The strength of Taisolo was the foundation of their collaboration. If he failed to manage the ensuing chaos, their future cooperation would be jeopardized. Mad Tolega had vanished without a trace. He was not one of Taisolo's subordinates, but merely had a contractual relationship with him. With the situation evidently favoring Taisolo, he was willing to reap the benefits. Yet amid the turmoil aboard the ship, he had no desire to become embroiled in the conflict. Aside from Monet, who went to check on Lao Ji's condition, only Des, Mr. Tanaka, and Bakara remained engaged in battle against the python. However, the meager strength of these three appeared insignificant in the face of the serpent. Merely defending themselves from its jaws was a daunting task, let alone confronting it. Veins bulged on Taisolo's forehead, his rage palpable. He understood all too well that failing to swiftly regain control of the situation would not only shatter his collaboration with the celestial dragons, but could also obliterate everything he had painstakingly built. All the gold within Golden City surged toward Taisolo like a torrent, and he sneered, "Brat, you indeed possess some skill, but this is where it ends." The golden waves erupted like fierce cannon fire, targeting the agitated throngs in the city. With each wave that crashed down, both the rebellious slaves and the guards attempting to quell the insurrection were transformed into golden statues. A cruel satisfaction gleamed in Taisolo's eyes. "No one can escape my grasp. Just one more capture is all it takes." The serpent, too, was caught in the tumult of the golden tide, yet it swiftly executed its shedding technique, artfully evading the onslaught of the golden waves. At the behest of Lu Ming, the myriad serpents swiftly traversed the ocean, cleansing themselves entirely of the residual influence of gold. Following the accumulation of gold, a colossal golden giant, comparable in size to the myriad serpents, stood resplendently atop the great vessel, emanating a dazzling yellow radiance. Gabra gazed intently at the golden giant, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Has the fruit's power awakened? It seems the rumors hold truth. This will soon come to a conclusion." The owl, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Shall we intervene to assist him?" Gabra transformed back into his human form and replied, "There is no need. He is more than capable of handling this on his own. It appears he indeed possesses the qualifications to collaborate with us." Golden divine fire. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from the eyes of the golden giant, shooting forth like a laser towards the myriad serpents. They emitted a piercing wail. Struggling in agony, the serpent cast off Lu Ming from its head, glaring at him with resentment. A tremor coursed through Lu Ming's heart. After engaging in such a formidable battle, it became evident that if he failed to prepare offerings in advance next time, the summoned entity might very well devour him first. Having shaken off the myriad snakes, it swiftly advanced towards the golden giant. A stream of venom was unleashed, instantly corroding a significant portion of the giant's left arm. Subsequently, the myriad snakes coiled around the golden giant's form, binding it securely. In an instant, the golden giant exhibited fine fissures under the constricting pressure of the snakes. At that moment, several golden pillars sprouted from the giant's crown, resembling swords piercing towards the heavens. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart tightened, sensing the impending danger. Although the 10,000 serpents possessed formidable strength, their understanding of such adversaries was insufficient. This close-quarters combat posed no threat to the golden giant. Rather, it provided Taizolo with an opportunity to launch an attack, just as he intended to rush forward to warn the 10,000 serpents. Several swift kicks from Gabra and the owl, employing the shave technique, quickly closed in on Lu Ming, preventing him from approaching the 10,000 serpents. The golden pillar atop the golden giant gradually converged, forming a massive missile-like object. By the time the 10,000 serpents recognized the danger, it was already too late. The golden giant embraced the 10,000 serpents with both hands, tightly constraining their form. Golden divine punishment. With a resounding crash, the 10,000 serpents, struck at close range, were forced to tumble down, entangled with the golden giant. At that moment, the golden giant violently grasped the head of the 10,000 serpents, and the previously corroded left arm rapidly restored itself under the flow of gold, rearmoring. He coldly glared at the 10,000 serpents, uttering, "Die, beast." Meanwhile, Lu Ming, enduring the assault from the 3 CP9 members, hurriedly rushed forward and made contact with the incapacitated form of the 10,000 serpents on the ground. Golden Inferno. The attack swiftly dispersed a sudden plume of white smoke, leveling the structures before him in an instant. Fortunately, he succeeded in reversing the summoning of the 10,000 serpents back to the dragon cave, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. However, Lu Ming also found himself exhausted from overexerting his powers. In that moment of reversing the summoning, he was struck by the pointed guns of the 3 CP9 members, blood gushing from several holes in his back. Taizolo coldly regarded Lu Ming, who lay on the ground, declaring, "It's over. You shall die as well." His colossal golden fist rose high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Zephyr suddenly appeared, shattering the blaster and toppling the golden giant to the ground. The 3 CP9 members were swiftly sent flying by a powerful blow from the approaching Kaji, who employed advanced haki. Around the massive wheel, the lights of the warships flickered incessantly. Navy soldiers quickly erected floating structures connecting to the giant wheel, surging in from all directions. Chapter 18. The conclusion. What is happening? Where did the Navy come from? Confusion washed over Taizolo as he piloted the golden giant, suddenly feeling a tremendous impact. Zephyr, utilizing observation haki, swiftly pinpointed Taizolo's location, instantly appearing at the head of the golden giant and gripping it tightly with advanced haki. Crushing short strike. With a thunderous explosion, the head of the golden giant was obliterated, and Taizolo was violently ejected from the giant's form by the force of the blast. It turned out that the destruction of the power core enabled Zephyr to catch up to the now incapacitated golden will so swiftly. Simultaneously, with the core power chamber lost, all functions of the giant wheel were forced to cease, allowing the Navy's ships to approach silently. As this realization dawned upon him, a glint of malice flashed in Taizolo's eyes as he gazed at Lu Ming, who lay on the ground. At this moment, Binz, having descended from the warship, effortlessly captured the severely injured Deus. Subsequently, he engaged in a fierce battle with Mr. Tanaka. Due to the unique characteristic of the, which allows traversal only through inanimate objects, the flourishing fruit of Binzi proves to be a formidable adversary for Mr. Tanaka. Meanwhile, Shuzwa swiftly engages in a fierce battle with the arriving Raoji and Monet. Other naval soldiers, under the leadership of several officers, surge into the ship from all directions, instantly transforming the vessel into a tumultuous battleground. On the other hand, Jackie finds himself confronting the trio from CP9 alone. Faced with their adept mastery of the 6 styles, he ponders whether they belong to CP9 or CP0. Although he has heard of these 2 clandestine spy organizations, which overshadow CP1 to CP8, he has yet to engage with them directly. The unfamiliar figures and their proficient techniques prompt his suspicion. Gabra, Owl, and Wei Chi exchange glances, fully aware of Jackie's reputation. Gabra exclaims, "This old man is a vice admiral. Do not hold back. Attack together." The trio nods in tacit agreement and launches a relentless assault on Jackie. Owl utilizes his abilities to create multiple clones, encircling Jackie completely. These phantoms flit about like specters, making it exceedingly difficult to discern their true forms. Wei Chi activates Life Return, transforming his hair into numerous hands with outstretched fingers, akin to the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, as they advance upon Jackie. Meanwhile, Gabra instantly enters his Beastman form, his muscles swelling with newfound strength. The 3 attacks converge upon Jackie. Beastly Technique, Owl's Frenzied Fist. Life Return, Lion's Finger Gun. Iron Block, Wolf Hunt, hands from all directions. Owl's Frenzied Fist descends like a tempest, while Wei Chi's Lion's Finger Gun strikes like a bolt of lightning. Gabra's Iron Block ensnares Jackie with unyielding force. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Jackie remains vigilant. He swiftly gathers Haki in his hands, channeling it into a substantial wave of light that radiates outward from his center. Song of the Seagull. This technique is one of Jackie's prized moves. The wave of light collides with the trio's attacks in a thunderous clash, completely neutralizing their assault and sending them reeling backward. Jackie stands his ground, unperturbed. On another battlefield, Bakara rushes forward to assist Tezolo, who is outside the Golden Giant. She activates the ability of her luck fruit, transferring all the luck she had gathered from the previous guards to Tezolo. However, having siphoned too much luck, a massive hole suddenly bursts open at the bottom of the Golden Giant's cabin, allowing seawater to surge uncontrollably into the vessel. On the Navy's side, the soldiers have successfully carried the unconscious Ein back to the warship. They are preparing to rescue Looming when they suddenly notice Tezolo rising in fury and charging towards Looming. He could not tolerate the individual who wreaked havoc upon his life departing unscathed, while Zephyr remained vigilant, fixating on Tezolo, preventing him from launching an attack on Looming. A fierce duel between dominance and martial prowess unfolded between the two. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Benz harnessed the powers of the verdant fruit, ensnaring Mr. Tanaka with vegetation, thus concluding that skirmish. Over at Kaki's position, he exhibited formidable strength, compelling the trio of CP9 to retreat. His strikes were both fierce and precise, rendering the 3 unable to approach, leaving them no choice but to flee. Kaki, however, chose to refrain from further pursuit. On the other hand, Kyusuk found himself unable to withstand the combined assault of Lao Ji and Monet, being immobilized in place by Monet's snow fruit abilities. Although Zephyr's prowess surpassed that of Tezolo, who had endured multiple battles, his age took a toll, leading to rapid exhaustion. During their exchange, he gasped for breath, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Looming gradually rose to his feet, preparing to join his naval comrades in confronting Bakara. However, the ship suddenly began to sway violently, and the distant cries of the Navy echoed. "Oh no, the ship is taking on water." At this moment, Tizolo, consumed by rage, disregarded the peril facing the vessel and charged recklessly toward Zephyr. The 3 members of CP9, upon hearing the news of the flooding, realized that remaining in this perilous situation would be unwise. They exchanged glances, coming to a mutual decision to retreat. Jackie, eager to assist Zephyr in swiftly concluding the battle, urged the trio, "You may leave. I shall not impede your exit." Relieved, they hastily departed the scene. Jackie then rushed toward the battleground where Zephyr and Tizolo clashed, launching an armed color shockwave at Bakara before swiftly joining the fray alongside Zephyr and Tizolo. With Jackie's intervention, the tide of battle swiftly shifted in favor of Zephyr. Rao Ji, Monet, and the 3 members of CP9 found themselves in a different predicament. Aligned with Tizolo as fellow pirates, they were, in essence, in the same boat. Should Taizolo be defeated, the Navy would undoubtedly pursue them as well. As they prepared to join the fight, Binz appeared just in time to block their path. Lu Ming understood that if given a little more time, Jackie and Zephyr would bring about Taizolo's downfall. Thus, he, despite his injuries, joined the battle against Binz and the others. Crushing tornado. Zephyr gasped for breath, finally overcoming the battered Taizolo. Sensing the dire turn of events, Rao Ji unleashed the ultimate technique of the Earth Lord Fist. He instantaneously released the power he had stored from his youth, delivering a devastating blow to both Lu Ming and Binz with the G stamp. At this juncture, the Golden Giant well had largely submerged beneath the waves. Observing the remaining Rao Ji and Monet, Zephyr remarked without hesitation, "The outcome is clear. I advise you to cease your futile resistance." Suddenly, Jackie shouted, looking skyward in alarm, "Oh no." A cacophony erupted from above. The Navy. Monet looked up, her face lighting with surprise as she exclaimed, "Young master." The figure descending was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the former king of Dressrosa. Zephyr's gaze hardened upon Doflamingo, clenching his fists as a mixture of emotions surged within him. Meanwhile, a flamingo ship slowly approached the submerged giant vessel. Doflamingo, eyeing Zephyr and Jackie, flashed his trademark wicked grin and inquired, "Navy, do you wish to continue?" Jackie extended a hand to halt Zephyr, addressing Doflamingo, "No, today is sufficient. We shall settle the remaining accounts another day." Jackie was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, they could not afford to engage the fully operational Don Quixote family. Moreover, Doflamingo, as a warlord of the sea, possessed special privileges granted by the government, rendering any confrontation impractical. Zephyr, on the sidelines, hesitated to speak, but upon noticing Jackie's subtle cue, fell silent. Doflamingo, a shrewd individual, discerned that while the Navy appeared to be at a disadvantage, should a desperate battle ensue, the two before him were not to be trifled with. Thus, he seized the moment, smiling, "Take him with us. We shall depart." Lao Ji, with Tezolo in one hand and Baccarat in the other, returned to Ming Ji's ship alongside Monet. As for the others who had been captured by the Navy, their release was, of course, out of the question. Chapter 19. The traitor within the G-14 branch base, Lu Ming, thoroughly wrapped in bandages, was engaged in a fierce eating contest with the similarly bound Xiozhua and Binzi in the Navy mess hall, wagering their dignity as men. Such vitality. Kaji, cigarette in mouth, approached the trio with a smile. Lu Ming held a bowl of rice in one hand, his words muffled as he inquired, "By the way, how did you end up here?" He seemed apprehensive that uttering another word might cost him the dining competition. For, a seemingly casual remark from Shiki, the Golden Lion, nearly caused Xiozhua, who was devouring his meal beside him, to choke. The once boisterous cafeteria instantly fell into a profound silence due to Shiki's words. Golden Lion Shiki, the first pirate to have ever escaped from Impel Down, was once renowned alongside the pirate king Gold, Roger, and the formidable Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Lu Ming exhibited a look of astonishment. Could it be that misfortune clung to him so tenaciously? Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of a Desaro, he now faced the prospect of encountering a Golden Lion. The system's mission had yet to commence, yet his life already seemed precariously in jeopardy. Jiaji surveyed the surrounding Navy personnel, who awaited his further remarks, and with a hint of embarrassment, reassured them, "There is no need for concern. He is not in the vicinity." Upon hearing Jiaji's words, the Navy resumed their usual boisterous chatter reminiscent of the mess hall. However, Jiaji leaned closer to Lu Ming and whispered, "He only recently departed from the New World and is likely traversing the earlier segments of the sea." Jiaji's expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. Given his actions, it seems he intends to reorganize a pirate fleet. Yet, for reasons unknown, he has ventured into the earlier segments of the sea. I managed to track him to an island named Vermiu, but to my dismay, the entire island vanished the following day. At this juncture, Jiaji reclined back in his chair, crossing his legs and shifting the conversation with a mischievous grin. "Coincidentally, I heard from Teacher Zifro about your ambush and your subsequent disappearance, so I followed. I saved your life. You ought to express your gratitude." Upon witnessing Jiaji's smile, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, How should I express my gratitude to you?" "Join me in pursuing the Golden Lion," Jiaji replied nonchalantly, causing Lu Ming to rise in astonishment. Binzi abruptly stood as well, excitedly clutching his bowl and exclaiming, "I finished first. I am the victor of this contest." Lu Ming forcefully pushed open the door and fixed his gaze on Jia, questioning, "Why me?" Jia also rose to his feet, leaning on the table with a grin. and replied, "It's because we have a special connection." Lu Ming vehemently shook his head in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no. I am doing splendidly well under Master Zfa's guidance. And there are countless pirates in the New World awaiting our eradication." Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Jiaji feigned a troubled demeanor as he stepped outside, murmuring, "The floating restaurant, Baratai, which you previously tasked me to locate in the earlier sea regions, has indeed been found. I had intended to escort you there, but it seems that will not be possible now." Turning back, he flashed a mischievous grin at Lu Ming, adding, "As you are aware, the East Sea is vast, and a wandering restaurant is quite a challenge to find. You're quite ruthless." Lu Ming muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth in exasperation. With only a year remaining before Luffy set sail, he truly needed to head to the Baratai to bide his time for Zoro's two companions, Joseph, Johnny, and Akin. Jiaji, observing the expression on Lu Ming's face, realized he had succeeded. While he did not comprehend Lu Ming's fervent desire to visit Baratai, he acknowledged that as long as it was effective, that was sufficient. He believed Lu Ming possessed potential. The recent Taizolo incident had been handled exceptionally well, showcasing his strength, albeit marred by a tendency toward laziness. Without employing a few cunning tactics, he found it challenging to keep him in check. Jiaji waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder, stating, "No rush, prioritize your recovery, and then we shall depart." Binzi, somewhat bewildered, patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and inquired curiously, "Where are you planning to go?" Lu Ming replied helplessly, "I shall go and confront the Golden Lion." Binz and the incessantly coughing Shiozua both gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Subsequently, Shiozua and Binz continued to drape their arms over Lu Ming's shoulders, their faces adorned with mischievous grins, and quietly reminded him, "You've lost the match, so the expenses there will be on you." Lu Ming gazed at the two of them and helplessly shrugged his shoulders, saying, all right, but why the rush? At least wait until I have fully recovered from my injuries before we embark on any adventures." However, Shiozua jokingly countered, "That simply won't do. You intend to challenge the Golden Lion. Who can guarantee that you will return to fulfill your promise?" Haha. Binzi, standing nearby, nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed. Shiozua is quite considerate." Lu Ming widened his eyes, looking at the two with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Well, it seems you don't wish me well at all." Just as the three were engaged in their playful banter, Major General Dor of the G-14 base approached them with measured steps. Dor was clad in a dark short-sleeved shirt and leather pants, adorned with a spiked necklace around her neck and hoop earrings dangling from her ears. Her short, sleek dark hair accentuated her commanding presence. As one of the few female major generals in the Navy, she exuded an aura of authority. Upon her arrival, the trio immediately ceased their frivolity, adopting a more serious demeanor. In unison, they greeted, "Good afternoon, Major General Dor." Dor smiled gently at them before announcing, "I bring you good news." The three responded in chorus, "What good news?" Dor retrieved a document from her pocket, placing it delicately on the table as she continued. "In light of Brigadier Lu Ming and Brigadier Ein's successful infiltration into enemy territory, the dismantling of the Gulen Tezelo, the capture of thousands of pirates, and the rescue of hundreds of Navy personnel, you have all achieved remarkable feats. Therefore, Headquarters has decided to promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral. Additionally, Binzi and Shiozua will also be recognized with first-class merits for their invaluable assistance." Upon hearing this news, the three exchanged joyous glances. However, before Lu Ming could fully relish the moment, Shiozua suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by inspiration, "You've been promoted. A salary increase. You must take us to more upscale places for a lavish time." Dor looked at Shiozua, puzzled by his sudden outburst, while Lu Ming swiftly covered Shiozua's mouth. Dor's gaze held a hint of inquiry, and feeling a bit awkward, Lu Ming attempted to deflect the situation with a jest, "A more upscale restaurant. I mentioned treating them to a meal before. Hehehe." Yet, Dor appeared unconvinced. Observing her skeptical expression, Lu Ming felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Binzi stepped in to ease the tension, cheerfully chiming in, Yes. Major General Dor regarded the trio, aware of their evident reticence, and with a light smile. She chose not to press further, instead teasing Lu Ming, "Your G8 truly is a place of hidden talents, brimming with exceptional individuals." Upon noticing that Dole refrained from further inquiries, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and seized the opportunity to ask, "Oh? Has anyone else from the G8 been promoted recently? Are you unaware?" "Our deputy base commander, Virgo," Dole replied. "You all were previously in the G8. Surely you must be acquainted with him." At the mention of Virgo's name, Lu Ming was taken aback, casting a look of astonishment at Dole. Almost in disbelief as he inquired, "Is he the one from G5? No, it couldn't be. You claim not to know him. Yet you are aware of General Virgo's reassignment to G5. Dole continued to chuckle. Lu Ming received an affirmative response and suddenly stood up, his eyes wide as he gazed at Dole. Is it the G5? The ghost bamboo? Noticing Lu Ming's intense reaction, Dole appeared somewhat puzzled. Yes, is there a problem? Xiao Zhua and Bin Zi, observing the situation, also detected Lu Ming's unusual behavior and inquired earnestly, what is the matter? Does this individual pose an issue? A sudden surge of fragmented memories flooded Lu Ming's mind. He recalled that during the dismantling of an underground criminal stronghold, he had suspected Virgo's involvement. Subsequently, he had been deceived and lured out to sea, where he encountered the ambush of the rogue knight, Doma. These disjointed fragments gradually pieced together a coherent picture in Lu Ming's consciousness. The scattered clues suddenly intertwined, illuminating the darkness like a brilliant flash of lightning. He realized why he had been oblivious to the hostility directed at him from within G8. It was because that individual had been reassigned to the G14 base after the incident. As he reflected on the details of the Fire Rock Island event, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Everything had been orchestrated by Virgo. Now, with the conspiracy thwarted, he sought to clandestinely transfer away. Thinking of Ain, who still lay in a hospital bed, he fixed a determined gaze upon Dole and solemnly inquired, "Where's Virgo now?" He should be preparing to set sail at the F5 port. Upon hearing this news, Lu Ming hesitated not for a moment and swiftly made his way towards the port. Chapter 20. Promotion to Major General at the F5 port of the G14 base. Sunlight cascaded upon the tranquil surface of the sea, reflecting myriad golden specks. Lu Ming stormed into the port, his expression a deep shade of anger. Within the bustling harbor, dozens of naval officers were diligently transferring Virgo's personal belongings onto a warship. A group of sailors surrounded Virgo, bidding him farewell, their faces reflecting both nostalgia and respect. Wearing sunglasses, with remnants of a beef pie clinging to his lips, Virgo appeared effortlessly charming, reminiscent of a composed gentleman. As he noticed the furious Lu Ming approaching, he offered a gentle smile and, with an air of sophistication, inquired, "Ah, Lu Ming. Congratulations on your promotion to Major General." Lu Ming disregarded the gazes of those around him, his unwavering stare fixed upon Virgo, his tightly clenched fists trembling with intensity. He advanced step by step towards Virgo, and the group of Navy personnel, perceiving his furious demeanor, instinctively positioned themselves between him and Virgo, their expressions a mix of caution and inquiry. "Major General, what are your intentions?" However, Virgo, with a congenial demeanor, addressed the Navy officers standing before him, saying, "Thank you all. Allow me to converse with him privately. After all, we both hail from G8, and I believe we may share some common ground." The officers displayed hesitation. The one stationed directly in front of Virgo seemed poised to voice a concern, yet upon witnessing Virgo's earnest countenance, he ultimately refrained, casting a warning glance at Lu Ming instead. Subsequently, they dispersed, clearing a relatively open space for the two individuals. Lu Ming fixed his gaze upon the corner of Virgo's mouth, which bore an ambiguous smile, his tone icy. "There is no need for pretense. I have recalled everything. You are one of Doflamingo's lackeys." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Virgo initially appeared startled, but swiftly concealed his elegant demeanor, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "You shall address me as Mr. Virgo. I never anticipated that the eruption on Fire Rock Island would fail to claim your lives. It is indeed you." Lu Ming's conviction solidified within him, and he enveloped his fists with armament hockey. Virgo continued his tirade. "Tesoro is also a worthless fool, unable to eliminate even that girl." The thought of the severely injured Ein ignited a blaze of fury within Lu Ming. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch directly into Virgo's face. Virgo slowly turned his head, facing the furious Lu Ming. Rather than retaliate, he calmly continued, "Do not rush. Doflamingo has prepared a grand gift for you." In the distance, the Navy personnel observed the unfolding scene, hastily arming themselves and encircling Lu Ming. Their eyes brimmed with suspicion. Clearly displeased with Lu Ming's actions, the leading officer bellowed, "What are you doing? This is G14 base." Just as the crowd prepared to close in on Lu Ming, Xiao Zhua and Bin Zi, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived at the scene. Bin Zi swiftly positioned himself before Lu Ming, his gaze fixed intently on Virgo, whispering, "You are gravely injured. If a confrontation arises, allow me to take charge." Observing the situation, Xiao Zhua quickly commanded the Navy behind him, "Brothers, raise your weapons. We are not to be trifled with." As the tension between both factions reached its zenith, A resonant voice echoed from behind. What is happening here? I am not yet deceased. Everyone turned to see Zfa and Dor walking side by side towards them. Noticing Lu Ming's earlier demeanor, Dor had sensed the potential for an unusual occurrence and promptly sought out Zfa. However, the unfolding events surpassed her expectations. Zfa, addressing the crowd, granted Lu Ming no opportunity for explanation, declaring with authority, "Everyone disperse immediately. You are all Navy. Such behavior is utterly unbecoming." As a former admiral and long-serving chief instructor of the Navy, Zfa's stature and command compelled obedience. Soon, the previously confrontational factions began to disperse. Virgo cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ming before boarding the warship bound for G5 base. Lu Ming, Xiozhua, and Binzi obediently followed behind Zfa, refraining from uttering another word. Zfa turned to Dor with an apologetic smile, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble my subordinates have caused you." Dor politely replied, "In such circumstances, it is thanks to your guidance, teacher Zfa." Subsequently, Zfa led the three away from F5 Harbor. On their return journey, Zfa softly addressed the trio behind him. "Youth often acts impulsively. Remember, a small lack of patience can disrupt grand plans. Had I not been present today, the military law would have dealt with you, leaving you with no avenue for appeal. Learn this lesson well and exercise greater caution in your future endeavors. The internal corruption within the Navy is far more prevalent than you can imagine." Following this incident, Zfa chose not to linger at the G14 base any longer and instead headed to the G2 branch, where his former disciple, Vice Admiral Gumier, was stationed. After a few months of recuperation at the G2 branch, everyone's health had completely restored. Today, Ai-In appeared markedly different. She had exchanged her customary uniform for an elegant brown bodycon dress. The fabric of the dress exuded a luxurious smoothness, with her voluptuous figure barely concealed beneath the garment. The fitted brown dress accentuated her curvaceous silhouette, while her alluring long legs were clad in black sheer stockings, the pale skin beneath casting an ethereal allure. Draped in the Navy's signature grand cloak, she added a touch of majesty to her entire ensemble. In honor of this special occasion, Zfa, Jiaji, and the head of the G2 branch, Gumier, had thoughtfully arranged a modest promotion ceremony. Lu Ming observed the slightly anxious Ein beside him and teasingly remarked, "There's no need to be nervous. I've heard that a major's salary is 3 times that of a colonel, which means our future entertainment options will be far more diverse." However, Ein's anxiety stemmed not from the impending promotion ceremony, but from her burgeoning feelings for Lu Ming. After spending considerable time with him, she realized that she harbored a certain affection for this man. Each time she laid eyes on him, her heart would race, and a rosy hue would bloom upon her cheeks. Today, she had deliberately chosen to wear black stockings, hoping to conceal the scars on her legs, striving to present a more flawless version of herself before Lu Ming. During the promotion ceremony, Zfa conferred the military rank upon Ein, while Jiaji did the same for Lu Ming. As the conferral unfolded, Jiaji mysteriously leaned towards Lu Ming and whispered, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Lu Ming looked at Jiaji with a hint of exasperation, pondering what mischief this fellow was up to again. Nevertheless, he replied, "Today, I am in a good mood. Let us first hear some pleasant news." Jiaji slowly began, "From this day forth, you shall be a wealthy individual, possessing a fortune of 1 billion berries." Lu Ming was taken aback, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Could it be that the higher-ups had some reward in store for him? The Navy was quite generous indeed. As Lu Ming began to envision a promising future, Jiaji hastily interjected, "There is another piece of bad news." "What is it?" Lu Ming, in high spirits, felt that 1 billion berries could easily offset any unwelcome tidings. Jiaji leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper, "This 1 billion berries is a bounty placed on your head by Taizolo in the underground black market. Anyone who can present your head to him will claim this reward." Lu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Jiajing, exclaiming, "What? What kind of good news is that?" Watching Jiajing proudly descend from the promotion platform while patting his own shoulder, Lu Ming's smile faded away. Chapter 21. The Ocean Restaurant Barati, G2 Branch Baseport. Binzi took out a white cloth, wiping his tears, while Xiozhua gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Lu Ming, burdened by the enormous backpack prepared by his companions, addressed the two with a gentle tone, "Please, do not worry. I shall only be away for a brief moment." Ian gazed at him tenderly, presenting him with a silver short sword. "This is for you." "Thank you," Lu Ming replied, accepting the short sword and admiring it thoughtfully. This very blade had been lent to him during their initial sparring session at the training grounds. one of the two paired swords she always carried with her. At that moment, Zfa's cheerful voice resonated. I shan't say much more. Complete your tasks in the first half of the sea and return swiftly. Our guerrilla team has reserved a spot for you. Indeed, I will. I appreciate all the care you have shown me during this time. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his fists. He patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and cast a glance at the side, where Jiaji was nonchalantly smoking. Let us set sail. Do not keep this young man waiting. Jiaji, in the presence of Zfa, exhibited a marked reverence, quickly smiling in response. No rush, which elicited a hearty laugh from Zfa. As the farewells echoed around them, Lu Ming and Jiaji boarded the vessel bound for the first half of the sea. In this world of piracy, every parting bore the weight of potential finality. Furthermore, the original narrative trajectory had subtly begun to shift due to the actions undertaken by Lu Ming and his companions. At the sea restaurant, Bartai, Lu Ming was savoring the luxurious seafood stir-fried noodles, expertly prepared by Sanji, and he could not help but extol its exquisite flavors. Among all the culinary talents he had encountered, Sanji's skills were truly unparalleled. Upon reaching the midway point of the maritime expanse, Lu Ming made a request to Kaji, citing a pressing matter, and expressed his wish for Kaji to first seek out the whereabouts of the Golden Lion, Shiki. Lu Ming's demeanor was resolute. Reflecting on his earlier unwavering request for assistance in locating the Bartai restaurant, he did not hesitate to acquiesce to Lu Ming's wishes. Uncertain of Luffy's precise departure time, Lu Ming had no choice but to arrive at the Bartai restaurant daily for several months, patiently awaiting the appearance of Akin, Joseph, and Johnny. He maintained a low profile, donning casual attire each day to conceal his naval identity. After all, in these treacherous waters, he might encounter the notorious Mihawk, a formidable figure known as the Marine Hunter. He was keen to avoid inciting the wrath of such a powerful swordsman, especially considering the value of his head at present. Sanji's culinary creations were indeed delectable, leaving a lasting impression. However, the exorbitant prices at the Bartai restaurant proved challenging for Lu Ming, a rear admiral living on a modest salary. Yet, he pondered that missing a chance encounter with Akin and the others, thereby failing to complete his system task, could jeopardize his very life. Fortunately, having grown increasingly familiar with Sanji, Lu Ming could now leisurely sit in the restaurant, ordering merely a drink without being shooed away. Naturally, Zeph would occasionally mutter his discontent. But for someone as thick-skinned as Lu Ming, that was hardly a concern. Today, as usual, he occupied a corner table, cradling a beverage and savoring it slowly. Suddenly, a cannon shot echoed from outside, initially garnering little of Lu Ming's attention. In the bustling environment of a sea restaurant, pirate disturbances were commonplace, typically instigated by lesser characters yet to venture into the Grand Line. Lacking formidable strength, Zeph seldom needed to intervene personally, as the chefs, Patty and Karn, could effortlessly handle such disruptions. However, this trend appeared to be escalating, with waitstaff increasingly opting to leave in search of more stable employment. Those remaining were merely spectators eager to witness the skirmishes between chefs and pirates. At that moment, the restaurant door swung open, revealing a sharply dressed man with meticulously styled pink hair, escorting a stunning lady. Their entrance immediately captured Lu Ming's attention. Iron Fist Habodi, a lieutenant from the Navy headquarters, had finally arrived. It seemed the plot was commencing. The earlier cannon fire was likely instigated by Luffy. Surrounding patrons gasped in recognition, exclaiming, "It's the Navy headquarters lieutenant." Iron Fist Habodi, Lu Ming, intrigued, scrutinized the newcomer. Subsequently, the narrative unfolded as expected. Sanji personally prepared a soup for Habodi and his companion, pouring him fine wine. After tasting, Habodi feigned expertise in his appraisal, only to be unmasked by Sanji's revelations. In a fit of anger, Habodi hurled a bug into the soup, demanding Sanji to prepare a fresh batch. After much debate, Habodi overturned the dining table. Subsequently, he forcefully pushed aside his lover, who had attempted to intervene, and stepped on Sanji's hand. With a woman's gasp, Sanji retaliated by delivering a decisive kick that shattered Habodi's head, lifting him by the throat. Zoro, Usopp, and Nami, alerted by the commotion in the restaurant, hurriedly burst through the door, exclaiming, "Is there a fight?" Briefly glancing at Nami, who was still fixated on Luffy quickly redirected his attention back to the unfolding chaos. Patty, having just emerged from the kitchen, was immediately struck by the tumultuous scene before him. His eyes widened as he shouted at Sanji, "You're at it again. What are you doing to the customers, Sanji? Isn't this fellow a Navy lieutenant?" Patty stepped forward, engaging Sanji in a heated argument, both hurling accusations of being terrible cooks at one another. Their insults reverberated throughout the restaurant. The Bodhi, utterly astonished, watched this spectacle in disbelief, muttering to himself, "I must contact the government immediately. This place must be destroyed. It must be destroyed." Clearly shaken by the absurdity of the situation, Lu Ming observed Hepati from the side, inwardly scoffing at his villainous rhetoric. Sanji glared fiercely at Hepati, exclaiming, "Then I shall have no choice but to deal with you right here." Upon hearing this, Hepati appeared utterly bewildered, clearly taken aback that someone would dare to confront him. Fortunately, the other chefs rushed in, firmly restraining Sanji to prevent him from launching an attack on Hepati. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The entire restaurant trembled. The stunned patrons looked up in disbelief, witnessing the ceiling of the establishment collapse. Luffy and Zepp descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. Luffy, with a bewildered expression, exclaimed, "That startled me." The surrounding chefs, unable to contain their curiosity, approached and inquired, "Boss, what on earth are you doing?" Zepp, rubbing his aching head, gazed incredulously at the gaping hole in the roof and shouted in fury, "Damn it! What on earth is happening?" Luffy, unwilling to back down, retorted, "It was you who broke it, old man." Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh as he observed this lively group. Indeed, the live rendition of the storyline was far more entertaining. Chapter 22. System rules. At that moment, a chef who had grabbed hold of Sanji urgently shouted to Zepp, "Boss, you must come and restrain Sanji." Zepp's eyes narrowed as he swiftly assessed the furious, struggling Sanji and the terrified Hepati sitting on the ground, instantly grasping the situation. He glared at Sanji and scolded, "You're causing chaos in the restaurant again. Control yourself at once." Subsequently, Zepp mercilessly kicked Hepati, angrily bellowing, "And you, get out of here." Hepati lay on the ground, his expression one of disbelief. What on earth is happening in this restaurant? It's like a pirate ship. Noticing Patty and Sanji still bickering, Zepp suddenly declared, "If you want to fight, take it to the kitchen." At this remark, Lu Ming burst into laughter, unable to suppress his curiosity as he wondered aloud, "Then why not fight in the dance studio?" A frantic voice echoed from the entrance, "Lieutenant, Lieutenant Hepati, this is bad. We've allowed the pirate clique's subordinates to escape." A naval soldier dashed into the restaurant, his face etched with anxiety as he frantically searched for Hepati. Hepati, stunned, responded, "What? How is that possible? We had him tightly restrained. He was on the brink of starvation. Moreover, we didn't provide him with any food afterward." The patrons in the restaurant began to stir at this revelation, murmuring among themselves, "Clique's crew? Aren't they said to be the most formidable pirate group in the East Sea?" As Lu Mingxin sensed that his moment to shine was finally approaching, he eagerly awaited the arrival of the enigmatic Akin. Yet, deep within, he couldn't help but express his sardonic thoughts. Was it truly the frequent returns of carp that allowed a character like Clique to dominate the East Sea? His musings were abruptly interrupted when a Navy soldier attempted to speak. In a flash, Lu Ming activated his shave technique, instantly transporting himself beside the soldier and swiftly pushing him aside. This decisive action spared the soldier from the grim fate of being gunned down by Akin, as dictated by the usual narrative. Subsequently, Lu Ming pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Akin, sending him crashing into the dining hall. At that moment, the system's cold voice resonated in Lu Ming's ears. "Congratulations on completing the mid-tier task. Defeat the mysterious Akin. You have earned a reward of 40 points. Remaining points, 40. Lu Ming did not anticipate that his first task would be accomplished with such ease. Although Ajin was currently in a state of hunger, greatly diminishing his combat efficacy, Lu Ming did not seek a fair duel, nor did he possess any moral scruples. The voice of the system soon echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Tourist system task issued. Intermediate task, acquire a long's teeth. Time limit, 1 year. Completion rewards, 40 points. Failure penalty, deduction of 40 points. Lu Ming inwardly lamented, "Why must the tasks come one after another? Do they truly consider me a model worker?" Hepati's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the agile Lu Ming before him, who effortlessly sent Akin flying with a single kick. Hepati's tongue stumbled over his words. "Lu Ming, you are Major General Lu Ming." The patrons in the restaurant, upon hearing Hepati's exclamation, displayed expressions of disbelief. In the East Sea, even a naval officer at the school level is a rarity, let alone a major general in the naval hierarchy. Lu Ming found himself somewhat intrigued by his own notoriety. Considering he had spent considerable time traversing the New World, rarely making appearances at the Navy headquarters, he gazed at Habodi and inquired, "Do you know who I am?" In response to the Rear Admiral Lu Ming, Habodi immediately retracted his previous arrogance and stood upright, reporting, "Sir, I encountered you during my training as a recruit. You once addressed Admiral Peacock. All right, I understand. No need to elaborate. Lu Ming hastily interrupted Habodi. That truly was an indelible chapter of his past. In the Navy, a rear admiral, how could such a rank exist in this place? Zoro, ever vigilant, placed his hand upon his sword, fixating his stare on Lu Ming. Usopp and Nami, equally alarmed, sought refuge behind Zoro. Luffy grinned and inquired, "Are you here to capture us?" Nami, infuriated, approached and delivered a sharp slap to Luffy's head, exclaiming, "Who would ask such a foolish question?" Observing the relaxed atmosphere of the Straw Hat crew, Roman chuckled and clarified, "No, I merely passed by." Akin, who had been unceremoniously thrown into the dining area, recognized Roman's identity but, overwhelmed by hunger, pointed his gun at Patty, demanding, "Hurry up with the food. Anything will do." Zep, standing nearby, derided, "It seems yet another troublemaker has come to disrupt my establishment." Patty, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and replied, "Dear customer, this establishment does not welcome penniless rascals. Do you possess any money?" Akin glared at Patty, threatening, "Do you want to taste lead?" With a tight grip, Patty suddenly swung at Akin. Zep, witnessing this scene, shook his head in resignation. That brat Patty has broken another chair. The surrounding patrons and chefs erupted in cheers, rallying. "Well done, chef. Dispose of this pirate." At that moment, it seemed that Click was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. Hepatee, observing the commotion, was taken aback. He turned to Roman behind him, seemingly seeking his counsel. For Roman, familiar with the storyline, everything unfolded as anticipated. Having spent considerable time in the pirate restaurant, he had witnessed numerous raucous pirates and gained insight into their abilities. Standing before Akin, Patty loftily inquired, "Is your stomach growling, pirate?" Although Akin was suffering from hunger, he defiantly retorted, "That was just a fart. You fool. Stop blabbering and bring me food. If you're not a customer, then get lost." Patty bellowed in fury. Subsequently, amid the jeers from the crowd, he launched a vigorous assault on Akin. Meanwhile, Sanji discreetly exited the restaurant. Roman understood that he was going to prepare food for Akin. Hepatee, observing the chaos within the restaurant, suggested to Roman, "Commander, should we not apprehend these ruffians? This lawless establishment ought to be thoroughly dismantled." Lu Ming did not respond to the Bodhi's suggestion. Instead, he turned and departed from the restaurant. He wished to refrain from overly engaging in the unfolding narrative, lest it disrupt the subsequent developments. After all, the Straw Hat is destined to be Joy Boy, and should his interference lead to misfortunes and future adventures, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, he needed to hasten to the Going Merry to check on Joseph and Johnny. Lu Ming gracefully glided through the air, light as a feather, above the merry ship. He beheld Joseph and Johnny, who were diligently repairing the vessel. "Congratulations on completing the low-tier quest, meeting the Blade Master Joseph and the Sword Saint Johnny. You have earned a reward of 20 points, leaving you with a total of 60 points. How splendid." At that moment, Joseph and Johnny also noticed Lu Ming hovering above them, his face adorned with a smile. Startled, they clung tightly to each other, pondering whether it was time to make a hasty retreat. Lu Ming smiled at the two, saying, "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to see you." The two swallowed hard, straining to recall if they had ever encountered this individual before. The tourist system released a task, low-level task, seize the iron rod from your leader, deadline, 1 year, completion rewards, 20 points, failure penalties, deduction of 20 points. What sort of task is this? Lu Ming pondered, realizing that the tourist system seemed to issue a new task of equivalent difficulty upon the completion of an existing one. Yet, these tasks appeared rather straightforward. It felt as though by simply following Luffy, he could effortlessly accomplish them. He couldn't help but admire the aptness of the system's name, the tourist system. However, with such a frequency of tasks, Lu Ming was confident that he could accumulate enough points to offset any deductions before the deadline of the task requiring 120 points. Chapter 23, Hidden Tasks. Tasks related to Aaron and Yerlita indicated a journey to Cocoa West Village, followed by Log Town. With the next route established, Lu Ming resolved to closely follow Luffy's lead, blending in seamlessly as they proceeded. As they prepared to depart from Sabaody, Lu Ming called out to him, "Commander, do you have any instructions?" The Bodhi inquired respectfully. Lu Ming replied, "Let us return to the base together and spend a few days at your place." Since they had resolved to follow the path of Luffy, it sufficed to trail behind him and seize opportunities without haste to reach Cocoa West Village. The station where Djibouti was located was a small outpost under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division. Yet, upon stepping into this area, Lu Ming was utterly astonished by the scene before him. He had never anticipated such opulence in a modest outpost within the earlier waters. Observing Lu Ming's expression of surprise, Djibouti smiled with satisfaction. He promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare dinner for Lu Ming. That evening's banquet completely transformed Lu Ming's perception. The table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies: foie gras, truffles, caviar, wagyu beef, bird's nest, and enormous abalone. It was akin to a lavish version of the Manchuhan imperial feast. Lu Ming cast an appreciative glance at Djibouti. Realizing that his previous bias against him had been somewhat excessive, Djibouti then had a bottle of fine wine brought forth, a vintage that Lu Ming had encountered during the G8 summit, where Jonathan had revered it as a treasure. He estimated that the value of this bottle might well reach 100,000 berries. Observing Lu Ming savoring the exquisite wine and delicacies with satisfaction, Djibouti felt a sense of relief wash over him, having been concerned that Lu Ming might not be swayed by such indulgences. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere grew more convivial, both Djibouti and Lu Ming found themselves in a pleasantly intoxicated state. Lu Ming inquired with curiosity, "How have you amassed such wealth? Are you a second-generation rich?" Djibouti gazed at Lu Ming with a smile and replied, "You jest, Major." Then, leaning closer to Lu Ming's ear, he whispered mysteriously, "I possess my own means of generating wealth. I lead my comrades in diligently capturing those pirates in the seas whose bounties are no more than 1,000,000, which has brought me to this point." Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, "So capturing these pirates can yield such wealth?" He placed his arm around Djibouti's shoulder, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Djibouti chuckled lightly. "How could one rely solely on bounties? I merely kept the treasures amassed by those pirates from being reported to headquarters, claiming them all for myself. If I were to depend on the allocations from headquarters, it would scarcely be enough to fill the gaps. Who would willingly risk their life against pirates?" As he spoke, Djibouti let out a belch. Lu Ming gazed at Djibouti, a glimmer of surprise evident in his eyes. It was only after Djibouti finished speaking that he realized the individual before him was indeed a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Just as Djibouti was about to justify his remarks, Lu Ming, with a hint of self-deprecation, jested, "You truly possess a sharp mind." Noticing that Lu Ming did not pursue the matter further, Djibouti let out a sigh of relief and earnestly replied, "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am considered a rather just person in these waters." Lu Ming gazed at Djibouti, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly perceiving his self-aggrandizement. After all, Lu Ming was fully aware of Djibouti's conduct at the maritime restaurant. Noticing Lu Ming's apparent skepticism, Djibouti refrained from further elaboration, instead softly inquiring, "Major General, there is a delightful spot nearby for the evening. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming revealed a mischievous grin and pointed at Djibouti, exclaiming, "You rascal. You truly are something." As night descended, the lights shimmered brilliantly. Lu Ming, Djibouti, and a group of young ladies reveled in the dance floor, their exquisite beverages glinting enticingly under the dazzling lights. They swayed to the rhythm of the music, as if the entire world spun within that vibrant space. With a task to accomplish and freed from the threat of mortality, Lu Ming allowed himself a rare moment of complete relaxation. Amidst this joyful atmosphere, the familiar voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. "Tourist system task released. Hidden task. Contest for supremacy. Time limit. None. Completion reward. Conqueror's hockey. No penalty for failure." Upon hearing the specifics of the task, a smile crept upon Lu Ming's lips. A hidden task? Contest for supremacy? Since there are no penalties for failure, why bother with it? Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. After a lively celebration, Lu Ming, with two young ladies in tow, drunkenly made his way towards a nearby inn. However, at that moment, a shadow burst forth from a dark corner. It was a raggedly dressed young boy who seized a foul-smelling glass bottle and hurled it at Lu Ming without hesitation. "You filthy Navy!" the boy shouted in anger. The putrid stench jolted Lu Ming back to clarity. He gazed at the frail boy before him, whose eyes were red and body shivering in the chill of the night. Yet he defiantly fixed his gaze on Lu Ming, his expression brimming with hostility. The other Navy personnel who had accompanied Lu Ming rushed forward upon witnessing the boy's actions. "You little brat, how dare you lay hands on an adult?" The two young maidens beside Lu Ming, observing him in a state of contemplation, gently implored, "Esteemed sir, let us take our leave. Pay no heed to this little imp." Their words conveyed a hint of earnestness, revealing their desire for Lu Ming to show leniency towards the child. Lu Ming gazed at the child before him, as if beholding a reflection of his former self, a solitary orphan, whose feeble rebellions against authority seemed all but futile. Regaining his composure, he swiftly intervened to halt the advancing navy, then generously bestowed all the money he possessed upon the young boy, granting him the freedom to depart. Subsequently, he gestured for the two young women beside him to withdraw. Drawing in several deep breaths amidst the biting wind, he sought to dispel the lingering effects of intoxication. As Hepatee emerged from the doorway and spotted Lu Ming seated despondently by the roadside, he hastened over to inquire, "My lord Lu Ming, is there something that displeases you? Do you find this place unsatisfactory? I can escort you to a more delightful locale." Lu Ming shook his head and gazed at Hepatee, saying, "You previously claimed to embody justice. What, then, of others in these waters? I am eager to hear your thoughts." Hepatee hesitated for a moment, meeting Lu Ming's earnest gaze, and sighed. Some naval officers, in their pursuit of wealth, have been known to conspire with pirates, jointly oppressing the innocent. There are even those who clandestinely harbor pirates to further their own interests. Lu Ming took a deep breath and said to Hepatee, "Let us retire early today. We have a mission tomorrow." Hepatee looked at Lu Ming, somewhat puzzled. Lu Ming smiled as he patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I am merely taking you to do a good deed." Chapter 24. Ambition. The following morning, as the dawn light gently illuminated the sky, a soft sea breeze wafted through the air. Lu Ming, accompanied by Hepatee and his companions, steered the vessel back towards the seaside restaurant. During their voyage, they fortuitously encountered Nami, who was piloting the Going Merry solo, racing towards Cocoa Village at full speed. With keen eyes, Hepatee pointed towards the receding ship and exclaimed to Lu Ming, "Commander, look over there. Someone is attempting to flee." Lu Ming calmly waved his hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not be anxious, she is not our target." Just as Lu Ming sank into his thoughts, a dilapidated vessel emerged in the waters before the seaside restaurant. Hepatee's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed at the ship, exclaiming to Lu Ming, "That is Clique's ship." Clique was notorious in the East China Sea, and Hepatee surmised that the ship must be laden with treasures. With Rear Admiral Lu Ming by his side, his confidence surged. He called out to the naval soldiers behind him, "Brothers, the Clique pirate crew is just ahead. It is time for us to prosper, no, to uphold justice." However, upon hearing Hepatee's shout, Lu Ming turned pale with dread. "Goodness, the ship is still intact, which can only mean that Hawkeye has not yet arrived. We have come too early." Due to Lu Ming, the inconspicuous butterfly of the narrative, gently flapping its wings in the early stages. The Clique pirate crew had sent men ahead to ascertain Lu Ming's presence on the island, disrupting the original plan. Hence, the Clique pirate crew was delayed in their arrival, and Hawkeye's emergence was also postponed due to their tardiness. At that moment, a resounding crack pierced the air, followed by the thunderous sound of the ship collapsing. Hepatee stood in stunned silence, stammering, "Sea Commander, what is happening?" A nearby sailor pointed towards a peculiar coffin-shaped small boat beside the wreckage, shouting loudly, "Look over there." A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Lu Ming's forehead. He inwardly muttered to himself, "Surely, it cannot be this unfortunate." The patrons of the seaside restaurant were completely engrossed in the figure of Eagle Eye, to the extent that the warship, which had docked beside the restaurant, went entirely unnoticed. Lu Ming reclined leisurely against the side of the ship, his gaze intently following the legendary swordsman Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, as he surveyed the surroundings. Observing this, Hepatee ceased urging Lu Ming to disembark and apprehend Clique, instead mimicking his posture to steal a glance. This was indeed the great swordsman Mihawk, a man who stood at the pinnacle of all swordsmen in the world. Zep, with arms crossed, narrated the unfolding events to the nearby chefs. Clique's crew, perched upon the remnants of their vessel, shouted angrily at Hawkeye, demanding to know the reasons behind his assault. In response to their inquiries, Hawkeye coldly remarked, "Merely passing the time. Do not jest." The crew members retorted, furiously drawing their pistols and firing at him. Hawkeye, however, calmly unsheathed his black blade, Yoru, and with a swift motion, deftly altered the trajectory of the bullets with the edge of his sword. At that moment, Zoro stepped forward, scrutinizing the black sword in Hawkeye's grasp. "I have never encountered such a supple blade," he noted. Hawkeye cast a dismissive glance at Zoro, retorting icily, "A sword devoid of power possesses no strength." Intrigued by Hawkeye's words, Zoro pressed further. Was this ship severed by that very sword? Without turning to face him, Hawkeye responded indifferently, "Indeed." Upon receiving Hawkeye's affirmation, a look of exhilaration spread across Zoro's face as he murmured to himself, "It truly is the strongest." At that moment, A naval officer behind Lu Ming suddenly exclaimed in realization, "3 swords? This man is the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro." A throng of onlookers turned to him, prompting Lu Ming to quickly shush them, signaling for silence. He remained motionless, as if believing that avoiding Hawkeye's notice would ensure his safety. "I set sail to challenge you," Zoro declared, tearing the bandana from his arm and fixing his determined gaze upon Hawkeye. Intrigued by this impending duel, Hawkeye raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is your objective?" Zoro retied his bandana and replied earnestly, "To be the strongest." A hint of derision flickered across Hawkeye's indifferent visage. "Such foolishness." Without hesitation, Zoro drew his sword and assumed a combat stance, declaring, "Since you are so idle, let us engage in a contest." "A contest? What a pitiable choice," Hawkeye scoffed, appearing before Zoro in an instant, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. Hawkeye sneered, "If you truly were a top-tier swordsman, you would perceive the disparity in our strengths without any confrontation. Do you possess commendable courage or merely foolish ignorance to draw your blade against me?" Zoro unsheathed his other 2 swords, resolutely stating, "This is for my ambition and the promise made to my dear friend." Hepati, lying beside Lu Ming, gazed wide-eyed, musing aloud. What kind of duel will unfold between the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, and the pirate hunter, Zoro? Meanwhile, Joseph and Johnny excitedly shouted from the sidelines, "No one can defeat our brother. The elder brother has already become an invincible entity." Lu Ming gazed intently at Luffy outside the battlefield, noting that he was merely observing in silence. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This lad Luffy, usually so carefree, possesses an extraordinary ability to empathize with others. Perhaps this is a unique gift of the Chosen Ones, the capacity to listen to all things." Meanwhile, Mihawk gently caressed the small blade in his hand, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. Zoro furrowed his brow, his tone laced with displeasure. "Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm not like you. I would never exert myself solely to hunt a rabbit. Even if you are a somewhat renowned swordsman, we are, after all, in the weakest of seas, the East Blue." Mihawk replied coldly, his voice dripping with disdain for Zoro. He then assumed an arrogant demeanor, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, regrettably. "I possess no smaller blade than this." Clearly incensed, Zoro glared at Mihawk. "There should be limits to your contempt for others. Don't wait until it's too late to regret your arrogance." With that, he charged at Mihawk. "Let me show you just how vast the world truly is." Zoro unleashed his signature move, the Onigiri, yet it was effortlessly deflected by Mihawk. Hachi, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "I never imagined that the renowned pirate hunter Zoro from the East Blue would be so vastly outmatched by the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk." Zoro, his face a mask of disbelief, stared at Mihawk. The world cannot possibly be this distant. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, launching a series of strikes at Mihawk, only to have each one easily parried. With a casual flick of his blade, Mihawk sent Zoro sprawling. Hachi, filled with anxiety, leaned closer to Lu Ming and quietly suggested, "Commander, perhaps we should leave this place? Money can always be earned, but a life once lost is irreplaceable." Chapter 25. The move. The other Navy members perched along the ship's edge were left speechless, marveling. He merely swung that small blade, yet he managed to block all of Zoro's 3-sword-style attacks. This man is truly beyond human comprehension. Seizing the moment of Zoro's vulnerability, Mihawk swiftly struck, delivering a precise blow that momentarily dazed him. Nevertheless, Zoro, displaying remarkable tenacity, steadied himself and, despite his wobbling form, resolutely charged towards Mihawk. "What burdens do you carry? And what do you seek at the end of your strength, weakling?" Mihawk coldly interrogated. Joseph and Johnny could no longer contain themselves, angrily shouting, "How dare you call our brother a weakling, you scoundrel? Let us show you our might." Luffy firmly pressed them down and solemnly declared, "Do not interfere. Hold your ground. I cannot afford to lose." Zoro let out a fierce roar and charged at Mihawk, executing his technique, 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck and wounded by Mihawk's dagger. "Do you wish to have your heart pierced? Why not retreat?" Mihawk coldly inquired. Blood trickled from the corner of Zoro's mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute as steel. "I am uncertain, but I feel that if I retreat here, all the promises and vows I have made will dissolve into nothingness. I can never return to this place." Mihawk pressed further. "Are you saying you will not retreat even if it means death?" A radiant smile blossomed on Zoro's face. "Death would be preferable. Boy, state your name." "Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember you, this long-lost warrior." Mihawk slowly drew the black blade from his back, an unprecedented seriousness gleaming in his eyes. In honor of your prowess as a swordsman, I shall use this sword. Acclaimed as the world's strongest black blade, to send you to the depths of the sea. I am deeply grateful, Zoro replied calmly. 3-sword style, ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. Fall. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify as two immense forces clashed violently in midair. Following the fierce confrontation, Zoro's dual swords shattered, yet he rose slowly. Facing Mihawk with outstretched arms and a faint smile upon his face, the scars on my back are a swordsman's disgrace. Remarkably, a flicker of admiration appeared on Mihawk's face, which he quickly masked as he swung his blade down with great force. Zoro. With the sound of the black blade strike, a torrent of blood gushed from Zoro's wounds, and he helplessly fell into the sea. It's quite simple, isn't it? Just abandon your ambitions, Sanji exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he watched the scene unfold. Despite knowing the progression of events, the reality of the moment left Luffy profoundly stunned. Is it true that dreams hold more value than life itself? The nearby Navy officers, who had heard of Zoro's legendary reputation, were equally shaken. They tumbled to the ground, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. Is this the power that exists in this world? Upon witnessing Zoro's injuries, Luffy, consumed by fury, extended his arm and launched a fierce attack towards Hawkeye. The Bodhi, astonished, realized that Luffy was indeed a devil fruit user. This revelation was no less striking than Zoro's expression when he had been defeated earlier, were it not for the presence of rumbling beside him. The Bodhi might have chosen to flee immediately. Believing Zoro to be dead, Luffy charged at Hawkeye with his arm outstretched, shouting vehemently, "Bastard!" Unfortunately, Hawkeye effortlessly evaded the attack. With his arms crossed over his chest, Hawkeye's tone, though still indifferent, had softened somewhat compared to before. Are you the companion of that young swordsman? I appreciate your presence until the end. Rest assured, that man is still alive. With that, Joseph and Johnny retrieved Zoro from the sea and brought him aboard the ship. Hawkeye fixed his gaze on the revived Zoro and proclaimed loudly, "You are far too early to seek death. I am Dracula Mihawk. Understand yourself, comprehend the world, and grow stronger. Regardless of how many years pass, I shall await you at this pinnacle of strength. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro." He then turned to Luffy and coldly inquired, "What is your ambition?" "To become the Pirate King," Luffy replied with unwavering resolve gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept upon Hawkeye's lips. "That is an even more perilous path than surpassing me." Zoro, who had merely fainted and was still alive, heard Usopp's voice nearby. Trembling, he raised his broken sword and weakly called out, "Luffy, can you hear me? I'm sorry to worry you. If I do not become the world's strongest swordsman, it would trouble you, wouldn't it?" He coughed up blood, yet his determination only intensified. At that moment, not just the chefs of the floating restaurant, but also Kuro and all the Marines seemed to hold their breath, awestruck by this fearless resolve. Zoro gripped his sword tightly and vowed, "I will never lose again. Until I defeat him and become the great swordsman, I will absolutely not accept defeat." "Do you have any objections, Pirate King?" Luffy replied with a beaming smile. "Not at all." Mihawk couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable team." His gaze swept over Luffy and the others before shifting towards the naval warship docked beside the sea restaurant. "Before we succumb to slumber, let us engage in one final warm-up." No sooner had the words left his lips than a tremendous wave of slashing energy surged towards Luffy and his companions. "It's over. We are destined to perish." The terrified sailors aboard the warship screamed in horror, clutching their heads, closing their eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks, their hearts brimming with despair. They tightly shut their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Lu Ming stood at the edge of the ship, unfazed by the immense force of the impending strike. He gripped his silver short sword tightly, swiftly channeling the overwhelming energy within him to envelop the blade. As their energies collided, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. The once tranquil sea transformed instantaneously into a surging tempest, with the tumultuous waves seemingly poised to engulf the entire vessel. After enduring the fierce blow, Lu Ming's hands trembled violently, yet he steadfastly clutched his short sword, showing no sign of retreat. Is this the true measure of the world's strongest swordsman? He mused silently, as the rumbling gradually faded. The Navy personnel were astonished to discover that their vessel remained unscathed, and Lu Ming still stood firm at the ship's edge. "We are alive," one sailor exclaimed, his voice brimming with the joy of survival. "It is Major General. Major General Lu Ming has thwarted Hawkeye's attack." Another Navy man shouted excitedly, his tone filled with admiration. The chefs in the restaurant and Creek's crew gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at Lu Ming. Having witnessed Hawkeye's formidable prowess, they had believed they had encountered the strongest being. But Lu Ming's emergence shattered their understanding once more. Another monster. They gaped, seemingly unable to believe their own eyes. Chapter 26. Creek Lu Ming stood resolutely at the bow of the ship, fully focused as he faced off against Hawkeye. His observation haki was fully activated. Locking eyes with Hawkeye's keen gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, revealing not a hint of trepidation. Witnessing Lu Ming's fearless confrontation with Hawkeye seemed to rekindle a flicker of courage among the Navy soldiers. They gripped their guns tightly, taking aim at Hawkeye. Poised to unleash their fire at any moment, Lu Ming took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset and preparing for the impending clash with Hawkeye. However, Hawkeye appeared indifferent to the charged atmosphere, sheathing his sword and turning towards his small boat. Creek, oblivious to the danger, leaped forth, loudly questioning Hawkeye, "Hawkeye, aren't you here to claim my head? To take down me, the tyrant of the East Blue, Captain Creek?" Without turning back, Hawkeye replied, "That was indeed my intention. But I've had my fill of this game. I'm off to get some sleep." Creek, with disdainful laughter, retorted, "Before you leave, you should die." With that, he revealed several machine guns from his sides and unleashed a furious barrage towards Hawkeye. In response to Creek's gunfire, Hawkeye exhibited a hint of impatience, muttering, "A reckless fool." He casually swung his sword, and with a thunderous explosion, the sea surged to heights of several dozen meters. As the water cascaded back down, Hawkeye had vanished without a trace. With his departure, Lu Ming exhaled in relief. At that moment, Hibidi lay sprawled on the deck of the warship, gasping for breath. As if awakening from a dreadful nightmare, he raised his gaze to Lu Ming and weakly inquired, "Commander, what shall we do now?" Lu Ming took a deep breath. Attempting to quell the turmoil within, he spoke in a firm voice, "Let us perform a noble deed and eradicate the malignant presence in the East Sea once and for all." Standing nearby, Crick observed the naval squad with an air of unperturbed confidence. He gestured towards the floating restaurant and proclaimed loudly to his comrades, "Listen, if we seize this vessel, the Grand Line shall no longer haunt us. This peculiar restaurant ship, rather than disguising ourselves as naval forces or waving a white flag of surrender, will allow us to approach our enemies unexpectedly and launch a surprise attack." His subordinates nodded in agreement, whispering amongst themselves, "Indeed, who would suspect that pirates could be aboard such an eccentric vessel?" However, one of the younger crew members timidly inquired, "Boss, what if we encounter a foe like Hawkeye my hawk?" Bang! Without hesitation, Crick shot the speaking subordinate, coldly gesturing towards Lu Ming. "Are you still afraid of such a character? Do you believe an ordinary person could sever a grand sailing ship? That must be the power of a devil fruit. Both my hawk and the Navy possess such abilities." Upon hearing Crick's explanation, the crew's spirits soared once more. It was clear now. Truly, Crick is an exceptional leader. The naval soldiers also turned their gazes towards Lu Ming, as if the formidable secret of this East Sea overlord had been fully unveiled before them. Crick continued to roar, "Men, seize that restaurant. Rubber rocket." Luffy, harnessing the elasticity of rubber, soared into the sky like a rocket. With a swift scythe-like strike, he sent several of his adversaries plunging into the water. Luffy clung tightly to the wreckage of the ship's mast, bellowing at Creek, "I generously offered you food, and yet you dare to assault the very establishment that fed you. An ingrate like you deserves to be dealt with by my hand." Creek erupted into laughter, deriding Luffy with disdain. "Ha ha ha. Have you chosen a suitable vantage point for your maritime battle? It is a well-known fact that those endowed with devil fruit powers fear the sea, you landlubber." In a moment of revelation, Lu Ming comprehended the source of Creek's arrogance. He presumed himself to be a devil fruit user, incapable of battling in the sea, which emboldened his audacity. Upon hearing Creek's taunts, Hibidi and the naval forces also concluded that Lu Ming was a devil fruit user, unable to engage in maritime combat. Thus, they prepared to plunge into the waters to confront the pirates. At that moment, the fish fin floor on either side of the sea restaurant gradually elevated, providing a platform for battle. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke and stepped forward, disdainfully declaring, "I shall gladly accompany you in this fight, you wretched pirates." The Navy and pirates alike commenced their landing, and the chaos of battle escalated. After all, Creek had dominated the East Blue for many years, and the strength of his subordinates was indeed formidable. An increasing number of chefs and Navy personnel succumbed to their onslaught. The pirates began to boast loudly, proclaiming, "This ship now belongs to Captain Creek's pirate crew." Suddenly, a fireball hurtled through the air, knocking Hibidi to the ground. A man, entirely encased in shields, emerged from the sea, capturing attention. "Iron Wall, invincible. The Creek pirate crew, Iron Wall Paru, is here. I have fought until now without shedding a single drop of blood," Paru proclaimed with pride, akin to an unbeatable war deity. However, Scarcely had he finished speaking when an unassuming steel bullet descended from above, striking him squarely between the eyes. The immense force rendering him instantly incapacitated. All eyes followed the trajectory of the bullet, landing on Lu Ming, who stood steadfastly at the edge of the warship. His gaze sharp and profound. Paru, clutching his bleeding head, struggled to rise. The pirates, witnessing his bloodied state, cried out in panic, "Mr. Paru, it's just a minor injury. Do not despair." Flames surged around him, resembling a fiery dragon. Suddenly, countless searing fireball steel pellets erupted from his body, scattering in all directions. Flame Paru. Grand special move. Lu Ming suddenly appeared on the fish scale floor, gazing intently at the frenzied Palu. He frowned and remarked, "Another fool playing with fire?" Upon seeing Lu Ming's abrupt appearance, Palu impulsively declared, "With these flames, I am an impenetrable fortress." Hardly had he spoken when a powerful wave of white energy erupted from beneath Lu Ming's feet. Storm Step. The formidable strike dispersed the flames engulfing Palu, shattering the shield in his grasp. The impact sent Palu reeling backward as if struck with tremendous force, plunging him into unconsciousness. This scene left all present in utter astonishment. Be they Navy personnel, pirates, or chefs, they stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. The pirates began to retreat, their steps involuntarily moving backward. How is this possible? The very Palu who even be sphere has been felled by a single blow. Even Sanji was taken aback, questioning, "Is this the caliber of a Navy headquarters major?" In stark contrast, Luffy, who had endured countless blows from Carp's iron fists, exhibited no surprise and feigned indifference while picking his nose. Cleek, having witnessed Lu Ming's swift movements and overwhelming power firsthand, felt a flicker of doubt rising within him. He cast a glance at the deep ocean waters, momentarily regaining a semblance of confidence. Gripping his massive meteor hammer tightly, he channeled all his strength and launched a fierce strike towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his head, witnessing the meteor hammer descending from the heavens with formidable momentum. Yet, he displayed not a hint of panic. Instead, he exerted force beneath his feet, concentrating all his armed color and domineering aura into a single point. Thereafter, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the meteor hammer. A thunderous sound of impact reverberated through the air as Lu Ming's fist indented the entire meteor hammer. At that moment, Sanji suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Chapter 27, Luffy's Talent. Akin dashed out of the dining hall, wielding a dual cane with an iron ball. Launching a swift attack on Lu Ming from behind, Lu Ming's figure flickered, effortlessly evading the attack. His movements were swift and fluid, as if guided by an innate instinct. Ajin's sudden strike rekindled the spirits of the pirates, who had already begun to waver, now that scoundrel of a naval officer was doomed. Drawing forth that weapon signified Mr. Jin's serious intent. Known by the moniker the Demon, he showed no mercy, torturing his enemies to death, devoid of any humanity. The iron ball and twin hook in Ajin's grasp whirled rapidly, emanating a formidable aura. His gaze turned icy, fixed intently on Lu Ming, as if he intended to peer into his very soul. Lu Ming's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of warmth. "I did not defeat you directly before. Now let me rectify that." Arrogant words. "Go to hell." Ajin roared, launching another fierce assault towards Lu Ming. In their clash, Lu Ming could indeed sense Ajin's considerable prowess, though the weight of the iron ball on the twin hook struck him with force. It was insufficient to penetrate Lu Ming's solid defense. After a brief assessment of Ajin's capabilities, Lu Ming refrained from hastily employing the advantages of his haki and observation haki to swiftly conclude the battle. He recognized that opponents like Ajin, who possessed exceptional martial skills yet lacked formidable offensive techniques, were rare. This presented an opportunity for him to hone his own physical prowess. Thus, he engaged Ajin in a struggle using only the short sword in his grasp. As the skirmish progressed through several exchanges, Lu Ming gradually discerned that Ajin's attack seemed reckless, revealing numerous openings. Ajin, wielding the twin hooks adorned with iron balls, launched frenzied assaults with a disdainful expression, taunting Lu Ming. "You filthy Navy scum. You were so arrogant just moments ago. Now you've turned into a spineless shrimp." Lu Ming understood that Ajin was likely doing this intentionally, wishing to avoid conflict with these life-saving benefactors. He aimed to have Lu Ming defeat him, thereby demonstrating the might of the Navy, which would compel Ku to retreat. At that moment, Ku coldly observed Lu Ming engaged in combat with Ajin, as well as Luffy, Sanji, and others, slowly raising his left hand. Poison gas. Upon witnessing Ku's motion, Lu Ming immediately shouted a warning to the Navy. The prepared sailors swiftly donned their gas masks, even distributing surplus masks to Luffy, Sanji, and the others. When the pirates lowered their heads to secure their masks and then raised them again, They were astonished to see that the Navy had also equipped themselves with masks. This revelation sparked confusion among them. How could Klika's ultimate tactic have been anticipated by these sailors? The Navy, in turn, was equally astounded by Lu Ming's predictive capabilities. The Navy major was indeed extraordinary. Observing the scene before him, where everyone wore gas masks, Kliku was filled with disbelief. He had intended to release the poison gas, only to realize that this tactic seemed to have been uncovered by the enemy. Could this also be a manifestation of the devil fruit's power? Meanwhile, the morale of the Navy soared, as they continuously defeated the faltering pirates. The pirates retreated in disarray, many being driven into the sea by the Navy. Ajin, recognizing the dire situation, urgently called out to Kliku, "Captain, there's an ambush. We must retreat." Kliku glared furiously at the spirited Navy and his disheartened subordinates, his mind swirling with confusion and rage. He coldly addressed Ajin, "You traitor! You are no longer part of the Kliku pirates. Cast aside your mask." These words sent shockwaves through the pirate ranks. They murmured among themselves, "Has the commander betrayed us? Did he leak our secrets?" Impossible. Some recalled past kindnesses. It was the commander who had once acted as bait to draw fire, allowing their escape from the Grand Line. The thought of betrayal was unfathomable. Ajin, hearing Klika's words, felt a tumult of emotions. He ceased fighting. Lu Ming cast his gas mask into the sea, and hoarsely declared, "You are the person I respect most. I will unconditionally obey your orders. But this time, can you spare the ship?" Tears streamed down Ajin's face as he spoke. Just as Kliku prepared to unleash the poison gas, Luffy charged at full speed, leaping over floating debris of the ship to launch a fierce attack against Kliku. At the same moment, Lu Ming also lifted his foot, ready to initiate a long-range assault on Kliku. However, Ajin suddenly appeared, standing in front of Lu Ming, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lu Ming gazed at Akin, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that Akin still harbored trust and loyalty towards Crick, even in such a life-and-death moment. Crick let out a disdainful sneer and successfully obstructed Luffy's advance with a sharp projectile. In this tense instant, Sanji unhesitatingly removed his gas mask, intending to place it on Akin. However, Akin firmly pressed down on Sanji's mask, resolutely refusing to allow him to wear it. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed across the sky, and toxic gas swiftly enveloped the air above the fish fin floor. Fortunately, the noxious fumes lingered only briefly before being dissipated by the fierce sea breeze. Nevertheless, Akin's complexion turned a shade of purple due to inhaling a trace of the toxic gas, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, even as he slipped into unconsciousness. He murmured, "Boss Crick, I have not betrayed you." Sanji, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Crick, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Akin, you have truly chosen the wrong leader." Luffy glared furiously at Kurozumi. "You scoundrel, Kurozumi," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, are you pitying my dog?" Kurozumi sneered derisively at Luffy. "Dog." At this moment, both Luffy and Sanji were seething with rage. Unfazed by their fury, Kurozumi continued to taunt them. "Indeed, he has outlived his usefulness. Rather than allowing him to defy me in the future, it would be better for me to eliminate him now." Luffy gazed down at the anguished Akin and implored, "Akin, listen to me. No matter what, you must persevere, do you understand? For I shall vanquish this fiend." Akin let out a pained groan, "Do not. You are no match for that man." Luffy dashed forward in a swift movement, his rubber arm elongating rapidly. Kurozumi, employing the same tactic as before, unleashed his pointed missiles to strike Luffy. However, this time, Luffy did not retreat. Though his body was hit, the impact was insufficient to halt his relentless advance. As Luffy drew closer, Kurozumi revealed the spikes concealed beneath his cloak, declaring, "Allow me to demonstrate the cloak of the Sword Mountain." Rubber pistol. Luffy, withstanding Krieg's relentless assault, swiftly brought him crashing to the ground. Amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, Krieg resolutely rose again, merging the two colossal shields on his arms to forge a formidable spear, aptly named the Great War Spear. Each of Krieg's strikes reverberated with thunderous explosions, while Luffy adeptly evaded them with his extraordinary agility. As the battle raged on, the ground beneath Luffy's feet dwindled, for the wounds inflicted by the Sword Mountain cloak continued to bleed profusely. Nevertheless, an indomitable spirit radiated from Luffy, no matter how many times Krieg felled him. He arose with unwavering resolve, retaliating with even greater ferocity. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the distance, activating his Sharingan, fully engrossed in observing Luffy's battle. Luffy's pace of progress astonishes Lu Ming immensely. Among all the individuals Lu Ming has encountered, Luffy is the first to demonstrate such rapid advancement. A common person would have long succumbed to the ground after sustaining such grievous injuries, yet Luffy grows increasingly valiant with each battle. Lu Ming arrived at a chilling conclusion. As long as Luffy's strength did not face an absolute crushing defeat, with such a pace of progress and learning, any encounter with him would almost inevitably result in defeat. After several rounds of exhilarating battles, Luffy ultimately concluded the fight with a rubber mallet. Chapter 28. The Alarm Bell. Lu Ming slowly rose to his feet, and the surrounding chefs immediately gathered around, anxiously observing the unfolding situation. Lu Ming gently waved his hand, soothing the crowd. "Do not be alarmed. I shall not lay a hand on Luffy. My target is Kirok." He then gestured towards the naval officers behind him, commanding, "Advance and apprehend all members of Kirok's crew." Just as the naval officers prepared to execute the arrest, Kirok suddenly leaped to his feet, arrogantly proclaiming, "No one can defy me. I am the strongest man." With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lu Ming swiftly launched his attack. Finger gun, 6-shot. As Kleek's words fell, he felt a sudden pain in his chest, and without a sound, he collapsed to the ground. Beside him, Akin, witnessing Kleek's fall, struggled to rise. His voice weak yet resolute. "We must not falter here. We still have dreams yet to fulfill." Sanji, sensing Lu Ming's intent to strike Akin, wasted no time in delivering a powerful kick towards him. However, Lu Ming's reflexes were astonishingly quick, effortlessly evading Sanji's assault. In an instant, he appeared before Akin, delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen. "This does not justify your oppression of the East Blue's populace." Confronting Sanji, Lu Ming's tone was grave. "I am not like the other Marines. I permit you to pursue your dreams, even to become pirates. Yet, they must bear the consequences for their past actions in the East Blue. If you still wish to oppose me, I am ever ready." After a moment of silence, Sanji refrained from further retorting Lu Ming, silently lighting a cigarette. "You are indeed somewhat different from the other Marines." Meanwhile, Hibodi had commanded the Navy to apprehend all of Kleek's crew members. Lu Ming turned his gaze towards the battleship and spoke in a deep voice. "Let us depart." At his words, everyone promptly mobilized, boarding the ship in an orderly fashion. "Commander, shall we return to headquarters next?" Hibodi turned, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he looked at the captured pirates. Despite Kleek's ship being utterly destroyed, devoid of any treasure, they had successfully captured a significant number of pirates, particularly the infamous East Blue overlord, Kleek. He began to envision the glorious scene of his promotion upon returning to headquarters. Lu Ming stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, as visions of Zephyr, Kaji, and Jonathan, those valiant champions of naval justice, floated through his mind. A bold idea began to take shape. He resolved to emulate the future actions of Fujitora in abolishing the Seven Warlords system, using the Dragon incident as a clarion call for the Navy. He then turned to Hibodi and instructed, "You shall escort them back to headquarters. I must make a visit to Cocoa West Village." "Cocoa West Village?" Hibodi's exclamation shattered Lu Ming's reverie. Lu Ming turned to Hepadi, gazing intently at him, a hint of perplexity in his eyes as he inquired, "Is there a problem?" Hepadi swallowed hard, his nerves evident as he leaned closer to Lu Ming's ear, and cautiously whispered, "Commander, that area is ruled by a pirate known as the Evil Dragon, who is said to be on par with the infamous warlord Jinbei of the Fishman pirate crew. His strength is rumored to surpass even that of Click." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming displayed a hint of confusion on his face. Such rumors from the back alleys were astonishing. How could a Long possibly be compared to Jinbei? There was at least a considerable distance separating them, akin to the chasm between them and Moria. He then gently patted Hepadi on the shoulder, offering a word of comfort. "It will be all right." Hepadi gazed at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with concern. Although he had witnessed Lu Ming's formidable strength, which indeed surpassed that of Creek and his crew, he still felt a sense of unease regarding the imminent adversary, particularly when considering that they were up against a pirate renowned alongside the Seven Warlords. He inquired, "Commander, should we request support from headquarters?" Lu Ming gazed at Hibodi, a smile gracing his lips. "No need," he replied. Hibodi, reflecting on how Lu Ming had previously saved his life, hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to caution him. "Commander, I must remind you that the waters of Cocoa West Village are treacherous. Numerous warships nearby have unexpectedly fallen prey to the attacks of malevolent dragons. None have survived. That area may." Lu Ming gently patted Hibodi's shoulder, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Thank you." Under the faint glow of the moonlight, Lu Ming navigated his small boat alone, silently entering the dilapidated village. Within the village, amidst the crumbling walls and shattered remnants, a heavy sense of oppression lingered. as if it had endured countless sufferings and battles. The houses teetered on the brink of collapse, as though a mere gust of wind could send them tumbling down. He sensed a creature's breath encroaching behind him, yet he refrained from acting hastily. With a soft sigh, he murmured, "Alas, it seems I have arrived at a most inopportune time." No sooner had the words left his lips than he abruptly turned, delivering a powerful punch towards the approaching fishman. Caught completely off guard, the fishman was struck down, falling to the ground in silence. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged before him. Are you a naval officer?" Lu Ming looked up and discovered a small boy, seemingly no more than 10 years old, wielding a short knife. His gaze was tinged with a hint of caution and curiosity. He replied softly, "Yes." Upon hearing this response, a look of delight spread across the boy's face. Just as he was about to run toward Lu Ming, a girl with blue short hair and slightly dark skin suddenly appeared. Adorned with blue tattoos on her arms and chest, she swiftly embraced the boy, casting a wary glance at Lu Ming. This girl was named Norkageo, the adopted sister of Nami. Lu Ming understood her concerns. She mistakenly believed that he was allied with the malevolent dragon. Thus, he gestured towards the unconscious, imposing figure of the fishman beside him and clarified, "Do not worry. I am not one of them." The boy struggled fiercely to break free from Norky's embrace, his eyes brimming with tears as he rushed to stand before Lu Ming, pleading, "Could you assist me in vanquishing those monsters in the dragon's realm?" His voice was laden with profound fear and earnest supplication. Lu Ming gazed at the pitiable little boy before him and replied gently, "Yes, I shall vanquish them, rest assured." Nuachi approached Lu Ming with an impassive expression, her tone laced with palpable skepticism and ire. "Humph, the Navy. What can your Navy truly accomplish? How dare you come here boasting? Have you ever encountered a vile dragon? Do you comprehend its true power?" Lu Ming gazed at Nuachi Gao, her anger and skepticism evidently stemming from a profound fear of the malevolent dragon. He replied in a calm tone, "No, I have not encountered the dragon." He understood that Nuachi Gao and the villagers had long existed under the oppressive shadow of the dragon, their fear deeply ingrained in their very souls. Nuachi Gao continued, "Those individuals kill with the ease of crushing ants. A half-hearted naval officer like you, he has taken the lives of countless. I advise you to depart at once, lest you meet a futile demise." Despite her cutting words, a flicker of concern passed through her eyes. Lu Ming comprehended Noki Gao's concerns and spoke softly, "The reign of the evil dragon is nearing its end. I have come here to bring this to a close." His voice, unwavering yet resolute, conveyed a profound determination. Noki Gao turned to gaze at Lu Ming's retreating figure, an inexplicable surge of emotion welling up within her. Her earlier words were not intended to drive him away, but stemmed from a deep-seated fear of the evil dragon, a desire to prevent him from facing a futile demise. Chapter 29, 100 million squeak, squeak. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy. Are you the criminal known as Nami? Colonel Mouse, a naval officer resembling a rodent yet adorned in a splendid naval uniform, stood before a contingent of soldiers. His countenance was laced with mockery, and his eyes gleamed with cunning and treachery. As a subordinate of the evil dragon, Nami had long been aware of the collusion between the Navy and the malevolent dragon. In the face of this formidable naval force, she exhibited neither anxiety nor fear. Gently caressing the exquisite dagger in her hand, she spoke with a hint of languor. "Criminal? Indeed, I am a pirate, thus a significant felon. However, I hold an important position within the evil dragon's crew. The colonel should be well aware that should you detain me, the evil dragon shall not spare you." Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse erupted in laughter. "Squeak, squeak. I am here on official orders. I have received intelligence indicating you are a thief, having pilfered numerous treasures from pirates. However, since they are also pirates, I shall not arrest you. Yet, theft is a crime, and anything taken from pirates must be surrendered to the government." Nami's expression transformed to one of shock, her eyes brimming with confusion. "What did you just say?" "I said, anything you have stolen from pirates must be surrendered to the government. Search her premises." Colonel Mouse commanded his soldiers to enter the orange grove. As the naval soldiers flooded into the grove, Nami's demeanor shifted to one of panic. "Stop right there. You cannot enter my home at will." Confronted by the unyielding Navy, Nami brandished her 3-section staff and charged at the intruding soldiers. "Is this truly the business of the Navy? You stand idly by while the evil dragon's crew wreaks havoc on the island and come here to ransack my home." The anguish she had long buried within her seemed to erupt, and she cried out at Colonel Mouse. "All the people on this island are his slaves. You must hurry to rescue those unfortunate villagers. They have been awaiting your aid. Yet you come here to demand I surrender my money to the government." Colonel Mouse appeared unmoved by Nami's impassioned pleas. growing impatient instead. You, a mere thief, dare to speak to me in such a tone. Ignore her and continue searching. At that moment, a naval soldier stepped forward to report, Colonel, something strange is occurring in the fields. Quickly, go investigate. Colonel Mouse commanded. Nami, infuriated, struck the soldier down with her staff and shouted, Do not lay your hands on Belmir's fields. I will never surrender this money to you. These funds belong to the young girl, saved to rescue the village of Cocoa West. You have no right to take this money. A nearby officer from Cocoa West, AGN, could no longer contain himself and shouted towards the Navy. This revelation left Nami utterly astonished. How do you know this? AGN lowered the brim of his cap slightly, his voice tinged with melancholy. I am fully aware. After you joined the evil dragon pirates, we interrogated Noki Gao and discovered everything. I simply did not wish to become an obstacle for you, so I pretended to be oblivious. However, Captain Mouse merely shrugged, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What are you talking about? Are you suggesting there are thieves in the village that need to be apprehended? In the distance, Noki Gao's voice grew clearer. No, they are asserting that you Navy personnel are untrustworthy. To survive, we must rely on ourselves. If you have no intention of saving this village, then please leave. Are you not afraid of the evil dragon sinking your ship? Upon hearing Noki Gao's remarks, Captain Mouse continued to chuckle maliciously. Mr. Evil Dragon? He won tea, and then turned to the Navy soldiers, bellowing, Haven't you found it yet? A target as vast as 100 million should be quite clear. Hearing Captain Mouse explicitly state the amount she had saved sent a chilling thought racing through Nami's mind. Aegean, filled with rage, confronted Captain Mouse. How do you know about the 100 million? Despite her disbelief, Nami, fueled by fury, posed her burning question to Captain Mouse. Did the evil dragon send you here? Has the Navy colluded with pirates? Noki Gao was equally stunned. The Navy he encountered at the village entrance claimed they would assist in combating the evil dragon. Could it all be a deception? Nami's sense of grievance, anger, and indignation intertwined, and she bit her lip, growling, Evil dragon. Observing the complex reactions of the three before him, Captain Mouse grew impatient. Turning away and waving his hand at the soldiers, drive them out. Do not hinder our search. The Navy raised their guns, aiming at Nami and her companions. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew straight toward Noki Gao. In that critical moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her, shielding her from the lethal blow. Lu Ming effortlessly grasped the bullet, subsequently returning it with such force that it shattered the long rifle of a naval officer. Is it you? Nuachi gazed in surprise at the figure before him. Aren't you one of them? Lu Ming did not respond immediately to Noki Gao's inquiry. Instead, he turned towards the naval officers and asserted with unwavering conviction, Behold who I am. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Suddenly, one of the naval officers recognized Lu Ming and exclaimed loudly, It is the Major General, the one who has seemingly just returned from the New World. Major General Lu Ming. Colonel Mouse, sensing the commotion behind him, turned around and, upon seeing Lu Ming standing protectively before Noki Gao, furrowed his brows and demanded, To which fleet do you belong? I am Colonel of the 16th Division, engaged in official duties, so step aside. At that moment, a trusted aide discreetly approached Colonel Mouse and whispered, Colonel, it appears this individual is Major General Lu Ming from our headquarters. Seeing the whispering Colonel Mouse, Lu Ming bellowed, Attention, everyone. Instantly, the entire naval force sheathed their weapons, standing upright and adopting a formal salute, collectively exclaiming, Greetings, Commander. Colonel Mouse and his trusted aide promptly straightened up and saluted Lu Ming in return. At that moment, Lu Ming turned to Noki Gao and softly remarked, The area is vast. I searched everywhere but found no trace of the evil dragon, so I followed the direction you indicated earlier. Noki Gao and Nami were rendered speechless by this scene. The once arrogant Navy halted their actions at Lu Ming's command. Nami recalled having encountered this individual before at the Oceanic restaurant, where she sensed his formidable prowess and suspected his high-ranking position within the Navy. Ajian approached respectfully, inquiring of Lu Ming, Commander, are you here to apprehend the evil dragon? Indeed, Lu Ming succinctly replied. Chapter 30. In the name of justice. Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Colonel Mouse began to feel uneasy. Commander, the information we received indicated that there is a stolen sum of 100 million berries here, which must be confiscated for the government. Lu Ming stepped forward, his gaze coldly fixated on Colonel Mouse. Is it the evil dragon that provided you with this information? Colonel Mouse was taken aback by Lu Ming's direct accusation, yet he remained undeterred, attempting to bribe subtly. Commander, This money is actually meant as a token of respect for you. My brothers and I only require a modest meal. This statement caused anxiety to rise once more in Nami, no Kigo, and Ajien. However, Lu Ming merely smiled, then delivered a powerful punch to Colonel Mouse's face, his expression betraying evident fury. You may not be a good person, but you should at least possess humanity. The Navy entrusted you with the management of this area, not to exploit its inhabitants. After receiving Lu Ming's blow, Colonel Mouse felt a surge of anger. You refused to take the path offered to you. Do you not know the fate that befell the Navy personnel who came before you? Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly covered his mouth. Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. It seems you have a hand in these matters as well. His eyes were filled with an icy disdain. In response to Lu Ming's retort, Colonel Mouse no longer concealed his intentions and directly threatened, if you truly wish to tread this path to the bitter end, do not regret it later. There's no need for your concern, Lu Ming replied with indifference. He gazed at the blood-stained and muddy money that had been unearthed. Casting a glance at Nami, the frail girl who had endured much for this cause, Ajien looked at the pile of coins before him, his eyes gradually moistening, tears welling up in his gaze. Nami suddenly turned to Lu Ming and asked, Mr. Navy, you said you would help us, right? Indeed. What is it? Lu Ming responded. Somewhat perplexed, Nami paused momentarily before slowly articulating, could you lend me 7 million berries? Lu Ming was taken aback, glancing at the pile of money behind Nami, pondering. Does she still not trust me? Or is she merely trying to gather a total of 100 million berries? At that moment, Lu Ming recalled Luffy's demeanor upon arriving in Cocoa Village. He consistently waited silently on the sidelines, seemingly respecting the will of others, whether rescuing Robin or collaborating with Momonosuke. He would always wait for the other party to express their desires first. He never made decisions for others nor imposed his thoughts upon them, even for their own good. He would respect their wishes. Subsequently, Lu Ming approached Colonel Mouse, gently adjusting his collar, with a tone that brooked no refusal. Lend me some money, would you? Consider it a form of atonement for my previous errors. Colonel Mouse, eyeing the obstinate man before him, felt a surge of anger, his gaze icy. No. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of white light cut through the air. The great trees in the distance snapped in response, their cuts clean and smooth. Loan. We have it on the patrol boat. Colonel Mouse hastily amended his statement. Soon, several Navy personnel rushed to the patrol boat, retrieving 7 million berries and handing them to Nami. As Nami received the 7 million berries, a sense of unprecedented relief and gratitude washed over her, and she glanced at Lu Ming with eyes brimming with appreciation. Due to Lu Ming's position within the Navy, Nami only allowed Ajien to accompany her to Arlong's base to deliver the payment, while Lu Ming and the other Navy members remained temporarily in the Orange Grove, awaiting their return. A faint morning light began to illuminate the horizon. Noki gently handed a peeled orange to Lu Ming, who sat across from her. Thank you for your willingness to help us. We can finally redeem our village, and everyone will be able to put an end to these days of suffering. Lu Ming fixed his gaze upon the orange, his voice low and somber. I fear the situation is far from simple. Noki discerned the deeper meaning behind Lu Ming's words, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. She fully understood that 100 million Bailey was merely a verbal promise from the malevolent dragon. Even if they were to present the money before him, he might not acknowledge it. However, what recourse did they have? The dragon's power was formidable, having already decimated a considerable portion of the Navy from headquarters. And even the present Colonel Mouse had chosen to align himself with the dragon's side. Lu Ming gently picked up the orange and smiled. It appears quite sweet. He casually tucked the orange into his embrace and stood up, saying, Let us go. They should be returning soon. In the heart of the village, Ajien brandished a sharp blade, passionately addressing the gathered villagers. Let us unite and eradicate those pirates. 8 years ago, we narrowly escaped disaster. Yet we vowed under the tyrannical reign of the dragon that as long as Nami remained unharmed, we would endure any humiliation. However, when we presented 100 million berries to the dragon, he declared that it merely constituted the price of the village. The lives of the villagers demanded yet another 100 million. The hopes that Nami had labored for over 8 years shattered in an instant. For Nami, and for ourselves, we are prepared to fight to the death. Upon hearing Ajien's rallying cry, the villagers fervently grabbed nearby knives, sticks, and other weapons, their spirits soaring. We shall overthrow the dragon's tyranny. It is time to rise in rebellion. Yet, beside Ajien, Nami shouted, Everyone, wait. Forcing a smile, she implored. Please bear with me a little longer. I will strive harder. I will save money again, and this time it will be swift. Ajien tightly embraced Nami, his tone resolute. Nami, enough. We are all grateful for your efforts over these 8 years. We understand that joining those people would be far more painful for you than death. At that moment, Lu Ming and Noki Gao approached the crowd. Noki Gao, hands on her hips, addressed Nami. Listen to me. You must leave this village at once. She turned to Lu Ming. Please take care of my sister. You are a just Navy officer. You should not perish here. With tear-filled eyes, Nami gazed at Noki Gao. Why? Noki Gao smiled. Isn't it obvious? You possess wisdom and dreams. Nami brandished a dagger towards the crowd, crying out, Everyone, do not go. I can't bear to see that man harm anyone else. You stand no chance against him. You would only be sending yourselves to your doom. Ajian stepped forward, grasping Nami's dagger firmly, his gaze unwavering. We understand. At that moment, Lu Ming turned around, his eyes resolutely fixed on the Navy behind him. His voice boomed with fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see? Do you remember what this uniform represents? Do you recall the original purpose of joining the Navy? As the Navy fell silent, Lu Ming's gaze hardened as he directed his attention towards the dragon, issuing a cold command. All soldiers, heed my orders. Yes, the Navy responded in unison, their voices filled with strength. In the name of justice. Lu Ming's voice rose even higher. Crush the dragon pirates. Yes, the naval officers responded in unison, their momentum formidable. Chapter 31. The Malevolent Dragon. Observing the departing figures of Lu Ming and his companions, Ajian swiftly followed suit. Raising his blade with unwavering determination glimmering in his eyes, let us embark as well. This time, even if it costs us our lives. We shall make them aware that we are not to be trifled with. Only Nami remained behind. Tears streaming down her face as she frantically plunged a dagger into the tattoo of the malevolent dragon pirates on her arm. Perish, malevolent dragon. Suddenly, Luffy emerged slowly from behind Nami, grasping her hand firmly. Luffy, why haven't you left yet? My matters are not your concern. You must leave this island. Nami cried. Covering her face, her voice dwindling to a whisper, Please, you must leave this island. I implore you. Luffy gazed intently at Nami before him, his tone calm, yet resolute. However, I firmly believe that you are in need of assistance. Nami, with tears glistening in her eyes, lifted her gaze to Luffy, her voice trembling. Please, help me. Luffy gently removed his straw hat and placed it atop Nami's head, exclaiming, Of course. Thank you, Luffy. Nami's voice resonated with gratitude and emotion. Not far ahead, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp had been waiting for some time. Luffy, with a fierce gaze fixed upon the lair of the malevolent dragon, shouted, Let's go. Yeah, the others responded in unison, embarking on the path towards the final showdown with the dragon. At the entrance of the dragon's lair, Joseph and Johnny, both battered and bruised, leaned against the door. Their faces bore signs of exhaustion, yet their eyes shone with unwavering determination. Please step aside. We must enter and confront the dragon. The villagers of Cocoa West cried out to them. In the face of the crowd, they replied calmly, In the forest. We discovered the truth and realized that we had wronged Sister Nami. In our quest for redemption and justice on her behalf, we sought out the dragon's minions. However, we were utterly outmatched, leading to our current predicament. Joseph glanced at his wounds, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. You stand no chance against the dragon and his crew. It would be wise to retreat. At that moment, Lu Ming stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze steady as he addressed Joseph and Johnny. Do not worry, step aside. With me here, no one else shall be harmed. Joseph and Johnny looked at Lu Ming, astonishment evident in their eyes. The Navy. Lu Ming did not respond. Instead, he forcefully kicked open the door of the base. The door swung open with a resounding thud, and a gust of wind rushed in. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the side of the evil dragon's lair. Luffy suddenly struck the wall of the base with a powerful punch, and with a resounding crash, the wall shattered, allowing him to charge into the inner chamber. Within the confines of the inner sanctum, the fearsome dragon and a group of fishmen stood in astonishment, taken aback by Luffy's fierce gaze. Luffy, filled with fury, demanded, Are you the despicable dragon? His eyes blazed with rage, reminiscent of a ferocious beast provoked beyond measure. Meanwhile, Lu Ming led his companions into the lair of the villainous dragon. The fishmen, taken aback by the sudden intruders, rushed forward to confront them. Two burly fishmen obstructed Lu Ming's path, their lips curled in a mocking grin as they taunted, Well, lowly human, do you seek your own demise? Lu Ming's gaze was icy as he swiftly extended his hand, forcefully colliding the heads of the two fishmen together. The impact was so tremendous that they both crumpled to the ground. You scoundrel! You seek death! The fishmen surged forward, their demeanor menacing. Before the naval officers behind Lu Ming had the chance to load their firearms, The fishermen henchmen were dispatched one by one, falling before him. Noki, observing this scene, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. As she gazed at Lu Ming's silhouette, an inexplicable surge of confidence swelled within her. Perhaps he truly could defeat Arlong and save us. Witnessing Lu Ming effortlessly vanquishing his adversaries, the morale of the villagers and naval officers surged. They gripped their weapons tightly, fearlessly following Lu Ming as they pressed onward into the heart of the base. Come forth, mighty combatants! A voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the inner arena. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, sensing a colossal figure swiftly advancing towards the inner arena along the river within the base. It appeared that Luffy had already engaged the vile dragon. As their group hurried to the inner arena, the sight before them drew an involuntary gasp from the onlookers. Luffy was deeply entrenched in the stone, his body suspended high in the air by the dragon. The dragon sneered, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. I have long heard that the users of devil fruits are akin to ducks out of water, incapable of battling in the depths. Now, I shall prove this point. Wahahaha. His laughter reverberated through the vast inner arena, sending an unsettling chill down their spines. Luffy gazed at the menacing dragon before him, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes. He endeavored to break free from the dragon's grasp. What do you intend to do? As his words fell, he abruptly thrust his fist forward, the elongated punch slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed squarely at the dragon's face. Gum pistol. That hurts. The dragon, taken aback by Luffy's unexpected counterattack, clamped down on his fist with a vicious snarl, a hint of ferocity etched upon its visage. You truly are tenacious, aren't you? It sneered, its gaze brimming with scorn. But this is where it ends. Luffy, I will come to your rescue, Sanji shouted, poised to leap into the water. Yet, Zoro, quick-witted and swift, seized him by the arm. Don't be rash. Jumping in now would play right into its hands. He cast a glance at the arriving group led by Luffy's allies and implored, Navy comrades, could you assist in retrieving Luffy? Lu Ming nodded and was about to plunge into the water when the malevolent dragon suddenly materialized before him like a specter, sending a powerful wave crashing towards him. With effortless grace, Lu Ming turned his head aside, evading the assault. Observing this, Kruby, a master of fishman karate at the 40th level, and the six-armed fishman, Xiaoba, swiftly positioned themselves in front of Zoro and Sanji, preventing any rash actions. Although Lu Ming deftly dodged the dragon's attack, it nonetheless thwarted his timely rescue of Luffy. The dragon loomed before him, gazing at Luffy, who was in anguish, clutching his mouth underwater, and taunted, such a feeble creature, unable to breathe in water. Ha! Kruby and Xiaoba exchanged disdainful glances with Sanji and Zoro, sneering, humph, merely a landlubber. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes sharp as he retorted, you foul octopus, don't expect your 8 limbs to remain intact. Xiaoba brandished 6 swords, a smirk dancing on his lips. Very well, I shall entertain you. Lu Ming turned to a Jian and whispered, he cannot rise on his own. Wait for the right moment to descend and rescue him. Nuo Chigao eagerly volunteered. I shall go too. The evil dragon observed a Jian and Nuo Chigao, who were poised to enter the sea, and a cold smile crept upon his lips, arrogant. Displaying his sharp teeth, he lunged fiercely at the two. At that moment, with a swift motion, Lu Ming appeared before the evil dragon, extending his hands to firmly grasp the creature's upper and lower jaws, forcefully turning him around and trapping him before himself. Though restrained by Lu Ming, the evil dragon remained defiant, commanding the other fishmen to attack. Hurry. Let these inferior beings understand the might of the fishmen. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He promptly issued a directive to the Navy behind him. All naval personnel, provide cover for them. Do not allow the fishmen to enter the sea. The Navy swiftly sprang into action, encircling the entrance and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the advancing fishmen. The sound of gunfire erupted in succession, accompanied by flickering flames. Lu Ming fixed his icy gaze upon the malevolent dragon before him, his arm enveloped in the formidable aura of armed color. With a sudden surge of strength, he forcibly shattered the dragon's teeth and sent it flying with a powerful kick. Chapter 32. Victory. Congratulations on completing the intermediate task. Acquire the dragon's tooth. You have earned a reward of 40 points. Remaining points, 100. The dragon let out a tormenting howl, its eyes blazing with resentment as it struggled to rise once more. Lu Ming merely cast a fleeting glance at the tooth in his hand before unhesitatingly crushing it before the dragon's eyes. The observer system has issued a task. Intermediate task. Document the history of Alabasta. Time limit. For years. Completion reward. 40 points. Failure penalty. Deduction of 40 points. The dragon slowly regained its footing, its gaze seething with fury as it locked onto Lu Ming. It spat out the remnants of its shattered teeth, sharp fangs regenerating. And a cruel smile curled at the corners of its mouth. I underestimated you, Navy. Then, a sinister grin appeared. Having you as a slave would indeed be quite an experience. Lu Ming stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Seemingly indifferent to the threat posed by the malevolent dragon. I truly wish to turn you into a delectable grilled fish. At that moment, a Jian had already lifted Luffy's head above the water's surface. Breathe. Hold on. Noki was underwater, compressing Luffy's abdomen to help expel the water trapped within him. Pooh. Luffy gradually regained consciousness, gasping for air. Sanji and Zoro had also dealt with their immediate adversaries. Sanji swiftly plunged into the water, prepared to shatter the stone beneath Luffy's feet. The dragon, observing the unfolding scene, wore an expression of astonishment. That rubber creature is still alive. Hey, you dare to fight me while glancing around. In an instant, Lu Ming appeared before the dragon, his gaze icy. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted with ferocity, surging toward the dragon with searing flames. The power of the fireball was astounding, sending the dragon hurtling backward, its body crashing violently against the surrounding wall, reducing it to rubble. Lu Ming gazed at the formidable fireball, a surge of doubt flooding his mind. Has my domineering spirit grown stronger, leading to an enhancement of these ninja techniques? I have returned. With that, as Sanji shattered the boulder beneath Luffy's feet, Luffy sprang into the sky like a coiled spring, exclaiming loudly, "It's the rubber boy." The crowd looked up at Luffy in the heavens, erupting in cheers. Navy, switch. Luffy extended his elongated arm, firmly grasping Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt two powerful hands resting on his shoulders, and his heart leaped in surprise. Could it be? Do you intend to? A tremendous force propelled Lu Ming into the sky as Luffy surged forward, riding the wave of energy towards the fearsome dragon. He roared with fervor. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Rubber pendulum. Rubber whip. Rubber gun. Rubber barrage. Luffy unleashed a flurry of attacks that sent the fearsome dragon soaring through the air, hurtling towards the distant ruins. Lu Ming swiftly returned with a graceful stride, landing steadily behind Luffy. He intently observed the battle between the two, finding a suitable spot to sit down. The evil dragon struggled to rise from the ruins, exclaiming, "Are you merely tickling me?" Luffy clenched his fists tightly, a confident smile gracing his face. Do not rush. That was merely a warm-up. Observing Luffy before him, one might surmise that his current strength was slightly inferior to that of the dragon. However, having witnessed his duel with Creek, Lu Ming understood in his heart that, given Luffy's remarkable growth potential, once he engaged in battle with the dragon, victory was all but assured. This moment also afforded him yet another opportunity for close observation. The dragon, watching Luffy still engaged in his warm-up exercises, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You refuse to tread the path to heaven, yet you dare venture into the gates of hell. If only you would quietly perish in the sea. Perhaps it would be a more comfortable fate for you. Luffy, however, wore a carefree and joyful expression. Hey, not at all. I am truly delighted to be rescued. The evil dragon glanced around at his fallen subordinates, his fury igniting. My beloved compatriots, vanquished one by one. This is all because you refused to perish obediently. With that, he opened his gaping maw wide and lunged fiercely at Luffy. In a moment of chaos, Luffy found himself darting around, evading the vicious dragon's bites. The dragon continued to boast, proclaiming, "This is the innate power of the fishmen. The heavens have bestowed no such strength upon humans, rendering you mere lowly creatures. This hierarchical disparity is established from the moment of birth." Provoked by the dragon's taunts, Luffy picked up a stone and effortlessly crushed it in his hand. I don't even need to bite. I can shatter stone with ease. Enraged by Luffy's words, the dragon charged at him furiously. You humans are nothing but a foolish, weak, and incompetent race. What can someone like you, who cannot even rise from the depths of the sea using your own strength, possibly do? Indeed, I am powerless, which is why I seek assistance, Luffy declared, clenching his fists, refusing to retreat as he faced the dragon head-on. With a single powerful punch, he struck the dragon's face, shattering all its teeth. I may not possess swordsmanship, seamanship, or culinary skills, nor do I lie. Without the help of others, I would not survive. The dragon mocked him with a derisive laugh. What right do you have to be a captain when you can do nothing at all? What exactly can you accomplish? A confident smile radiated from Luffy's face as he declared, I can defeat you. The evil dragon, with his newly grown teeth clenched in hand, scoffed. What a joke. Inferior race. He unleashed his iron tooth technique, launching a fierce assault on Luffy with his fists adorned with sharp teeth. Lu Ming observed attentively from the side, and indeed, the combat learning techniques of Luffy emerged once more. The deficiencies Luffy once displayed in battle were gradually being rectified. The oppressive state that had once been imposed by the malevolent dragon had now slowly transformed into a counterpressure. After several futile attacks, the dragon smashed through the wall with a powerful punch and drew forth a sawtooth blade. Luffy was relentlessly pursued by the malevolent dragon to the pinnacle of a building, which appeared to be the illustration room where Nami was previously imprisoned. As nautical charts cascaded from the rooftop, the final duel between Luffy and the dragon commenced in earnest. Boom. As the dragon plummeted from the rooftop, the entire structure began to crumble. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ruins before them, shouting Luffy's name. Luffy. The Dragon Empire has fallen. What transpired within? Who emerged victorious? Luffy slowly rose from the rubble, his body covered in blood. Nami, you will forever be my companion. We have triumphed. Splendid. That fellow has emerged victorious. Hooray. The Dragon Empire has been vanquished. Lu Ming gazed upon the fallen, unconscious dragon, retrieving handcuffs from his waist. Your fate shall be sealed by my hand, he proclaimed. Under Lu Ming's command, the other fishmen were swiftly apprehended by the Navy. A naval officer hastened forward to report. Sir, we have discovered an abundance of gold coins in the basement of the base. Colonel Mouse leaned closer to Lu Ming and softly suggested, Sir, considering the sacrifices our brethren have made in the fight against the dragon, perhaps we should distribute these coins among them? Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Colonel Mouse, remarking, I have yet to address your matters. The colonel felt a shiver run through him under that gaze. Villagers, Lu Ming called out loudly. As the townsfolk gathered around to heed his proclamation, please proceed in an orderly fashion to the underground lair of the vile dragon to reclaim your rightful possessions. He turned his gaze towards Noki Gao and Nami, adding, including your 100 million. Subsequently, Lu Ming nonchalantly retrieved an orange from his pocket and savored it leisurely. Chapter 33, Justice? Naval Headquarters. Jester Buggy, 15 million. Pirate Captain Creek, 17 million. Fishman Pirate Crew, the Evil Dragon, 20 million. Branda held a pristine bounty notice, pointing towards the 3 notices hanging on the blackboard behind him. He spoke slowly to the gathered naval soldiers and pirates. In the East Sea, the average bounty is 3 million. Yet these notorious pirates, surpassing 10 million, have all been vanquished. He then forcefully slapped the new bounty notice against the blackboard. Straw Hat Luffy, bounty 30 million. This is the first time I have encountered a child with such a bounty, although he is an exception, according to the report from Major Lu Ming, who single-handedly defeated Creek and the Evil Dragon. He certainly warrants such a high bounty. If we do not eradicate such malevolent sprouts early on, it will be too late once they grow powerful. The giant vice admiral beside Brandu also bellowed at the soldiers below. Those who fear for their lives and wish to withdraw, leave immediately. We are the steadfast guardians of world peace and will not tolerate cowards. The giant vice admiral, named John Giando, hails from the Elbaf giant clan and was sold to the Navy by the previous wielder of the Soul Fruit, Galmero. The weakness of the populace is not their fault. We are the guardians of justice. Should any villain dare to perpetrate evil upon the seas, we, the Navy, shall exert our utmost efforts to expel them, in the name of absolute justice. Yes. The soldiers, inspired by these grandiose declarations, responded in unison, their voices harmonious and resounding. At this moment, Lu Ming quietly withdrew. During the report, he had raised concerns regarding the collusion between Colonel Mouse and pirates, as well as the negligence within the Navy, alongside numerous instances of cooperation between the Navy and pirates in the East Sea. However, he refrained from mentioning these matters at this time, as the current atmosphere suggested a deliberate concealment of these truths by the higher-ups. Branu, observing Lu Ming's departing figure, hurriedly followed, calling out, Major Lu Ming, you have had encounters with the Straw Hat Boy. We require you to later enlighten the new recruits regarding the heinous acts of these pirates. Lu Ming halted his steps and turned to Branwen, resolutely declaring, they bear no blemish. They are the heroes who saved the village of Cocoa West. It is, in fact, our Navy that harbors significant issues in this matter. Branwen, holding the speech draft in his hands, hesitated and replied, but the authorities. Lu Ming interrupted Bran's words, saying, I'm burdened, please take over, before turning away. As he wandered through the headquarters, Lu Ming began to ponder, what is the essence of the Navy's justice? What is it that they have all steadfastly upheld and pledged their loyalty to? Xiaoming, a familiar voice called out from behind, disrupting his train of thought. Lu Ming turned his head and beheld Qiyuan approaching him from a distance, her gait both composed and graceful. It was Sister Qiyuan. Lu Ming broke into a radiant smile and warmly welcomed her. Qi Yuan responded with a smile. I have heard that you have recently showcased your talents in Donghai, successfully apprehending Click in the evil dragon. You have truly made remarkable progress. The child brought back from G8 has now become quite capable. Aha, I was merely fortunate. Lu Ming modestly replied with a smile. If teacher Zephyr and Jiaqing were to know, they would undoubtedly feel proud of you. Qi Yuan's words were imbued with warmth and encouragement. Lu Ming let out a gentle sigh, his thoughts drifting far away. I wonder how they are faring now? It seems rather perilous for someone to pursue the Golden Lion alone. I must hasten to accumulate enough points to assist him. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Qi Yuan appeared somewhat astonished. Are you not aware of this matter? Lu Ming displayed a look of confusion. Qi Yuan elucidated. The Tezolo group has resurfaced in the new world, and their strength is greater than ever before. Teacher Zephyr has engaged them in several confrontations, but regrettably, none have resulted in victory. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Clearly taken aback by this news, he had not anticipated that he could re-establish a force capable of rivaling Teacher Zephy's team in such a short span of time. Ji Yuan continued, moreover, Jiaji has already engaged in combat with the Golden Lion, Shiji. He sustained some injuries and is currently recuperating at the G8 branch. Lu Ming exclaimed, has it already been submitted? So suddenly, a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. He was completely unaware of these matters, suggesting that Zifa and Jiaqing had deliberately chosen not to distract him. After a brief silence, Lu Ming pondered to himself, it seems that after accumulating 120 points in Rog Town, he ought to first visit the G8 branch to see Jiaqing. Qi Yuan, observing Lu Ming lost in thought, could not help but smile slightly. Where are you planning to go now? Perhaps I could offer you a ride. As Lu Ming gazed upon Guillaume, memories of the time spent alongside her during his initial days at headquarters surfaced in his mind. He smiled in response. I am just about to head to Roga Town. Then let us go? Guillaume beckoned. I shall accompany you, and we can assess whether your swordsmanship has declined. The distance from headquarters to Roga Town was not great, within a few days of navigation. Guillaume not only shared numerous insights about swordsmanship with Lu Ming, but also provided specific guidance on his habitual techniques in their application. She meticulously observed Lu Ming's transitions between offense and defense, as well as his reaction speed during combat, before suggesting, perhaps you could explore the dual-wielding style, which may allow you to fully unleash your potential. This suggestion illuminated a realization for Lu Ming. Although he had acquired a certain proficiency in weaponry, skills gleaned from mastering ninja tools as well as teachings from Ein and Guillaume, he had yet to cultivate a distinctive personal style. He pondered deeply, recognizing that while he dabbled in ninjutsu, physical combat, haki, and swordsmanship, none could rival a master like Shiki. He needed to discover a breakthrough, a means to harmonize his existing skills. If he could seamlessly integrate haki with swordsmanship, while incorporating the techniques of Rokushiki, perhaps he might attain the strength to contend with the foremost warriors. This notion solidified his resolve. Should he be unable to rely on Luffy's power in the future, he must hasten his growth to earn the right to assist Kaji in opposing Shiki. Upon bidding farewell to Guillaume and disembarking, Lu Ming strolled through the bustling streets of Rogu Town. His gaze wandered as he sought the weapon shop where Zoro had once procured his arms. However, his purpose for this visit was not to contend for Zoro's future weapons, but rather, inspired by Guillaume's counsel, to find a blade that suited him, embarking on the path of dual wielding. After all, his unique foresight of Luffy's crew's narrative was a significant advantage in this world and pivotal for fulfilling system tasks. Thus, he held no ulterior motives regarding Zoro's sword. Chapter 34. The sword purchased the weapon shop stood out prominently, and it did not take long for Lu Ming to locate it. The door swung open, and he was immediately enveloped by the scent of iron and blood. Upon entering, the proprietor welcomed him with a broad smile. Welcome to our store. What kind of sword do you seek? A new one or a vintage piece? Our establishment boasts a 200-year history, guaranteeing quality without counterfeit. The owner scrutinized Lu Ming from head to toe, noting his neat attire, devoid of any signs of wear and tear, and the short sword that hung from his waist, clearly indicating that he was a novice in the realm of swordsmen. To the owner, Lu Ming was undeniably a prime candidate for the slaughter. Lu Ming inquired of the approaching proprietor, do you possess any high-quality knives in your establishment? The owner, beaming with delight, discreetly led Lu Ming to the rear of the shop, retrieving a beautifully adorned knife from beneath the display cabinet. Sir, behold this exquisite blade. The craftsmanship is unparalleled, and its edge is as fluid as water. Currently, it is available at a special price of 990 000 berries. A true bargain. Such an exorbitant price. Upon hearing the cost, Lu Ming nearly abandoned his aspirations of becoming a swordsman. A 30% down payment would amount to 300,000 berries. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ming promptly shook his head, dispelling the notion after all. Why should he still harbor the remnants of such financial burdens in the world of One Piece? He accepted the knife offered by the proprietor and scrutinized it closely. The scabbard was indeed remarkably exquisite, yet the blade's craftsmanship appeared rather crude, likely making it a struggle to slice even an apple. Although his knowledge of knives was limited, he had frequently observed the Kintaro, wielded by Guion, and in comparison to it, this knife was simply unworthy. Noticing Lu Ming's displeasure, the proprietor hastily added, "Sir, if this does not meet your expectations, I have an array of superior swords available." Lu Ming detected the unnatural smile on his boss's face and couldn't help but inquire. "You wouldn't be planning to deceive me, would you?" The boss, caught off guard by the question, flustered and agitated, insisted, "How could that be?" Yet, the tension etched on his face betrayed his true intentions. At that moment, a short-haired girl wearing glasses entered the shop. "Boss, could you please help me maintain this knife?" It was Dasky, a current petty officer in the Navy, directly subordinate to Smoker, stationed at the naval base in Logtown. "Major Lu Ming, what brings you here?" Dasky exclaimed. A hint of surprise evident as she spotted Lu Ming selecting knives. Although she had joined the Navy after him, Lu Ming's remarkable exploits in the Grand Line had already become the talk of the entire Navy. He had first destroyed the largest entertainment venue in the New World and subsequently apprehended both the Evil Dragon and Creek, establishing himself as a distinguished figure among the younger generation of the Navy. Even though Dasky was stationed in Logtown, she had heard of his remarkable deeds and harbored a faint sense of admiration and respect for him. Lu Ming naturally recognized this character, who occupies a significant role in the narrative of One Piece. He smiled and responded, "It is Sergeant Dasky." Reflecting on her obsession with renowned swords and her discerning eye for blade appraisal, Lu Ming decided to seek her counsel. Perfect timing. "Could you assist me in evaluating the worth of this sword?" Dasky was somewhat surprised by Lu Ming's recognition, as their paths had not crossed directly. Nonetheless, she courteously replied, "Of course." Upon saying this, she prepared to take the sword from Lu Ming's hand. At that moment, the proprietor, upon noticing the obviously valuable sword in Dasky's possession, felt a pang of anxiety. That was the swift blade, Shiyu, valued at 1,000,000 berries. The owner quickly realized that Dasky was likely a connoisseur of swords, prompting him to hastily remove the knives from the table to avoid revealing any flaws. Lu Ming discerned the subtle gestures of his employer, but chose not to expose them. He understood that in this world, the supreme great blade, 12 craftsmen, the great blade, 21 craftsmen, and the good blade, 50 craftsmen, amounted to no more than 100 in total. Without a certain aura of prestige, acquiring one would be a formidable challenge. Observing that Dasky was still prepared to inquire about the blades from the boss, Lu Ming interjected, "Never mind, perhaps you could take me to your headquarters later." "Certainly," Dasky replied. After handing the blade over to the boss for maintenance, she departed the weapon shop alongside Lu Ming. On their way back, Lu Ming reflected on Dasky's initial encounter with Zoro, which had been to reclaim Shiyu after its maintenance. This realization sparked a thought. Could this serve as the opportune moment to apprehend Yalta at Roger South Execution Square? With this in mind, Lu Ming turned to Dasky and inquired, "Typically, how long does blade maintenance take?" Dasky, feeling a mix of unease from the familiarity yet unfamiliarity of this seemingly well-informed Major General, responded somewhat nervously, "You can come to collect it tomorrow." Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. "So soon? When you come to collect the knife tomorrow, could you possibly invite me to join you?" Dasky's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, responding softly, Lu Ming remained entirely oblivious to the shy sentiments of the girl beside him. His mind was preoccupied with the calculations of completing your leader's task, at which point his points would finally suffice to make a deduction. In the naval base of Rogtown, a man escorted a group of loathsome pirates as he slowly made his way toward the prison. He sported short silver hair and donned a large coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back. A pair of windproof goggles rested around his neck, and he wielded a 10-fingered sea stone weapon. Smoker, a colonel of the Navy headquarters, possessed the powers of the smoke fruit, earning him the moniker of the White Hunter. Observing the somewhat foolish Dashiki venture out and return with an enigmatic man, Smoker approached Lu Ming with a sense of concern for Dashiki's safety. A glimmer of sternness flickered in his deep-set eyes as he addressed Lu Ming, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Who are you, boy?" Unlike Dashiki, who was somewhat aware of the affairs of the Navy headquarters, Smoker found Lu Ming to be a complete stranger. Lu Ming replied calmly, "Colonel Smoker, I am Rear Admiral Lu Ming from the Naval Headquarters." Upon hearing this response, Smoker's tone softened slightly, yet remained serious. "Rear Admiral from Headquarters? What brings you to Loathtown?" Although Lu Ming's rank surpasses Smoker's, he is not directly under his command. Moreover, Smoker typically disregards even his own superiors while in Loathtown, let alone a brigadier general from Headquarters. "I have a mission to attend to, and shall remain here for some time," Lu Ming replied, refraining from disclosing the specifics of his assignment, as he is under no obligation to elaborate to Smoker due to his superior status. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette before addressing Dasky. "Please make arrangements for this brigadier general's accommodations." Dasky acknowledged with a nod and then turned to Lu Ming with a smile. "Brigadier General Lu Ming, please follow me. I will arrange your lodging." After they walked a distance away, Dasky softly explained, "Please do not take offense. Our leader has such a disposition. Should your mission require our assistance, he will certainly cooperate wholeheartedly." Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. After all, in such a place, it is indeed challenging to navigate through various complex situations without a certain degree of authority. Chapter 35. The man who would become the pirate king the following morning. A gloomy rain enveloped the entire town. Knock, knock, knock. Dasky stood outside the door, the gentle breeze tousling her short hair. "Major Lu Ming, I am prepared to retrieve Shiyu. Would you care to join me?" The sound of Lu Ming's voice resonated from behind her. "It is Dashki. Let us depart." Dashki was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Major Lu Ming would rise so early. In this small town, where pirates frequently roamed, battles could erupt at any moment. The sooner one retrieved their weapon, the better prepared they would be for the impending conflict. "Major, do you usually awaken this early?" Dashki inquired with curiosity. Lu Ming smiled as he replied, "Indeed, I engaged in some exercise this morning." The two walked side by side through the quaint town at dawn, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a warm glow upon them. Suddenly, Dashki inquired, "General Lu Ming, are you also a swordsman?" Lu Ming gently smiled, drawing forth a silver short sword from his waist, and with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, "I suppose so. I aspire to pursue the path of dual wielding, yet regrettably, I have yet to find a suitable blade." Upon hearing these words, Dasky sighed softly. "Alas, why does it seem that in this era, the villains are always more formidable? The renowned swordsmen are either pirates or bounty hunters, and nearly all of the famous blades reside in the hands of such individuals. Even the swords must lament." After expressing her thoughts, Dasky glanced at Lu Ming beside her and suddenly felt that her words might have been inappropriate. She quickly gestured to clarify. "What I meant to say is not that the major is lacking in strength. Rather, I merely lament that the distinguished blades are wielded by those miscreants." Lu Ming observed the flustered expression on Dashki's face and could not help but chuckle. "I understand your sentiment. I am not such a petty person," he replied with a smile. "A renowned blade is truly something one can only encounter by chance." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Dashki revealed an abashed smile. She clenched her fists, as if rallying herself. "As a swordswoman of Shiyu, I must strive even harder to hone my skills. I shall collect all the renowned blades wielded by nefarious individuals until the very end of my life." Lu Ming gazed into Dasky's resolute eyes and softly encouraged, "Do your best." Upon hearing these words, Dasky's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. At that moment, Lu Ming unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure with green algae-like hair entering the weapon shop. He felt a wave of surprise wash over him and couldn't help but exclaim, "So soon?" Turning back to Dasky, he added, "I suddenly remembered that I have some matters to attend to at the execution platform." Although puzzled, Dasky nodded in agreement. "All right." "Major General." Lu Ming swiftly turned and sprinted towards the execution platform. "Hey, the person on the gallows, get down here at once." The administrator's voice echoed through the air, attempting to capture Luffy's attention. However, Luffy seemed lost in his own realm, standing atop the gallows as if he were savoring the city's vistas and inhaling its essence. The administrator, feeling exasperated, picked up the megaphone and shouted once more at Luffy, "That is a special execution platform governed by the world government. You must immediately." At that moment, a voluptuous woman, wielding a spiked iron club, stealthily approached the administrator, her gaze shimmering with flirtatious allure. Before the administrator could complete his sentence, the iron club swung fiercely towards him. The woman playfully remarked, "Oh, come now, must you be so stringent, sir?" Just as the club was about to collide with the administrator's head, a large hand suddenly appeared, firmly grasping the club. It was a robust hand, as strong as a vice. Yalita stared in astonishment at the man before her, whose grip on one end of the spiked club was so powerful that no matter how hard she pulled, she could not retrieve it. The sound of Lu Ming's playful laughter echoed from the other end of the iron rod. "Pardon me. May I borrow this?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the iron rod was effortlessly snatched from Yalita's grasp by Lu Ming. "Congratulations on completing the low-level task, seizing Yalita's iron rod. You have earned a reward of 20 points. Remaining points, 120. As Lu Ming listened to the melodious chime of 120 at the conclusion of the system's announcement, he experienced a joy unlike any he had ever known. Yalita, wide-eyed, beheld this peculiar individual effortlessly snatching away her iron rod. A smile of delight graced his lips, a smile that, to Yalita, seemed to mock her. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from a corner of the square's fountain. Debris of concrete and stone soared into the sky, including the massive water spout, which shot forth like a cannonball aimed directly at Lu Ming and Yalita. Just as the water spout was about to strike Yalita, it inexplicably veered off course, altering its trajectory to hurtle straight toward Lu Ming. Yalita appeared to have anticipated this turn of events, and with a cold glare directed at Lu Ming, she shouted, "Die, you bastard!" Lu Ming remained utterly unperturbed, wielding Yalita's iron rod. His body moved with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the edge of the square, effortlessly evading the impending attack. The sightseeing system announced a new mission, low-level task, acquire any one of the 21 great knives. Deadline, 3 years, completion rewards, 20 points, failure penalty, 20 points. Upon hearing the latest task broadcast, Lu Ming felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that the difficulty of the missions was gradually escalating. Despite his prior intentions to seek out several fine blades, in the square, the group that had demolished the fountain cast their cloaks skyward in unison. Buggy stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed upon Luffy, his voice tinged with a mix of sorrow and fury. "Ever since the day you left me in tatters, I vowed to kill you. Thus, I return to my comrades. It is a monumental risk, for I am devoid of a body. It has been a journey fraught with ridicule, descending into hell, yet I have also found camaraderie in this jester's grand adventure. Nevertheless, I persevered. There is nothing more to say now." Yet, Luffy merely picked his nose, displaying complete indifference to Buggy's words, his eyes wandering, evidently uninterested in Buggy's plight. "So it's you, Buggy?" Buggy's irritation simmered beneath the surface at Luffy's reaction. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. "All right. No more jesting, you rubber-headed fool. Your audacity knows no bounds." At this moment, Buggy's underlings drew their firearms, aiming them at the surrounding crowd, threatening, "No one move. You shall witness our terror." The square erupted into chaos. As terrified voices echoed from the crowd, "It's Buggy the Clown. A pirate has appeared." At that moment, Luffy was secured to the gallows by Kabaji, who descended from above, grinning as he addressed Luffy. "Long time no see, Rubber Man. How is Zoro?" At that moment, Luffy belatedly realized, "What are you doing?" Buggy, striding toward the gallows, cackled loudly, "Kabaji, splendid job." He then turned to Luffy, sneering, "I am about to execute you publicly, to perish in the same place as the Pirate King. How glorious that must be for you." Utilizing the strength of his underlings, Buggy leaped onto the gallows and bellowed at his subordinates below, "Pirate Luffy, you have committed the gravest of offenses by inciting my wrath. Now, I sentence you to dismemberment." The crowd of underlings erupted with fervor, chanting wildly, "Yahaha! Let him be torn apart." Buggy, brandishing a long blade and standing upon Luffy's head, laughed maniacally. "Do you have anything left to say?" Luffy beamed with a bright smile, declaring, "I am the man destined to become the Pirate King." Chapter 36. Completion of the Advanced Mission. Lu Ming gazed at Luffy on the stage, marveling inwardly. Perhaps only he could utter such words in this environment. At that moment, a familiar system voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. "Congratulations on completing the advanced task. Witness the fierce battle of the 4 emperors. You have received a reward of 120 points. Remaining points, 240. Has it truly been completed so effortlessly?" Lu Ming was astonished to discover that this task had been accomplished with such remarkable ease. He had completely forgotten about the fierce battle between Zoro, Sanji, and Buggy's subordinates, and was completely immersed in his surprise. This task had been fulfilled solely through the efforts of Buggy and Luffy. In the stands, Buggy raised his sword high and swung it down with great ferocity, exclaiming, "Thank you for providing this entertainment. Your pirate career ends here." He chuckled, "Oops. I'm about to die." Meanwhile, Luffy, smiling until the very last moment, gazed down at the crowd. As the thunder crashed, the guillotine shuddered violently. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in Lu Ming's ears. Tourist system task issued. Advanced task. Independently eliminate Enel. Time limit. 5 years. Completion reward. 120 points. Failure penalty. Deduction of 120 points. Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, was the ruler of Skypiea. Luffy rose from the ruins of the execution platform, exclaiming loudly, "Haha, I am still alive." The heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour, as if to cleanse his fate. In another corner of the square, the Navy surged forth from the shadows, their intentions clear as they surrounded the plaza, intent on capturing every pirate. Their movements were swift and resolute. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji raced toward the harbor, their figures flickering in the curtain of rain. However, Lu Ming remained rooted in place, his eyes brimming with confusion. He repeatedly pondered the task prompt the system had just provided, as it marked his first encounter with such stringent conditions. He was mandated to eliminate the target independently, and the mission specifically instructed him to intervene in the narrative. At the heart of the square, Smoker's presence emerged, accompanied by swirling clouds of elemental white smoke. This vapor behaved as if it were alive, ensnaring the surrounding pirates and rendering them immobile. Meanwhile, Lu Ming turned in the opposite direction toward the harbor, muttering incessantly, "Enel. Enel." Observing Lu Ming's departure, Smoker let out a soft huff before mounting his smoke-powered vehicle and pursuing Luffy. Lu Ming strolled alone through the heavy rain in Rog Town, his pace leisurely yet deliberate. His mind was consumed with strategizing how to eliminate Enelu with minimal disturbance. Before him, the rain fell incessantly, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians, leaving only his solitary figure. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, 3 lottery boxes materialized from thin air. With such an abundance of points, he wondered if he might draw something beneficial to aid him. Drawing from previous experiences, he surmised that spending 20 points would yield nothing capable of contesting Enelu, and thus placed his hand decisively on the highest tier, 80 points. Congratulations on acquiring medical sealing technique, In sealing. Remaining points, 160. As the system announced the acquisition, it felt as though the haki within Lu Ming surged beyond the limits of his body. Although the growth was gradual, it began to stabilize. At the same time, a diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. Unlike Tsunade, the medical sealing technique, In sealing was merely an isolated skill for Lu Ming. It did not confer the formidable effects like regeneration or the 100 heal techniques. This implied that he could not maintain his youthful appearance nor unleash all his stored power in one breath to attain a fleeting invincible state. Reflecting on his prior experience of drawing the single Tomo Sharingan for 80 points, Lu Ming merely scoffed internally before accepting the current circumstances. Though the In sealing lacked direct offensive capabilities, it served as a perpetual haki charger, allowing Lu Ming to steadily accumulate strength during battles without excessive concern for depleting his energy. Once he amassed a significant amount, he could unleash his flowing cherry technique with greater abandon. Drawing from his previous insight, Lu Ming speculated that skills costing 80 points might possess a certain growth potential, akin to the Sharingan and In sealing, preventing him from achieving immediate, substantial enhancement. Conversely, he conjectured that skills priced at 40 points might focus more on efficient single-strike output, but with inherent limitations. Gazing at his remaining 160 points, he resolved to make another attempt. However, from the shadows of the street emerged a figure clad in a green cloak, silently observing Lu Ming's every move, seemingly pondering something. This figure was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the father of Luffy. While the Navy was preoccupied with apprehending pirates in the city center, this seemingly high-ranking officer strolled leisurely down the street, piquing Dragon's interest. He halted, scrutinizing the young man before him, who had recently gained notoriety for vanquishing the East Blue threats, Creek and the Dragon. Just as Dragon prepared to turn away, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from Lu Ming. This aura contained an ineffable understanding, imbuing Lu Ming with an enigmatic presence. At that moment, Lu Ming was deeply engrossed in contemplating the nuances of the In sealing and speculating on the point system, entirely unaware of Dragon's gradual approach. He gently tapped the lottery box marked with 40 points. Congratulations, he had acquired Lightning Release, Chidori. Indeed, the skill at this point value possessed formidable power. Chidori, also known as Raikiri, is revered as a technique capable of severing the very bolts of lightning in the sky. In that moment, electricity gathered in Lu Ming's palm. accompanied by a piercing avian cry that grew increasingly intense. He gazed at the lightning in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Inel, shall I use this lightning to cleave through lightning itself?" The sole drawback of this technique lay in its considerable noise during release, necessitating a swift thrust attack afterward. Without the cooperation of the Sharingan, it would be exceedingly difficult to successfully execute at close range if the opponent was prepared. When Dragon observed Lu Ming harnessing the lightning in his palm, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Having encountered numerous extraordinary individuals throughout his rich experiences, the sight of Lu Ming was nonetheless unexpected. His astonishment did not stem from Lu Ming's ability to manipulate lightning, but rather from curiosity about the young man's extraordinary encounters. Pondering how he had seemingly grown stronger merely by raising his hand and tapping the air a few times. At that moment, Lu Ming sensed a disturbance behind him. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick in the direction of the threat. The force of the strike was tremendous, as if it would tear the very air asunder. In response to Lu Ming's assault, Dragon remained unperturbed. With a calm demeanor, he raised his hand and waved it gently, effortlessly neutralizing the attack, his eyes glinting with a hint of admiration. Chapter 37. The predicament of the Navy. Upon seeing Dragon before him, Lu Ming felt a surge of anxiety. Monkey D. Dragon? Damn it, how could I have forgotten about him? He's also in Logtown at this time, and the narrative has offered little insight into his character or his stance towards the Navy. Observing Lu Ming's heightened state of vigilance, Dragon smiled and said, "There is no need to be tense, young man. I have no intention of making a move against you. I am merely curious about you. Why have you not pursued the Straw Hat Boy? Furthermore, your sudden surge in strength has piqued my interest." Hearing Dragon's explanation, Lu Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. He realized that Dragon had been observing him since the moment he began the lottery. He chastised himself for being too careless. After all, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent in the East Blue. Lu Ming spread his hands and replied nonchalantly, "There exists a distinction between good and evil among pirates. I believe that the Straw Hat Boy is rather admirable. Why should he be captured?" He thought to himself, "You are indeed peculiar. Questioning why I do not apprehend your son. With your presence here, who could possibly seize him?" Dragon, taken aback by Lu Ming's response, remarked, "I did not expect someone like you to exist within the ranks of the Navy." He then inquired, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes. You are from the Revolutionary Army," Lu Ming responded, sensing no malice from Dragon, allowing himself to relax gradually. "Are you not afraid of me?" Dragon asked. "You just stated that you would not lay a hand on me. Why should I be afraid?" Lu Ming replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Dragon sighed softly, a faint smile of irony crossing his face. "Well then, you are quite an amusing young man." Suddenly, Dragon's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening as it bore into Lu Ming. "You must have observed the predicaments faced by the Navy in the East Blue, have you not?" Lu Ming was taken aback by Long's sudden transformation, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment as he gazed at Long. In contrast, Long wore a serious expression, seemingly awaiting Lu Ming's response. Then, with a shift in conversation, his tone softened. "Perhaps you might contemplate joining us." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Long would propose such a suggestion. Although he harbored doubts regarding the righteousness of the Navy, the genuine concern and trust bestowed upon him by Zfa, Jiaji, and others were undeniable. The thought of betraying them and aligning himself with the Revolutionary Army was utterly inconceivable for Lu Ming at this juncture. "I am unwilling," Lu Ming replied with a measure of resolve. A flicker of disappointment crossed Long's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled softly. "Perhaps the time has not yet come." Just then, a deafening clap of thunder resonated through the sky. The wind and rain intensified, threatening to engulf the entire world. The hurricane howled, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Lu Ming strained to widen his eyes, only to find that the figure of the dragon had vanished into the tempest. All that remained was the distant echo carried by the wind. "Navy, we shall meet again." In another corner of the town, Smoker firmly restrained Luffy, clutching the sea stone-infused jutty with unwavering confidence and determination. "Your misfortune has arrived." Just as he prepared to draw the jutty from his back to deliver a fatal blow to Luffy, a robust hand pressed down upon the weapon. A light, airy voice followed, "Not necessarily." Smoker turned in astonishment, his gaze meeting that of Dragon, clad in a deep green robe. Although his face was shrouded in shadow, the sharpness of his gaze was unmistakable. Smoker blurted out, "You are." Dragon did not grant him the opportunity to continue, seizing Smoker's arm and flinging him aside as though discarding refuse. He then turned to face the advancing Navy, raising a hand and bellowing, "Tempest, Instantly, a hurricane erupted around him, sweeping across the battlefield. The Navy soldiers were tossed about, unable to maintain their footing. Zaro and Sanji seized the moment to grab the fallen Luffy, straining to make their way toward the harbor. Dragon stood before Smoker and the Navy, his deep green robe billowing in the wind, almost as if he were laughing maniacally. Let them go. Smoker steadied himself, glaring at Dragon with a hint of anger in his voice. Why are you aiding that man? Dragon smiled slightly, his profound eyes revealing an inscrutable emotion. Because I can find no reason to prevent a man from setting sail. Colonel, are you truly leaving Lobetown? We have yet to receive any orders from higher-ups, a Navy officer inquired, watching Smoker orchestrate the gathering of supplies with a tinge of doubt. Smoker, eyes resolute, grasped the officer's collar and exclaimed, I must capture that straw hat kid. Prepare to set sail immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Ming returned to the Navy base. The missions to Alabasta and Skypea were not pressing, and there was no need to follow Luffy closely. It was the perfect opportunity to return to the G8 branch and consult with Gaki about dealing with the Golden Lion. Additionally, he might require Gaki's assistance in confronting Enel. Dasky hurriedly approached Lu Ming, gently adjusting her slipping glasses, her voice tinged with urgency. Major Lu Ming, we must leave Lobetown at once. She glanced at Smoker, who was directing the others in packing, and lowered her voice. Please inform headquarters that we are pursuing the Straw Hat Kid, and request that others be dispatched to guard this location. As Lu Ming listened to Dasky's request, he mused to himself, so, they seek my assistance in cleaning up this mess. However, in this context, Lu Ming held the highest position, and it was indeed his duty to report this debacle to headquarters. Thus, he replied, all right, no problem. You may go ahead. I shall report to headquarters afterward. Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Dasky displayed a relieved smile. She was acutely aware that her superior, Smoker, frequently disregarded orders from above. Although the higher-ups did not intentionally create difficulties for him, this behavior undoubtedly complicated his path to promotion. Now, as they were about to defy orders by leaving their station location to pursue the Straw Hat Boy, an incident reported to headquarters would inevitably mar Smoker's record further. If Lu Ming could assist in providing an explanation, it would be exceedingly beneficial. Urged by Smoker, Dasky swiftly made her way toward the naval ship at the port. After taking a few steps, she turned back to glance at Lu Ming and waved her hand, saying, Major General Lu Ming, we shall take our leave now. Lu Ming waved goodbye to Dasky, saying, Go ahead. We shall meet again in Alabasta. Alabasta? Dasky felt a tinge of confusion upon hearing Lu Ming's words. However, with Smoker urging her on, she refrained from asking further questions and swiftly boarded the warship. After Smoker and his crew set sail without incident, Lu Ming lingered in Roga Town for several more days. Only after the new station Navy had arrived did he feel assured enough to depart, embarking on his journey towards the G8 branch. Chapter 38, Poison G8 Branch. My comrades, I have returned, Lu Ming proclaimed loudly as he strode into the base, carrying an assortment of gifts. It had been 5 years since Jiajin had taken him away from this place. During these 5 years, many of his former subordinates had risen to the rank of second lieutenant. Upon hearing the news of Lu Ming's return, soldiers from all directions flocked to the port to welcome their long-missed leader. Is it truly the return of Captain Lu Ming? Surely he has achieved the rank of Rear Admiral by now. As he gazed upon the familiar faces before him, a wave of warmth surged within Lu Ming. It felt as though he had returned home. I have brought gifts for you all, one for each of you aboard the ship, Lu Ming announced, eliciting joyous cheers from the crowd. The soldiers surrounded Lu Ming, their faces radiant with delight. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Ming searched for Jia Ji's figure, but found no trace of him. He had heard from Qiyuan that Jia Ji was recuperating at the G8 branch, nursing some minor injuries. However, the absence of Jia Ji at such a jubilant gathering stirred a subtle unease within Lu Ming. He turned to the naval officer beside him and inquired, Is General Jia still at the G8 branch? Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the previously boisterous naval soldiers fell into an unexpected silence, their voices faltering. This unusual reaction heightened Lu Ming's apprehension, prompting him to hasten towards the infirmary, disregarding the soldiers' shouts behind him. Bursting into the infirmary, Lu Ming found Kobat and several other doctors wearing concerned expressions, seemingly engaged in an important discussion. Surprised by Lu Ming's sudden entrance, Kobat exclaimed, Lu Ming. Lu Ming forced a strained smile amidst his anxious demeanor, urgently inquiring, What about Jiaji? Upon hearing Lu Ming's direct and pressing question, Kabart hesitated momentarily, seemingly weighing his words. We are devising a solution. It should be manageable. Cobart's response sent Lu Ming's heart into a state of suspended dread, his voice taking on a more frantic tone. Did you not say it was merely a minor injury? At that moment, a sturdy hand gently rested on Lu Ming's shoulder from behind. Turning to see a familiar figure, Lu Ming was met with the sight of Jonathan. The doctors ahead rose in unison, respectfully exclaiming, "Commander." Standing before Lu Ming was Jonathan, who spoke to him with a soothing tone. "Xiao Ming, do not be overly anxious. Jiaji has indeed encountered some difficulties. He has been poisoned. However, our physicians are making progress and believe there is a viable solution." Poisoned? Lu Ming turned back to Jonathan, his eyes wide with astonishment. Jonathan subtly gestured towards the outside of the medical room, saying, "Let us discuss this outside. We must not disturb their ongoing research." Lu Ming expressed his apologies to the busy physicians, then closed the door behind him and exited with Jonathan. As they walked along the corridor of the warship, Jonathan began to speak slowly. "Based on our research, it appears that Jiaji has been afflicted by a toxin known as Daft Green." The name Daft Green rang a bell for Lu Ming, prompting him to furrow his brow in an effort to recall where he had encountered it before. Jonathan continued to elucidate. Daft Green is a rather rare plant that emits a toxic aroma, effective in repelling common beasts. However, when inhaled in excess by humans, this scent can lead to organ dysfunction and the appearance of green fungal spots on the skin. He paused for a moment, seemingly reflecting on something. According to soldiers who returned with Jiaji, he inhaled a considerable amount of pollen from this plant to protect them. Due to Jiaji's robust physique, these symptoms were suppressed until recently, when they began to manifest. Listening to Jonathan's description, Lu Ming felt a flicker of realization within him. He suddenly recalled that this particular plant bore a close relation to the golden lion that Jiaji had been relentlessly pursuing. It was the golden lion that had cultivated this plant to ensnare the modified beasts. Regarding the toxin, Jonathan continued, "Our research indicates that a specific flower from a certain plant is required for its antidote. This plant is known as." At that moment, Lu Ming abruptly halted his steps and, in unison with Jonathan, exclaimed, "I.Q." Jonathan, surprised to discover that Lu Ming was also aware of this, momentarily displayed astonishment on his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued, "Indeed, this plant is quite elusive. I have reported this matter to headquarters, requesting their assistance in keeping an eye out. Yet, to date, there have been no leads regarding it." Upon hearing Jonathan's account, Lu Ming clenched his fists, his fingers rapidly unfurling one by one. He had not anticipated confronting the golden lion so soon. He turned to Jonathan, his eyes brimming with urgency. "Commander, how much longer can Jiaji endure?" Jonathan sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. "The outlook is not promising, given his current physical condition. I estimate he has less than a month left." Just as Jonathan was about to offer words of comfort to Lu Ming, he was abruptly interrupted. "I know where to find this plant." "Where?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Jonathan's eyes. Lu Ming fixed his gaze firmly upon Jonathan. "Golden Lion Shiki?" "Absolutely not." Jonathan immediately countered, asserting that even Kaji was no match for him. Wasn't going there tantamount to courting death? After a moment of contemplation, Jonathan added, "We ought to report to headquarters and see if we can request the deployment of a general for assistance." Lu Ming, you spoke with unwavering determination. "There is no time to waste. I cannot afford any delays. My sole purpose for going there is to obtain I.Q. And once I have it, I shall depart." Jonathan furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. According to the intelligence brought back by the officers who undertook the mission alongside Jiaji, Shiji is currently located on the Sky Island. The only route to the Sky Island is to circumvent Qinghai, departing from the summit of the Western Heavens. Even if we hasten to the summit now, I fear it may already be too late. Lu Ming gazed at Jonathan, a confident smile gracing his lips. "No, we possess a more expedient method. Based on the narrative, it appears that Luffy and his companions inadvertently plummeted from the Sky Island to the G8 branch, suggesting that the Sky Island is situated not far above the G8 base. The considerable number of Sky Island shells in Shiki's possession indicates that he must have spent a substantial amount of time on the Sky Island before heading to the East Blue to care for animals. The absence of any Navy presence on the Sky Island indeed makes it a perfect hiding place. Moreover, the choice of healing at the G8 branch by Kaji was likely due to its proximity to the location of his fall. In the common understanding of most, reaching the Sky Island necessitates traversing the summit of the West, thus circumventing it would require a considerable amount of time. Presently, Lu Ming speculates that Shiki still lingers on the Sky Island above them. "Commander, May I trouble you to arrange for someone to ascertain the duration required to travel from here to Gaia Island? Lu Ming continued. Jonathan nodded in agreement. Observing Lu Ming's confident demeanor, and couldn't help but reflect, Kaji, you truly have an eye for talent. Chapter 39, Sky Island Before Long. The base's navigator hurried towards Lu Ming and Jonathan, exclaiming, Commander, Major, if we sail without pause day and night, it will take merely 3 days to reach Gaia Island from the base. In his heart, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy, for he surmised that his conjecture was indeed correct. He promptly addressed Jonathan, saying, Commander, please arrange for a vessel. I must journey to Gaia Island. Jonathan regarded Lu Ming, his mind awash with questions. Why must he go to Gaia Island? What was this shortcut he spoke of? Yet, he refrained from probing further, sensing that this young man possessed his own plans and ideas. Just as Jonathan was preparing to gather a formidable force to accompany Lu Ming, the latter declined, stating, Commander, there is no need for so many. As long as my brothers see me to Gaia Island, I can venture to Sky Island alone. How can that be? Jonathan replied with concern. You are still young, and your understanding of Shurji is not yet profound. While youthful confidence is commendable, one must not be overly complacent. Lu Ming explained, Commander, I do not underestimate the situation. However, I find it exceedingly difficult to ensure safety on this shortcut alone, and I fear that bringing so many brothers along might lead to their needless sacrifice. Just as Jonathan was about to continue his persuasion, a youthful female voice resonated from the infirmary. Then allow me to accompany Lu Ming. A graceful figure approached them swiftly. Let me go with Lu Ming alone. As she neared, her flowing lavender hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, her complexion as flawless as white jade, clad in a pristine white physician's coat. Her ample bosom subtly hinted beneath her shirt. Her long, elegantly rounded legs were adorned with delicate, pale stockings, exuding both grace and nobility. Lu Ming gazed at the approaching Kobit, taken aback by her stunning beauty, which he had failed to notice in his earlier haste. Jonathan observed Kobit with a serious demeanor, exclaiming, This is absurd. How can you go? Kobit responded, although Lu Ming possesses remarkable strength, he lacks knowledge of pharmacology and may struggle with the preservation and identification of IQ. Upon hearing her words, Jonathan felt a flicker of uncertainty. He contemplated their conversation, casting glances at both Lu Ming and Kobit. Due to her aversion to blood, Kobit had never truly been able to engage in the frontline care of patients. In the case of the recent poisoning, as there was no external bleeding, the responsibility for treatment had fallen solely upon her. Driven by her sense of duty as a physician, she was eager to participate in the perilous endeavor of retrieving the medication from Shurji, despite the inherent risks. Furthermore, her feelings for Lu Ming had only intensified over the years. Within the branch, she had quietly sought information about him, yearning to learn more about his circumstances. Now that an opportunity had arisen to fight alongside him, she was determined not to let it slip away. Lu Ming nodded. Then this operation shall be undertaken by Kabat and myself. Observing Jonathan's apparent inclination to voice dissent, Lu Ming further elucidated. Our objective is to retrieve the herbs as discreetly as possible, thereby avoiding any confrontation with Shurji. After all, our primary aim is to rescue Jejia, not to engage in warfare with Shurji. Jonathan gazed at the two resolute young individuals before him, feeling a surge of gratitude in his heart. Remember, you must return alive. This is not merely a promise to me, but to all those who care for you. Indeed, Lu Ming and Kabat replied in unison, under Lu Ming's precise guidance. The group journeyed tirelessly, swiftly reaching Gaia Island, arriving even half a day ahead of their anticipated schedule. Lu Ming arranged for the others, excluding himself and Kabat, to board another large warship. The two remained on a specially modified lightweight boat, which had been meticulously altered under Lu Ming's guidance, equipped with wing-like appendages on either side to provide additional propulsion when necessary. The small vessel floated serenely upon the sea. As Kabat was about to inquire about the subsequent plan of action, Lu Ming raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. He had already employed his formidable observation haki to detect unusual movements deep beneath the ocean's surface. Before long, the entire expanse of the sea began to exhibit tremendous fluctuations. The naval personnel patrolling the nearby waters witnessed this anomaly, casting anxious glances at the small boat at the center of the disturbance. One sailor swallowed hard and uneasily asked, Do you think Boss Lu Ming and the others will be all right? Another sailor playfully tapped the speaker's head, attempting to reassure him. Don't be ridiculous. The boss is incredibly strong. How could anything happen to him? It's coming. Lu Ming firmly grasped the helm and shouted to Kabat, Come to my side and hold on tight. Although Kobat was a doctor without combat experience, she instantly understood Lu Ming's intent in this critical moment. She swiftly ran to his side and embraced him from behind. Suddenly, a colossal current surged from the depths of the ocean, seemingly defying the pull of gravity and shooting skyward. Without hesitation, Lu Ming directed the boat toward this torrent. This spectacle left the surrounding naval personnel in awe. Their mouths agape. They clenched their fists, palms slightly sweating, their hearts racing for Lu Ming and Kobat. Faced with the magnificent ascending current, Kobat shut her eyes in fright, holding onto Lu Ming tightly, her heart pounding like a drum. Yet, despite her fear, her resolve remained unwavering, with no thought of retreat. Under Lu Ming's deft control, the small boat successfully ascended the rising current. The vessel began to glide smoothly along the flow toward the heavens. The specially designed wings on either side gradually unfurled, providing the swaying boat with a measure of stability amidst the tumult. As the ship broke through the cloud cover, the turbulence subsided and tranquility enveloped them. Kobat opened her eyes wide, gazing at the vast expanse of white clouds, and in astonishment, she asked, What is this place? Are we above the clouds?" Though Lu Ming had mentally prepared himself, the profound shock he experienced upon standing in this vast, boundless marine expanse was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Here lay the oceanic heavens. Suddenly, a colossal octopus tentacle emerged from the depths, hurtling towards the vessel occupied by Lu Ming and Kobat. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Kobat's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, stammering, "See, King." In a flash, Lu Ming unleashed the lightning release, Chidori, deftly manipulating the energy in his hand, transforming it into a spear. This metamorphosis was seamless and instinctive, as though the Chidori existed solely for this very form. Lightning release, Chidori spear. Lu Ming raised his spear high, effortlessly severing the tentacle that lunged from above. In the instant the tentacle was cut, the air was permeated with a pungent, burnt odor. Lu Ming was well aware of the transformative characteristics of Chidori. Ever since he acquired this formidable ability, he had diligently researched and explored ways to maximize the power of Chidori. He conducted numerous experiments, emulating and attempting to replicate Sasuke's developmental methods, discovering alternative applications of Chidori's various forms. This successful endeavor filled his heart with joy. The sea beast from the Sky Island seemed to recognize that the individuals on the ship were not to be trifled with. In the wake of its severed limbs' excruciating pain, it decisively chose to retreat. Chapter 40. Conditions. Kobat struggled to rise, her complexion still pale, clearly indicating that the recent fright had not yet fully dissipated. "What shall we do now to find Shurji?" Lu Ming gazed intently at the distant cloud formations, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Someone will inform us who?" Kobat inquired with curiosity. Just as her words fell into the air, a figure adorned with a horned mask and dressed in a grass skirt suddenly appeared before them. He gracefully traversed the air above the sea, swiftly approaching their vessel. "Here he comes." Lu Ming's expression sharpened, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic individual. As the horned masked figure drew near the edge of the boat, he nimbly leaped aboard, his cold eyes locking on to Lu Ming and Kobat. "Exclude." Lu Ming reacted swiftly, shielding Kobat behind him. Just as the figure in the horned mask was poised to launch an assault on the two, a rider clad in knightly attire, mounted upon a peculiar pink-spotted avian, shot the assailant down into the water. "I am the Knight of the Skies, Gonfor." Gonfor gazed serenely at the surface of the water and inquired, "Have they escaped?" Kobat, feeling a wave of relief, cautiously peered from behind Lu Ming and murmured, "Thank you for saving us." Gonfor glanced around the vessel, noting the absence of anyone but Kobat and Lu Ming. With a resigned sigh, he tossed a small whistle to Lu Ming, saying, "Well, consider this a complimentary service." He continued, "I am a professional mercenary, navigating these treacherous waters. Those unaware of the aerial situation either fall prey to the earlier skirmisher or become sustenance for the skyfish. A single blow of this whistle will summon me for 5 millionik. I will rescue you." Observing the bewildered expressions on Kobat and Lu Ming's faces, Gonfor widened his eyes, exclaiming, "For goodness sake, my fee is already quite reasonable. Do not attempt to haggle with me. I will not reduce it by even a single ick. I have my own livelihood to consider." Kobat cautiously inquired, "But we do not possess ick. Would it be possible to use bail instead?" Taken aback by this question, Gonfor momentarily lost his words. "You did not arrive from the western peaks, did you? Surely, you must have passed through at least 1 or 2 islands. Could it be that you ventured here via the monstrous sea currents? It is remarkable to encounter such brave souls in this day and age. No wonder there are only 2 of you left." At this moment, Lu Ming approached Gonfor. Gazing up at him intently, and said, "When we boarded this vessel, there were only two of us. We do not havoc. Yet we wish to propose a transaction with you." Gon Full's eyes remained impassive as he replied, "A transaction? What do you intend to do? What could you Blue Sea folk possibly offer that holds sufficient value?" Lu Ming retrieved a map, meticulously crafted by the Navy during their joint expedition against Shirji, depicting a notable landmark and its surrounding geography. He solemnly handed it to Gon Full, stating, "I require your assistance to locate this place as swiftly as possible." Upon receiving the map, Gon Full glanced at it briefly, his pupils constricting slightly. "You are from the Navy?" Seeing Gon Full's reaction, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy, realizing he had indeed found the right person, and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we are from the Navy." Clearly taken aback, Gon Full slowly seated himself, leaning against the edge of the ship. "Given that you are from the Navy, you must be aware of the formidable figures in this vicinity. Why should I assist you? What can you offer in return? I can help you rid yourself of Inalu and reclaim your divine throne." Lu Ming's declaration stirred tumultuous waves within Gon Full, leaving him momentarily speechless. Stammering, Gon Full replied, How? How could you, a person from the Blue Sea, possibly know such things?" Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders, saying, "You need not worry about this. We offer you this condition. You will lead us to our destination." "How does that sound?" Gon Full, filled with urgency, pressed further. "How can I trust that you possess the strength to defeat him?" The Sharingan in Lu Ming's eyes began to manifest as he slowly raised his right hand, gathering the energy of lightning within it. "I possess the power of lightning as well, and Sharingan, illusion." As Gon Full beheld the peculiar Tomo in Lu Ming's eyes, he felt an instant disconnection from his surroundings, everything becoming blurred and surreal. Moments later, Lu Ming released Gon Full from the illusion, and he awoke from the dreamlike state, a faint sheen of cold sweat gracing his brow. Observing the slight tension in Gon Full's demeanor, Lu Ming continued, "In truth, our bold initiative to seek out Shiki should indicate to you that a level like Enel's poses no threat to us." Freed from Lu Ming's illusion, Gon Full swallowed nervously. Lu Ming's words held a considerable allure for him. The young man's reasoning was indeed compelling, while Enel wielded the formidable power of the Rumble fruit. He seemed ill-equipped to contend with the legendary pirate Shiki. This was evident from Shiki's position at the temporary encampment surrounding Sky Island and Enel's dismissive attitude toward him, which further underscored this point. Gon Full pondered privately. If this young man truly possessed the ability to drive away Enel and liberate the citizens, then escorting him to Shiki's temporary station would not pose a significant risk. Sensing that Gon Full was now swayed by his words, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely feared that Gon Full might refuse to guide him for an unfamiliar territory. Avoiding direct confrontation with Enel while simultaneously locating Shiki's base would prove exceedingly challenging. Lu Ming's Sharingan had reached its limit. The single Tomo could only momentarily ensnare Gon Fu in an illusion. As the adversaries encountered grew increasingly formidable, the capabilities of the single Tomo Sharingan became increasingly inadequate. Observing Gon Fu's indecision, Lu Ming deliberately turned away, feigning nonchalance. "If you are reluctant, then so be it. I can take some time to search on my own." Watching Lu Ming's back, Gon Fu resolved within himself, "All right, it's a deal. I will lead you." With his back turned to Gon Fu, Lu Ming exchanged a subtle smile with Kobat, exuding an air of confidence. "This is going quite smoothly." Lu Ming turned around and saluted Gon Fu, saying, "Then I shall trouble you to lead the way." Gon Fu called out to the peculiar red-spotted creature beside him, "Pierre." The creature emitted a distinctive sound, and then transformed into a celestial steed adorned with vibrant red spots. Chapter 41. The Monster Forest. Gon Fu guided Lu Ming and Kobat to the edge of a dense jungle, where the ground was covered with unusually shaped, massive plants resembling radishes, yet distinctly different. These plants were closely arranged, forming a natural barrier that encircled the jungle tightly. He pointed towards the depths of the jungle, saying, "Ahead lies the Monster Forest, and the base of the person you seek is deep within." Kobat examined the plants intently, her face lighting up with delight. Indeed, the shape and aroma are unmistakably daft green. Gon Fu interjected, "I must caution you. This forest is home to numerous ferocious beasts, all of whom possess formidable strength at the sea beast level. Typically, these peculiar plants obstruct their paths, but once you step into the forest, you will be immediately besieged by these creatures." "Yes, we understand," Lu Ming replied, casting a glance at Kobat. Kobat clenched her fists, rallying herself with determination. "I'm not afraid." "Not afraid at all." Observing the resolute expressions on Lu Ming and Kobat, Gonfowl suddenly turned back, his tone wavering as he inquired, "When do you intend to commence the expulsion of Ainalu that you previously mentioned?" Lu Ming replied calmly, "Once matters here are resolved, I shall begin to address them." "How long will that take?" Gonfert blurted out, only to notice Lu Ming's silence. He realized his inquiry had been somewhat hasty and quickly gestured to clarify, "No, no. You are aware of Ainalu's strength and should grasp our circumstances as well. The citizens and I here wish for this to be resolved as swiftly as possible." His voice gradually diminished, likely out of concern that his words might displease Lu Ming. He understood all too well that if Lu Ming possessed the capability to confront Ainalu, then even if he wished to retract his words, he would have no means to do so. Lu Ming watched Gonfur's animated gestures and anxious explanations, letting out a resigned sigh. "I will resolve it as soon as possible, and certainly within 6 months," he assured. Upon hearing Lu Ming's promise, a faint, somewhat stiff smile emerged on Gonfur's face. "I shall await your good news then." Subsequently, Gonfur retrieved a somewhat weathered map from his pocket and handed it to Lu Ming. "This is the map of the time-space island, though it is rather outdated and should only serve as a reference. Before that notorious pirate arrives, there used to be a village within this jungle, marked on the map." Lu Ming took the map, gently unfolding it, his fingers brushing against the slightly yellowed paper, sensing the weight of its historical significance. This was likely a map crafted during his divine days, its age unmistakable. He scrutinized the markings on the map, particularly the one indicating the village's location. He contemplated that the village should still exist, as Shurji required a substantial number of individuals to serve as the foundational support for his animal transformation scheme. It was highly probable that this village had already fallen under his control. However, this also resolved Lu Ming's dilemma of finding a refuge. With gratitude, he tucked the map into his bosom and expressed his thanks to Gonfu. Subsequently, he and Ku Ba-Te hastened deeper into the jungle. Crossing a barrier formed by the peculiar daft green plants, Lu Ming astutely sensed the presence of hidden beasts lurking within the jungle. "Caution!" He swiftly scooped up Ku Ba-Te, propelling himself skyward with a gentle push of his feet, utilizing the moonwalk technique. Suddenly, a colossal worm erupted from the earth, and the ground where Ku Ba-Te had just stood caved in instantaneously, revealing an unfathomable pit. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Ku Ba-Te covered his mouth in terror, striving to suppress any sound from escaping. Lu Ming felt Ku Ba-Te trembling uncontrollably in his embrace, acutely aware of her profound fear. He gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid. According to the map, we shall reach the village in merely half a day. If the village still exists, it must harbor an abundance of daft green plants that serve as a bulwark against ferocious beasts." Ku Ba-Te endeavored to steady her breath, gradually calming her trembling form. "I am not afraid. I am not afraid. Please, do not lose focus." Above them, a colossal rhinoceros beetle charged towards Lu Ming, soaring through the air with a grace akin to that of the moonwalk. The beetle unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its maw, aimed directly at Lu Ming. Yet, with a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the lethal inferno. This technique is utterly absurd. It must have altered the very structure of the species. Lu Ming silently scoffed. Taking a deep breath, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the beetle. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The fireball struck its target with tremendous force, sending the beetle plummeting from the sky. As the beetle crashed to the ground, a pack of wolves surged forward, ravenously devouring it until nothing remained. After consuming the rhinoceros beetle, the wolves appeared even more frenzied, howling towards the heavens and issuing provocative cries at Lu Ming, who hovered above. As Lu Ming's perception of color and sound enveloped him, he discerned that creatures of various sizes were swiftly approaching from all directions. Although these beings were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge for him. He lowered his gaze to the Kobat nestled in his arms and spoke gently. "It might be a bit uncomfortable. Please bear with me." Kobat nodded, clutching Lu Ming tightly. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. A surge of potent electricity encircled the pair, accompanied by a thunderous roar and the melodious crackling reminiscent of birdsong. Upon hearing this distinctive sound, the creatures charging towards Lu Ming seemed to recognize the peril he presented, retreating in unison and ceasing their assault. However, a few frenzied beasts, driven by madness, recklessly continued their advance. The fate of these wild creatures was all but certain, as they were struck down by the surrounding lightning, becoming prey to the terrestrial beings below. Lu Ming meticulously controlled the electric current, ensuring it would not inflict harm upon the cradled Kobat. However, The thunderous energy of the Chidori flowed from within him, and despite his utmost efforts to tame it, faint currents still brushed against Kobat's body. Kobat clenched his teeth tightly, stifling any cries of pain, fearful that even a whisper might disrupt Lu Ming's fierce battle. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained entirely focused on wielding the Chidori, racing swiftly toward the village. He could distinctly feel the power stored within the Yin Seal continuously surging into his being, providing him with an unending source of energy. Had it not been for the Yin Seal, he would have never dared to harness his inner strength for such an extended period. Now, with the Yin Seal, a significant portion of his energy deficiency had been resolved. After half a day of relentless running, Lu Ming finally sensed a multitude of human auras ahead. As he drew closer, he not only discovered the village marked on his map, but also stumbled upon a grand castle situated not far from it. The flag of the Golden Lion, a pirate emblem unmistakably belonging to Shurji, billowed majestically from the castle's summit. To his astonishment, the proximity was fortuitous. Thus, they need not squander time in search. Lu Ming murmured to himself. They noticed that the village was tightly encircled by a layer of daft green plants, a protective barrier against the invasion of ferocious beasts. As they approached the village, the scent of daft green intensified, and the number of beasts gradually diminished. Consequently, Lu Ming gently set Kobat down, and the two stepped into the heart of the village. Chapter 42. Daft Green. Inside the village, a desolate scene unfolded, with every household's door firmly shut. Several enormous surveillance insects patrolled the area, vigilantly monitoring the actions of the villagers. At that moment, a small girl suddenly dashed out from a dilapidated house, tears streaming down her face as she knelt before the surveillance insect, pleading, "Please, Grandma-sama, Hugh, my grandmother is on the brink of death." The surveillance insect slowly turned, transmitting the scene before it to those on the other side of the screen. Shortly thereafter, the insect's flanks opened to reveal two machine guns, aimed directly at the little girl. Just as the guns were poised to fire, a tiny stone suddenly flew through the air, toppling the surveillance insect to the ground. Simultaneously, a nimble figure darted past the insect's blind spot, swiftly whisking the girl back to the safety of her home. Within the humble dwelling, Lu Ming gently stroked the frightened girl's head, softly reassuring her, "It's all right, do not be afraid." The girl lifted her tear-streaked eyes, clutching Lu Ming's sleeve with desperate urgency. Her voice laced with heartfelt plea, "But my grandmother is dying." Kobat stepped forward to examine the elderly woman lying on the bed, observing the greenish spots on her body, and slowly diagnosed, like the previous case, it is due to prolonged inhalation of daft green pollen, leading to organ failure. The inhabitants of this place have long dwelled amidst the lush embrace of verdant foliage, passively inhaling minute quantities of pollen each day. Over time, such exposure has manifested in various symptoms. Lu Ming knelt down, gently wiping the tears from the girl's face. "Could you elaborate on the situation here?" As she gazed at the foreigner who had rescued her and accurately identified her grandmother's ailment, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. She began to recount her tale. About 6 months ago, a group of individuals arrived here. They seized control of all the IQ plants on the island, compelling the village's youth to labor in the castle. They also surrounded the village with daft green, preventing us from leaving. We are perplexed as to why the animals around us have grown abnormally large and aggressive. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. Initially, some had attempted to escape, but those individuals were devoured by the creatures. Eventually, fear paralyzed everyone, and no one dared to flee again. Lowering her head, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. "My parents were also taken to the castle. I have not seen them for half a year." She sobbed as she continued, "A few days ago, my grandfather, distressed by my grandmother's deteriorating condition, decided to venture alone to the castle in search of the IQ plants. Yet, he has yet to return." Kobat approached the girl, enveloping her in a tight embrace and gently wiping her tears away. She felt a profound sympathy for the plight of this village. Looking up at Lu Ming and Kobat, the girl's eyes shimmered with a blend of hope and trepidation. "Can you save my grandmother?" Lu Ming gazed at the girl, momentarily rendered speechless. After all, she was none other than the Golden Lion. The prospect of stealing away IQ right beneath his very eyes was already an arduous task, and the thought of driving him away seemed utterly implausible. Moreover, even if the Navy were to succeed in expelling the Golden Lion and liberating the villagers here, he would undoubtedly carry out his malevolent schemes elsewhere, enslaving other innocent souls. Who, then, would rise to their rescue? Lu Ming let out a gentle sigh, reflecting on the tumultuous era in which they resided, where countless ambitious individuals wielded their power and influence to oppress and exploit innocent civilians. observing Lu Ming's expression of despair. Kobat understood the predicament they currently faced and the Navy's helplessness. She tenderly turned to the girl, offering solace. While we may lack the means to rescue you at this moment, please hold on to the belief that one day, the Navy will come to your aid. Upon hearing Kobat's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's eyes. She lowered her head, her mood evidently diminished. At this moment, Lu Ming addressed Kabut, saying, "Please stay here for a while. I shall first venture into the castle. If the opportunity arises, I shall bring back more I.Q." Kabut gazed at Lu Ming, a faint smile gracing her lips. She tenderly brushed away the tears adorning the girl's face, then nodded to Lu Ming, signaling him to proceed with his mission without worry. Endowed with the Sharingan, Lu Ming navigated his infiltration mission with remarkable ease. Even when confronted by pirates during his covert operation, he adeptly evaded conflict through the power of illusion. However, the castle of the Golden Lion loomed large, befitting a pirate crew with a fleet. A multitude of pirates congregated around the castle's perimeter, most of whom remained oblivious to the true intentions of the Golden Lion. The I.Q. plants were not only the antidote to daft green but also served as the raw material for concocting drugs that could cause animals to grow enormous and frenzied. Thus they were under stringent surveillance. As Lu Ming delved deeper into the castle, he felt the depletion of his internal strength intensifying. After all, his time with the Een Seal had been brief, and the energy stored was limited. Having engaged in a fierce battle while traversing the forest, he had expended a considerable amount of energy. Now, nearing the castle's core area, he dared not risk overexertion. To avert a subsequent state that would necessitate combat, he reluctantly began to slow his investigative pace. After a day and night of arduous effort, during which he continuously evaded detection and advanced cautiously, Lu Ming finally located the warehouse storing the I.Q. As he approached, he was unexpectedly struck by the diminishing number of guarding pirates, as if they were deliberately granting him a pathway to his objective. This revelation tightened Lu Ming's chest, and an unsettling thought flickered in his mind. Had the Golden Lion already discerned my whereabouts? The notion sent a chill down Lu Ming's spine. He promptly began to dismiss this harrowing speculation, attempting to extricate himself from such a terrifying conjecture. Impossible. All my actions and information have been acquired through the Sharingan. Those pirates cannot deceive me under its illusions. He was acutely aware that the time from his decision to act to his arrival here had been brief, even if there were traitors within the Navy. They could not relay information to the Golden Lion so swiftly. Yet, another more disconcerting possibility surfaced in his mind, causing his heart to sink. With a resigned sigh, he understood that if this were the case, even if it was a trap, he must proceed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ming successfully infiltrated the interior of the warehouse. The darkness inside was profound, devoid of life, and the silence was suffocating. Lu Ming sighed softly, muttering to himself, "Ah, I knew there would be danger here. Why didn't I just run?" At that moment, the lights within the warehouse suddenly illuminated, the blinding brightness forcing Lu Ming to squint. As he acclimated to the light, he was astonished to discover that atop the platform, a menacing group of ferocious pirates was fixated upon him, their gazes brimming with hostility. Among them stood the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion, his hand firmly grasping the throat of Kobat, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. He mockingly addressed Lu Ming, exclaiming, "Navy, you truly overestimate your own capabilities." Chapter 43. The Flotation Fruit. Kobat looked at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with urgency. She attempted to convey something to him, but was helplessly stifled by Shiki's iron grip around her neck, rendering her voiceless. Lu Ming observed the plight of Kobat, his hands tucked into his pockets, and called out to Shurji with a resolute voice, "There is no need for further explanation. I have deduced the truth. We have underestimated the insatiable greed of human nature." He understood that it was indeed the young girl who, in a desperate bid to save her grandmother, had betrayed the whereabouts of both Kobat and himself to the Golden Lion. Faced with overwhelming temptation, it was only natural for the girl to prioritize immediate gains over their prior verbal commitments. Shurji found himself intrigued by Lu Ming's reaction. In such a perilous environment, how could this naval officer maintain such composure? Was he merely putting on a brave front? Lu Ming gazed intently at Shurji and proposed, "Shurji, perhaps we could strike a bargain." "A bargain? Ha! Do you know who I am?" The Golden Lion Shurji bellowed with laughter from his elevated platform. The surrounding pirates erupted in a cacophony of derisive laughter, jeering at Lu Ming. "You wretched Navy, have you lost your wits? How dare you speak of cooperation? Do you even realize with whom you are conversing?" With a disdainful glance at Lu Ming, The Golden Lion Shurji casually tossed the captured Kobat into the throng of pirates gathered by the stands. He coldly commanded, "Let her breathe." Despair washed over Kobat as she beheld the ravenous pirates, each one brandishing lecherous eyes, eagerly extending their hands towards her as if she were a lamb awaiting slaughter. A burly, one-eyed middle-aged pirate, brazenly shoving aside several of his companions, spread his arms towards Kobat in the air, a lascivious grin plastered across his face. "Heh. Such tender flesh from this navy lass. I have yet to savor such a delight. Step aside, all of you, as I indulge in this exquisite feast. And then you may have the scraps." This middle-aged pirate evidently held a significant position within the Golden Lion pirates upon his utterance. Although the other pirates were filled with restless anticipation, they still restrained themselves, merely gazing at Kobat with insatiable hunger. As Kobat surveyed the avaricious pirates below, her heart felt like ash, and she closed her eyes, tears trickling down her cheeks. At the moment the Golden Lion Shurji had cast Kobat away, Lu Ming swiftly activated his moonwalk and surged towards her. The Golden Lion scoffed, overestimating oneself. He cast a derisive glance at Lu Ming, and with a subtle motion, unleashed a slicing attack from the Sakura Tenma beneath his feet, a fierce strike whistling towards Lu Ming, however, confined within the indoor space. While the speed of the attack was formidable, its power was somewhat diminished. Lu Ming activated his Sharingan, the Yin seal continuously channeling the stored power into him. He drew a silver short sword from behind, his body enveloped in an aura of flowing cherry blossoms. With a mere flick, he effortlessly neutralized the incoming wave of slashing energy. Then, he soared above the one-eyed pirate, swiftly intercepting Kobat with confidence. His body descended gracefully, resting 1 foot atop the head of the one-eyed pirate. "Bastard!" The one-eyed pirate exclaimed in fury, while his comrades hastily brandished their guns, aiming at Lu Ming. However, as a melodious birdsong resonated, an overwhelming surge of lightning energy erupted around Lu Ming, radiating outward. This formidable electrical force incapacitated the surrounding pirates, sending them tumbling to the ground in a daze. Observing this, the Golden Lion Shiki quickly harnessed the power of the float fruit. Ascending into the air and rapidly approaching Lu Ming, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, still a little firebrand. Without delay, he unleashed a ferocious slash. As if the very air were cleaved by this strike. Wave slash. Lu Ming felt the impact of this strike was profoundly different from before, so powerful that it left him breathless. A sense of caution arose within him, and he dared not let his guard down for an instant. Meanwhile, the pirates at the edge of the stands, witnessing the true ferocity of the Golden Lion, were struck with fear and scattered in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Run! This place is going to collapse." Amidst this chaos, Lu Ming resolutely tossed the Kobat he held in his arms upwards. Lu Ming infused both the might of and the thunderous power of the 1,000 birds into his silver short sword, unleashing a formidable slash that soared through the air. He glanced up at Shurji and murmured, "Let me see how far I am from the ceiling now." The two strikes clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening explosion. Instantly, the surrounding walls were riddled with dense cracks, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet, surprisingly, the castle remained intact, with not a single fragment falling. It turned out that the entire edifice was being upheld by Shurji's fruit power. Lu Ming gazed upward at the floating Kobat, suspended effortlessly above him, and sighed. Is this the power of the float fruit? It truly gives one a headache. Golden Lion Shiki stood leisurely in midair, a cigar dangling from his lips. With a casual flick of his fingers, Kobat soared towards him. He chuckled coldly, "Youngster, this float fruit allows me to manipulate any inanimate object I have touched. You have delayed for far too long, and I have shown you quite a bit. Now, it is time for you to pay the price." Lu Ming gazed at the silver short sword in his hand, which bore some cracks after the fierce clash that had just transpired. Aside from its insufficient hardness and imposing presence, this ordinary blade suffered from imperfections in its forging process, resulting in an uneven distribution of its inherent power and lightning energy. Before him, the Golden Lion Shiki was poised to launch an attack. Lu Ming gently set down the short sword and intoned solemnly, "The assault on the East Sea is merely a fade. Your true intention is to incite a colossal war that will engulf the entire world, is it not?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the Golden Lion displayed a look of astonishment, his foot, which had been raised in preparation for an attack, slowly descending. A hint of wariness colored his tone as he inquired, "How did you come by this information?" Indeed, the Golden Lion had concocted plans to overthrow the East Sea, thereby igniting a monumental conflict. This scheme was still in its nascent stage, and he had divulged it to no one. How could this young man possibly know such confidential information? Moreover, The notion of a grand war had been imparted to him by Rox during his time aboard the Rox ship. A new sovereign would emerge in this world, fundamentally altering the existing order, and this new king would be born from the chaos of a great war. The Golden Lion scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared to be merely in his early 20s, someone he had neither encountered nor heard of before. His heart brimmed with confusion. How could this youth be privy to such clandestine matters? Observing the surprise etched on the Golden Lion's face, Lu Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed his conjecture had been accurate. Although he had traversed into this world while the saga of the Pirate King remained unfinished, he could still glean insights from the known narrative and the actions of certain formidable figures. Rox, the mightiest overlord before Roger, or the enigmatic initial Dan, his subsequent actions in erasing God Valley hinted that he may have held knowledge of some secrets pertaining to the blank 100 years. His recruitment of numerous powerful pirates and the instigation of the God Valley incident suggested that he possessed foreknowledge of the prophecy concerning the new king's emergence in the impending Great War. Despite Rock's ultimate defeat, his crew members, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and the Golden Lion, undoubtedly inherited his ideals and designs. Chapter 44. Speculation whether through relentless intermarriage to amass power or seizing control of Wano to construct weapons factories, the essence of their endeavors mirrored that of the Golden Lion, who was similarly preparing for the looming grand conflict. However, the actions of the pivotal figure, Edward Newgate, better known as Whitebeard, profoundly stirred Lu Ming's contemplation. While he held his family in the highest regard, his commitment to safeguarding the weaker islands under his flag revealed his discontent with the current state of the world. Yet, why did Whitebeard, unlike other members of Rock's crew, not harbor a fervent desire to instigate a great war? Lu Ming surmised that the crux of the matter lay in Whitebeard's close relationship with Roger, as one who possessed knowledge of the entire truth. Roger must have shared certain insights regarding the impending grand conflict with Whitebeard. Whitebeard undoubtedly learned from Roger that although a colossal war is necessary, it requires the cooperation of the currently isolated Wano country and the Mermaid Princess. However, the Mermaid Princess has yet to mature to the point of commanding the power of the Sea Kings. Thus, the Great War must inevitably occur 20 years hence. This implies that none of their generation can ascend to the throne. The new king shall emerge only 2 decades later. After Roger's demise, Whitebeard stood before the throne for several decades. Perhaps, in the eyes of Charlotte Linlin and the Golden Lion, Whitebeard was merely a step away from instigating the Great War. Yet he chose to relinquish that path, becoming a man who valued family above all else, eschewing the allure of power. However, this is merely a facade. In reality, Whitebeard's actions were profoundly different from those of others. He had selected his envisioned new king, Ace. Whether by protecting Fishman Island in his own name or permitting Ace to venture to Wano, he was paving the way for Ace to ascend to the throne. Upon reflection, those who were aware of the truth had all chosen their own candidates for the new king. Whitebeard chose Ace, while Roger selected Shanks. Those who understood the truth, like Odin and Toki, upon returning home, sought to establish a nation, ultimately failing, yet sending Momonosuke 20 years into the future, thereby securing a chance to compete for the throne. Even Kaido, who later acquired Odin's journal and realized that the new king must defeat the Dragon of Wano, found his repeated attempts at self-destruction in a bid to alter his fate to be comprehensible. After failing to find death, Kaido had silently chosen his new king, who was sent to the samurai from the very beginning and later endowed with formidable mythical Zoan fruit powers, with the aim of defeating him, Yamato. One could even venture to speculate that the straw hat serves as a symbol of the new king, apart from being influenced by external temporal factors. Roger's various characteristics aligned with the criteria for the new king. Their group merely chuckled at their own misfortune of arriving too early, although these are merely vague conjectures. Judging by the Golden Lion's reaction, at least the first point holds true, which is sufficient to address the current situation. It was Roger who told me, Luffy replied. Upon hearing this response, the Golden Lion visibly fumed. You dare to toy with me, boy. Lu Ming explained with a serious demeanor. I joined the Navy as an orphan. You may verify this. Before enlisting, Roger revealed to me the secret of becoming the new king, which entails the Great War. Upon hearing this, not only the Golden Lion but even the hovering Kobat was taken aback, unable to fathom the gravity of Lu Ming's words. The Golden Lion turned to Kobat, questioning with a hint of uncertainty, is what he says true? Kobat hesitated for a moment before responding, he is indeed an orphan, but Lu Ming interrupted her, saying, how could the Navy possibly know my true origins? The Golden Lion let out a cold laugh. Even if what you say is true, Why would Roger divulge such matters to you? And why would you choose to join the Navy? Lu Ming smiled gently. The Navy is indeed the sovereign of this world. Any form of colossal warfare would be inconceivable without its involvement. As for Roger divulging this information to me, it is precisely because I possess the qualifications to become the new king. His tone grew increasingly resolute, to the point where even the Golden Lion began to waver. It was evident that the Golden Lion had started to believe Lu Ming's words. Otherwise, he could not fathom how this young man could be privy to such numerous secrets. How is this possible? Observing the lingering doubt on the Golden Lion's face, Lu Ming decided to offer him further insight. Allow me to share a little more information. What? The Golden Lion inquired eagerly, having completely shed his earlier ferocity. Lu Ming felt a profound satisfaction with the current situation. Striving to remain composed as he spoke, the new king can only be born in our new era. What? The Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened in disbelief. Glaring at Lu Ming, this statement undeniably shattered Shiki's plans regarding the monumental war. For Lu Ming, it was not sufficient to make Shiki realize that he could not ascend to the role of the new king. It was imperative to instill in him the understanding that only Lu Ming could fulfill that role. If everyone sought to vie for the throne through a colossal war, their relationships would devolve into mere rivalry, thereby heightening the risk of Shiki taking action against him. Observing Shiki's furious expression, Lu Ming quickly added, "Do you not wonder why Whitebeard presently stands before the throne? You all sailed on Rock's ship. He cannot possibly be unaware of the significance of the Great War, can he?" Upon hearing this, Shiki indeed fell into contemplation. Seizing the moment, Lu Ming continued, "You may wish to investigate. Aboard Whitebeard's ship, there is a man named arrived.This, who currently serves as the captain of his 2nd Division. He is the son of Roger." What? This explosive revelation left both Shiki and Crocodile utterly astonished. Crocodile's eyes widened, and a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Has he been manipulating the Navy all these years? Lu Ming extended his hand. Gazing intently at the Golden Lion, Whitebeard acknowledges that only the new era can produce a king, and this ace is the king he has endorsed. Do you truly believe I have come here seeking some trivial IQ? I am here for you. Let us collaborate. Together, we shall seize this world. The Golden Lion pondered for a moment before replying. Kid, your tale is indeed captivating. I may spare your life for now, but Lu Ming seemed to have anticipated this, assertively interrupting, had I known you would dawdle so, I would have sought a union with Charlotte Lingling's daughter and collaborated with her instead. You. The Golden Lion was rendered somewhat speechless by Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming appeared earnest and sincere as he continued to persuade. Let me speak frankly with you. Your plan to raise animals is rather trivial. Those creatures possess insufficient strength, and I advise you to abandon it sooner rather than later. Only by collaborating with me will you have a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 45. 100 ferocious beasts at this moment. The Golden Lion appeared somewhat agitated. He glared at Lu Ming and retorted, "You reckless youth. Those on the periphery are far from being complete entities. Do not boast." Lu Ming, however, remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "How about this? Release all the perfected beings at your disposal, and I shall dispatch them all in one breath. Then you will comprehend just how implausible your plan truly is." The Golden Lion pondered this, recalling their brief encounter. He recognized that this young man was indeed a remarkable talent in the new era. Nevertheless, to challenge all the colossal beasts he had nurtured seemed rather presumptuous. Reflecting on the potential loss, he thought it a pity if this lad were to meet his demise as he claimed. Thus, he cautioned, "You reckless youth, as a swordsman. Your sword was just shattered. What do you intend to wield against them?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and said leisurely, "Oh, I need not resort to force to deal with them. Please prepare a hot bath for me. I have not slept all night, and my body is in need of cleansing." The Golden Lion bellowed in anger, "If you are intent on courting death, then I cannot stop you." Lu Ming gracefully descended to the ground, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Kubat, his tone brooking no argument. "Release my woman. I require her to attend to my bathing needs." The Golden Lion cast a fleeting glance at Kubat before relinquishing his hold over her, carelessly casting her back into Lu Ming's embrace as if she were a discarded object. "All of my people are present here. It would be wise for you to abandon any thoughts of escape. Should you make any move, I shall be the first to know." Lu Ming casually wrapped his arm around Kubat's waist, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he led her outward. As they walked, he remarked, "Of course, I intend to first deal with those colossal beasts of yours. Only then will you be able to focus on our collaboration." Inside the bathroom, Lu Ming faced the gathering pirates outside and shouted, "Listen up. Do not even think about monitoring my actions." With his words, a surge of electricity emanated from him, instantly disabling all surveillance devices within the room. He turned to Kubat and said, "Undress." Kubat, still engrossed in the conversation between Lu Ming and the Golden Lion, gazed at him, feeling as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. She stood there, momentarily frozen, unable to move. Lu Ming gazed at Kubat, who remained motionless, and inquired, "Do you not wish to flee?" A flicker of joy surged within Kubat. Indeed, he had not betrayed the Navy. Yet, her heart soon filled with concern as she asked, "What about IQ?" "There is no need for worry," Lu Ming softly replied, continuing to whisper his plan into her ear. After they had completed their ablutions, they emerged clad in fresh garments. Kubat's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to drops of blood. Although circumstances compelled her, being in the same room as Lu Ming, exposed and vulnerable, stirred a sense of modesty within her. Despite the overwhelming shyness that enveloped her from their recent encounter, she could not suppress a feeling of wistfulness. For years, she had yearned for Lu Ming to reminisce about their joyous moments together and return to her side. However, upon his return to the base, while his gaze indeed reflected surprise and affection, why was it that he remained so indifferent at this moment? Regrettably, Lu Ming remained oblivious to the tumult of emotions swirling within Kubat. Outside, a lavish feast had been prepared, with the Golden Lion already seated at the head of the table, awaiting their arrival. Observing the sumptuous spread laid out before them, Lu Ming took his seat without hesitation, indulging heartily in the meal while muttering, "Why are there only this few varieties of fruit?" Lu Ming held food in his hand, gesturing towards Kubat, saying, "Come and eat as well. Do not starve yourself, for you must attend to my needs properly this evening." Kubat, her head bowed, was as bashful as a little rabbit, her cheeks flushed as she softly acquiesced, satisfied after a hearty meal. Lu Ming let out a contented belch and turned to the Golden Lion with a grin. "Being in the Navy has been quite stifling. Now I intend to indulge myself properly. Have the duels among those creatures been arranged?" The Golden Lion regarded the youth before him, perplexed as to why Roger had chosen him. However, he had just confirmed Lu Ming's identity through underground channels. This young man was indeed an orphan, and there was indeed a newcomer named Ace in the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, the photograph on his bounty notice bore a striking resemblance to Roger. As the Golden Lion pondered these revelations, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "I've finished eating. We can begin now." Lu Ming stood up, stretched his limbs, and inquired of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming, a contemplative expression crossing his features. After a brief moment, he slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. "Very well. Since Roger has endorsed you, let me assess your prowess." With that, the Golden Lion strode purposefully towards the jungle, while Lu Ming leisurely followed behind. "That's more like it. I am satiated, yet there are others who still hunger." On the other side of the Golden Lion's castle, within the depths of the jungle, a menagerie of beasts far larger and more ferocious than those in the surrounding villages was contained. Only the Golden Lion and Lu Ming soared above this thicket, while Kubat and the other pirates could only observe from a distance atop the castle. The Golden Lion pointed towards the fearsome creatures below and declared to Lu Ming, "There are 100 ferocious beasts here. If you can vanquish them all, I shall abandon this plan and contemplate the possibility of collaborating with you." Lu Ming gazed down at the ferocious beasts below, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, 100 should suffice for a modest repast." With that, he plummeted downwards. "Fire release, great fireball technique," he proclaimed, unleashing a colossal fireball from his lips, which ignited the jungle in an instant. The flames blazed fiercely, thick smoke billowing forth, forcing some of the less fire-resistant beasts to leap in desperate evasion. Lu Ming carved out a safe refuge for himself amidst the blazing inferno. Standing resolutely within the flames like a deity of war, he continuously expelled torrents of fire from his mouth, creating pillars of flame that shot out in all directions. Phoenix Fire Technique. With his commanding shout, the flames transformed into crimson arrows, swiftly darting towards the surrounding beasts. Great Fire Dragon Technique. He unleashed a formidable fire ninjutsu once more, summoning a colossal fire dragon that writhed in the air, engulfing even more ferocious creatures in its fiery embrace. In an instant, the entire jungle was consumed by the raging inferno, thick smoke swirling and obscuring vision. However, most of the beasts did not retreat. Instead, they became even more ferocious, spurred on by the rising heat. The Golden Lion observed Lu Ming's frenzied actions in the jungle, uttering a low scoff. What folly! To employ tactics meant for mere mortals against these beasts is to invite one's own suffering. Most of them are impervious to flames. Meanwhile, Lu Ming navigated through the jungle with remarkable speed, utilizing the technique of Shuanpa to evade his pursuers, flames continuing to spew from his mouth. As the fire within the jungle intensified, the area available for his escape gradually diminished. In stark contrast of the 100 ferocious beasts, only a few with lesser resistance to heat succumbed to the oppressive temperature and collapsed to rest, while the others sustained only minor burns, remaining largely unscathed. The smoke billowed, and the flames grew increasingly fierce. A pirate under the Golden Lion's command expressed concern, "Captain, if this fire spirals out of control, the entire jungle will be annihilated." He wouldn't dare to escape amidst the smoke, would he? The Golden Lion dismissively replied, "There is no need for concern. We are on Sky Island. Such a significant release of heat will soon lead to vaporization, forming clouds that will result in torrential rain. To attempt escape beneath my very nose is to underestimate me gravely." Lu Ming continued to exhale flames, swiftly navigating through the inferno. His garments were reduced to tatters by the fire, leaving him grimy and disheveled. Just as the Golden Lion had anticipated, the sky suddenly rumbled with thunder, and dark clouds gathered ominously. Soon after, a torrential downpour descended, gradually extinguishing the flames on the ground. The Golden Lion observed with satisfaction as the rain doused the fire in the jungle, confidently believing that the battle had come to an end. He turned his gaze toward Lu Ming, eager to see if this young man would display any signs of panic. To his astonishment, Lu Ming's countenance betrayed no hint of alarm, as if everything lay well within his control. With calm composure, Lu Ming bit into his own finger and surveyed the approaching beasts. He struck the ground forcefully, and strange, enigmatic patterns radiated outward from him. In an instant, a white mist enveloped the entire jungle, obscuring the vision of both the beasts and the Golden Lion. After a while, the fog began to dissipate, revealing a breathtaking scene before all present. Beneath Lu Ming's feet, an enormous blackish-purple python emerged, its sinuous form coiling and undulating like the majestic rise and fall of mountain ranges, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Kubat and the surrounding pirates, upon beholding this colossal serpent, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Even the seasoned and erudite Golden Lion found himself momentarily immobilized. In stark contrast, the ferocious beasts he had previously nurtured, once hailed as formidable, appeared utterly insignificant in the presence of the python, the largest among them scarcely matching the size of its head. The myriad snakes disdainfully looked down upon the slightly singed assortment of predators before them, who, despite their fierce gazes, were rendered hesitant to advance due to the overwhelming disparity in size. "Humans, do you dare to seek me again? I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter." Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, offering an awkward smile as he said, "You see, I have prepared a grand feast for you." He gestured towards the ferocious beast lurking in the jungle, explaining with a grin, "I wanted to ensure it suited your palate. So I gathered a variety of creatures, both avian and terrestrial, and even took the liberty of roasting them, from rare to well done." Only the Golden Lion, floating nearby, overheard the exchange between Lu Ming and the myriad serpents, and within, a tumult of horses seemed to gallop past. All this commotion was merely to provide the serpent with a warm meal. However, the Golden Lion's curiosity regarding Lu Ming intensified. The ability to summon such a colossal python from thin air indeed suggested that the individual Roger had chosen was extraordinary. The myriad serpents were quite pleased with Lu Ming's efforts. Once Lu Ming had nimbly distanced himself from its towering head, they commenced their hunt for the prey before them. Those once fierce beasts, with their claws bared and fangs revealed, found themselves powerless against the serpent's venom and immense size, succumbing to the fate of being devoured. Observing the one-sided scene unfold, the Golden Lion lost interest in watching any further and, devoid of enthusiasm, returned to the castle. After the myriad serpents had indulged in their feast, one of them turned to Lu Ming with satisfaction and inquired, "Although these are not living sacrifices, these creatures possess considerable bulk and thus suffice for the occasion. Speak, what assistance do you require from me?" Lu Ming patted his chest and chuckled lightly, saying, Your words are truly too formal. I merely wish to express my filial piety towards you, with no ulterior motives. Please ensure you have had your fill before returning to rest." The myriad serpents flicked their tongues gently, their eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. They appeared somewhat skeptical of Lu Ming's words, yet chose not to voice any further comments. Then, a waft of white smoke enveloped the area, and the serpents vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ming promptly followed closely behind the Golden Lion, both soaring towards the castle. As they returned, while the Golden Lion lamented the failure of his plan to assault the Eastern Sea, Kubat suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Lu Ming hurriedly stepped forward to assist Kubat. Noticing her lips were pallid and her expression was one of agony, he rolled up her sleeve and discovered several conspicuous green blotches upon her skin, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. Whirling around, he shot an enraged glare at the golden lion and bellowed, "How dare you poison her in my absence?" His tone was saturated with fury. The golden lion, unperturbed, casually retrieved an exquisite vial from his pocket and carelessly tossed it to Lu Ming, remarking, "This is the poison of daft green. 1 dose will suffice." In the instant the vial left his hand, the golden lion's gaze sharpened, as if he had suddenly grasped an unsettling realization. With a menacing glare fixed upon Lu Ming, he questioned with palpable suspicion, "Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Ming's forehead as he inwardly lamented that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. However, due to the pressing nature of time, he had no choice but to resort to such a crude approach. The golden lion raised a hand, swiftly gesturing as if to confirm something. Upon realizing that neither Lu Ming nor Kubat bore any items that could be controlled, his eyes widened, transforming into a fierce glare akin to that of an enraged lion. "Lion Xinxia Valley." The golden lion bellowed, unleashing a formidable force from beneath his feet. Lu Ming and Kubat barely had time to utter a gasp before being hurled away by this power, soaring towards the distant ground. How formidable! Lu Ming managed to barely fend off the golden lion's assault, yet his hand trembled uncontrollably, and the short sword he wielded shattered under the pressure. The golden lion hovered once more in the air, his gaze gleaming with a chilling intensity. "Boy, regardless of who you truly are, you shall pay the price for deceiving me." Clenching his fists, he suddenly trembled, causing the earth beneath and the rain from above to coalesce into 4 colossal lions. Lion Might Earthquake. These lions encircled Lu Ming and his companion, forming an inescapable barrier. Lu Ming tightly shielded the figure of Kubat behind him and called out to the golden lion, "We can discuss a partnership. Do you not desire to rule the world?" The golden lion scoffed with a disdainful chuckle, "Humph. A partnership? Then display the strength that would warrant my collaboration. Let me see it." Lu Ming took a deep breath, a glimmer of fierce light flashing in his eyes. He activated his Sharingan, and electric currents surged around him. Lightning release, Chidori stream. He embraced Kubat and charged fiercely towards the castle. Chapter 47. Showdown with the Golden Lion. "Can you escape?" The golden lion scoffed, wielding the cherry blossom tin and withered wood beneath his feet, launching a relentless series of slashing attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming concentrated intently, activating his observation haki. His body enveloped in a shroud of lightning as he deftly evaded each slash from the golden lion. His movements were both light and swift, as if he were one with the storm, weaving through the onslaught of the lioness attacks. Gazing at the shattered short sword in his hand, Lu Ming pondered to himself that once this ordeal concluded, he must find a way to acquire 2 renowned blades. Although the great swordsman believed that a feigned sword was not paramount, asserting that the true essence lay in one's haki, Lu Ming felt differently when strengths were comparable. The distinction between a renowned blade and an ordinary one was indeed substantial. Renowned swords were often sharper, and due to their forging, the distribution of haki was typically more balanced. The golden lion's flotation fruit had reached awakening, enabling him to manipulate not only objects he touched but also those struck by his slashes. As the golden lion unleashed an increasing number of slashes, the scope of his control expanded correspondingly. "The warm-up is over," the golden lion proclaimed with a booming voice, sweeping his arm as the earth beneath transformed into colossal lions. Lu Ming ultimately could not entirely evade the assault of the earth lion. Sensing that this strike was unavoidable, he concentrated the power of lightning upon his back, employing a block of iron for defense, and further reinforced it with armament haki for added fortification. However, as Lu Ming was struck by the earth lion, the golden lion swiftly followed up with a powerful slash. Despite having 2 layers of defense, Lu Ming was still forcefully impacted, together with the cobalt in his arms. He was sent hurtling towards the castle. Lu Ming struggled to steady himself, rising unsteadily to his feet. Turning his head, he discovered that Kubat had succumbed to unconsciousness from the residual shock. He hurriedly assessed her injuries and, relieved to find them minor, allowed himself a moment of respite. As he turned back, his gaze fell upon the golden lion, whose massive wound was ceaselessly oozing blood. With a wry smile, he remarked, "I never anticipated the disparity would be this vast. Even with all my available haki, I could not withstand that strike." The golden lion hovered in the air, looking down at the 2 on the ground with a light chuckle. "Couldn't he withstand it? Yet here you are, still alive. Had you abandoned that woman from the outset, perhaps you might have had a chance at survival." At that moment, the thunder in the sky grew ever louder. as if all the storms of the heavens were converging in this instant. The entire sky darkened, shrouded beneath thick layers of clouds. With great effort, Lu Ming, despite his grievous injuries, summoned all his strength to execute the moonstep, soaring into the sky, meeting the golden lion's gaze. "But I still sense a glimmer of hope," he proclaimed. "Is that so? How foolish you are." The golden lion roared disdainfully, his eyes brimming with contempt. He swung the withered tree beneath him, unleashing a formidable slash in an instant. Concurrently, Lu Ming employed the shaving technique, transforming his body into a streak of lightning, swiftly evading the lion's deadly strike. As he soared toward the castle, the golden lion spat on the ground in derision. "You managed to escape by mere chance. Let us see how long you can continue to evade me." Lu Ming gazed at the golden lion rushing towards him, his hands gathering the power of lightning. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his palms, accompanied by the melodious sound of a bird's song. This sound seemed to resonate with the thunderclaps in the sky, momentarily filling the world with intense waves of energy. The golden lion also sensed this sudden celestial phenomenon, a flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes. Before hastening its approach towards Lu Ming gazed coldly at the golden lion. "Are you afraid?" The power of lightning surged intensely in his grasp, summoning thunder from the heavens, and he struck towards the golden lion. The force of this blow resonated with the very essence of the universe, a cataclysmic display of might. Perish alongside the thunder. A tremendous strike descended from the sky. The rumble of thunder grew increasingly deafening as the lightning, under Lu Ming's command, suddenly morphed into the shape of a qilin, charging straight for the golden lion. Lightning release, qilin. The power of this strike was unparalleled, creating a massive crater upon impact. The golden lion had no time to react before being ruthlessly thrust into the pit. As he struggled to rise, another qilin descended from above, striking him with even greater ferocity. This time, the golden lion was driven deeper into the earth, rendered immobile. Lightning release, qilin. Lightning release, qilin. Though the conditions for summoning the qilin were stringent, it allowed for the direct harnessing of celestial power, incurring virtually no cost. With each invocation, Lu Ming felt as if he were merging with the forces of nature, relentlessly summoning thunder to rain down upon the golden lion. Yet, from the depths of the earth, the golden lion erupted into fits of manic laughter. "Ha! Ha! Indeed, you did not deceive me. I cannot become a king. I cannot become a king." Seeing the golden lion still so spirited, Lu Ming felt a twinge of fear. This was his trump card, and if it failed to subdue the golden lion, he would be left awaiting his demise. He looked up at the sky to find the thick clouds gradually dispersing. Time was of the essence. Lu Ming expanded the Chidori in his hand to its maximum form, aimed at the golden lion beneath, and proclaimed loudly, "The final strike. Let us determine our fates." The golden lion, momentarily regaining his breath, could hardly conceal his exhilaration as he roared back at Lu Ming. "Come." The thunder in the sky grew deafening, and a colossal lightning qilin, accompanied by an equally astonishing lightning phoenix, descended towards the earth. Lightning release, phoenix, roar qilin. On the ground, dozens of lions, transformed by the wind and rain, howled towards the heavens, standing in stark contrast to the qilin and phoenix above. Lioness might, royal ascent. This earth-shattering strike uprooted trees in its wake, causing the castle to collapse under the tremendous force. With a thunderous explosion echoing across the floating island, a wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the underground lair of the golden lion. He fell from the gaping chasm, plummeting towards the ground. In the midst of his descent, he shouted excitedly at Lu Ming, "You have earned the right to be my ally. I acknowledge you. Let us seize this world together." As the castle crumbled, Lu Ming felt his strength waning, and he too fell alongside the collapsing structure. His consciousness began to blur, and everything before him faded into obscurity. Am I to perish here? A wave of desolation surged within Lu Ming. The falling stones relentlessly struck his body, the pain sharpening his awareness. Initially, he had wavered in his belief in the righteousness of the Navy, but in this moment, teetering on the brink of death, he glimpsed the truth within himself. Wavering justice? Ambiguous convictions? Lu Ming questioned inwardly, what value do these hold if one loses their life? To survive, one's own strength is paramount. His consciousness began to blur. His vision grew hazy, and ultimately, he succumbed to oblivion, completely buried beneath the castle's rubble. Chapter 48. Kobat awakened by the falling debris. Kobat was taken aback by the scene before her. Instantly, she frantically began to dig through the stones, desperate to unearth Lu Ming, who lay buried beneath the rubble. Even as her hands were lacerated and drenched in blood, she persevered, tears streaming down her face. "Why am I so weak?" She incessantly berated herself. Why must I merely watch my beloved perish before my eyes? Heaven does not forsake the earnest, just as her hands were nearly reduced to a bloody pulp. She finally uncovered Lu Ming, drenched in his own blood. At that moment, she had completely forgotten her affliction with hemophobia, summoning every ounce of her strength. She hoisted the barely breathing Lu Ming onto her back and made her way towards the edge of the forest. Although the ferocious beasts of the woods had long fled during Lu Ming's confrontation with the golden lion, this vast forest still posed a significant challenge for Kobat, who was powerless. Along the way, her white stockings became soiled with dirt and blood. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on with unwavering determination. Each step fraught with hardship and agony, yet she did not relent, for Lu Ming's life rested upon her shoulders. As Lu Ming gradually regained consciousness, he discovered that both he and Kobat were wrapped in thick bandages, with an 4 drip hanging from his wrist, lying in Gonfor's abode. Upon seeing Lu Ming awaken, Gonfor expressed unexpected delight. I never anticipated that you would manage to defeat that pirate. You are gravely injured. I thought it would take at least half a month for you to regain consciousness. Lu Ming was suddenly startled, immediately leaping from his bed as if in search of something. Are you looking for this? Gonfu smiled, delicately toying with an exquisite small vial in his hand. Upon seeing the medicine bottle, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still there. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Gonfu explained, I observed that this young girl clutched the bottle tightly even in her unconscious state, which indicates its utmost significance. Indeed, it is of great importance. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. He turned to Kobat beside him and inquired, how is her condition? His words betrayed a sense of concern and worry. Gonfu gazed at the bandages on Lu Ming's back, which resembled a small mountain, and remarked, her physical state is frail. She is far worse off than you. I never imagined that such a delicate body could bear you and traverse that monstrous forest. At these words, Lu Ming felt a jolt in his heart. His gaze fixated on the weakened Kobat beside him, as if pondering something profound. He then took the medicine bottle from Gonfu's hands. I must return immediately. Lu Ming murmured to himself, having delayed for so long. He could not afford to tarry any longer. Gonfu crossed his arms and stated solemnly, your injuries are severe. It is utterly impossible to jump down from such a height. Lu Ming sighed, a flicker of determination glimmering in his eyes. Then I must give it a try, he declared. He promptly summoned the system, silently praying for fortune akin to the last time he had summoned the myriad serpents. 40 points, here we go. Congratulations. You have upgraded to Sharingan. Remaining points, 80. As the 40 points were expended, the single Tomo Sharingan in Lu Ming's eyes gradually transformed, adding an additional Tomo, evolving into the double Tomo Sharingan. Alas, it seems such extraordinary luck is not something one encounters every time, Lu Ming mused to himself. Turning to Gonfu, he earnestly requested, might I allow my companion to recuperate here? I need to return briefly to deliver something, but I shall return swiftly. However, Gonfu's response was tinged with discontent. My willingness to assist you stems from my belief in your capabilities. Perhaps you truly possess the strength to defeat Enel. Yet, I must caution you. Should you perish on your return journey, or fail to return at all, the fate of that young girl may become uncertain. Lu Ming gazed at Gonfu, inwardly reflecting. In the original narrative, he had always appeared as a victim, a venerable elder who had been usurped of his divine status, yet I had forgotten his once mighty identity as a ruler. Subsequently, Lu Ming turned his attention to the ailing Kabate, his gaze tender and resolute. Indeed, I shall return. However, I kindly ask you to take good care of him. Of course, Gonfu replied with a smile. As long as you uphold your promise, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Lu Ming nodded, turned, and walked out. Lu Ming swiftly located the spot where he had previously landed on the island. From his vantage point on the floating isle, it resembled a faint, ephemeral fountain. He patiently awaited the fountain's next eruption, and then quickly fashioned a rudimentary glider from his clothing. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the void. During his rapid descent, he relied not only on the glider to mitigate his speed, but also employed the moonstep technique to lessen the force of his fall. Despite the excruciating pain from his wounds, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. At the brink of crashing into the sea, he propelled himself upward with a sudden leap. Skillfully using the moonstep to stabilize his position, he retrieved his communicator and dialed the number of the G8 soldiers stationed there, then swam towards Gaia Island. As he finally reached the shore, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his hazy consciousness, he sensed someone approaching and lifting him away, but he lacked the strength to inquire further. when Lu Ming next regained consciousness. The familiar surroundings of the G8 medical bay greeted him. Jonathan, Jessica, and several other doctors surrounded his bedside, their expressions laced with concern. He noticed Jessica's eyes were red-rimmed and immediately reassured her. Kobat is not dead. She remains on the floating aisle. I returned first. Upon hearing this, a look of joy illuminated Jessica's face as she grasped Lu Ming's hand and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. It's a relief that you are all safe." Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Jonathan observed him and chuckled. "Are you looking for Jiaji? He has taken the medicine you brought back and is now perfectly fine." Truly, a young hero has emerged. I never expected you to have vanquished the Golden Lion. Just then, Jessica gently patted Lu Ming's hand and turned to Jonathan, interrupting. "Let Xiao Ming rest a bit more. There is no need to ask so many questions just yet." "Haha. Yes. I was indeed too eager. Please, take your time to recuperate," Jonathan replied with a smile, reminded by Jessica. Thanks to Lu Ming's exceptional physical constitution and the diligent care from numerous physicians and Jessica, he swiftly regained the ability to rise from his bed. Upon learning that Kobat was still stranded on Sky Island, Jonathan immediately dispatched a team to the summit of the West to retrieve him. However, Lu Ming understood that unless he personally intervened, Gone 4 would likely not release Kobat easily, potentially leading to conflict. He resolved to visit Sky Island himself in a few days, once his recovery progressed further. Chapter 49. Internal doubts with Jiaji possessing the antidote. Lu Ming's health gradually improved over the past few days, prompting him to frequently visit the ward to converse with Lu Ming. Having just experienced a fierce battle with the Golden Lion, Lu Ming had garnered significant insights into his prowess, which he was eager to discuss with Jiaji. "Your progress is remarkable, given time. It is inevitable that you will surpass me," Jiaji remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction upon hearing Lu Ming's reflections. Lu Ming gently touched his head, smiling modestly as he replied, "It is still early, still early." Jiaji paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to phrase his thoughts, before continuing, "Initially, after Jonathan reported your victory over the Golden Lion to headquarters, there was an intention to promote you to the rank of Vice Admiral. However, considering the brief interval since your last promotion, the higher-ups expressed concerns regarding your ability to command respect. Consequently, they decided to defer your elevation. Nevertheless, given your strength and potential, as long as you continue to advance within the Navy, a promotion will undoubtedly be forthcoming." Lu Ming gazed at Jiaji, feeling an indistinct sense that his own promotion was unattainable. While it may not be the sole reason, he found himself indifferent to such concerns at this moment. Having endured the fierce struggle against the Golden Lion, he realized that true strength held paramount importance. Positions were merely ephemeral. Lu Ming stretched lazily and murmured to himself, "I wonder how things are faring in Alabasta?" "Alabasta? Are you already aware of the events there?" Jiaji expressed surprise upon hearing Lu Ming's musings. Observing Jiaji's reaction, Lu Ming, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "You are not about to tell me that Crocodile has been defeated, are you?" Jiaji elucidated, "Indeed, he has been vanquished. Those warlords of the sea are not to be underestimated. The one who defeated him is someone you should know. It's Colonel Smoker, whom you encountered in Logtown." "Oh, no. He should be referred to as Brigadier Smoker now." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming, filled with disappointment, collapsed onto his bed and lamented, "Alas, this has truly gone awry. I seem to have lost track of the narrative." After pondering for a moment, he consoled himself, "Well, perhaps I shall take a few days to journey to Sky Island. The mission in Alabasta can wait for another opportunity." However, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Jiaji reacted with unusual intensity. He abruptly approached Lu Ming and, with an urgent tone, exclaimed, "You must not venture to Sky Island again." Lu Ming felt perplexed by Jiaji's intense reaction and inquired, "Why? Isn't Kobat still over there?" Realizing his own lapse, Jiaji endeavored to compose himself and replied with feigned calmness, "Jonathan has already assigned someone to handle Kobat's affairs. You need not involve yourself further." Yet, that fleeting emotional upheaval was sufficient for Lu Ming to sense something amiss, prompting him to press on, "Are you concealing something?" Jiaji withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, inhaled deeply, and then spoke slowly. "Do you recall the notorious Gilder Tesla we once hunted?" "Indeed, the Golden Emperor. He even placed a bounty of 1 billion on my head. Is he causing trouble again in the New World?" Lu Ming replied, casually picking an orange from the bedside and beginning to peel it slowly. Jiaji pulled up a chair and continued, "Yes, he has orchestrated something significant. After being rescued by Doflamingo, he has been allied with him in the New World. However, Doflamingo's true intention was merely to absorb his share of the underworld's pie, leading to inevitable friction between them. A dog-eat-dog scenario, Lu Ming remarked, finishing the orange and reaching for some sunflower seeds to munch on. Indeed, Doflamingo deliberately leaked Tezzalo's whereabouts. Upon receiving the information, Teacher Zifa and the G5 division simultaneously launched an operation to capture Tezzalo in one fell swoop. The ferocity of that battle rivaled that of the conflict aboard the Golden Ship. Unfortunately, Teacher Zifa sustained severe injuries, yet regrettably, Tezzalo managed to escape. Nevertheless, our efforts were not entirely in vain. During this operation, we successfully apprehended a key figure close to Tezzalo, Baccarat. Lu Ming, munching on sunflower seeds, interjected, "Oh, that dark-skinned lady, I remember her. It seems that Tezzalo truly is a solitary figure." Jiaji sighed, if only we had captured him back then. None of these subsequent events would have transpired. Observing Jiaji's expression, Lu Ming sensed that the main topic was about to be unveiled. Thus he set aside his sunflower seeds and listened intently. Later on, he wed Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, indirectly joining the pirate crew of the formidable Big Mom. Upon hearing this news, Lu Ming nearly gasped in astonishment, exclaiming internally, "What? So he was on Whole Cake Island?" This could significantly alter the narrative. With an additional presence on Whole Cake Island, I hope Luffy won't meet his demise there. Fortunately, he was not present. Under the auspices of Big Mom, he supplanted the Shadow King of the Underworld, Dufeld, relieved to learn that Tezzalo was not on Whole Cake Island. Lu Ming felt a weight lift off his shoulders. As for the Shadow King, Dufeld, he had no recollection of him, likely just a minor character in the shadows. If he has been replaced, so be it. It matters little. Noticing Lu Ming's relaxed demeanor, Jiaji, with a hint of exasperation, cautioned, "Do you not yet realize the gravity of the situation?" Lu Ming was about to reach for the orange once more when he was gently tapped on the hand by Jiaji. "Tezzalo has regained his power, and you all will become his targets for revenge." The sound of Lu Ming's voice diminished. Did he not already place a bounty on me?" Jiaji replied with a hint of exasperation, "Now you understand, don't you? Previously, he lacked the authority, although it was termed a bounty. It was merely an empty promise to everyone. However, the situation has changed now." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming inquired with a hint of perplexity, "I comprehend what you are saying, yet how does this relate to my ability to journey to the Sky Island?" Jiaji, taken aback by the question, quietly elucidated, "It is due to the higher-ups assigning you other essential tasks that you must fulfill." "Must I?" Lu Ming questioned, somewhat bewildered, finding it hard to believe that a mere subordinate such as himself could be entrusted with significant responsibilities. "They require you to escort Bacala to Judicial Island." Lu Ming immediately inquired, "Will there be an ambush?" Jiaji hastily added, "No, but I can accompany you." Upon hearing Jiaji's response, Lu Ming felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He leaned back on the hospital bed, propped his leg casually, and remarked with a sense of tranquility, "It appears this is the reason I cannot ascend to the rank of Major General. Is it because of the Golden Lion? Are there rumors circulating outside?" The High Command of the Navy, fully aware of the deep-seated animosity between Lu Ming and Tezzalo, still permitted him to escort Tezzalo's subordinate, Bacala, alone. If there were no ambush in play, it could only indicate that the Navy's upper echelons harbored suspicions regarding Lu Ming. They suspected that Lu Ming had forged some form of collusion with the Golden Lion during the incident, betraying the Navy. They might be seeking to exploit this opportunity to provoke a confrontation between the rising Tezzalo and Lu Ming, thereby eliminating two significant threats to the Navy in one fell swoop. "I trust you," Jiaji quickly clarified upon hearing Lu Ming's concerns. Lu Ming fixed his gaze upon Jiaji, remaining silent. With a sigh, Jiaji elaborated, "The Golden Lion has already disseminated word in the underworld that he awaits you on Sky Island, hoping to conspire on grand matters. Thus, it is imperative that you refrain from venturing to Sky Island at this juncture. I, along with Jonathan, am committed to ensuring that you are not implicated in any collusion with the Golden Lion. Although the higher-ups harbor some doubts regarding your integrity, they have not reached a definitive conclusion. Consequently, you have been assigned to escort Baccara. While this mission carries certain risks, it has been tacitly agreed that I may accompany you. Once this task is completed, you will have the opportunity to vindicate your innocence, and headquarters will duly promote you to the rank of Vice Admiral." Lu Ming earnestly conveyed to Jiaji, "Teacher, I can only assure you that I have not betrayed the Navy. In the past, I might have abandoned my mission to the Sky Island, but now, after the fierce battle with the Golden Lion, I have become more integrated into this world. acutely aware that the monumental war ignited by Luffy in the future will inevitably draw me into its chaos. Thus, enhancing my strength for survival has become paramount. I have also deeply sensed the chasm between myself and the powerful, realizing that I have only 2 years left, 2 years following the conclusion of the Marineford War, after which Luffy will embark on his adventures anew, leading to the swift onset of that colossal conflict. To endure through this war, I must seize the remaining 2 years to rapidly augment my abilities. Lacking the protagonist halo, mere diligent training will not suffice to reach the Golden Lion's level within 2 years. Only by harnessing the system can I expedite my growth, thus securing a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Enel's mission is one I cannot abandon. Observing Lu Ming's resolute demeanor, Jiaji paused in contemplation before pacing back and forth within the hospital room. After several minutes, he halted before Lu Ming and slowly articulated, "There is but one path to tread. Have you heard of the covert special forces known as SWORD?" Taking a deep breath, Jiaji continued to elucidate. "The members of the SWORD unit have all resigned from their military positions and returned their Navy identification. This team can disregard Navy orders and operate freely. However, the corollary is that all their actions are dissociated from the Navy, which can expel them at any moment." "SWORD, you say?" Lu Ming pondered thoughtfully. Although he resided in this world, his prior exposure to the series had granted him some familiarity with the SWORD unit. The undercover agents Drake and Kobe, who later aligned with this organization, were noteworthy examples. Jiaji, adopting a cautionary tone, continued, "Ordinarily, at your rank, you would not be privy to such information. But if you insist on pursuing your journey to the Sky Island, this is currently the only viable option. However, should you proceed down this route, you will no longer be able to summon any personnel from the Navy, nor will you receive any support from them." Lu Ming sat up in bed and earnestly addressed Jiajian, stating, "Then it is settled. I shall join SWORD." Jiajian let out a sigh and remarked, "Is it truly so burdensome to venture to the Sky Island?" However, upon meeting Lu Ming's gaze, Jiajian swallowed the remainder of his words and continued, "I will communicate with Vice Admiral Carp and the higher-ups. You should take a few days to rest." "Carp?" Lu Ming inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Jiajian nodded and explained, "Indeed, Vice Admiral Carp is currently the leader of the SWORD unit." Lu Ming, slightly taken aback, murmured to himself, "Indeed. He is the only one within the Navy who would consent to the various reckless actions of his subordinates." Jiaji then rose to his feet and stated, "Once the process is complete, you shall be free to journey anywhere you desire. Although Carp is the leader of the SWORD unit, he typically refrains from interfering in your specific operations." After delivering these words, a subtle hint of melancholy seeped into Jiaji's tone as he slowly made his way out of the ward. Lu Ming gazed at the silhouette of Jiaji and suddenly called out loudly, "No matter where I go, my stance shall remain unchanged. The justice you entrusted to me will endure." Upon hearing Lu Ming's call, Jiaji paused momentarily, chuckling softly, "You rascal." He then proceeded to leave the room. The following day, Jiaji discreetly informed Lu Ming that he had submitted an application for him to join the Sword Corps. The original mission of escorting Bacala had been reassigned to Smoker, who had just been promoted to Brigadier General, with Colonel Xiaoen from the Navy headquarters assisting him. Upon hearing Xiaoen's name, Lu Ming was taken aback once more. Jiaji, now accustomed to Lu Ming's startled reactions, inquired with a hint of exasperation, "What is it this time?" A glint of cunning flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he mused. The Rusty Fruit's ability, Xiaoen, had corroded Zoro's snow walk back on Judicial Island. Subsequently, Zoro had acquired the Black Blade Xiao Shui, one of the 21 great swords, from Longma under Moria's tutelage, thus completing his trio of swords. An idea quietly began to blossom in Lu Ming's mind. If he could prevent Xiaoen from damaging Snow Walk, maintain Zoro's three-sword style, and procure the Black Blade Xiao Shui, not only would he fulfill his quest for the 21 great swords, but he would also minimize the impact on the storyline. Compared to the arduous search, this was undoubtedly a shortcut. A sly smile crept across his lips as he explained to Ji Chi, "It's nothing. Seeing them struggle to escort Bacala makes me want to visit them on Judicial Island." Ji Chi, observing Lu Ming's grin, clearly doubted his words. "Smoker is currently at G8. If you wish to visit them, you can do so now." Lu Ming turned to Ji Chi, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. Noticing Lu Ming's multitude of questions, Ji Chi settled down and chuckled. "Smoker is quite agreeable to my temperament. He harbors strong objections regarding the higher-ups' handling of the Alabasta incident and is reluctant to accept their rewards, even wishing for those governmental old-timers to meet their end." As the conversation deepened, Ji Chi's laughter grew louder. At present, He refuses to return to headquarters, hence his presence here. Upon hearing Ji-Chi's account, Lu Ming could not help but chuckle as well. It appeared that this rigid upper echelon was not solely a source of dissatisfaction for him. Lu Ming suddenly seemed to recall something, his face brimming with excitement as he inquired, is Dasky here as well? Jiaji pondered for a moment before responding, Dasky? I am not familiar with her. Is she one of Smoker's subordinates? They should all be around. Upon hearing this news, Lu Ming immediately leaped from his hospital bed and rushed outside with fervor. Observing this, Jiaji hastily followed suit, curiously asking, in your haste, have you taken a liking to that girl? Wait for me. I shall accompany you. Lu Ming did not respond to Jiaji's words. Instead, he hastily ran ahead. Chapter 51. The Renowned Blade, Huazhou. Upon arriving at the port, he indeed spotted Smoker and his companions preparing for departure. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Smoker's demeanor was markedly different from that during their encounter in Town. He naturally linked the secret mission that Lu Ming had mentioned with their recent confrontation against the Golden Lion, believing that Lu Ming acted out of a sense of justice. Although Smoker's face still bore a mask of indifference, he took the initiative to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze traversed the crowd in search of Daki. He spotted her still appearing rather dazed, standing beside Smog. With a smile, he waved at Smog and then jogged to Daki's side. Jiajia also made her way to the port, observing Lu Ming, Smog, and Daki, who seemed quite familiar with one another. Unable to resist, she leaned against the door, lit a cigarette, and teased, girl, not quite my type. You made me run all this way. With a beaming smile, Lu Ming consoled Smoker and Tashiji regarding the affairs of Alabasta. However, Smoker coldly retorted, in this matter, we did nothing. It was the Straw Hat's merit. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his jit, declaring, next time, I will personally apprehend them. Tashiji, too, gripped her sword firmly and promptly added, I must become stronger as well. At that moment, Lu Ming, rubbing his hands together, brazenly inquired of Tashiji, how is your collection of fine swords coming along? Huh? Tashiji was taken aback by Lu Ming's sudden question. When they were in Town, she had merely mentioned her ambition to him in passing, not expecting him to retain it in his memory. A touch of shyness overcame her as she stammered, well, I have managed to acquire one. It was seized from Mr. 11 of the Baroque Works, called Hanazono. Hey, could I possibly borrow it for a while? Lu Ming's face flushed as he attempted to procure, not borrow, but rather to ease into the idea of asking for something. Oh, Tashiji, like a startled rabbit, lifted her head in surprise, her clear eyes locking onto Lu Ming's with a mixture of astonishment and a hint of bashfulness. Lu Ming felt somewhat embarrassed under her gaze and hurriedly picked up the broken short sword, explaining, no, it's just that my weapon is damaged. I merely wish to borrow this for a while. I assure you, I will return it. Observing Lu Ming's nervousness and eagerness, Dasky couldn't help but chuckle. Of course. You may. A renowned sword should take delight in being wielded by you, she said, as she solemnly presented the captured famed blade, Huazhou, from a nearby box. Huazhou, one of the 50 fine blades, is a sword adorned with unique flame patterns, known for its remarkable craftsmanship. Lu Ming gently picked up Huazhou, and a surge of formidable dominance swiftly enveloped the blade. With a few simple flourishes, the sound of slicing through the air echoed resoundingly. Subsequently, Lu Ming infused the blade with the thunderous essence of Qian Niao. In an instant, arcs of lightning danced along the blade, dazzling and resplendent like a flash of lightning. Sensing the fluidity of such overwhelming power intertwined with Qian Niao, Lu Ming could not help but exclaim, truly remarkable. It is indeed a legendary blade. However, Jiaji, witnessing this spectacle, appeared rather disinterested, yawning before taking his leave. He muttered softly, I expected something far more intriguing. Instead, I merely watched someone wielding a sword. On the other hand, Dasky was utterly captivated by Lu Ming and Huazhou. She gazed enviously at the unpredictable blade in Lu Ming's hand, yearning for the day when she could wield the Shiyu of Shuriwe with such finesse. Standing nearby, Smog could not suppress his admiration, thinking to himself, no wonder he is a man capable of battling the Golden Lion. With Huazhou now in his possession, Lu Ming intensified his training regimen. Although it did not hinder his daily activities, the old wounds left by the Golden Lion occasionally throbbed with a dull ache during moments of exertion. Reflecting on the necessity of recovery, especially with Korbat still in the Sky Island, Lu Ming summoned the system once more. He took a deep breath and prayed, guide me. Let me try again, something healing please. 40 points, here we go. Congratulations, you have acquired class medical ninjutsu. Creation rebirth, remaining points, 40. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Ming's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This system is truly remarkable. It delivers as promised. Creation Rebirth is a medical ninjutsu capable of swiftly healing wounds and restoring vitality. When combined with sealing, it can even maintain precise control over the healing power for an extended period, achieving the effect of eternal youth. Lu Ming immediately activated the process of regeneration, unsealing the dark mark upon his forehead, which began to unfurl gradually as energy coursed through him. The scars on his back started to heal at a visibly accelerated pace, just as Lu Ming closed his eyes to concentrate on his recovery. A familiar figure entered the room. Upon sensing that all his injuries had completely mended, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. However, the visage before him startled him, causing him to take several steps back. "Peacock, what are you doing here?" Peacock bent down, nearly pressing her face against Lu Ming's, her whip gently grazing his cheek with a hint of teasing. "What? Don't you wish to see me?" Memories surged within him, and Lu Ming found himself stammering involuntarily. No, I was merely curious about how you arrived." Peacock feigned a look of grievance, pouting as she replied, "I came to assist you, after all." "Ah." Lu Ming was not swayed in the slightest by her affected expression, cautiously probing, "What do you need my help for?" "I have nothing at hand." The peacock's lips curled into a peculiar smile as she softly replied, "Have you not already applied to join sword? However, given the gravity of your entanglement with the Golden Lion, I must personally accompany you to Sky Island to ascertain your true intentions before deciding on your admission to sword." Upon hearing the peacock's words, Lu Ming felt a surge of ominous foreboding as his pupils dilated. The peacock, toying with her whip, seemed quite pleased by Lu Ming's reaction as she added, "In simple terms, I now hold the power of life and death over you." She gently licked her lips, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. "According to Old Man Carp, you have sustained severe injuries. Yet now it appears you possess a remarkable power that allows you to swiftly heal your wounds. And that peculiar item you previously used to rid yourself of the influence of the training fruit is truly intriguing. At times, I even contemplate dissecting you for a thorough examination." Witnessing the peacock's almost deranged demeanor, Lu Ming could not help but mutter to himself, "Crazy woman." Chapter 52. Blackbeard Teach in the forgotten corner of the world government. Magic Valley Town remained an unregulated territory, untouched by the Navy. Though Lu Ming had prior experience using the upward currents to reach Sky Island, this time he was determined to confront Enel in a decisive battle. Still hoping to bask in Luffy's glory and eliminate Enel's 4 god priests with the help of Luffy's crew. Thus, he brought the peacock to Magic Valley Town to await Luffy. However, fate seemed to mock him, as he did not encounter Luffy, but unexpectedly crossed paths with another legendary figure from the tale of the Pirate King, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Teach swaggered into the tavern, his voice booming throughout the establishment. "Wah, Burgess, that fellow is not worth our trouble." Simultaneously, a wretched scream echoed from outside, accompanied by Burgess's boisterous laughter. "Wah, pathetic fool. Have you been working out?" At that moment, Poison Q and his beloved horse, Zhuang Zhuang, collapsed at the tavern's entrance, weakly pleading for assistance from others inside. "Is there any kind soul who can help me up?" With that, both man and horse coughed up blood. The tavern server promptly approached, cautiously assisting Poison Q and Zhuang Zhuang to their feet. Poison Q managed a sheepish smile. "I have always been frail. I truly apologize for the trouble." He produced a basket of apples and offered it to the server. "I wish to express my gratitude. Please take one for yourself." The server hastily waved his hands. No, it's quite unnecessary." As he lifted his gaze, he was met by the venomous eyes of Poison Q, akin to those of a serpent. Under duress, he reluctantly extended his hand and picked up an apple. "Thank." Before the server's words could fully escape his lips, the apple suddenly detonated, the powerful shockwave knocking him to the ground. Poison Q observed the unfolding scene with a weary smile, remarking, "Heh, your luck is truly unfortunate. You are off to another world." Simultaneously, Blackbeard Teach erupted into boisterous laughter, finding a comfortable sofa to recline upon with an air of superiority. As he surveyed the patrons of the tavern, his gaze landed upon Lu Ming and Peacock, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, yet he quickly masked it, restoring his calm demeanor. At that moment, a group of pirates sauntered into the tavern, unconcernedly kicking aside Poison Q's prostrate form as they made their way towards Lu Ming and Peacock. The leading pirate leered at Peacock, brazenly exclaiming, "Hey there, pretty girl. You look absolutely delightful. You should join our captain." The raucous laughter of his companions echoed behind him, one audaciously taunting, "Pretty boy, your woman has caught our captain's eye." If you wish to live, bow down and scram. Our captain is the leader of a notorious pirate crew with a bounty of 30 million. Seeing Lu Ming and Peacock remain unmoved, the leading pirate's anger flared, and he commanded, "Teach this ungrateful brat a lesson." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his lackeys charged forward. Yet, Lu Ming merely raised a hand and waved it gently. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. In an instant, sparks flew as bolts of lightning struck the advancing pirates. With cries of agony, they fell to the ground. The other patrons within the tavern watched in stunned silence, and the leading pirate, now filled with dread, stammered, "WH. Who are you?" Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach reveled in the chaos, laughing heartily. "No wonder your head is worth 1,000,000,000 berries." 1,000,000,000. The other patrons began to murmur amongst themselves, their eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment regarding Lu Ming's identity. "Who on earth is this person? I've never heard of him," one individual pondered aloud. Peacock, meanwhile, playfully tapped her whip against the table, her gaze fixed on Teach with amusement, a smile tugging at her lips. "Well, it seems we have someone quite extraordinary here." Teach, noticing the tension radiating from Peacock, chuckled heartily to diffuse the atmosphere. "Ha, no need to be so tense. I mean no harm." He then called out to the tavern owner, "Bring me something to eat." Lu Ming gently grasped the Peacock's hand, signaling her to calm down. He then turned to the pirates, who had just begun to recover from the lightning strike, and softly threatened, "Why don't you leave at once?" Although the authenticity of Blackbeard's mention of 1,000,000,000 was uncertain, Lu Ming's formidable presence rendered the other patrons in the tavern hesitant to approach him. At that moment, several familiar voices drifted in from the tavern entrance. "Having stayed here for 4 days, I must record everything. I can barely endure another moment," Nami lamented. "Haha. Thinking that way shows you're still a normal person," Zaro chuckled in response. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry," Luffy said vacantly while patting his belly. The trio entered, oblivious to the subtle tension within the tavern, with the unperturbed Zoro and Luffy entirely unaware, while Nami sensed something amiss, yet chose to disregard it, continuing to criticize the inconveniences of the small town. "Hey, old man, I want food. I want alcohol." The three found a table not far from Blackbeard Teach, calling out to the tavern owner, completely unaware that they had become the center of attention. Lu Ming quietly turned away, secretly relieved that Luffy and his companions had not noticed him. Otherwise, given their personalities, they would undoubtedly have pointed at him and shouted, "You are that Navy officer." Such an outburst would surely lead to unnecessary trouble. Although he did not fear this motley crew, he preferred not to let it interfere with his important matters. Upon seeing Luffy and his companions, Kong-K turned to Lu Ming and inquired, "Are we waiting for him?" Lu Ming silently nodded. The Peacock scrutinized Luffy with a look of suspicion and softly inquired, "Are you the grandson of Admiral Garp?" Lu Ming swiftly turned around, forcefully rotating the Peacock's body, signaling her to remain silent. He cast a glance at Teach, who was indulging in a cherry pie, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. A major incident had nearly unfolded. Teach was likely preparing to offer Luffy to the Navy in exchange for a position among the warlords of the sea. However, he had discovered this too late, as Luffy had ascended to Sky Island via an upward current, narrowly escaping disaster. Had Teach been aware that Luffy was so close, a confrontation would surely have erupted prematurely. "Hey, old man, this cherry pie is absolutely dreadful." "Hey, boss, this cherry pie is utterly delicious." In unison, Luffy and Teach exchanged glances, then simultaneously lifted their glasses to drink. "Why is this wine so exquisite? Why is this wine so delightful?" With their gazes locked, Teach broke the silence. "Has your taste bud gone awry?" Luffy, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 53. Absolutely not to strike. "Uncle, I wish to purchase 50 pieces of meat as a gift." "Boss, then I shall acquire 51 cherry pies as a present. In that case, I will change my order to 52 pieces of meat, and I shall alter my order to 53 pies, 54 pieces of meat, 55 pies." Once again, Luffy and Teach rolled up their sleeves simultaneously, both shouting in unison, "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" At that moment, Nami hurriedly called out to Luffy, "Luffy, you promised me. Moreover, we don't have the funds to purchase that much meat. We did not venture out for shopping." With her back turned to the two, the Peacock gazed at Luffy, a faint smile gracing her lips. "He is truly amusing. I wonder where you found him." Lu Ming merely responded with a resigned smile, offering no answer to the Peacock's inquiry. The tavern owner, observing the tense standoff between Luffy and Teach, hastily retrieved 50 cherry pies from the refrigerator and handed them to Teach, pleading, "Big guy, Take this and leave quickly. Please do not instigate a conflict in my establishment. Teach grunted in acknowledgement, accepting the cherry pies and turning to depart. At that moment, a man adorned with a smiling face tattoo on his chest brushed past him. Entering the tavern, it was Bellamy the hyena, captain of the hyena pirates and a user of the spring fruit. Bellamy's sharp gaze scanned the tavern, inquiring, "Is the one with the straw hat here?" Luffy turned around, holding a piece of meat, and casually responded, "What's up?" Zoro, sipping his drink, glanced at Bellamy and remarked, "Doesn't he seem like he's here for a chat with you?" Bellamy approached the spot where Teach had just been, pointing at Luffy as he declared, "I want the finest wine. Whatever this little brat enjoys drinking, bring him a glass as well." Observing Bellamy, who towered over him, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, "Why do I keep running into these towering figures today?" At that moment, a group of pirates adorned with smiling face tattoos entered, their demeanor menacing as they remarked, "What's going on? This place is filthy and reeks. How can you even drink here? And you're ordering nothing but cheap booze. Goodness, there aren't even any seats available." No sooner had the words left their lips than the leader, the vice captain of the hyena pirates, Sachis, brandished a curved sword and charged towards a group near Luffy's table, causing them to collapse as the blade glinted ominously. He sneered, "Looks like a spot has just opened up. What a bunch of dim-witted fools." Impatience flickered in Peacock's eyes as he observed the scene beside him and said, "It seems they are in trouble. Allow me to lend them a hand." Lu-Ming immediately grasped the Peacock, his eyes filled with a plea, "Let it be. They can manage. Do not stir trouble." Sachis also noticed the presence of the Peacock, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, preparing to utter some taunt. At that moment, a furious shout erupted beside Luffy as Bellamy forcefully slammed him to the ground. This action instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Sachis and his cohorts erupted into a cacophony of arrogant laughter. Lu-Ming observed the hand of the Peacock tightly gripping the whip and lamented, "Truly, one is courting death. There's no way to stop this." Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, Zoro had unsheathed his sword, aiming it at the advancing Bellamy. Bellamy glared at Zoro, menacingly demanding, "What do you intend to do, you little brat?" Zoro coldly retorted, "That question is one you ought to answer." Nami, anxious to intervene, cried out, "Zoro, wait, we haven't gathered any information yet." However, Zoro, shedding his usual nonchalance, decisively interrupted her. "Enough chatter. I am eager to engage in a fierce battle and respond to this fool's challenge." Luffy gradually rose to his feet, his gaze resolute. "Very well, prepare yourself." The atmosphere within the tavern instantly ignited with fervor as jubilant cheers and shouts erupted from the crowd. "Waha! Hooray! Hooray! Did you hear that? Which little brats still wish to challenge Bellamy?" Peacock watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Had it not been for Lu-Ming's incessant nagging by her side, she would have eagerly joined the fray herself. "Luffy, wait!" Nami's sudden exclamation caused the tavern's lively ambience to freeze in an instant. Luffy and Zoro turned to face her. With a hint of anxiety, Nami inquired, "Uncle, do you have any information regarding the Sky Island?" The formerly boisterous tavern fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Moments later, a bout of laughter shattered the stillness. This unexpected mirth left the eager Peacock momentarily bewildered. "What is happening?" One of the pirates from the hyena pirates doubled over in laughter, explaining, "You actually wish to go to Sky Island? Wahahaha. That's hilarious." Nami, pointing to the log pose in her hand, hastily defended, "What is so funny? Look, the log pose is pointing towards the sky." Indeed, the log pose pointed skyward, prompting even more raucous laughter from the pirate, who retorted, "That can only mean your log pose is broken." Other pirates joined in the mockery, causing Nami's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Bellamy sneered, "I can't stand you lot. Where do you come from? Believing in such outdated legends? Islands in the sky? What era do you belong to?" At Bellamy's words, Peacock lost her enthusiasm, retracting her whip with a disappointed shake of her head. She felt no desire to teach these people, muttering to herself, "So they are merely inferior fools." Seeing that Peacock no longer intended to intervene, Lu-Ming sighed in relief. As a weight lifted from his heart, Bellamy continued to berate Luffy loudly. "Listen carefully. The era of treasure-hunting dreams for pirates has come to an end. The land of gold? The great treasure? You possess the power to dominate these seas, yet you cling to non-existent fantasies, dying far from home. It's merely a game for lost dogs. It makes me want to vomit." With that, he seized a bottle and smashed it violently against Luffy's head. Then, he unleashed a furious barrage of attacks upon Luffy. Nami, Distressed, shouted Luffy. Zoro, forget our agreement. Drive these scoundrels away. Yet Luffy displayed an unusual seriousness, resolutely stating to Zoro, we absolutely cannot fight back. As the two refrained from striking back, Bellamy and his crew grew even more reckless, their blows becoming increasingly vicious. Leaving the two battered and bloodied, Nami cried out in despair, urging them to retaliate. Non-resistance? Humph, such fine words, yet it merely signifies weakness and cowardice. It is truly disappointing. Expel them to spare us from their presence. Bellamy disdainfully gazed at the two, instructing his pirate subordinates. The pirates readily complied, casting Luffy and Zoro out through the tavern's window. Bellamy then mockingly addressed Nami, urging her to take the two away while they still drew breath. Get as far away as possible, you scoundrels. Chapter 54. The dreams of men shall never end. Just as Nami dashed out of the tavern, intent on dragging Luffy and Zoro away, Peacock suddenly rose and made his way outside. Lu Ming hurriedly followed behind her, murmuring softly, don't act alone. As several pirates attempted to intercept them, Lu Ming's double Magatama ability manifested. With a fierce howl, he commanded, get lost. In an instant, those pirates found themselves ensnared by his illusionary spell. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, possessing an additional Magatama ability was significantly more powerful. Seated at the entrance, Teach observed Luffy and Zoro being dragged away by Nami and burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha! I wonder, dear lady, what vexes you? It was quite evident that those two emerged victorious in that skirmish. A grin curled at the corner of Teach's mouth as he earnestly continued. Those fellows are nothing but a pile of refuse. What do you mean by the era of pirates dreaming of treasure is over? A person's dream shall never cease. His voice grew increasingly fervent. Am I wrong? Bullying others hardly brings joy. Set your sights on the summit. If others choose to mock, let them laugh. Ha ha. Upon hearing Teach's proclamation, Zoro glanced at Luffy, who walked on without looking back, then turned to Nami and said, let's go. Teach also rose, adding, oh, have I interrupted you? In such a hurry to leave? Feel free to depart. To Sky Island. With that, Teach turned to leave, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Today's wine is particularly delightful. Nami chased after Luffy, saying, hey, that guy mentioned Sky Island. He might have some clues. The Peacock, excitedly watching Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Teach depart, turned to Lu Ming and said, you've truly found some intriguing companions. I'm starting to like them. Although he had anticipated such a situation, Lu Ming was still profoundly shaken when Teach spoke those words to Luffy. Teach was indeed a man of ambition. Having lurked within the Whitebeard pirates for over a decade to obtain the dark fruit, when the fruit finally appeared, he did not hesitate to kill his former comrades and set his plans into motion. Observing Lu Ming lost in thought, the Peacock eagerly inquired, where shall we go now? I can hardly wait to join them on Sky Island. Lu Ming stretched leisurely and replied with ease, no need to rush. They have significant matters to attend to this evening. Let us first seek out a boat. Where shall we find one? Lu Ming pointed towards Bellamy's crew inside the tavern and declared, I believe their ship will suffice. Lu Ming and Peacock swiftly arrived at the port, gazing at the few members of the hyena pirate crew who were guarding the ships. Just as Peacock was about to take action, Lu Ming restrained her hand, suggesting, let them remain. We can enlist their assistance to set sail. The pirates, upon noticing Lu Ming and Peacock, pointed at their smiley face tattoos and rudely barked scram. Do you know who we are? At this moment, Peacock suddenly realized, exclaiming, no wonder I found them familiar. This resembles the insignia of Don Quixote da Flamingo. The pirates stepped forward, brandishing their knives with lewd grins, and taunted, well, you seem to know quite a bit, little girl. How about joining us for some fun? However, in the next instant, as if compelled by an unseen force, the pirates cast their knives to the ground and respectfully called out to Lu Ming, Captain, we shall set sail at once. Witnessing this scene, Peacock looked at Lu Ming with keen interest, remarking, so this is the method you employ to counter the powers of the training fruit. I would love to spar with you. Lu Ming feigned ignorance and followed several pirates aboard the ship. Under Lu Ming's guidance, the helmsman steered the vessel toward the ascending current. Lu Ming tightly gripped the flower boat in his hands and said to the Peacock, wait a moment. We shall seek an opportunity to board their vessel. A straw hat? Inquired the Peacock. Lu Ming nodded, affirming, yes, indeed. Stay close to me. We may have to confront Teach. The Peacock seemed oblivious to the latter part of Lu Ming's statement, excitedly muttering to himself, I never imagined that the grandson of Old Man Carp could be so intriguing. No wonder that pink-haired little brat talks about him incessantly. Teach. Is he the one we encountered at the tavern previously? I heard that one of his crew members volunteered him for the position of warlord at headquarters. The peacock perched atop a pirate subordinate kneeling on the ground, brandishing a whip while inquiring of the helmsman, Lu Ming. Lu Ming gazed in silence, astonished that the pirates he had intended to manipulate with illusionary magic were now utterly defenseless against the influence of the training fruit. Observing the helpless expression on Lu Ming's face, Peacock smiled alluringly and remarked, "Since I was unable to tame you last time, I find myself quite eager to attempt it once more." Lu Ming coughed lightly and swiftly turned his head, seeking to divert the conversation. Ahem, indeed, that individual is Teach, a man of considerable cunning. As the vessel drew ever closer to the ascending current, the winds and waves grew increasingly fierce. Amidst the tumult, Lu Ming caught a glimpse of the transformed Mary. He saw Luffy standing at the bow, exclaiming loudly, "Sky Island, here I come." The Mary surged into the whirlpool of the current, and Lu Ming quickly adjusted the helm, closely trailing behind. At that moment, he also noticed Blackbeard and his crew closely pursuing them, bobbing precariously in a small raft amidst the waves. Seeing the raft behind them, Peacock kicked away the pirate beneath her, gazing at Blackbeard's group with a hint of astonishment in her voice. This man is indeed audacious to a fault. Does he truly believe he can conquer the ascending current with but this flimsy raft? Teach, upon spotting the ship belonging to the hyena pirates, was equally taken aback, expressing disbelief in front of others while secretly engaging in underhanded actions. In that instant, the tumultuous winds calmed, and the three vessels, previously at the heart of the storm, became stable. Standing on the raft, Teach burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. At last, I have caught up with you, Straw Hat Luffy." Just as Luffy's crew was engulfed in confusion, Teach continued, "Prepare yourself. I have come to claim your bounty of 100 million. Lu Ming skillfully maneuvered the vessel, deftly positioning it between the two groups. "It's you, the navy of Kokoja Village," Zoro exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Lu Ming. Luffy, with his distinctive perspective, inquired with astonishment, "So, you were a pirate all along?" Without hesitation, Van Augur aimed his gun at Luffy on the raft, while Teach burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Though you are not my target, killing you here would surely go unnoticed by the Navy." Bang! The gun fired, and the bullet shot forth with great speed. Luffy swiftly drew his sword, Huazhou, and expertly cleaved the incoming bullet in two. Sensing a disturbance from beneath the sea, Luffy shouted to Peacock, "Prepare, it's coming." Teach hastily instructed Burgess to steer the ship closer. Lu Ming unleashed a formidable sword aura, while Kong K swiftly propelled the pirate beneath him towards Teach. In an instant, a thick black mist erupted from Teach, entirely consuming the sword energy. Several pirates flung into the air were ruthlessly struck down into the sea by Bajis. However, at that moment, Lu Ming and Kong K had already utilized the moonwalk to soar onto Luffy's ship. Given their previous brief encounter in Cocoa Village, Luffy and his crew did not attempt to impede their passage. As Lu Ming landed steadily, he observed the peacock beside him, whose recent display of throwing the pirate bore a striking resemblance to the style of Carp. Had she not joined Sword, she might have become the next notorious figure of a new era. Just as Teach and his companions were poised to resume their pursuit, they suddenly sensed a tremendous force surging from below. Usopp cried out in panic, "The seawater is about to explode. Hurry, hold on to the ship." Lu Ming, steadying himself against the hull, shouted a warning. Wow! Ah! The Mary soared into the sky, propelled by the force of the current, while Teach's small raft was shattered into countless pieces by the tumultuous waters. Under Nami's guidance, Sanji took the helm, and just as the Mary was about to plunge downwards, it unexpectedly ascended on an updraft. Luffy clutched the bow of the ship tightly, exclaiming with exhilaration, "This is incredible. The ship is soaring into the sky. Let us charge towards the White Sea." Chapter 55, Master. The vessel broke through the clouds, and at long last, Luffy and his companions successfully arrived upon the Sky Island. Sanji, panting heavily, inquired with concern, "Miss Nami, Miss Robin, and the newcomer, are you all well?" Usopp and Chopper huddled together, weeping as they replied, "We are also all right." Luffy sprang to his feet with exuberance, pointing at the sea of clouds and exclaiming, "Hey, look over there. Look outside the ship." Lu Ming effortlessly helped the peacock, who was slightly sweating on the forehead, to his feet. At that moment, the peacock appeared strikingly different from its previously trained demeanor, exuding a sense of normalcy. The peacock gazed intently at Lu Ming, its tone somewhat awkward yet earnest. "Oh, so you have discovered something more exhilarating. Following you indeed seems to be the right choice. Although she had heard of Sky Island while at the Navy headquarters and was aware of how to reach it via the Peak of the West, she never anticipated arriving at Sky Island through such an exhilarating manner. At this juncture, Zaro also took the initiative to inquire of Lu Ming, Navy. Do you wish to visit Sky Island as well? The mention of Navy left Robin and Chopper, who had never seen Lu Ming before, utterly astonished. Lu Ming gently touched his head and replied with a smile, Indeed, I have come here to attend to some matters and would like to borrow your vessel. He then turned to Robin and Chopper, continuing, Do not be anxious, do not be anxious. I am aware that you are not like other pirates, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Observing Luffy, Sanji, Nami, and the others around him, who seemed completely unguarded, the two gradually relaxed. Usopp, with a hint of stammering, inquired, Aren't you afraid of our failure? Not at all. Your strength is formidable, and I have complete faith in you. Lu Ming affirmed, giving them a reassuring thumbs up. At that moment, a familiar Sandia swiftly approached the ship. Upon leaping onto the bow, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze abruptly fixing on Lu Ming. After all, they had heard of the conflict between Lu Ming and the Golden Lion. Lu Ming gazed directly at him and waved. Greeting, it's you again. Truly, you are a model worker. Do you not change shifts with the 996 schedule? Another familiar, diligent worker appeared before them, once again using the same method to send the Shandians back into the sea. Observing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but scoff inwardly. If I didn't know you, I would almost think this was a new scam aimed at deceiving newcomers, as your interaction is far too practiced. It seems there are indeed few people around here. These two gentlemen must be waiting here daily. Gonfor turned around and addressed Luffy and his companions, stating, I am the Knight of the Sky. His gaze lingered momentarily on Lu Ming. Luffy inquired with curiosity, Do you know this person as well? You certainly know an impressive number of individuals. Lu Ming spread his arms wide. What a coincidence. Completely serendipitous. Gonfo cleared his throat and resumed his characteristic narrative style, recounting the tale of his whistleblowing venture that earned him 5 million Iker. When Gonfo concluded his story and prepared to depart, Lu Ming beckoned Peacock to accompany them. Amidst a chorus of teasing remarks directed at Gonfo, he instructed Pierre to take flight on his celestial steed. Lu Ming and Peacock followed suit, gracefully stepping in rhythm. As Lu Ming turned back to address Luffy and the others, he cheerfully declared, Until we meet again. Lu Ming and the Peacock followed Gonfu to his residence. At that moment, a young woman was bent over the table, pen in hand, diligently inscribing something. She lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing Lu Ming enter, immediately set down her pen and excitedly rushed towards him. Lu Ming gently stroked her head, smiling tenderly as he said, Sorry to keep you waiting. I shall take you back now. However, Kabate, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks from his touch, resolutely replied, I have decided not to return just yet. Why? Lu Ming asked, regarding her with a hint of confusion, before casting a wary glance at Gonfu Air, his eyes betraying a trace of hostility. Sensing Lu Ming's misunderstanding, Kabate hastily clarified, No, this is not about Master. I am here of my own accord. Lu Ming retorted, Master? Gonfu stepped forward and clarified, This child has entrusted me with her training. She aspires to grow stronger in the Sky Island to become an aid to someone. Upon hearing this, Caboite blushed deeply, lowering her head as she softly murmured, No, it is not that. The Sky Island possesses numerous ancient medical techniques that have been long forgotten, which are worthy of my study. Moreover, I desire to become a bit stronger. Lu Ming gently placed his hand on Kubat's shoulder and earnestly said, There is truly no need for you to pressure yourself in such a manner. Each individual should simply engage in that which they excel at. Kubat lifted her gaze, resolutely meeting Lu Ming's eyes, and declared, This is a decision I have arrived at after much contemplation. Next time, I too wish to fight. At that moment, Kong Kei, lost in her own thoughts, strolled towards their dwelling, muttering, Do not underestimate the determination of a girl. At this moment, Lu Ming turned to Gonfu and said, Thank you, Aina Lu. I shall certainly drive her away. However, Gonfu responded calmly, Taking her as my disciple is a decision made by me, recognizing her innate talents and compassionate heart. As a potential successor, this is not a transaction between you and me. Lu Ming immediately realized his rudeness and hastily apologized. You're right, I have been disrespectful. At that moment, Lu Ming's resolve to eliminate Inola solidified further. He knew he could not afford to hold back. He must give his all. He decisively summoned the system, observing the remaining 40 points. Here we go. Congratulations on leveling up to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Remaining points, 0. Once again, his Sharingan was upgraded. Before Lu Ming's eyes, the double Tomo Sharingan began to transform, and the third Tomo gradually manifested. Regrettably, he had no points left. Otherwise, he could have taken a chance at upgrading to the Manjiki Sharingan. Were he to attain the Manjiki, whether mastering Kamui or Amaterasu, his odds against Enelu would significantly improve. Upon entering the realm of the Manjiki Sharingan, he would not only gain the unique abilities hidden within his eyes, but also unlock a third power, Susanoo. After activating the Sharingan, Lu Ming felt a notable enhancement in his perceptiveness. He could observe the slightest movements of others, their breathing patterns, and even delve deeper into the intricate details of his surroundings. This level of Sharingan could potentially allow him to briefly control even experts like Kaki with illusions. The upgrade of his Sharingan not only amplified his observational prowess, but also provided a substantial boost to his physical techniques. At that moment, Gonfor and Peacock suddenly turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. Peacock was the first to inquire, "What have you done? Why do you seem stronger?" "The cold aura around you has intensified." Lu Ming gently waved the huazhou in his hand, gazing intently at the two individuals, and proposed, "How about we engage in a friendly spar, just a light exchange? Do you wish for both of us to join forces?" The peacock replied with a smile, simultaneously drawing forth her whip. Lu Ming nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed." Gonfor, however, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, raising the spear in his hand. Chapter 56. What are you waiting for? I shall not spare your dignity before the woman who loves you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the whip in the peacock's hand struck like a swift and venomous serpent, launching an assault on Lu Ming. Simultaneously, Gonfor coordinated with the peacock, attacking from the side. Confronted with their combined onslaught, Lu Ming's 3-Tomo Sharingan gleamed with a chilling light. With the aid of the Sharingan, what had initially been a rapid attack appeared to slow down considerably. Effortlessly evading, the Chidori in his hand became even more adept under the Sharingan's guidance. This indeed was a ninjutsu that harmonized flawlessly with the Sharingan, the synergy between the two exceeding his expectations. Lu Ming tightly grasped the hand of lightning, turning to launch a counterattack against the two adversaries. After a fierce exchange, Gonfu and Kong Ke were struck by Lu Ming's precise electric currents, leaving their bodies momentarily paralyzed. They crouched low, supporting themselves with their hands against the ground, kneeling before Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had fully acclimated to the amplifying effects bestowed by the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Gazing at the figure before him, adorned with intricate patterns in his eyes, sword in his right hand, and surrounded by crackling electricity in his left, Kong Ke felt an unsettling chill emanating from Lu Ming. An inexplicable impulse to submit to him and be reconditioned by his influence surged within his heart. Lu Ming retracted his Sharingan and the power of lightning, sheathing huazhou as the frigid aura dissipated. He hurriedly assisted Gonfu and Kong Ke, guiding them into the interior of their abode to rest. Gonfu gazed at the man before him, astonished by his effortless defeat of himself, and with the formidable woman beside him, who likely surpassed his own strength. His confidence in their ability to drive away Enel surged. At that moment, Pierre suddenly called out loudly from the doorway. Gonfu raised his gaze toward Pierre, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. "It's that group from earlier. I have business to attend to." However, due to the lingering paralysis from the lightning, Gonfu found himself unable to rise. Lu Ming firmly held Gonfu in place, gazing resolutely as he declared, "Allow me to take your place this time. It is time to fulfill the promise we made before." Upon hearing this, Gonfu decisively commanded Pierre, "Take him there." Lu Ming swiftly mounted Pierre's back and shouted, "Go. Stop. Please, just stop. I beg you, do not destroy the ship. At least spare the ship." Chopper transformed into his human form, exerting every ounce of strength to extinguish the flames on the Mary, while desperately calling out to one of the Sky Island's 4 divine officers, the celestial knight Shura, who was setting the fire. Shura stood at the bow of the ship, casting a disdainful gaze upon Chopper below, impatiently retorting, "You flit about here and there. Are you not tiresome? I have never seen such a willful beast. It fills me with ire. What a waste of such a large stature. So feeble you are." With that, he brandished his spear and lunged at Chopper. Chopper swiftly turned, raising his hands to block the strike. The spear struck against the ship's railing, causing flames to erupt immediately. "You despicable fiend." Taking advantage of the moment, Chopper threw a punch, but Shura easily evaded it. Chopper, astonished, thought to himself, "I missed again. This fellow seems capable of perceiving my every move." Standing atop the railing, Shura solemnly intoned, "If some survive, then others must perish." Such is the nature of this world. Only through sacrifice does the immutable truth of this world reveal itself. Saying this, he raised his spear once more and charged at Chopper, declaring, "You shall willingly offer your life to the gods." Chopper clenched his fists and shouted defiantly, "No, I refuse." In a cruel twist, with a single thrust, Shura pierced Chopper, sending him crashing to the ground, flames raging upon his shoulder as Chopper emitted a pained groan. Just as Shura withdrew his spear, aiming for Chopper's head to strike again, Lu Ming descended from the heavens, delivering a forceful kick that sent Shura sprawling. Shura tumbled through the air before regaining his balance, looking up at Pierre circling above, puzzled, and inquired, "Sky Knight?" Lu Ming stood in front of Chopper, responding with a smile, the substitute knight. Chopper gazed at the familiar figure before him, stammering, "Is that the lady from just now?" Shura commanded the great bird hovering in the sky with a loud voice, "Cross your legs." The bird swiftly descended, circling above the Mary. Shura leaped gracefully, landing steadily upon the great bird. What a peculiar name. In an instant, Lu Ming vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Xiao Luo, who displayed an unusual expression of panic. Finger gun. 6 revolutions. Lu Ming's assault was extraordinarily fierce, striking Xiao Luo down from the skies with a single blow. Below, Choba gazed in astonishment and exclaimed with fervor, "Hooray for the substitute knight." Lu Ming cast his gaze upon the fearsome Shura below, muttering to himself, "Is there still a flaw in my strength?" Shura, glaring fiercely at Lu Ming, adjusted the goggles perched on his forehead and sneered. "It seems that old man has found himself an accomplice. I have never encountered a criminal as audacious as you. Allow me to demonstrate how my wrath compels the most despicable fool to seek redemption. The trial of the ropes." With that, Shura brandished his spear and launched a ferocious assault on Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming effortlessly evaded every strike, scarcely shifting from his position. "Is this all you've got? After all your bluster?" Lu Ming taunted, turning to mock him. "Impossible. How can you possess such a heart network?" Shura, now seething with rage, thrust his spear at Lu Ming with increased ferocity. Despite the speed of Shura's attacks, Lu Ming continued to evade with precision, eluding every blow, regardless of Shura's relentless efforts. "Impossible. This cannot be. Damn it, have I still not struck you?" Shura shouted in exasperation. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke leisurely. "Are you waiting for something?" Shura, taken aback by Lu Ming's words, momentarily forgot his next move. An overwhelming aura gradually enveloped Lu Ming's hands as he seemingly plucked at the air, then yanked forcefully, exclaiming, "Is this the trial of the ropes? I can see these threads with utmost clarity." Instantly, the ropes surrounding them shattered. Shura looked up at Lu Ming, terror etched in his eyes. He beheld strange patterns within Lu Ming's gaze, a chill creeping into his heart, as if he had plunged into an unfathomable ice cavern, the cold penetrating to his very bones. Witnessing Shura ensnared in an illusion, Lu Ming struck casually, sending him plummeting into the sea before returning to the Mary. Chopper, with tears brimming in his eyes and a voice thick with emotion, gazed at Lu Ming and said, "Thank you." Lu Ming smiled as he closed his Sharingan, and the chilling aura dissipated. He gently caressed Chopper's fluffy head and replied softly, "No need for thanks." Chapter 57, Robin. Chopper. "Where are you? What happened, Chopper?" "Zoro, Nami." And Robin hurriedly approached from a distance. Zoro, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "The main mast of the Mary has disappeared. That kid's ship repairing skills are becoming increasingly remarkable." Nami, exasperated, slapped Zoro on the head, saying, "Is there straw in your brain? It's obvious we are under attack." Robin interjected softly, "Could it be that he has already been dismembered?" At that moment, Chopper peeked out from behind the mast, tears welling in his eyes. "Nothing terrible has happened." Nami looked at Chopper's expression and gently reassured him, "It's all right. I know you're very brave. Please tell us what has happened." At this moment, Lu Ming emerged from the cabin of the Mary, beaming as he waved a cheerful greeting to Nami and her companions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the small boat carrying Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji glided towards them. The moment Sanji spotted Nami and Robin, he exclaimed with exuberance, "Ah, my beloved Nami, my cherished Robin. It is I. I have come to rescue you through the trials of love." Usopp, interjecting from the side, chimed in, "You must be frightened, aren't you? Fear not. Fear not. Captain Usopp has arrived, and you can rest assured." Luffy expressed his disappointment, pondering aloud, "Is that all there is to the trial?" After some time, Nami observed the lively demeanor of the three and felt her tension ease slightly. She exhaled softly and smiled, saying, "It seems they are all unharmed. Now I can rest easy. Navy, what are you doing here? The main mast is gone." Usopp exclaimed in astonishment upon boarding and seeing Chopper. Chopper hurriedly explained, I apologize, Usopp. I fought with all my might, but I still sustained considerable damage. It was the substitute knight who saved me. Had he not arrived, both I and the ship would have been lost. Substitute knight? Usopp echoed in confusion. Lu Ming smiled as he explained, the Knight of the Sky is currently somewhat inconvenient. Allow me to step in. Usopp interjected with concern, what about you all? Are you unscathed? Chopper promptly replied, no worries, he vanquished that individual. Usopp joyfully added, that's a relief. It's fortunate that the fire only scorched the ship and not you. He chuckled, the ship will be mended in due course. Sanji, overhearing their conversation, turned to express his gratitude to Lu Ming and Pierre, saying, thank you both. Not at all, Lu Ming replied. Pierre also let out a charming chirp, Pi. Sanji continued, the sun has set, and the ship requires repairs. I believe it would be wise to embark for Angel Island tomorrow. Nami suggested from the side. How about we venture into the forest tonight and set up camp by the lake? This way, if we are attacked again, we will be better positioned to respond. Mr. Navy, why not join us? She turned to Lu Ming with a smile, adding, actually, after all this time, I haven't formally introduced myself. My name is Nami, and I regret not having had the opportunity to thank you for everything you've done for Cocoa Village. Lu Ming smiled and introduced himself. I am Lu Ming, currently a Rear Admiral at the Navy headquarters. Zoro extended his hand towards Lu Ming, declaring, Roronoa Zoro. Sanji chimed in, I am Usopp, the captain of this ship. Tony Chopper, the doctor aboard this vessel. Chopper added enthusiastically. Nico Robin, with a gentle laugh and covering her mouth, remarked, I never expected to forge a friendship with the Navy. Luffy squeezed his way to the front of the group, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, hee hee. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Let us host a bonfire party. After the festivities concluded, the group gathered around the flickering flames, sharing the intelligence they had gathered. Luffy's companion, Lu Ming, recounted the origins of God's Island and the long-standing conflict between the Sandians and the inhabitants of Angel Island. The next morning, with the dawn breaking, Usopp exclaimed, Look, I was right. Someone was definitely here last night. What I saw was real. He gazed at the revitalized Going Merry with palpable excitement. Indeed, the broken mainmast has been repaired. There are still good people in this world. Nami, no longer preoccupied with the ship's matters, produced a map and began delegating tasks. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, Robin. You shall form the exploration team to seek out the possible locations of the gold. Sanji, Usopp, and I will constitute the escape team, responsible for maneuvering the ship to the harbor. Once we acquire the gold, we will return to Angel Island. After outlining the plan, she turned to Lu Ming and inquired, Lu Ming, what are your plans? Will you join us? Lu Ming replied, I shall join the exploration team. Do you also desire gold? Lu Ming shook his head and explained, No, I am merely intrigued by history. This statement piqued Robin's interest. In truth, Lu Ming's fascination with history was feigned. Rather, he recalled that Robin had encountered relatively few adversaries along the way and was among the first to meet Enel. He believed that accompanying Robin would be more conducive to his plans. Very well, let us commence our journey. Once the group set off, the 5 members of the exploration team soon found themselves at an impasse due to differing opinions on the route to take. Luffy shouted at Zoro, Hey, Zoro, where are you going? That way is the wrong direction. West is over here. Zoro, however, pointed in the opposite direction and retorted, Luffy, why do you always fail to pay attention to what others say? Nami mentioned it was to the right of the island, to the right. The right is right here. Can you not even distinguish left from right? Meanwhile, Robin indicated another direction and softly said to Chopper, Please inform them that the south we intend to head towards is this way, all right? Chopper, observing the two squabbling, timidly replied, Okay. Suddenly, a colossal serpent surged from the forest, lunging at Luffy and the others. Upon witnessing this, everyone scattered to evade the creature, while Luffy closely followed Robin. Although Luffy possessed the strength to vanquish the massive snake, he preferred not to do so, as this would provide him the opportunity to separate from Luffy and the others, granting him ample time to confront Enel alone. Luffy extended his arms, deftly weaving through the treetops, while shouting, Hey, great serpent. I'm over here. Hurry up. Your breakfast is about to escape. Ahaha. Soon, only Robin and Lu Ming remained together. Robin gently cradled her face, gazing at Lu Ming, pondering, what should we do? Should we head directly to our destination and wait for them? Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly. Go ahead. They should be at their destination. Robin and Lu Ming proceeded slowly along the predetermined path. The depths of the forest echoed with the sounds of intense battle. Lu Ming mused to himself, this forest is beginning to stir. After a brief silence, Robin fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming's eyes and slowly replied, What piques your interest is not history, is it? Though I am unaware of the events that transpired between you and them, it seems you have ulterior motives, do you not? Chapter 58. The heart's affection. Lu Ming stood still, locking eyes with Robin, silently admiring her. Indeed, she was the son of a demon, long sought after since childhood, possessing remarkable perceptiveness. At that moment, Lu Ming recalled another significant task, transcribing the historical text of Alabasta. He slowly spoke, Indeed, it is not entirely so. My greater interest lies in that blank century of history. Upon hearing this response, a flicker of terror flashed across Robin's eyes. Instinctively, she took a few steps back, gazing at Lu Ming with caution. Lu Ming endeavored to bridge the gap between himself and Robin, elucidating, Do not fear. I am not here to apprehend you. On the contrary, I wholeheartedly concur with the O'Hara perspective on history. However, having endured countless betrayals and conspiracies since childhood, Robin remained vigilant and wary, unwilling to lower her guard merely due to Lu Ming's few utterances. Lu Ming continued, You must have encountered the historical text in Alabasta, have you not? It chronicles the enigmatic century of the Alabasta kingdom. These words reverberated profoundly within Robin, akin to a powerful explosion resounding in her heart. Pointing at Lu Ming, she stammered, I did not follow you. I merely deduced your movements through the defeat of Sir Crocodile. The content of that historical text was already known to me. I have long embarked on a quest to uncover the mysteries of that blank century. Lu Ming half-truthfully explained to Robin, striving to appear as credible as possible. After all, who could have known such matters without having foreseen the plot? Despite Lu Ming's explanations, Robin remained vigilant, her arms crossed over her chest, poised to unleash the powers of her fruit at any moment. So what do you intend to do now? She inquired. Do not worry. Only I am privy to these matters. If my intention were to capture you, there would be no need for such elaborate dialogue. I could simply seize an opportunity to ensnare you all at once. Having experienced the events of O'Hara, you should be acutely aware that even the Navy will erase anything connected to the blank century of history. I am well aware that this knowledge is enough to warrant death. However, I share this with you in hopes of embarking on a journey together to uncover the truths of that century. Lu Ming was acutely aware of the profound impact that the blank century's history had on Robin. He subtly guided her to recall another naval figure, Saul, in order to swiftly earn her trust. After all, the longer the delay, the greater the likelihood of Luffy encountering Inaru. Robin repeatedly contemplated Lu Ming's words in her mind, gradually lowering her raised hand, acknowledging the truth in his statement. The world government would indeed spare no effort in persecuting anyone who sought to uncover the mysteries of the blank century. In this vast world, there existed others like her who yearned to understand the true history. In that moment, her deep-seated loneliness found a glimmer of solace. Can you also interpret the historical texts? Robin inquired. Lu Ming sensed that the sounds of battle surrounding them were intensifying, realizing that further delay was unfeasible. He replied, I have not studied systematically like O'Hara. My knowledge is merely superficial. I cannot interpret fully, only grasp the general idea. Therefore, I wish to explore alongside you. As Lu Ming spoke, a faint smile appeared on Robin's cold visage, a smile shared between those marooned on an island, united by their plight. At this moment, she had yet to experience the events of Eni's lobby, and it was a time when hope for survival had been extinguished due to the Alabasta incident. We must hasten to the location where the gold is stored. According to the navigational logs I seized from pirates, there should be a place where the poneglyphs are kept. Lu Ming declared, swiftly advancing ahead. Upon hearing that the historical texts were concealed here, a glimmer of joy flickered in Robin's eyes. She cast aside her doubts regarding Lu Ming's words and promptly followed in his wake, hastening towards the ruins. As they arrived at the site, a corpulent priest suddenly launched an assault upon them. Robin shouted, Beware of the ruins. Lu Ming rushed towards the ruins without hesitation, his aura surging as he met the priest's attack with a powerful punch. Be careful. Robin did not anticipate that Lu Ming would boldly place himself in front of the ruins. In truth, Lu Ming had no intention of protecting the relics. However, witnessing Robin's fervent concern for the ruins, he was unwilling to squander time on such trivial matters. The priest scoffed, You dare to face my impact with your fists? Before he could finish, Lu Ming's armed haki erupted violently, sending the priest crashing to the ground. Observing Lu Ming effortlessly dispatch his foe, Robin could not help but marvel. Incredible! He surpasses any of us. As they gazed ahead, vines entwined around the concealed center. Lu Ming turned to Robin and declared, "Let us proceed. The heart of the ruins should lie just beyond." As the two ventured into the thicket of vines, Robin's instincts as an archaeologist began to awaken, and she muttered to herself, "This should be the city center, yet the terrain contradicts the map entirely. Could it be due to the impact from the sky that shattered the city?" Noticing Robin's intense focus, Lu Ming strolled leisurely beside her. Robin glanced around before retrieving a small knife from her backpack, slicing through the clouds beneath her feet. Indeed, a vast and hidden space lay below. She turned to Lu Ming, her face aglow with pride, exclaiming, "Look, it's so spacious down there. This ruin certainly holds deeper mysteries." Seeing her excitement, Lu Ming offered a gentle smile. Immersed in the world of archaeology, Robin no longer exhibited her usual perceptiveness or sisterly demeanor. Instead, she resembled a curious child, brimming with wonder. As they delved further into the ruins, they gradually uncovered the true name of this golden city, Zandora, a city that had vanished mysteriously 8 centuries ago. Meanwhile, an outer white iron net quietly descended, ensnaring all within its grasp. Lu Ming and Robin continued along the path, only to discover the historical text nestled within the Golden City. Within this ancient manuscript, they learned that the guardian of the Golden City, Pandora, had bravely risen to protect the historical text, ultimately meeting her demise. They also uncovered the location inscribed within the golden bell documented in the historical text. Lu Ming listened intently to Robin's narration, lost in profound contemplation. What transpired 8 centuries ago that could wield the power to annihilate an entire civilization in an instant? Would future cataclysmic wars also present such formidable threats? Could he, in that eventuality, rise to the occasion? Meanwhile, Robin began to jot down notes, murmuring to himself, "What history is so vital that even this once resplendent metropolis must fiercely protect it? What truly transpired in the world of yore?" At that moment, an untimely voice pierced the silence. Quite a spectacle, isn't it? Even when cast into the heavens, it retains such magnificent form," Enel proclaimed, perched atop a dilapidated structure. Addressing Lu Ming and Robin. "Who are you?" Robin inquired, turning around. "A deity," Enel replied haughtily, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Chapter 59. The final confrontation with Enel. Enel regarded Lu Ming and Robin with a flicker of admiration in his gaze. "You are remarkable. You have discovered a relic that took us months to locate. Can you decipher the inscriptions upon it?" He took a delicate bite of the apple in his hand, smiling as he continued, "Alas, there is no gold left here. You arrived several years too late." Robin furrowed his brow, questioning in confusion, "Gold? After your remark, I indeed do not see any trace of it. Did you transport all the gold away?" Enel rose to his feet, arms outstretched, and proclaimed loudly, "Gold is a precious commodity. Only such resplendent metal befits my stature." Taking the opportunity, Lu Ming inquired, "Is the golden bell placed here also in your possession?" "What golden bell?" Enel pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "It is said that when the island of gods was born 400 years ago, a colossal bell tolled, echoing throughout the nation. Is that so? Was that bell also crafted from gold?" He gazed at the two with a glint of cunning in his eyes, exclaiming, "How splendid! This game is nearing its conclusion, with 8 minutes remaining. I shall retrieve that object." It seemed as if a bug had emerged. Enel raised his hand and, with a single strike, shattered the entire layer of clouds above. Ha. "Let us commence the final performance." Robin stared at Enel in astonishment, asking in disbelief, "Is it a natural type?" As the crowd fell from the ruins alongside the shattered clouds, Lu Ming sensed that the moment to act was drawing near, and he slowly placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Enel, observing the descending serpent, pointed slowly. Impatient, foolish serpent, divine retribution. Another immense bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the serpent and incapacitating it on the spot. Zoro, witnessing the serpent being electrocuted, exclaimed, "We're doomed." Nami. Yet Nami struggled out from the debris nearby, declaring, "I've managed to escape, but Luffy, Robin, Lu Ming is also here." Enel coldly regarded the captain of the Sandia guerrillas, Wappa, as well as Zoro, Robin, Lu Ming, and Nami, who was hiding behind a rock, tightly clutching the severely injured Chopper. A smirk crept across his lips as he slowly articulated, "In this survival game, including myself, my prediction is that only 5 will emerge alive. Therefore, if 6 remain on the scene, it would be quite embarrassing for me. So who wishes to vanish? Will you eliminate yourselves, or shall I do it manually?" Enel stated coldly. Lu Ming, Zoro, Wapol, and Robin stepped forward simultaneously, each drawing their weapons and directing them at Enel with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Then you shall vanish." Enel's expression darkened, and he instantly launched an assault. Striking the large drum on his right shoulder, bolts of lightning surged forth, transforming into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird that raced towards Wapol. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming charged forward without hesitation, swinging his sword in a decisive arc. The lightning dissipated in an instant, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, unable to fathom what had just transpired. They could scarcely believe that Lu Ming had managed to sever the lightning. Was he truly human? I underestimated you, Enel remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze as he observed Lu Ming's prowess. Lu Ming turned to the other three and solemnly said, "You go and find the golden bell. Just leave him to me. I shall vanquish him. I have come here to fight for the protection of my homeland. Although you are formidable, please allow me to lend you my strength." Wapol shouted, fully prepared for this battle. However, Zoro stepped forward and blocked Wapol, stating, "Let us go. This is not a fight we can intervene in." Zoro then sheathed his sword and waved goodbye to Lu Ming, saying, "We shall take our leave. This place is entrusted to you." Robin gazed at Lu Ming's figure, feeling a twinge of unease. Though she was aware of Lu Ming's might, the individual before them possessed one of the most powerful lightning abilities within the realm of nature. "Did I permit you to leave?" Enel coldly exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than a wolf-like lightning beast erupted from the drum on Enel's left shoulder, swiftly charging towards the departing Zoro and the others. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. With a swift motion, Lu Ming positioned himself before Ainalu, brandishing his long sword with a flourish that instantly vanquished the Thunder Wolf. "Is this the extent of your prowess? Unleash your true abilities." Lu Ming taunted Ainalu. Lu Ming turned to the reluctant Vappa and said in a deep voice, "You must leave at once. Gonful has entrusted me to assist you in reclaiming your homeland and putting an end to the feud between the Sandians and the Sky Islanders." Upon hearing Lu Ming's taunt, Enel's expression darkened, and fury surged within him. "You shall learn the price of inciting the wrath of a deity." As his words faded, he simultaneously struck the large drums upon his shoulders, summoning a massive lightning dragon that roared as it lunged fiercely at Lu Ming. 60 million volts, lightning dragon. Simultaneously, lightning began to gather rapidly in Lu Ming's hand. Lightning release, lightning slash. With a swift motion of his hand, Lu Ming unleashed a sharp bolt of electricity that cleaved through the approaching lightning dragon. The two formidable forces of lightning collided in midair, sending arcs of electricity scattering in all directions. The seemingly indestructible white iron net surrounding them was instantly breached, shattering into fragments. "Go!" Lu Ming shouted loudly to the Vappa behind him. Vappa cast one last glance at the unfamiliar figure before hastily following Zoro's lead and fleeing. "Scatter!" As the sound of their footsteps gradually faded, Lu Ming shouted, obliterating the lightning dragon before him in an instant. "You shall not escape," Enel bellowed, his body transforming into a flash of lightning, crackling with thunder as he surged towards Lu Ming from behind. Lu Ming reacted swiftly, instantly dashing before Enel. And with a fierce swing of his blade, he struck down. Enel, gazing at the formidable slash before him, initially intended to withstand the blow using his elemental transformation. However, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Lu Ming, he instinctively recoiled a step backward. Did he truly react at the last moment? Lu Ming, gripping the hilt of his sword, regarded Enel with an expression devoid of warmth. Enel, tracing the wound on his face, was filled with astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible? I had transformed into lightning. How could this person injure the very essence of lightning?" The lightning in Lu Ming's hand coalesced once more, challenging, "Come on, continue if you dare. How could this be?" It was inconceivable that two beings could wield identical powers. Why could he also manipulate lightning? Enel gripped his golden staff tightly, for it was the first time since acquiring the power of lightning that he felt such a profound sense of panic. Chapter 60, Crisis, Divine Judgment. Enel shouted coldly, and the lightning above his head instantaneously gathered, descending like a heavenly punishment. In the face of this formidable lightning, Lu Ming's gaze showed no sign of wavering. He swiftly moved several meters to the left, effortlessly evading the attack that fell from the sky. Enel, witnessing Lu Ming evade his assault with such ease, felt a surge of terror. "Impossible. I clearly predicted your movements. Why is it different from my foresight? How can you also possess the heart net?" Ever since he mastered the heart net, no one had escaped his lethal strike. Yet, why was it that this time the heart net failed to anticipate Lu Ming's actions? And those eyes, merely gazing into them, sent a chilling sensation coursing through him. gathering the power of thunder and lightning in his hands. Lu Ming swiftly bent down and charged towards Inilu, proclaiming, "For my heart is greater than your network." In terms of observation hockey, although Lu Ming's range could not match that of Inilu, who was augmented by the powers of the lightning fruit, in terms of precision, Inilu, who had learned through trial and error rather than systematic training, was clearly outmatched by Lu Ming. As Lu Ming rushed forward, Inilu quickly raised his golden staff to block the attack. However, empowered by both lightning and armament hockey, Huazhou effortlessly severed the staff upon contact. As Lu Ming prepared to strike again, the severed golden staff suddenly enveloped the blade with a fluid motion. Lightning metallurgy, Inilu shouted with fervor. Nevertheless, Lu Ming, leveraging the momentum of his swing, managed to send Inilu flying. Yet, the encasing of the blade did not inflict any significant harm upon Inilu. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the flower-like island enveloped in gold. Subsequently, the armed color hockey swiftly coiled around the blade and erupted outward, shattering the gold on the blade. Inilu slowly rose to his feet, harnessing the power of lightning to reforge the scattered gold fragments into a golden staff. A frenzied gleam flickered in his eyes as he proclaimed to Lu Ming, "You are indeed formidable. It has been long since I have taken anything so seriously. Only with your life can the wrath of the gods be quelled." Electric discharge, 100 million volts. With a fierce shout, a robust pillar of lightning surged toward Lu Ming. Faced with such a swift bolt, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He hurled the flower-like island into the air, his hands rapidly gathering lightning to confront the pillar head-on. Meanwhile, in the forest, Zoro and his companions suddenly halted upon hearing a tremendous explosion from behind, caused by the clash of lightning. They turned to look back, witnessing a scene filled with flashes and roars of thunder, the energy of the lightning expanding ominously. Its power astonishing. Nami's eyes reflected terror as she murmured, "Is this truly a battle between humans?" Wapol stared at the spectacle, gripping the reject shell tightly, his heart shaken. Is this the true power of that monster? If he rashly advanced, he would surely meet his demise. He could hardly fathom that the young man possessed such formidable strength. Robin observed the immense commotion behind them, her body instinctively yearning to retreat, but Zoro caught her arm, urging, "Don't go. In a battle of this magnitude, our presence would only complicate matters." Yet Robin hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Though her acquaintance with Lu Ming had been brief, their shared quest for history imbued him with considerable significance in her heart. Zoro, noting her indecision, spoke earnestly. "You have more pressing matters at hand. Lead us to the Golden Bell, as he entrusted you with this task. I yearn to partake in such battles more than you. But now is not our moment to shine. Grow stronger, for the sake of your ideals." He grasped Robin's hand, guiding the others swiftly deeper into the forest. "You are weary." Enel, wielding the golden staff and wearing a sinister grin, observed Lu Ming, who had withstood his numerous attacks of over 100 million volts. Lu Ming gazed at his hands, now charred from the electric assault, and silently mused. The worst-case scenario has indeed unfolded. I had hoped to exploit Enel's proximity and conclude the battle through verbal pressure, yet I was still detected. Enel, observing Lu Ming's slightly unstable breath, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Though I am unaware of how you acquired your lightning powers, such strength must surely deplete your stamina. I concede that your martial prowess surpasses mine. But I am the embodiment of lightning, and my power is boundless. Behold, electric discharge, max, 200 million volts. My heart's web may not rival yours. Yet I need only unleash an extensive attack from which you cannot evade. You shall endure it. Slowly perish amidst the consumption of your strength. Although this is not the way of a god, you have compelled me to this extent, and that is sufficient. Let us see how long you can endure." Enel sneered, channeling his electrical might to transform into a colossal deity of thunder. "Perish. 200 million volts. Thunder god." At that moment, Lu Ming seemed to revive, unleashing a formidable lightning technique that successfully countered the strike. The power stored within the Yin seal began to unfurl, and the weariness that had engulfed Lu Ming vanished in an instant. Not dead yet. What trickery is this?" Enel, surrounded by crackling electricity, regarded the rejuvenated Lu Ming with a hint of confusion. Dismissively, Enel continued, "It matters not. Just a futile struggle, merely prolonging my efforts. Electric discharge, max, for 100 million volts." Through his colossal form, the potency of the original attack multiplied exponentially, and the immense heat generated by the lightning columns began to melt the surrounding structures. Each strike weighed heavily upon Lu Ming, who observed Enel with a sense of awe. Is this the true power of the natural type rumble rumble fruit? It is astonishingly potent. Fortunately, he has not yet harnessed the arc to further augment his strength. As he defended against Inal's lightning strikes, Lu Ming assessed the considerable distance between himself and Inal. Seemingly awaiting a moment, he muttered repeatedly, "Too far. Still too far. Have I not found it yet?" If this continues, the stored energy won't last much longer. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms reverberated throughout the Sky Island, echoing between the landmasses. Inal, momentarily distracted, cast his gaze toward the horizon, murmuring, "Is that the Golden Bell? Have those people found it?" Lu Ming keenly seized the opportunity, a moment that would distract Inalu. Grasping the huasho, he surged forward like an arrow, the texture of regeneration rapidly spreading from the seal upon his forehead. Inalu, suddenly regaining his focus, beheld Lu Ming charging towards him and instinctively raised his hand to unleash a thunderous assault of 400 million volts. However, to Inalu's astonishment, Lu Ming did not adopt his usual defensive stance with his blade. Instead, he plunged headlong into the tempest of electricity without losing speed. Inalu mused inwardly, what folly! For 100 million volts, anyone would. Yet in the next instant, Lu Ming emerged from the electric maelstrom, the power of regeneration tirelessly mending his battered form. Chapter 61. God Layer. As he witnessed Lu Ming's relentless charge, Inalu's pupils dilated involuntarily. He had unleashed all his electrical might, transforming into a colossal thunder deity. Yet his speed could not rival that of lightning itself. It's fine, he reassured himself. This towering embodiment of thunder, forged from billions of volts, cannot possibly be breached. However, in the next heartbeat, Lu Ming plunged directly into the very essence of the thunder deity that Inal had become. Waves of electrical energy surged violently into Lu Ming's body, the power of regeneration reaching its zenith, while the forces contained within the seal began to dissipate rapidly. A cry of anguish escaped Lu Ming's lips as his body sustained continuous damage. His form became encrusted with desiccated blood scabs, presenting a gruesome sight. The cycle of destruction and repair incessantly repeated upon his body, establishing a peculiar equilibrium. Observing Lu Ming, his entire being cloaked in blood scabs and his eyes emanating a chilling coldness, Inal summoned every ounce of his remaining electrical power, infusing it into the thunder deity. With Inalu's full force unleashed, the concentration of electrical energy within the deity intensified, taking on an even more terrifying visage. Within the thunder deity, fiercer currents lashed out at Lu Ming, intent on annihilating his corporeal form. Lu Ming fixed his gaze intently upon Inalu, the dark seal pattern upon his forehead gradually fading. He gripped the hanado tightly in his hand, its sharpness accentuated by the intertwining of haki and surrounding lightning. At that moment, the resounding voice of Luffy echoed, accompanied by the reverberation of the golden bell. "Uncle, can you hear me? The land of gold truly exists. For over 400 years, the land of gold has been residing in the heavens." Upon hearing Luffy's call, Lu Ming shouted aloud to Inal, "Die." He charged forward, raising his Hanjo, with the flowing cherry blossom aura swiftly entwining around it. The blade shimmered with a faint white light, a characteristic of the Gale Foot technique. This strike encompassed all of Lu Ming's skills, and he swung his sword with full force towards Inal. Heaven's punishment, God Slayer. A formidable aura of death, accompanied by a chilling coldness, enveloped Inal tightly. At such a close range, Inal found himself with no means of escape. As he attempted to mitigate the damage through elemental transformation, he was astounded to discover, what is happening? Why can I not transform? The powerful slash instantly pierced through the massive body of the thunder god before him. Inal looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the bloodied Lu Ming. Trembling, he stammered, "You bastard. Impossible. I am a god." The surrounding lightning rapidly dissipated with the fading of Inal's life, transforming into streams of light that vanished into the air. The intricate patterns of regeneration on Lu Ming's forehead had completely vanished. His body weakened, and as Inal collapsed, he too fell heavily to the ground. A faint, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Congratulations on completing the high-level task, independently defeating Inal. You have received a task reward of 80 points. Remaining points, 80. Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Ming could no longer sustain himself and fainted onto the ground. However, the system's voice continued to resonate in his ears. Tourist system task released. High-level task. Challenge Admiral Kizaru in a duel. Assist the Straw Hat crew in escaping from Sabaody Archipelago. Time limit, 2 years. Completion reward, 80 points. Failure penalty, deduction of 80 points. These words floated past Lu Ming like a gentle breeze, but he was too exhausted to heed them. In that moment, he had succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. "Chopper, come here." "He's here." Zoro's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears, tinged with urgency. Nami rushed over, her eyes widening in shock at Lu Ming's dire state. Covering her mouth in disbelief, Wappa knelt beside Lu Ming, gazing at the lifeless Inal, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He closed his eyes and murmured softly, "I apologize for the wait, great warrior Karl Gera. Did you hear that?" The voice of the Lamp of Shandora. Meanwhile, Gonfal, along with Peacock and Kobat, arrived upon hearing the commotion. They stood in astonishment at the scene before them. Kobat gasped at Lu Ming's mangled form but quickly regained composure to assist Chopper in his treatment. Gonfal, witnessing this, felt tears of sorrow welling up. "I always believed this day would inevitably come." Peacock, gazing at the man before her, pondered deeply. She had learned of the grievances between the Shandians and the Sky Folks during her stay at Gonfal's residence, and recalling the time he had confessed to her at the naval base only to be met with her rejection. She muttered softly to herself, "What manner of man are you, truly?" The feast commenced in earnest. At the heart of the ruins, a massive bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the clearing. The Shandians, Sky Folk, Straw Hat Crew, and Lu Ming's companions gathered around the fire, laughter ringing out as they celebrated this hard-won victory together. Robin approached Lu Ming, who was still tightly bandaged, smiling as she remarked, "I didn't expect your recovery to be so swift." Lu Ming smiled at Robin, and as he regained consciousness, he harnessed the power of creation and regeneration to swiftly mend his injured body. Although he felt somewhat fatigued and could not fully restore himself in one go, he was sufficiently capable of walking normally. Observing this, Robin naturally took a seat beside Lu Ming. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Since you are also eager to learn about history, there are several matters in the historical text that I must share with you." Lu Ming gazed at Robin, whose expression was tinged with a hint of turmoil, before turning his gaze to the flickering campfire and slowly spoke, "Poseidon, are you already aware?" Robin looked at Lu Ming with astonishment. Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world, bore a name synonymous with divinity. Although Robin had a keen interest in history, she herself found little fascination in these weapons. Yet, she comprehended the profound implications they carried. Initially, she feared that Lu Ming might succumb to the allure of such power, straying from the righteous path. A part of her also harbored selfish concerns, apprehensive that Lu Ming might, like Crocodile, be captivated solely by ancient weaponry rather than a genuine interest in history, thereby plunging her back into solitude. However, after their shared experiences throughout this ordeal, Robin felt that Lu Ming deserved to know the truth. After much inner turmoil, she resolved to confide in him. To her surprise, Lu Ming was already privy to this knowledge. Observing Robin's astonished expression, Lu Ming remained remarkably composed. With a smile, he addressed Robin, "I can comprehend a portion of it. Yet, like you, I possess little interest in these matters, so there is no need for you to elaborate." Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, a look of evident delight spread across Robin's face. A weight had finally lifted from her heart. She quietly settled beside Lu Ming, and together they gazed at the dancing flames and the jubilant crowd. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned to Robin and inquired, "By the way, I meant to ask you, do you possess a copy of the original text of the Alabasta Underground history?" Prior to his confrontation with Inaru, Lu Ming had contemplated whether obtaining the original text directly would suffice as the completion of his mission. Chapter 62. The Alliance of the Golden Lion. Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, Robin paused momentarily, then retrieved her small notebook in which she recorded historical accounts from her pocket and handed it to Lu Ming. "Would you like to take a look? I do have some records." Lu Ming took the small notebook and swiftly flipped through its pages. However, nothing transpired, and the system did not announce the completion of any tasks. He pondered quietly to himself. It seems that merely obtaining the information from Tuawan is insufficient. To accomplish the task, I must personally make a copy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Gonfuer and the Sandians was gradually heating up, bustling with excitement. "Chief, you are the most suitable candidate, for this city rightfully belongs to your people," Gonfuer remarked to the Sandian chief, his tone imbued with seriousness. The Sandian chief responded with a smile, "At this juncture, what is there to decline? Through this battle, we have all come to realize that this land does not belong to any one individual. We are a clan of warriors, not suited to govern this nation. The so-called gods serve merely as pillars. Only those who truly care for the wars of this nation can unify them. You must be neutral. Please, act as a god. I hope you can support this nation, which has suffered greatly." Upon hearing this, the Sandians and the Sky Islanders fervently echoed, "Lord Gonfuer, we implore you to return. If you were to be our god, we would all agree. Observing the fervent crowd, Gonfuer let out a gentle sigh. Muttering to himself, I thought I had finally arrived at a place where I could enjoy those ripe pumpkins. As dawn broke, a faint light illuminated the horizon. After a night of commotion, everyone finally succumbed to deep slumber. Luffy, rising quietly, awakened his companions with a soft whisper. We are going to steal the gold. Shoo! The Straw Hat crew exchanged a few knowing glances before quietly departing the scene, their movements nearly soundless, akin to a group of nimble cats. After witnessing the Straw Hat crew's departure, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes from feigned slumber. He gazed at Luffy's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips as he softly mused. Truly the protagonist, always possessing qualities worthy of my emulation. He then rose and approached Peacock, gently rousing her and whispering, Let us go. It's time for us to return. Peacock rubbed her drowsy eyes, gazing at Lu Ming with confusion. Are we leaving already? You risked your position in the Navy just to assist these people? In response to Peacock's inquiry, Lu Ming chuckled and explained, Not entirely. I have also attained what I desired. Being able to assist them in the process is a fortunate outcome. Let us not disturb them further. It is time to depart. Peacock stifled a yawn and stretched, revealing her graceful form. With a smile, she replied, Very well, let us go. As they turned, they happened upon Kobat, who had already risen. Kobat, surprised and about to call out, was swiftly hushed by Lu Ming, who gently covered her mouth. Shoo, keep your voice down. We are preparing to leave and do not wish to trouble everyone with farewells. Kobat nodded obediently, her eyes brimming with understanding. Lu Ming released his hand with a sense of reassurance, gently advising, You should focus on your training here. These individuals are quite reliable, and I have full confidence in them. Take good care of yourself. Kebab placed a hand on her abdomen, her gaze resolute as she responded, Yes, I will. You must also take care of yourself. Once I have mastered my skills, I will seek you out. Observing Kebab's obedient demeanor, Lu Ming could not help but affectionately ruffle her hair. Noticing her gesture of cradling her stomach, he inquired with concern, Did you rise so early due to discomfort? Kebab swiftly clarified, No, not at all. It might be that I consumed some stale fruit yesterday, which upset my stomach a bit, but it's nothing serious. Given that Kebab was a physician, Lu Ming chose not to dwell on it further. As dawn broke, Lu Ming offered a few more words of encouragement before bidding farewell to Kebab with a wave. The Peacock regarded Lu Ming with a hint of perplexity. Asking, How shall we return? Lu Ming replied without a moment's hesitation, Of course, I will join the Straw Hat crew. The Peacock continued to inquire. It is indeed rare to see a Navy officer so closely associated with pirates. After you return, where do you intend to go? Lu Ming answered without hesitation. I intend to go to Justice Island. I wish to seek out Colonel Shuen, the one associated with the rusty fruit. Now that the events of the Sky Island have concluded, you too may pursue your own endeavors. Having experienced the near interference of Peacock in the storyline, he was eager to dismiss this woman. Peacock, seemingly unfazed, continued, A task, indeed. There is a pirate who refers to himself as Whitebeard too that I must first approach. The Navy is also keen to have him fill the vacancy of the Shichibukai. Upon hearing Peacock's words, Lu Ming was taken aback. Whitebeard too. No wonder he was able to swiftly ascend to the position of Shichibukai a year after the Marineford War. It appears the Navy had already been gathering intelligence on him. Had it not been for Teach's defeat of Ace, thereby proving his strength, it is likely that the Shichibukai position previously held by Crocodile would have been filled by this Whitebeard too. In the depths of his thoughts, Lu Ming contemplated the implications of allowing him to ascend to the position of a warlord of the sea. This would likely compel Teacher's effort to sever ties with the Navy. He resolved to seek an opportunity to intervene preemptively, thereby potentially averting the tragedy that awaited Teacher's effort. As Lu Ming fell into a reverie, Peacock's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting her to inquire, What occupies your mind? Is there something particularly remarkable about this second Whitebeard? Beware. Someone approaches. Both Lu Ming and Peacock exclaimed in unison, swiftly turning to look behind them. There, hovering above them, was the golden lion Shiki. Gazing down with a cryptic smile, Shiki spoke leisurely, Do not be alarmed. I come bearing the prospect of collaboration. I recognize your potential. You are worthy of partnering with me. Peacock turned to Lu Ming in shock, struggling to comprehend the veracity of the rumors she had previously heard. Shiki cast a fleeting glance at Peacock beside Lu Ming, then abruptly materialized before them, seizing Peacock by the throat, his eyes glinting with a cruel intensity. Little girl, you appear quite surprised. Stand down. We are allies. Lu Ming urgently commanded, halting Shiki's assault. With a disdainful chuckle, Shiki tossed Peacock aside. Oh, my sincerest apologies then. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Lu Ming, brimming with anticipation as he inquired, have you given it thought? Are you inclined to join forces with me? Lu Ming was acutely aware that his injuries sustained from the battle with Ainolo had not yet healed, rendering him incapable of facing the formidable Gold Lion directly. Furthermore, although the Navy wielded immense power, its stringent regulations imposed significant constraints on individuals, ultimately benefiting only the celestial dragons. In order to safeguard himself in the impending grand conflict, it was essential to cultivate his own influence in advance. He spoke solemnly. Very well, we shall collaborate. Chapter 63, more radical than your mentor. Shurji spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Excellent. So, what shall our next course of action be? Lu Ming raised a finger and replied steadily, wait. Shurji displayed a look of confusion, asking, wait? In response to Shurji's inquiry, Lu Ming elaborated, indeed. You should observe the unfolding events in the New World, striving to avoid trouble, maintaining a low profile, and conserving your energy. Once a subsequent plan emerges, I will reach out to you. Shurji clenched his fist, his voice tinged with irritation. How long must I wait? Can I truly just sit idle? You are not deceiving me, are you? Lu Ming did not falter in the slightest due to Shurji's demeanor. He met his gaze directly. His voice tinged with irritation. The foundation of our collaboration is trust. If you do not trust me, we need not proceed. You are free to continue on your own accord. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. It was Shurji who first alleviated the strain, breaking into a smile as he said, of course, I do not question my ally. Knowing a general time frame allows me to have some assurance. Lu Ming expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, within 5 years. If fortune favors us, opportunities may arise in as little as 3 years, at which point we must take action. Really? Shiki exclaimed with surprise, as this was much sooner than he had anticipated. Observing Lu Ming's somewhat helpless expression, Shiki quickly added, I genuinely believe you, truly. In such a brief span of years. Shiki harbored no concerns about Lu Ming deceiving him. If Lu Ming's words were false, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences 5 years hence. Conversely, if Lu Ming spoke the truth, this could serve as a swift pathway to becoming the sovereign of the world. Lu Ming also contemplated that. After 2 years since Luffy's departure at Marineford, the narrative would accelerate once more, inevitably bringing them into contact with the heart of a colossal conflict in a remarkably short time. Subsequently, Shiki presented Lu Ming with a black snail-shaped transponder, explaining, we shall use this for communication going forward. It will help us evade surveillance. I shall await your promising news in the New World. Lu Ming cautiously took the phone bug, nodding slightly. After Shurji departed, Kong Kei slowly approached Lu Ming. The playful expression that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness and gravity. She fixed her gaze intently upon Lu Ming, and for a moment, silence enveloped them both. Lu Ming gazed at the peacock and gently remarked, I can only say that the sense of justice within my heart remains, albeit with a shift in methods. The peacock, unusually adopting a serious demeanor, suddenly inquired, are you aware of the original significance behind the creation of sword? Observing Lu Ming's puzzled expression, the peacock continued to elucidate. It is a blade independent of the naval structure, designed to grant maximum authority at minimal cost, aiming to pierce the hearts of pirates with unparalleled swiftness. You must have witnessed it in the East China Sea, the darker side emanating from within the Navy. The current Navy is excessively bloated and corrupt. The peacock continued, however. The ideas of the Zephyr pirate guerrilla are overly radical. Only sword embodies the future of the Navy. Lu Ming retorted in a leisurely manner. The sword in my hand cannot sever the head upon my neck. The greatest injustice in the world is not the decay that resides at the bottom, but the celestial dragons. At that moment, a smile unexpectedly graced the lips of the peacock. I can comprehend your perspective, and I do not dismiss your stance. However, you are ill-suited to join sword. Your radicalism surpasses that of your mentor, Zifa. Yet, while I shall not permit your admission into sword, I will safeguard your secret. I am intrigued to see how far your path will lead you, and whether you can maintain your original intentions amidst your entanglements with pirates. With that, the peacock turned and departed. At the end of the clouds, Sanji gazed at the exit before him, pondering, can we descend from there? Luffy lay at the bow of the Mary, his gaze somewhat weary. Are we truly going to descend? Lu Ming and the peacock gracefully glided over to their side, saying, We've caught up with you. We would appreciate it if you could take us along for the journey. Luffy gazed at Lu Ming, a smile gracing his lips. Hee. Of course, that's not an issue at all. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Nami glanced at the log pointer on her wrist and replied with a smile. Well then, Captain, the record for our next island has been successfully stored. Luffy straightened his back, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is it true? A new adventure is about to begin. Friends, let us return now. Immediately, Usopp piloted the Going Merry at full speed towards the edge of the clouds. As they descended, a colossal octopus suddenly leaped from the sea of clouds, its massive tentacles ensnaring the Going Merry tightly. Its head rapidly inflated, resembling a gigantic balloon. In this critical moment, the sound of the golden bell resonated once more, accompanied by the voices of the people from Skypiea. Let the bell toll. Bid farewell to our benefactors. May they return safely. At that moment, the voice of the golden bell echoed again. Everyone, until we meet again. Thank you. With a thunderous splash, the Going Merry crashed into the sea, sending up a tremendous spray of water. The colossal octopus that had ensnared them seemed to deflate, quickly shrinking and vanishing into the sea of clouds. Is everyone all right? Luffy anxiously inquired of the Straw Hat crew. The crew, drenched, stood up and gazed up at the sky, a sense of nostalgia on their faces. We really have fallen from there. It feels so far away now. Zoro turned to Luffy, furrowing his brow as he asked, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Ming gazed intently at the snow adorning Zoro's waist, smiling as he waved his hand. Take a trip to Eni's lobby. There are still matters to attend to there. And what about you? Where do you plan to go? Nami interjected eagerly. We need to find a place to repair this ship. It has become utterly dilapidated. Zoro nodded in agreement. Indeed, Usopp's careless repairs can no longer hold. Usopp, standing off to the side, protested softly, I must clarify that I am not a carpenter. I am a sniper. At that moment, Sanji emerged from the cabin, carrying steaming food. Yes, it would be far better to head to a shipyard and consult actual craftsmen. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, drawing everyone closer. Chopper looked at Sanji in astonishment. Wow, there are actually people who repair better than Usopp. Then let us find a shipwright to join us. After all, we must continue our journey, and such skills will be invaluable, Luffy proposed with excitement. After bidding farewell to Luffy and the others, Lu Ming and Peacock learned that the warship escorting Baccarat had yet to arrive at Eni's lobby and was currently taking a brief respite in Water 7. On the way to Water 7, Peacock suddenly resolved to complete her task alone, unwilling to accompany Lu Ming. Although surprised, Lu Ming felt a surge of delight within. After parting ways, Peacock watched Lu Ming's retreating figure, her heart filled with myriad emotions. During this time, since leaving the headquarters with Zifa, Lu Ming had evidently grown significantly, while she felt as if she had stagnated. At that moment, she resolved to train diligently and embark on the path to pursue her own sense of justice. Chapter 64, Baccarat's Lifeline. Lu Ming boarded the maritime vessel, hastening to arrive at Water 7 before Smoker and Cheyenne, who were escorting Barakra, could set sail for Judicial Island. The warship before him appeared tranquil, devoid of any signs of conflict. Lu Ming could not help but ponder. Wasn't it said that Tesla would attempt to hijack the ship? Why does it seem so uneventful? Could there have been some unforeseen developments? He gradually approached the warship and noticed Tashigi supervising the unloading of supplies, prompting him to wave in her direction. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Tashigi expressed her surprise, asking, Major General Lu Ming, what brings you here? Lu Ming smiled as he replied, I happened to have matters nearby and heard that you were here, so I came to take a look. He then pointed at the warship and inquired, Have you encountered any difficulties along the way? Did Jiaji accompany you? Dasky responded, Nothing at all occurred. General Jiaji had to depart during the earlier part of the voyage. A sense of doubt arose within Lu Ming. Could it be that Taizwa has aligned himself with Big Mom and, as a result, has become more compliant? That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't he already risen to become the Dark Gold King underground? Surely he wouldn't hesitate to act against a brigadier general and colonel after Jiaji's departure. Just as Lu Ming pondered this, Dasky hesitantly inquired, I heard you have connections with the Golden Lion. At that moment, Smoker appeared at the bow of the ship, casting his gaze towards Lu Ming on the shore. Do you have a moment? Come aboard for a chat. Dasky's question lingered unanswered in the air as Lu Ming turned to her with a reassuring smile. Don't take the rumors too seriously. It's not entirely as you imagine. With that, he accepted Smoker's invitation and stepped onto the warship. Smoker, straightforward as ever, asked, regarding this mission, do you know any inside information? Just a pirate with a bounty of merely 100 million, yet he requires Rear Admiral Jiaji to personally oversee the situation in the New World. As he spoke, he pressed a handcuff made of sea prism stone firmly against Lu Ming's chest, continuing his interrogation. Moreover, what is your current stance? Lu Ming deftly nudged aside the sea tower stone with Huazhou, responding with composure, "You need not concern yourself with my stance. This world is inherently not merely black and white. You should have a profound understanding of the matters in Alabasta. My approach to problems and methods of handling situations have simply evolved from what they once were. Regarding this mission, the individual you are escorting is indeed formidable. She was once a subordinate of Tesalo. Tesalo's influence has also transformed significantly, and the accompanying guard is to prevent any retaliation from him." Observing the puzzled gazes of Smoker and the surrounding Navy soldiers, Lu Ming was acutely aware of the resonances of the Golden Lion's words in the underworld. He pondered how the situation regarding his nominal triumph over the Golden Lion, which had not led to his promotion, had ripened within the Navy's ranks. He mused, truly, an old fox of the bygone era, skillfully exploiting the Navy's suspicions to deftly fracture the ties between us, orchestrating a splendid facade. At that moment, Xuan rushed towards Smoker and Lu Ming, breathless with urgency. "This is bad. The prisoner has suddenly developed a strong aversion, and she insists on seeing Major General Lu Ming." Smoker frowned deeply upon hearing this. "How does she know Major General Lu Ming is here?" Xuan whispered in explanation. "Perhaps she overheard the soldiers discussing Major General Lu Ming. Throughout the journey, she seemed resigned, but for some reason, upon hearing his name, she has gone almost mad." Furious, Smoker exclaimed, "Damn it! She is merely a prisoner. Does she dictate the terms? She showed no signs of resistance during our travels, and now she dares to overstep her bounds." Lu Ming listened to the conversation between the two and felt a surge of doubt within him. He recalled the moment when Taizolo had not intervened to save him. Could there be some hidden truth behind it? Thus, Lu Ming proposed, "I shall go and meet her." Smog and Xuan exchanged peculiar glances at him. Lu Ming hurriedly clarified, "I previously destroyed Taizolo's golden ship. My relationship with him is almost irreconcilable. Since she is one of Taizolo's subordinates, it is opportune to see if I can glean any information regarding him. Moreover, being here, I need not fear any hostility from her." Smog found some merit in Lu Ming's reasoning and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us take him to meet her. Major Lu Ming, this way please." Upon receiving the directive, Xuan guided Lu Ming towards the interior of the ship. As Lu Ming followed Xuan, they gradually approached a massive iron cage situated at the bottom of the vessel. The surrounding soldiers immediately straightened their postures and uniformly called out, "Major Lu Ming, Colonel Xuan." In the dim light, the figure within the iron cage became increasingly discernible. Bakara appeared utterly fatigued. Her former elegance had vanished, her once lustrous hair now disheveled and dull. She wore only a coarse linen garment, with the bloodstains from her wounds glaringly evident. As Bakara gazed at the approaching Lu Ming, her eyes brimmed with complex emotions, as though she had countless words to express yet found herself at a loss for utterance. Lu Ming gently waved his hand, signaling Xuan and the other naval officers to depart. He required a private conversation with Bakara. Xuan hesitated, considering the impropriety of such an action. Yet, in the presence of Major General Lu Ming, he found himself compelled to comply. Consequently, he led the other naval soldiers out of the area. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Lu Ming sat before the iron cage, fixing his gaze upon Bakara with an indifferent tone. "Speak. What brings you to me?" Bakara stumbled forward, kneeling at the cage's entrance, her eyes brimming with tears. "I implore you, assist me. I wish to escape." Lu Ming rose without hesitation. "Preparing to leave, is that all? I cannot assist you." As he turned to depart, Bakara immediately panicked. She recognized this as her final opportunity. Desperately, she called out, "Please, defeat Tesalo and help me take my revenge. I am willing to do anything for you." This proclamation piqued Lu Ming's interest, prompting him to halt and inquire, "Why should I aid you? What can you offer me now?" Bakara, seizing this glimmer of hope, fervently explained, "Tesalo harbors a deep-seated grudge against you due to the Golden Ship incident, and he is intent on bringing about your demise. As one of his former subordinates, I possess crucial intelligence about him. I can assist you in eliminating this formidable threat." With that, she shed her garments entirely, revealing a pair of voluptuous curves and a slender waist that led to a rounded backside. Even in her weakened state, the allure of her form was undeniable. Bakara knelt before him once more, pleading, "From this moment on, everything I have is yours. Moreover, I am a paramecia-type devil fruit user with the power of luck, and I can help you amass boundless wealth." The unexpectedly enticing scene before Lu Ming took him aback, and he quickly composed himself, striving to maintain his composure. However, noticing Lu Ming's gaze lingering upon her, Bakara raised her head, confidently accentuating her figure. Aware of his own lapse in decorum, Lu Ming cleared his throat several times. reminding himself to stay focused. He continued, "Why should I trust you? And as a member of the Navy, why would you seek my help?" Bakara, seemingly recalling something, spoke with a hint of anger. "I have never betrayed him, yet he treated me as a mere pawn." Chapter 65. Escape with a seductive gaze fixed upon Lu Ming. Bakara purred, "You must have heard about his marriage to Charlotte Katerina and his alliance with the Big Mom pirates." Lu Ming felt somewhat uneasy and quickly turned his head away, stuttering as he spoke. "Why you shouldn't call me that just yet? I have not yet decided whether to rescue you." Bakara seemed to see through Lu Ming's hesitation, her smile alluring yet fleeting, before her expression shifted to one of fury. "He has so easily taken away 20 years of my life merely to curry favor with Big Mom. When I expressed my dissatisfaction, he even deliberately revealed my whereabouts, luring Zephyr to capture me, resulting in my imprisonment. That scoundrel! I cannot quell my wrath without exacting vengeance upon him." With that, her emotions shifted rapidly once more, her alluring demeanor returning as she gazed at Lu Ming. "I have heard that my master has forged an alliance with the Golden Lion, which surely distinguishes him from other navies. Greater ambitions must surely follow." Lu Ming crouched down, pondering the exquisite woman before him, whose charm was multifaceted. If he could truly claim her as his own, her remarkable ability to attract fortune might aid him in establishing his influence and providing financial support. However, one must always be wary of betrayal. Observing Lu Ming's indecisiveness, she felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Should he reject her proposal, she would be dispatched to the advancing city, leaving her with no recourse. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding her allure, or whether she had misjudged her target. This man seemed neither greedy nor easily entranced like others. Yet, Bakara soon resolved to employ every tactic at her disposal to entice Lu Ming. Just as she was about to initiate her strategy, she unexpectedly met his peculiar gaze. Sharingan. Hypnosis. His eyes were strikingly unique, as if imbued with an arcane power. Bakara felt her head grow heavy, and soon she succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she found Lu Ming gazing intently at the iron cage, seemingly lost in thought. As he turned to leave, a sense of despondency engulfed her. She chastised herself for dozing off at such a critical moment, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. She called out desperately behind him, "Master, will you come to rescue me? Master!" Yet, Lu Ming offered no reply and firmly shut the door behind him. Lu Ming had confirmed through the Sharingan that Bakara was not deceiving him, and her desire to ally with him was genuine. However, he felt the need to further test her loyalty. Without providing a definitive response, he pondered whether she might act out of desperation and betray him. General Lu. Upon seeing Lu Ming emerge from the iron cage area, Xiaowen immediately approached, his expression a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Yet, due to his position, he refrained from directly inquiring. Observing Xiaowen's demeanor, Lu Ming casually explained, "She seeks to exchange intelligence regarding Taizolo for a chance at a reduced sentence. The information is rather extensive. I may be here for the next few days to verify the details she provides." Xiaowen hesitated before asking, "So, General, does this mean you have already agreed to her proposal?" Lu Ming did not halt his steps. As he walked, he replied, "No, how could I possibly collaborate with pirates? Besides, I must first ascertain the accuracy of the information, mustn't I?" At the port of Water 7, a naval warship lay quietly anchored at the shore. Lu Ming reclined leisurely on the beach chair, basking in the warmth of the sun. In his hand, he held a notebook, feigning earnestness as he recorded the intelligence he had gathered from Bakala, occasionally exchanging a few words with Smoker beside him. Indeed, this world harbors every imaginable kind of pirate. Lu Ming casually sketched in his notebook, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Upon hearing these words, Smoker fell into contemplation, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in his eyes. Lu Ming discerned the subtle shift in Smoker's demeanor and inquired nonchalantly, "Are you contemplating the Straw Hat crew?" Smoker gazed into the distance, his tone somber. "I must apprehend him with my own hands. Ever since the events in Logtown, I have vowed to capture him." At that moment, Lu Ming stealthily approached Smoker and whispered enigmatically, "Allow me to impart a morsel of information to you, as a token of gratitude for enlightening me about the intel on Tezolo." Smoker regarded Lu Ming with a mixture of curiosity and caution in his eyes. Lu Ming slowly began to speak. "I have received news that the Straw Hat Kid will soon arrive at Water 7. Upon hearing this revelation, Smoker gazed at Lu Ming in astonishment, his eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Observing Smoker's look of surprise, Lu Ming gently continued, "This is part of the intelligence from my mission. I shouldn't divulge more, but seeing your determination, I couldn't resist lending you a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker immediately stood up, grasped his weapon, And after offering a brief expression of gratitude to Lu Ming, he called out loudly to Shiji and the other Marines. "Follow me into the city to take a look." Lu Ming hastily rose to his feet, attempting to dissuade Smoker. "There's no need to rush. I never specified today. Merely in the near future. Besides, what will happen to the prisoners if you leave?" Yet, it appeared that Smoker had resolutely made up his mind. No longer heeding Lu Ming's counsel, I refused to let him escape right under my nose. As for the prisoners, I trust Major will assist me. Watching Smoker and his entourage hurriedly depart, Lu Ming murmured to himself, "The plan is in motion. I knew that upon hearing Straw Hat, you would be unable to resist. Don't blame me. I have indeed tried to advise you." As night fell, a profound darkness enveloped the naval base. "Major Lu Ming, what is happening here? Where have the prisoners in the iron cell gone?" Xiaowen furiously interrogated Lu Ming, who sat on the ground, drowsily fighting off sleep. Navy soldiers lay sprawled in various awkward positions, rubbing their aching heads as they struggled to awaken from their slumber. All they could recall was the sudden heaviness of their eyelids, followed by their descent into deep sleep. Lu Ming gazed at the figure of Xiaowen before him, casting a glance around the surroundings. Rubbing his temples, his face betrayed a look of astonishment. "Where are the criminals?" Xiaowen clenched his fists, seething with rage as he ground his teeth in frustration. Is it possible that the Major General is also unaware of what has transpired? Can the enemy truly possess the means to incapacitate us all in one fell swoop? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming sprang to his feet, retorting without a hint of mercy, "What do you mean, Colonel? Are you casting doubt upon me? Do you believe that others lack such capability, while I alone possess it?" Xiaowen immediately deflated, realizing that all of this might indeed be intricately linked to the Major General before them. From the moment their private conversation commenced, the abrupt departure of Brigadier Smog, the collective fainting of everyone, and the subsequent escape of the criminals, all of it seemed far too coincidental, far too seamless. Yet, regrettably, he found himself devoid of any tangible evidence to substantiate these suspicions. Fixing his unwavering gaze upon Lu Ming, Xiaowen stood his ground, asserting, "Though I remain unaware of the enemy's methods for incapacitating everyone, I shall report all recent occurrences to headquarters." Lu Ming stood tall, defiantly retorting, "I shall report this to our superiors, and I will certainly mention your baseless accusations and your deliberate attempts to incite discord within the Navy." Upon hearing these words, Xiaowen was momentarily speechless, letting out a cold snort before turning to leave. Chapter 66, The Demon Extermination Order. As Lu Ming watched Xiaowen's departing figure, he shifted his gaze toward the vacant iron cage. Bakara was the one Lu Ming had set free, and it required no external force to captivate all the naval personnel. Due to the disparity in their strengths, Lu Ming had already ensnared everyone in his illusion during their previous encounters. When Bakara emerged from the cage, witnessing the naval officers still at their posts yet turning a blind eye to her, she felt a profound sense of astonishment. Realizing that she had indeed chosen the right person, Lu Ming also contacted the other party in advance through the secret transponder provided by the Golden Lion, instructing Baccarat to come to him first to accumulate wealth for himself. He recognized that releasing Baccarat might exacerbate the suspicions of the Naval High Command towards him. Yet within the asymmetrical intelligence of the naval headquarters, the deep-seated enmity between himself and Tezelo made it utterly inconceivable for him to rescue the latter's subordinates. After Lu Ming swiftly reported the escape of the fugitive, an urgent directive arrived from headquarters, the Demon Hunt Order. This order was issued by Spandam, authorized by Akiji, directed explicitly at the entirety of Judicial Island. From the headquarters, 5 vice admirals, Pika, Fire Fist, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stalaberry, were ordered to converge from all directions towards Judicial Island. As a member of the Navy, Lu Ming and his team were also required to respond to the call of the Demon Hunt Order, launching a devastating assault on Judicial Island until the entire island lay in ruins. Although Xiaowen still harbored doubts and questioned Lu Ming's true stance in the current circumstances, Lu Ming remained the highest-ranking commander on the ship, compelling him to obey Lu Ming's orders. Lu Ming stood at the bow of the ship, resolutely declaring, "Set sail for Justice Island. Onward, the Demon Extermination Order." The sailors echoed in unison, "Justice shall prevail." Lu Ming smiled as he observed the fervent Navy personnel, pondering to himself, to commit unjust acts in the name of justice, entirely relying on power to dictate what is deemed just. Atop Judicial Island, the gates of justice slowly creaked open, sending the island's inhabitants into a frenzied panic as they fled from the impending calamity. High in the tower of the island, Rob Lucci, heralded as the strongest of Judicial Island in the past 800 years, was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Luffy. Meanwhile, Spandam dragged the bloodied Robin across the bridge leading to the gates of justice. His laughter echoed through the air, frenzied and deranged. Ha ha ha. Look, everything is ready for departure. Nothing can hinder me now. Blood poured from Robin's wounds, her breath faint, her voice nearly whisked away by the wind. But I will not enter. They promised they would come to save me. Spandam, consumed by rage, kicked Robin viciously. No one is coming, you filthy woman. Everyone shall perish beneath the inferno of the demon-slaying order. The disgrace of the government's holy banner being tarnished by pirates will also be overshadowed by the demon-slaying order. Ha ha ha. Hurry up. Walk on your own feet. With that, he kicked Robin once more. Just then, a white figure suddenly emerged, delivering a swift kick that sent Spandam flying. Lu Ming gently lifted the fallen Robin from the ground. A hint of disorientation flickered in her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She weakly leaned against Lu Ming's embrace, softly sobbing. At this moment, it was not the vice admirals from the Navy headquarters who first arrived at Judicial Island, but rather Lu Ming and his companions stationed in Water 7. Spandam stared in disbelief at Lu Ming, clad in a naval uniform, unable to fathom that this colleague would dare to assault him. Stammering, he pointed at Lu Ming, his voice trembling. Navy? Buster call? Quickly, take that wretched woman behind the gates of justice. In Lu Ming's arms. Robin gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes. Although their bond had deepened due to the twist of fate, Luffy and his crew had already declared war on the world government. If Lu Ming were to intervene, he too would likely find himself on the wanted list. The term Buster Call cast a heavy shadow in Robin's heart, a reminder of the tragedy she had personally endured due to O'Hara. Yet, despite her perilous situation, her greatest concern remained for Lu Ming's safety. Lu Ming gazed at the anxious Robin in his arms and offered a reassuring smile. Do not overthink it. Everything will be fine. I am here to rescue you. With those words, Lu Ming fixed his unwavering gaze upon Spandam, his eyes brimming with determination. I possess my own sense of justice, and I refuse to execute the demon-slaying decree instigated by scum like you. Spandam, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Ming, bellowing. You bastard! Kill them! The Navy soldiers behind the gate of justice obeyed the command, advancing with guns raised, their eyes gleaming with a ruthless light, ready to carry out Spandam's orders. Kill this traitorous Navy scoundrel. As Spandam's roar echoed, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Lu Ming and Robin. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around, shielding Robin with his body, enveloped in a profound aura of armed hockey. The bullets aimed at them were deflected effortlessly by this formidable force. As Robin gazed at Lu Ming, who stood resolutely between her and the oncoming fire, a tumult of complex emotions surged within her. Driven by a blend of gratitude and deep emotion, she instinctively pressed her lips against his. Just then, a deafening explosion resonated from the suspension bridge, and Frankie surged forward like a ferocious beast. Meanwhile, from a distant tower, Usopp accurately hurled the key to Robin's handcuffs. Lu Ming swiftly picked up the keys and hurriedly unlocked Robin's handcuffs. As the cuffs clattered to the ground, Spandam's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The keys are real? What have you all done? Have you defeated the entire CP9 of Justice Tower?" At that moment, a tremendous roar of cannon fire erupted from within the gates of justice, heralding their complete opening. The resounding sound reverberated throughout the entirety of Judicial Island. Lu Ming felt the warmth of Robin's soft lips linger on his own, momentarily lost in thought. He soon regained his composure and turned to Robin and Frankie, exclaiming, "The generals are coming. You must flee at once." However, Robin firmly grasped Lu Ming's hand, her gaze resolute and earnest. "You must come with us. I cannot allow you to face danger on my account again." Memories of Sorrow, who had sacrificed himself to protect her, flooded her mind, filling her heart with guilt and concern. Lu Ming gently caressed Robin's hand, offering her a reassuring smile. "I am fine. You all should leave first. I cannot depart just yet." He then slowly drew the Hanzo from his waist, facing the approaching naval forces. Although the current Navy no longer aligned with Lu Ming's ideals of justice, he was unwilling to let down the expectations of Kaji and Jonathan by leaving so easily. Frankie also seized the somewhat hesitant Robin and began to run in the opposite direction, shouting loudly, "Nico Robin, this is everyone's hope. Do not let down the efforts of all." Lu Ming brandished the Huazhou, effortlessly toppling the naval adversaries before him with the back of his blade. He gazed at the dozens of warships sailing forth from the Gate of Justice, murmuring softly, "The Demon Slayer order is about to commence." The cannons aboard the vessels unleashed a barrage of fire, plunging Judicial Island into a cacophony of screams and wails. Flames, smoke, and chaos intertwined, crafting a scene both brutal and magnificent. Chapter 67. CP9. As Lu Ming watched Robin and Frankie gradually fade from sight, he inhaled deeply, stepping lightly as he raced towards the heart of the relentless bombardment. His mission was not solely to rescue Nico Robin, but encompassed another significant objective. The town beneath him trembled under the ferocious assault of the warships, seawater surging wildly, submerging streets and edifices. From his aerial vantage point, he employed his formidable Kenbunchika haki, meticulously searching for traces of the downed CP9 members. These individuals had been nurtured by the world government from a young age, undergoing clandestine training to become agents executing various nefarious tasks. Their sense of justice had likely been irrevocably distorted, with the dark notion of justice serving merely as a pretext for the fulfillment of their own desires. This failure would lead to their expulsion from the government and render them fugitives. After drifting for some time, aside from the severely injured Rob Lucci, the remaining CP9 members began taking odd jobs to sustain themselves while aiding in his recovery. Upon Lucci's convalescence, he inexplicably re-established ties with the Celestial Dragons. In the depths of his thoughts, Lu Ming calculated that if he could deftly seize this opportunity, he might transform these individuals into his own instruments, wielding them as sharp swords under his command. The first person he encountered was Khalifa, who lay in a deep unconsciousness. Lu Ming carefully relocated her to a nearby port, ensuring her safety. Shortly thereafter, he found his old acquaintance Gabra, who was also unconscious, alongside the owl. He transported all three of them to the port. At that moment, a colossal fist erupted from the judicial tower, violently sending the leopard-shaped Lucci flying. He plummeted onto a warship, instantly regaining his human form. Witnessing this scene, the spherical Luffy wasted no time and charged toward Lucci. "Gum Gum Rocket," Luffy shouted, his right foot expanding rapidly before delivering a powerful kick to the warship where Lucci stood. The ship shattered under the force of his kick, and Lucci seized the opportunity to leap up, engaging Luffy in a fierce battle. Observing this, Lu Ming hastened his search for the remaining CP9 members. In the mid-levels of the judicial tower, he discovered Kaku. Just as he was about to lift him, he sensed a presence behind him. Swiftly turning around, Lu Ming kicked the barely conscious Bruno, who had attempted to approach him using the powers of the Door fruit, knocking him out. Looking at the unconscious Bruno, Lu Ming couldn't help but mutter, "If I weren't here, it would have been you making the first move. Well, this saves me the trouble of finding you." The Door fruit is quite useful, akin to a spatial ability. With that, he hoisted Bruno and dashed toward the port. Meanwhile, Robin and Frankie had successfully joined forces with Zoro and Sanji, having commandeered a warship for a rapid escape. At the top of the judicial tower, Luffy was locked in a final, desperate struggle with Lucci. Zoro's group found themselves increasingly surrounded by warships, caught in a relentless battle. For reasons unknown, Shun felt an instinctive fear at the sight of Zoro, subconsciously distancing himself during the fight. Moreover, the young Major Lu Ming, who had led them there, had vanished from sight. Behind all of this lay Lu Ming's subtle enchantment cast upon Shun, causing him to instinctively shy away from Zoro. At that moment, Usopp climbed to a higher tower, shouting toward the ailing Luffy on the judicial tower, "We must win. Everyone, let us go back together." Luffy. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous roar resonated from within the judicial tower, of course. Hearing this, Lu Ming quickly rose, plunging his hand into the sea, summoning forth the immense serpent. Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi gazed upon the desolate cityscape before it, surrounded by a multitude of warships. This time, however, it refrained from speaking, sensing the profound change within Lu Ming, and began to subconsciously acknowledge him. "Trouble awaits. Take us to the nearest island." Lu Ming fixated his gaze on the fierce struggle between the two combatants in the distance, addressing Wan Shi. Wan Shi flicked out his long tongue, effortlessly swallowing the incapacitated individuals by the harbor, before vanishing beneath the water's surface. The Tower of Justice once again succumbed to destruction, a resounding explosion echoing across the sky. Without hesitation, Lu Ming sprinted towards the Tower of Justice. The naval officers aboard the warship stared in astonishment at the fallen Rob Lucci, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible? The legendary CP9's Rob Lucci has been defeated by a pirate. Luffy has triumphed." Usopp proclaimed with fervor from his elevated platform, his voice resonating below. Simultaneously, Nami anxiously urged, "Everyone, quickly board the escape vessels. I will prepare the ship at once." Lu Ming swiftly dashed to the base of the Tower of Justice, where he beheld Luffy collapsed on the ground, immobilized, and Zoro gravely injured. Without hesitation, He lifted Luffy into his arms, casting a glance toward the outside, poised to relinquish him to their awaiting comrades at any moment. Struggling, Luffy turned his head to look at Lu Ming and weakly uttered, "Is it you? What are you still doing here?" Before Luffy could finish his sentence, Lu Ming aimed at the Mary, which had already appeared in the sea, and forcefully threw Luffy towards it. Simultaneously, he muttered, "We'll talk later. Off you go." Observing the other crew members jumping onto the Mary, Lu Ming hoisted Lu Chi and dashed towards the harbor. This scene was precisely witnessed by Rear Admiral Squirrel below, who pondered aloud, that silhouette. Doesn't it resemble Rear Admiral Lu Ming from headquarters?" He then turned to his aide and inquired, "Is Rear Admiral Lu Ming involved in this demon-slaying order?" Meanwhile, Lu Ming, carrying the severely injured CP-9 team, drifted with the current towards a nearby island, entering the maw of the serpent Wanshi. Califa awakened on the shore of a small island near Water 7. Groggy and scanning her surroundings, she discovered her comrades lying beside her. However, due to their grave injuries, the others remained unconscious. Beside them stood a young man clad in a naval uniform, with an enormous black and purple python coiling behind him. Its cold gaze fixated on them. A shiver ran through Califa. Even as someone accustomed to assassination missions, she felt a chill in the presence of those fierce triangular eyes. Noticing Califa had regained consciousness, Lu Ming asked indifferently, "You're awake? Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Despite her severe injuries, Califa struggled to maintain her composure and retorted, "I am the only one in this world capable of saving you, and your future superior." Lu Ming replied bluntly, stepping closer to the fallen CP-9 members. Sensing Lu Ming's approach, Wanshi whipped its colossal tail, encircling them tightly. The surrounding light was entirely obscured by Wanshi's massive body, rendering the sun unable to penetrate this thick darkness. Chapter 68, Submission. At this moment, the least injured Bruno also regained consciousness. He surveyed the surroundings, spotting the gigantic python and Lu Ming before unhesitatingly launching an attack. Finger gun. Lu Ming's gaze was indifferent, neither flinching nor evading. As he activated his Sharingan in an instant, he swiftly grasped the incoming finger spear, then ruthlessly snapped Bruno's finger. His tone brooked no argument. Surrender or perish. Just as the subdued Bruno was about to retaliate, Califa suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lu Ming Song released Bruno with a swift kick, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "Quite astute." Aside from Lu Chi, Gabra, Wei Chu, the owl, and Kaku were also stirred from their slumber by the commotion surrounding them. They wearily opened their eyes, observing the tense standoff between Lu Ming and Karifa. The owl, still in a haze, inquired, "Has night fallen? Why are there two moons?" Suddenly, the myriad of snakes hissed in displeasure at the owl's impertinence. Startled, the owl cried out, "A snake! There's a snake!" Gabra swiftly covered his mouth, urging him to quiet down. Lu Ming gazed at the now conscious members of CP-9 and reiterated, "Perhaps it would be prudent for you all to ponder deeply on the repercussions of our mission's failure. How do you suppose Spandam will report to headquarters? It is entirely foreseeable that being labeled as wanted by the Navy will be our fate. At that juncture, where will you find yourselves?" This question cast a shadow of contemplation over the group. They were all too familiar with Spandam's character. It was evident that he would unequivocally shift the blame for the failure onto them, as instruments of the world government, shrouded in secrecy. They would be discarded once they ceased to hold any value. Lu Ming continued, addressing the assembly, "Though you may not yet be fully acquainted with my identity, I am not only a naval officer but also an ally of the Golden Lion Shiki, with aspirations to ascend to the throne of the world." At that moment, his Sharingan began to emit an enigmatic glow. "You are the Lu Ming from headquarters. The rumors are indeed true," Kaku exclaimed in astonishment. As he listened to Lu Ming's introduction, Gabra began to discern Lu Ming's visage. "It is you. Upon encountering this formidable serpent, I should have anticipated your presence." He had previously crossed paths with Lu Ming aboard the Golden Ship, yet at that time, Lu Ming had not exuded the same overwhelming aura he now possessed. Sensing the crowd's reactions, Lu Ming let out a cold laugh, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "It suffices that you recognize me. I'm not coercing anyone into making a choice. I merely lay before you the stakes involved. However, I must caution you, having exerted considerable effort to rescue you all, should your decisions fail to meet my expectations." Lu Ming slowly withdrew the huazhou in his hand and coldly remarked, "I shall ensure that you all confront the fate that rightfully belongs to you." Gabra and Kaku exchanged glances and quickly replied, "We are willing to submit. However, our leader is currently unconscious, and we must also take his views into account." Lu Ming gently rested huazhou on Gabra's shoulder, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. I too cherish talent, which is why I extend my hand to rescue you. Your submission is also a testament to my faith in your character. All I require is your promise. Do you still wish for me to wait for him to awaken? I have no time to spare. Cuckoo quickly interjected. We can pledge our allegiance on our behalf, but you must also save our leader. Whether he chooses to submit upon awakening is his own affair. You cannot coerce him. If you refuse, then you may as well end our lives here. Listening to Cuckoo's demands, Lu Ming sheathed his sword and replied solemnly, I agree to your terms. I do not seek your eternal servitude. I only require 3 years of your service. After that, should you wish to depart, I shall not impede your exit. Lu Ming understood that employing coercive measures to force their submission would not yield their genuine loyalty. A balanced strategy, combining both gentleness and firmness, was essential. In the monumental war 3 years hence, should he survive, he would no longer require these individuals. If he did not survive, their presence would be entirely moot. He then produced a permanent pointer and a pouch of coins from his bosom, casting them towards Kaku. First, tend to your wounds on this small island, and thereafter follow the pointer to the New World. That domain is within my influence, where you may recuperate in peace. When the time arises, I shall reach out to you. Kaku accepted the permanent pointer and coins, hesitatingly inquiring, Are you not afraid? One should not doubt those one employs. I trust in your promises, Lu Ming replied, raising his hand to summon the serpentine spirit back, declining to say more. A wisp of white smoke drifted by, as sunlight once again illuminated the faces of the CP9 members. They gazed at Lu Ming's retreating silhouette, their hearts stirred by a tumult of emotions. Kaku gripped the permanent pointer tightly, supporting his companions as they ventured deeper into the island. Lu Ming did not return immediately. Instead, he slowly retrieved another permanent pointer. His gaze fixed intently on the horizon as he whispered, Black Blade, Autumn Water. Although the terrifying 3-masted ship of Moria had long navigated through the misty seas, the Great Bear could easily locate it. Lu Ming surmised that the Navy must possess a means to accurately pinpoint the whereabouts of these 7 warlords, ensuring that the information for their compulsory summons could be precisely conveyed. To validate his suspicion, Lu Ming conducted an investigation at the Navy headquarters. After thorough inquiries, he indeed uncovered a permanent pointer directing him toward the fearsome 3-masted vessel. Lu Ming, with a clear objective in mind, promptly set sail towards the ominous 3-masted ship. He navigated tirelessly, hoping to reach the destination ahead of Luffy and his companions. After a week's voyage, Lu Ming finally arrived at the fog-laden waters. The eerie castle before him was anything but a ship. It could almost be deemed an island. Lu Ming's objective is the Black Blade Xiushui. He is reluctant to engage in conflict with Moria, thus he stealthily scaled the high wall and slipped aboard the ship. Longma, where are you? He murmured, observing that Moria's strength was rather unimpressive, yet he excelled at creating an atmosphere of tension. As Lu Ming sprinted towards the central castle along the edge of the jungle, he continued to mutter to himself. The zombies and those bereft of their shadows in the forest exchanged glances at the fleeting figure of Lu Ming, pondering, did someone just pass by? Perhaps it was merely a gust of wind. Chapter 69, Black Blade Xiushui. Night's luminous melody, true stab, gale foot. The frost moon Longma regarded Lu Ming and chuckled in Brooke's tone. Ho ho ho, a splendid division of autumn's hues. Confronted by Longma, Lu Ming sighed. It seems I shall need to exert considerable effort. He then drew his weapon, Huazhou, and pointed it directly at Longma. Prelude, shattering blade. In response to Longma's offensive, Lu Ming raised his sword to parry, the 2 blades clashing with a resounding impact, instantaneously generating a wave of force. The surge attracted numerous zombies, who paused in their tracks to observe. Revolutionary waltz, forward leap. Lu Ming swiftly evaded the strike, fully aware that lingering here for too long would inevitably attract Moria's attention. Yet, he found himself reluctant to conclude this battle. As a legendary swordsman, Longma, despite the shadow of Brooke residing within him, could not summon his full strength from his former life. Nevertheless, for Lu Ming, this encounter was sufficient for honing his swordsmanship. Although he possessed the option to swiftly overpower Longma with his formidable haki and efficient techniques, he chose to restrain his power, engaging in a duel that emphasized skill over brute force. After several exchanges, Longma noticed the torn fabric of Lu Ming's attire and remarked, You are not exerting your full strength. You show a lack of respect for my swordsmanship. Observing Longma, who clung to his principles even in his undead state, Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. You are indeed remarkable. It is a pity that your current form prevents you from showcasing your true abilities. Otherwise, I would relish a genuine battle with you. If I were to rely solely on brute force to defeat you, I would feel it to be an unworthy victory. Do you believe you can triumph over me solely through swordsmanship? Long Ma inquired, gazing at Lu Ming with a hint of confusion. Lu Ming tightly grasped the huazhou in his hand and swiftly launched a counterattack, exclaiming, "Indeed. Come, let us see what you are made of, young man." Long Ma, refraining from using brute force for his thrusting assault, engaged Lu Ming in a pure contest of swordsmanship. As the two clashed, Perona's spirit sensed the commotion and swiftly floated over, her gaze fixed upon Lu Ming as he battled Long Ma. Noticing his naval attire, Perona displayed a look of confusion. The Navy? Momentarily distracted by Perona's presence, Lu Ming was suddenly struck down by Long Ma's fierce thrust. Long Ma sternly admonished, "In combat, distraction is the gravest error. Do not let it happen again." Observing the fallen Lu Ming, Perona's playful spirit was ignited, and an amusing idea flashed through her mind. Lu Ming quickly rose to his feet, gazing at Long Ma with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance." Meanwhile, he pondered to himself that since Perona had already arrived, prolonging the battle would likely attract more onlookers. Thus, it would be prudent to conclude this confrontation swiftly. Long Ma, sensing the shift in Lu Ming's aura, chuckled with excitement. "Oh ho ho, are you ready to get serious?" Lu Ming tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze resolutely fixed on Long Ma. "I apologize, but I must take your treasured blade." No sooner had the words left his lips than he lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow, striking Long Ma with a pure display of swordsmanship that caught him completely off guard, sending him hurtling through the air. Lu Ming's swordsmanship naturally surpassed that of Brook. Although the various sword techniques honed by Long Ma during his lifetime had subconsciously refined Brook's skills, resulting in Brook, the original owner, being unable to defeat Long Ma, who possessed his own shadow, it was still Brook's swordsmanship that served as the foundation. Lu Ming, with a mindset geared towards learning, did not focus on offense during their duel, but rather on analyzing and recording with his Sharingan. After a series of exchanges, he became intimately familiar with Long Ma's sword techniques, enabling him to deliver a precise, decisive blow. As Long Ma fell, Perona commanded her white spirit doppelganger to launch an attack on Lu Ming. He understood that physical defenses would prove ineffective against such a soul entity. Only mental assaults would yield results. Fortunately, he possessed formidable mental attack capabilities. With his Sharingan activated, Lu Ming conjured a world of illusion wherein Perona joyfully ensnared him, wrapping him in a form akin to a teddy bear, turning him into her subordinate. Observing Perona's illusory realm, Lu Ming's playful spirit surged, and he began to manipulate the course of events. In this illusionary domain, he turned the tables effortlessly, subduing Perona and instead transforming her into a teddy bear. Witnessing Lu Ming's display, Long Ma's eyes flickered with confusion. A mere glance at Perona rendered the girl motionless, as if frozen in time. After subduing Perona, Lu Ming slowly approached Long Ma, extending his hand towards the sword. "Jiu Shui, hand it over. I have come for it." Realization dawned upon Long Ma that Lu Ming sought his treasured blade, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. What an affront it was to attempt to seize his sword before his very eyes. Facing the enraged Long Ma, Lu Ming cleared his throat and offered an explanation. "I do not intend to disrespect you. You are deceased and can no longer wield the true power of this blade. I merely wish to prevent it from gathering dust here. Furthermore, I am not stealing your sword. I simply wish to retrieve it from beside your remains." After a moment of contemplation in response to Lu Ming's rephrased argument, Long Ma slowly tossed Jiu Shui towards him. "May you ensure it never gathers dust again." Lu Ming took over Jiu Shui and smiled. "Of course, I must express my gratitude to you, esteemed senior." At that very moment, the system's voice echoed as Lu Ming accepted Jiu Shui. "Congratulations on completing the low-level task, arbitrarily obtaining one of the 21 great knives. You have received a task reward of 20 points. Remaining points, 100. Lu Ming held the autumn water, delicately toying with it. The blade displayed a chaotic, reverse T-shaped edge, its body a deep purple hue adorned with crimson serrated patterns. In comparison to huazhou, its weight had markedly increased. Moreover, the spine of the blade was significantly thicker than that of an ordinary sword. No wonder it was said that even a dinosaur stepping upon it would not bend by a millimeter. Soon after, the system issued a new task, Visitor System Task Release, Low-Level Task, Meet the Underworld King, Riley, Deadline, 1 year, Completion Reward, 20 points, Failure Penalty, minus 20 points. "Riley, you say?" Lu Ming sheathed the autumn water and mused to himself, "This is quite fortuitous." He turned to glance at Perona, who remained ensnared in the world of illusions. noticing her complexion gradually flushing and emitting faint, delicate moans. What is happening? It feels as though the narrative has taken a rather unsettling turn, Lu Ming remarked, while simultaneously employing his observation haki to sense the approaching presence around him. Having acquired the autumn water, it was imperative to hastily depart. Thus, Lu Ming paid little heed to the girl who, due to his inadvertent actions in the illusionary realm, had begun to stir with youthful feelings. He swiftly took his leave from the scene. Chapter 70, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Just after departing from the terrifying three-masted ship, Lu Ming received a call from Jiajin via the telephone book. The moment the call connected, Jiajin's reprimands poured forth like a torrential downpour. You rascal. How could you instigate such chaos? Did you release the prisoners? Was it you who set Bakara free? And what about CP9? Did you also rescue them? Listening to Jiajin's inquiries, Lu Ming could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Shoan and the others were oblivious to the reason behind their sudden fainting. Yet Jiajin was well acquainted with Lu Ming's methods. Upon seeing the report, Jiajin immediately grasped the situation. Subsequently, a report from the Weasel during the operation on Judicial Island indicated that Lu Ming's silhouette had been faintly spotted, but after the operation concluded, he was nowhere to be found. Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of CP9, Jiajin couldn't help but correlate these two events with Lu Ming. Now, hearing Lu Ming's nervous laughter, Jiajin was nearly certain of his suspicions. You rascal, are you actually considering becoming a pirate? Jiajin asked, still retaining a hint of anger in his tone. Lu Ming hastily refuted, certainly not. I have my own considerations. Listening to Lu Ming's enigmatic response, Jiaji chose not to press further. After all, he understood this disciple well. Lu Ming often acted in unexpected ways, and the current situation indeed required him to seek clarity directly for peace of mind. Jiaji inquired again, then why do you not return to the headquarters? Are you feeling guilty? Lu Ming immediately adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, I still have matters to attend to. Although I have a clear conscience regarding these issues, they may inevitably arouse suspicion at headquarters. Returning home means I will have to deal with a multitude of troublesome affairs. Observing Lu Ming's demeanor, which suggested a desire for leniency, Jiaji found it somewhat amusing. Nonetheless, it reassured him that his apprentice had not changed. With a tone that seemed to express disappointment, Jiaji remarked, currently, headquarters is too preoccupied to trouble you. But soon you will need to return. No. Everyone must return. Lu Ming instinctively inquired, why? Following his question, he immediately recalled the monumental event of the Pirate King, the Marineford War. Gaki gradually elucidated, Port Gas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was defeated by Marshal D. Teach and subsequently delivered to the Navy. The higher-ups now intend to seize this opportunity to publicly execute Ace, thereby instigating an all-out war against the Whitebeard pirates in a bid to extinguish the current surge of piracy. Hence, everyone must enter a state of readiness. As for your current matters, the higher-ups are too preoccupied to attend to them. Attentively listening to Gaki's words, Lu Ming replied, understood. I have one last matter to attend to before returning. Subsequently, Lu Ming exchanged a few more words with Gaki, only to hear someone seemingly calling for Gaki from the other end, prompting a hasty conclusion to their conversation. Lu Ming promptly accelerated towards the Shambadi archipelago. As he sailed alone across the tranquil sea, thoughts of the impending war atop the summit surged within him, igniting a fervent desire for strength. He opened the system panel and murmured to himself, previously, 40 points allowed for an upgrade to the Sharingan. Let this time grant me the transition to the kaleidoscope. Congratulations. You have acquired Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Remaining points, 60. Lu Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, attempting to console himself. Well, water style might suffice. Being surrounded by the ocean surely amplifies its potency. He continued to bolster his spirits. It must have just been a stroke of bad luck. If I try again, I am certain I will succeed. Congratulations, you have obtained Wind Style. Great breakthrough. Remaining points, 20. Lu Ming felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if an old grudge was about to erupt. What is this? Has the Sharingan become stuck? Is it not possible to upgrade it? At that moment, another thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Could it be that the kaleidoscope requires 80 points for an upgrade? However, he had no surplus points to verify his conjecture. The Sabaody Archipelago, situated near the Navy headquarters, is formed by the immense roots of the world's largest red mangrove, the Rhizophora mangle. These roots float upon the surface of the sea like small islands and serve as a critical passageway to the New World. Previously, the warship Lu Ming boarded was embedded with Kairosaki, which shielded him from the attacks of sea beasts in the vicinity. However, this time he was merely aboard an ordinary vessel, and the sea creatures below seemed to sense something, drawing closer to him. Suddenly, a gigantic sea rabbit leapt from the water, baring its fangs as it lunged at Lu Ming's boat. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, Lu Ming exclaimed. In an instant, the water on the surface of the sea swiftly coalesced into a massive water dragon that charged fiercely at the sea rabbit. With a piercing scream, the sea rabbit met its end, staining the water crimson. Gazing at the summoned water dragon and experiencing the negligible energy expenditure from executing the technique, Lu Ming marveled to himself, truly, the ocean is the finest catalyst for water release. He even began to imagine the sheer magnitude of power he could unleash if he were to freely employ water release techniques without restraint upon the vast ocean, harnessing its strength. Yet, he was acutely aware that attempting to perform the water dragon bullet technique in an environment devoid of water would likely result in significantly diminished effectiveness. Lu Ming beheld the silhouette of a girl gradually emerging from a pool of blood. As he approached with cautious steps akin to those of the moon, he was astonished to discover that she was a mermaid. In the archipelago of Shambodi, human trafficking is rampant, and mermaids are an extraordinarily rare commodity, highly coveted. Her presence in these waters, even if she were to evade the jaws of sea beasts, would likely render her vulnerable to the clutches of traffickers. Lu Ming gently lifted the mermaid girl and placed her back onto the boat. Observing her petite figure and the starfish perched upon her shoulder, he realized that she was indeed a character from the tale, kissed by the fishman, Kimmy. The starfish, resting on her shoulder, was none other than her mentor and pet, the renowned designer of Fishman Island, Papaga. As Kimmy slowly awakened and opened her eyes to find Lu Ming gazing at her, she exclaimed, "Wow, you startled me. A human. It's a human." Noticing the perplexed expression on Lu Ming's face, Kimmy seemed to recognize that her reaction was somewhat excessive, and with an embarrassed smile, she added, "I nearly got digested. Thank you for saving me. I'm quite vulnerable to sea beasts. This must be the 12th time it has happened." With renewed excitement, Kimmy continued, "Oh, I must repay you. Would you care for some takoyaki? It's 500 belly per person." Before Lu Ming could respond, Papaga, the starfish on her shoulder, couldn't help but gently poke her, quipping, "Are you conducting business here?" "Ah, I made a mistake," Kimmy exclaimed, suddenly realizing her blunder. Lu Ming gazed at the somewhat carefree Kimmy before him and couldn't help but chuckle. "I quite enjoy takoyaki. Would you kindly take me there?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's acquiescence, Kimmy promptly retrieved a small communication device and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaoba. This is Kimmy. I apologize for getting separated again. Where are you at the moment?" Within Lu Ming's heart, a sense of confusion began to stir. Xiaoba? He had not anticipated that in the narrative, after the malevolent dragon was vanquished, Xiaoba would sneak away. And now, in a similar fashion, he too was met with an escape. Had this octopus long harbored intentions of fleeing? The voice of Xiaoba emerged from the phone. "Kimmy, are you unharmed?" "That's splendid. I am over here in Catfish Village." "Ah, who are you?" The call was abruptly terminated. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Kimmy's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety as she urgently addressed Lu Ming. "I apologize. As for the octopus takoyaki as a token of gratitude, may I offer it to you another time? I must hasten to rescue my friend." Lu Ming turned his head without hesitation and earnestly proclaimed, "If that is the case, I shall be quite the busybody. Where is Catfish Village? Let us set forth." Chapter 71. The Rescue of Catfish Village. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Kimmy, filled with delight, leaned over the side of the boat and emitted a series of melodious calls. Before long, fish of all sizes began to swim towards them from every direction, gathering together to create a wave in the shape of an arrow ahead, as if guiding their way. Indeed, merfolk possess the ability to communicate with fish and can even exert a degree of influence over them. Lu Ming stood at the bow of the boat, utterly amazed. Though he had only heard tales of such powers, witnessing them firsthand was profoundly awe-inspiring. Papagu, seated at the front of the vessel, asked with a hint of concern, "By the way, your willingness to assist so readily stems from great confidence in your martial prowess, does it not? I must caution you, the nearby kidnapping syndicates are quite formidable." Lu Ming gazed ahead, responding lightly, "It's nothing. I still have a bit of confidence in myself." Under the guidance of the fish, Lu Ming and his companions swiftly arrived at Catfish Village. Beside the village, a small boat was docked, adorned with a massive banner that proclaimed Takoyaki Number 8. As Lu Ming's vessel approached, he noticed that the items aboard the small boat bore unmistakable signs of a struggle. Only a group of armed traffickers lingered nearby. Yet they failed to catch sight of Xiaoba. Papagu and Kemi concealed themselves behind the ship's railing, cautiously peering out to observe the traffickers. It's Xiaoba's boat. Did these people venture into the village? Kemi murmured under her breath. While the two whispered, Lu Ming had already executed a graceful leap, landing atop the small boat with a fluid motion. Lightning release, Chidori. A formidable surge of electricity surged forth from him, racing towards the traffickers below at an astonishing speed. Before they could even react, they were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming current. The news of Lu Ming's formidable prowess swiftly spread, leading him to the whereabouts of Xiaoba and other pirates, as well as the anguished cries emanating from Catfish Village. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the source of the cries. Witnessing Lu Ming effortlessly vanquish the nefarious traffickers before dashing towards the village, Kemi and Papagu hastily disembarked from their vessel, following closely behind. "Aha! Today is indeed a bountiful harvest," they exclaimed. Little did they know that such a village existed on dry land, marking a significant opportunity for wealth. The traffickers recklessly ravaged the village, greedily seizing the merfolk residing there. Catfish Village, originally a dwelling beneath the waves, had recently been devastated by a shipwreck, forcing its inhabitants to seek refuge in a long-abandoned village above water while awaiting the reconstruction of their underwater home. However, they could never have anticipated that this temporary haven would transform into their nightmare. As the traffickers envisioned the riches they would gain from auctioning the captured merfolk, a figure suddenly charged from the periphery of the village towards its heart. With a swift motion, he unleashed his finger gun, channeling the force of bullets. His strikes were as rapid as lightning, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the traffickers with precision and swiftness, causing them to collapse one after another. As they witnessed their comrades fall, the remaining traffickers were seized by panic. "What is happening? Who is it?" they exclaimed, yet their frantic glances yielded no sight of Lu Ming. Those few who managed to glimpse his figure were met with an endless nightmare within the realm of illusion. In mere moments, hundreds of traffickers lay defeated at Lu Ming's feet. The once pristine white cloak, symbolizing the justice of the Navy, was now speckled with crimson stains. Lu Ming was diligently engaged in liberating the imprisoned mermen and mermaids, while Kemi and Papagu hurriedly followed, breathless. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they could not help but be taken aback. At that moment, Xiaoba also recognized Lu Ming, exclaiming, "You are the Navy from Coco West Village." After releasing Xiaoba, Lu Ming gazed at him and slowly inquired, "You haven't engaged in any mischief, have you?" No. I am currently selling takoyaki," Xiaoba hastily replied, his 6 hands gesticulating eagerly as he explained. Lu Ming turned to the gathered denizens of Catfish Village and urged, "It would be prudent for you to seek refuge beneath the waves. The surface is fraught with peril." Upon hearing Lu Ming's heartfelt counsel, the merfolk expressed their profound gratitude. Overcome with emotion, they insisted on first hosting Lu Ming in appreciation for his life-saving intervention before returning to their underwater sanctuary. Observing the fishfolk, Lu Ming gestured towards Kemi and Xiaoba, calmly stating, "I have come to savor his takoyaki. He may remain to entertain me. This place is no longer safe, and we cannot foresee what sorts of individuals may arrive. It is best to depart swiftly." Lu Ming's analysis held considerable merit. The inhabitants of Catfish Village fell into a momentary silence until an elder stepped forward, grasping Xiaoba's hand earnestly. "Xiaoba, you must take good care of our benefactor," he implored. Xiaoba patted his chest and assured him, "Rest assured, I will." After confirming everything, the villagers of Catfish began to depart one by one. Lu Ming surveyed the desolate village and casually entered a house, taking a quick bath before changing out of his conspicuous naval attire. He chose a simple linen outfit, draping a long black robe over it. "This is simply delicious. The sauce on this takoyaki is incredibly rich," Lu Ming exclaimed, devouring Xiaoba's signature takoyaki with great enthusiasm. Xiaoba's 6 hands skillfully stirred the batter, expertly crafting the delicacies. Beside him, Kemi and Papagu busily assisted in applying generous amounts of sauce to the takoyaki. "You are our savior. Feel free to indulge in these takoyaki. I assure you, they will satisfy your every craving," Xiaoba said with a warm smile. Lu Ming devoured his meal with great haste, mumbling indistinctly, "By the way, I happen to have a favor to ask of you. It's so hot." So hot. Xiaoba's hands continued their work. Yet he couldn't help but feel puzzled by the fact that this peculiar Navy officer still had a request for him. "What is it?" Lu Ming swallowed the last bite of takoyaki, his gaze earnest as he looked at Xiaoba. "I wish to request your assistance in meeting Rayleigh." Upon hearing this request, Xiaoba was taken aback. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, Is the Navy seeking the former Pirate King's first mate for some reason? Noticing Xiao Ba's sudden change in demeanor, Lu Ming gently clarified, "It's not as you presume. I am not foolish enough to consider taking action against the former first mate of the Pirate King. I merely wish to meet this legendary figure, alone, without any accompaniment." Hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Xiao Ba heaved a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and assured, "Since you are my benefactor, I shall certainly assist you. I will take you to meet Rayleigh." Chapter 72, Lu Ming vs. Rayleigh Sabaody Archipelago, the lawless area, Zone 13, Shaki's bar. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Shaki slowly opened the door, revealing Xiao Ba and a figure cloaked in black. Shaki was momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep drag from her cigarette, she calmly scrutinized Lu Ming. Her gaze sharp. "Is the Navy here seeking our esteemed guest?" Lu Ming was astounded by Xia Qi's ability to discern his true identity at a single glance. Secretly admiring her intelligence, he promptly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, smiling as he replied, "Indeed. I have heard tales of a legendary figure here and am eager to make your acquaintance." At that moment, Xiao Ba recounted in detail how Lu Ming had rescued them in Catfish Village to Xia Qi. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in her eyes. She glanced at her watch and remarked to Lu Ming, "Today seems to be your lucky day. You should be returning shortly." Suddenly, her tone shifted as she added, "However, you do possess an air of distinction. It appears that some of the rumors surrounding you may indeed hold a kernel of truth." Intrigued by Xia Qi's words, Lu Ming was about to inquire further when the bar's door swung open. A gust of sea breeze carrying the briny scent of the ocean swept in. A steady voice resonated from the entrance. "Young man, have you come seeking me?" Lu Ming turned his gaze back and beheld a tall figure. An elderly man with a face adorned with a white beard standing at the doorway. It was none other than the legendary king of the underworld, Rayleigh. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in Lu Ming's ear, "Congratulations on completing the low-level task, encountering the king of the underworld, Rayleigh. You have received a task reward of 20 points. Remaining points, 40. A wave of delight surged through Lu Ming's heart, yet before he could utter a word, the system's subsequent announcement caused his expression to shift dramatically. The tourist system issued a task, low-level mission. Conquer the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Time limit, 3 years. Completion rewards 20 points. Failure incurs a deduction of 20 points. Nevertheless, he swiftly composed himself and waved at Rayleigh, exclaiming, "I have long admired the name of the Dark King and have always hoped for the opportunity to meet you." Observing Lu Ming's sudden look of astonishment, Rayleigh's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he smiled and inquired, "What is it? Am I rather different from the rumors?" Lu Ming swiftly retracted his thoughts and composed himself, complimenting, "Oh, not at all. I am indeed as dashing as the rumors suggest." Yet, internally, he could not help but grumble about the system. This was setting an arduous task for himself. Hancock was notoriously known for her extreme aversion to men. After Luffy moved her with his pure heart, no one else could capture her attention. Now, the system had bestowed upon him such a daunting mission. How was he to accomplish it? Ha! Rayleigh was amused by Lu Ming's words and burst into laughter. He approached Lu Ming, scrutinizing him from head to toe, saying, "You are quite different from the rumors, indeed. However, I do appreciate your flattery, huh?" Shaki, perceptively, produced 2 glasses of liquor and a soda, handing them to Rayleigh, Lu Ming, and Xiao Ba, respectively. She smiled, standing quietly to the side, observing the 2 men before her. Rayleigh lifted one of the glasses of liquor, toasting to Lu Ming. "I never expected you would find your way here. Our meeting is indeed serendipitous." Lu Ming quickly grasped another glass of spirits and smiled at Rayleigh, saying, "It's merely that the lad is fortunate, having encountered Xiao Ba at the right moment." Upon finishing his words, both of them downed their drinks in one go. After setting down his glass, Rayleigh gazed at Lu Ming and inquired, "What are your intentions upon meeting me?" Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback by Rayleigh's sudden inquiry. He scratched his head and offered an awkward smile, confessing, "I initially had no particular thoughts on the matter. I am someone who cherishes freedom and simply enjoys wandering about. However, upon encountering the king of the underworld in person, my perspective has shifted somewhat." "Oh, your perspective has shifted? Pray, elaborate," Rayleigh replied, his face adorned with a knowing smile, as if he had already anticipated the words that were about to escape Lu Ming's lips. Lu Ming took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and solemnly remarked, I hope to have the opportunity to seek your guidance, esteemed senior. Haha, truly, the younger generation is formidable. Rayleigh also stood up, laughing heartily as he made his way outside. Since you possess such eagerness, I shall indulge you in a little sparring. Lu Ming closely followed Rayleigh as they stepped outside, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Xiaoba, observing the departing duo, was about to utter something when Xiaoqi leisurely remarked while smoking, "It's of no concern." With unwavering determination, Lu Ming unsheathed Huazhou and Qiu Shui from his waist, and the two blades were instantly enveloped in a halo of lightning. Lightning release, Thousand Birds Blade. This marked Lu Ming's inaugural use of dual swords in battle, facing none other than Rayleigh, hence he held nothing back. Rayleigh wielded a seemingly unremarkable longsword. Yet the blade emitted a faint crackling sound. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes as he beheld Lu Ming, a black blade. The youth of today truly possesses remarkable brilliance. As the two stood in confrontation, the air was thick with an aura of impending violence. Rayleigh was the first to launch an assault, his movements agile and devoid of superfluous techniques, as his longsword cut through the air like a flash of lightning, bearing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming followed closely behind, his twin blades brought together in a display of formidable might as he confronted Rayleigh. The two figures intertwined in the air, each collision igniting sparks of energy. This was a quintessential clash of martial prowess and domineering spirit, with Lu Ming harnessing the full potential of observation haki and armament haki. He attuned himself to every nuance of his surroundings, able to discern even the sound of raindrops falling several meters away and the faintest breath escaping Rayleigh's lips. Yet, despite such acute perception, Lu Ming found it exceedingly difficult to track Rayleigh's movements. Each clash of armament haki resonated like a strike against an indomitable boulder. His opponent effortlessly absorbed every blow, as if boundless in strength. After a brief exchange of attacks, the two momentarily separated. Rayleigh maintained a smile, prompting Lu Ming to reflect, is this the true worth of the Pirate King's right hand? In Rayleigh's eyes, Lu Ming was a commendable junior. Whether it was his act of saving the young boy in the village of Catfish, or the inadvertent recognition of him while observing Luffy and his companions, Rayleigh found himself deeply intrigued by the young man. Initially, he anticipated a chance encounter, yet Lu Ming's proactive approach took him by surprise. In Lu Ming's eyes, the luminous essence of the Sharingan emerged, and the power accumulating within his forehead began to unfurl. He gripped his twin swords tightly, the aura of dominance swirling around the blades. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Rayleigh, "Senior, I shall advance." Rayleigh observed the advanced aura and the peculiar patterns within Lu Ming's pupils, sensing a significant transformation in his demeanor, which piqued his interest even further. "Do you have more tricks up your sleeve? Quite intriguing. Come forth." In the ensuing clashes, the colossal blades scattered wildly, sending shockwaves through the surrounding trees, which trembled and even snapped in half from the raging currents. The sea churned restlessly, unable to maintain its calm in the wake of the duo's fierce battle. Although Rayleigh's haki still enveloped Lu Ming with a weight akin to a mighty mountain, the infusion of flowing Sakura's aura instilled in him a newfound strength. Despite each strike only shifting the mountain a fraction, it was evident that his efforts were gradually bearing fruit. Chapter 73, Assault on the Celestial Dragon. In his heart, Lu Ming calculated silently, although he still fell short of Rayleigh in terms of raw strength. The enhancement granted by the Yin Seal allowed him to access nearly limitless power for a limited time. Furthermore, he possessed the advantage of youth, should the battle stretch on. While he might not be able to utterly defeat Rayleigh, he could certainly gain the upper hand and gradually wear him down. However, considering that this was merely a sparring session, there was no need for such a fierce confrontation. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming gradually diminished his efforts to draw power from the Yin Seal, and his defenses began to falter against Rayleigh's relentless attacks. Noticing Lu Ming's sudden fatigue, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. "Be careful," he warned. Upon hearing Rayleigh's caution, Lu Ming promptly abandoned his offensive and focused on defense. Rayleigh's sword, entwined with dark lightning, unleashed a powerful strike that sliced through the air. Even with the protective aura of flowing Sakura surrounding him, Lu Ming was forcefully sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He looked up at the seemingly unfazed Rayleigh and, clutching his chest, self-deprecatingly remarked, "I must be out of my mind to worry about the prowess of the legendary king of the underworld. Could this strike be the embodiment of Conqueror's haki, the threshold of royal-level strength?" Observing Lu Ming's injuries rapidly mending, Rayleigh expressed his surprise. "You certainly amaze me. Impressive. The younger generation is formidable." Since Rayleigh had not exerted his full strength, Lu Ming's wounds were swiftly healed by his regenerative abilities. Rising to his feet, he sheathed his weapons, Huazhou and Qiushui, and then bowed slightly in gratitude to Rayleigh. Thank you for your mercy, King of the Underworld. Haha, did you not also show me mercy? Rayleigh replied with a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with a bold and spirited demeanor. As Lu Ming listened to Rayleigh's words, he was slightly taken aback. Running his hand through his hair, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features. Perhaps I have overthought this. With that, Rayleigh turned away, retrieving a bottle of wine from his cloak, and strolled into the distance. He waved his hand, a warm smile adorning his face. You are quite interesting. The noise here is a bit much. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lu Ming responded loudly, acknowledging that his encounter with Rayleigh had been immensely beneficial. With no time to cultivate his skills gradually, he resolved to emulate Luffy, seizing every opportunity to engage in combat with formidable foes to expedite his growth through battle. After Rayleigh's departure, Lu Ming aimlessly wandered the island, pondering how to fulfill the Empress's task. He believed he had made considerable progress ahead of Luffy's journey. If he were to set forth, he might still have time for a round trip between here and Amazon Lily. Yet, the pressing question remained, how could he possibly conquer the legendary pirate Empress? Lu Ming meticulously recalled the sequence of events in which Luffy captured the heart of the Empress, encompassing the courage to confront the celestial dragons, the ability to resist the sweet fruit, the display of regal demeanor, and the magnanimity that transcended the Empress's status as a slave. Upon reflecting on this, he could not help but mutter to himself in jest, why does it seem that these traits also align rather well with Rayleigh? No wonder he could win the heart of the former Empress of Amazon Lily, the captain of the Kuja pirates, Shaki. Is this some peculiar tradition? At that moment, a commotion erupted from a nearby street. Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming squeezed his way through the throng, thinking to himself that it would be a shame to miss out on such free entertainment. Amidst the crowd, a ragged yet robust man was struggling to crawl. His face was pale, indicative of malnutrition, and he gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. Perched upon his shoulder was a corpulent celestial dragon, donned in a resin bubble mask, who was loudly reprimanding him with an air of arrogance. This celestial dragon was Charlo Saint, his thick lips glistening with mucus, and his gaze replete with cruelty and depravity. Behind him trailed a group of young women, their necks shackled by iron chains, their attire disheveled and expressions mournful. A cadre of expressionless bodyguards clad in black followed closely, evidently accustomed to such scenes. How much longer must we endure? Hurry up and crawl faster, Charlo Saint demanded petulantly. Upon hearing this, the leader of the black-clad bodyguards hastily stepped forward to reassure him. Rest assured, we are nearly there. Yet, Charlo Saint, brimming with impatience, furiously kicked the slave beneath him, hurling curses. Useless. It's your fault for crawling slower than a turtle. You're swaying about, making me utterly uncomfortable. This is infuriating. The man who was kicked let out a weak growl, but dared not resist. He could only continue his arduous crawl, while Charlo Saint continued his tirade, venting his frustration. Spotting a commoner who dared not kneel in his presence, Charlo Saint furiously drew his pistol, directing it at the man and berating him. How dare a mere commoner stand before me without kneeling? Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed through the air as several innocent civilians fell, their blood staining the ground. The surrounding crowd was stunned by this sudden act of violence, their terrified cries of no resonating through the air. Charlo Saint coldly regarded those who wept for their lost kin, turning to his bodyguards and inquiring, is my ceremony more important than the lives of these wretches? The black-clad bodyguard bowed slightly and replied, without celestial dragons, there would be no lives for these wretches. Hearing this sycophantic praise, Charlo Saint pointed at a delicate woman sobbing in a pool of blood, as if selecting merchandise, and blandly declared, I choose her to be my wife. The black-clad bodyguard promptly responded, very well. We shall proceed to arrange the welcoming ceremony for the 12th wife into the Holy Land. Charlo Saint nodded, yes, I have grown weary of the ones numbered 1 to 5. Let them return to their lowly status. At that moment, the man in the pool of blood, despite enduring excruciating pain, struggled to plead with Charlo Saint. My lord, please wait. She is my fiancée. In a fit of rage, Charlo Saint drew his pistol, aiming it at the man on the ground. How are you still alive? Just as the situation reached a critical point, several fireballs suddenly streaked across the sky, striking Charlo Saint, who was poised to pull the trigger. The fireballs erupted, enveloping him in searing flames, and he was violently propelled away by the immense force. With a thunderous crash, Charlos Saint fell heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. His garments were scorched, and his skin burned by the flames, emitting a charred odor. What is happening? How dare someone attack a celestial dragon? The crowd around him immediately erupted in chaos, startled and retreating in fear from this unforeseen turn of events. At that moment, a shadow darted from the crowd, landing before Charlos Saint. The newcomer, clad in a black robe with a hood obscuring his face, revealed only a pair of piercing eyes. This individual was Lu Ming, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, emanating a chilling demeanor. Approaching Charlos Saint, he looked down at him, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. You truly deserve this. Even without this mission, I would relish the chance to strike you. Furious, Charlos Saint glared at Lu Ming, struggling to rise as he bellowed at his bodyguards beside him. Go. Teach him the consequences of laying a hand on a celestial dragon. The surrounding bodyguards surged forward. But Lu Ming calmly unsheathed his knife, the autumn water blade. A formidable aura erupted from him, creating an invisible force that sent the advancing bodyguards tumbling backward. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, as memories of Rayleigh teaching him the techniques of hockey flooded his mind. He swiftly activated the flowing cherry hockey, enveloping it around the autumn water blade. With a decisive swing, the blade sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound. You truly are deserving of a beating. This time, I shall ensure you remain down, Lu Ming scoffed. Chapter 74. Escape from the Sabaody Archipelago. In the instant the black-clad bodyguards closed in, Lu Ming's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, as if he had melded into the very air. Those around him could only perceive a fleeting blur before they could comprehend the unfolding events. The bodyguards collapsed one after another. The figure of Lu Ming reemerged. As he approached the terrified St. Charros with measured steps, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering both the mask and the bridge of St. Charros's nose. With a piercing scream, St. Charros collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the surrounding crowd erupted into chaos, frantically scattering in all directions, exclaiming in alarm, "This is bad. He has struck a celestial dragon. The marine admirals are coming." Lu Ming paid no heed to the panicked individuals around him. He stepped over the bloody Charlos Saint and approached the terrified slaves. The formidable aura in his hands swiftly coalesced, effortlessly unfastening the explosive collars around their necks. "You must leave at once," Lu Ming urged the motionless slaves. As if emerging from the depths of hell, the slaves gazed at Lu Ming with tear-streaked faces. They had believed that their lives had come to a tragic end the moment the celestial dragon had placed the collar upon them, destined only for endless torment. To their astonishment, this young man had the audacity to strike a celestial dragon and liberate them. From the depths of their hearts, they expressed profound gratitude towards Lu Ming, vowing to eternally remember his kindness and to repay him for his life-saving act. Lu Ming swiftly sheathed his dark blade and called out to the slaves, "No need for thanks, just flee. The general is on his way, and I must take my leave." With that, he turned and sprinted towards the port, heading away from the Navy headquarters. Having clashed with the celestial dragons, it was no longer safe to remain in Sabaody Archipelago. He needed to make haste. Seeking refuge in Amazon Lily, he was grateful to have changed into Navy attire beforehand, as it would likely obscure his identity. Furthermore, he had deliberately wielded the recently acquired autumn water, rather than his usual weapon, the flower continent. Fortunately, the island was rife with lawless zones, and even if Kazuru was already en route from headquarters, Lu Ming felt confident in his ability to escape before the admiral's arrival. Lu Ming hastened towards the port. Yet the sight before him caused his heart to sink. The Navy had encircled the island completely, evidently having received word of the celestial dragoness assault. Although no admirals were present, a substantial naval force was stationed there. Without hesitation, he shed his black cloak and cast it aside, striding purposefully towards the naval officers. A few of the sailors noticed him and immediately advanced, demanding, "Who are you? Raise your hands." Lu Ming responded unhurriedly, "I am Rear Admiral Lu Ming of the Navy headquarters. What seems to be the matter?" A few officers acquainted with Lu Ming stepped forward to report, Rear Admiral. "We have received orders regarding an incident involving an attack on the celestial dragons at the Sabaody Archipelago. We are required to disembark and apprehend the perpetrators." Lu Ming, feigning seriousness, commanded, "Oh, I see. Then you may proceed. It is imperative that the prisoner does not escape." He then turned and strode towards his small boat, leaving the soldiers standing in formation to salute and declare, "Understood, Major General. Justice shall prevail." After departing under the vigilant gaze of the Navy, Lu Ming hastened towards Amazon Lily, continuously honing his domineering aura along the way. His recent battle with Rayleigh proved to be immensely rewarding. During his journey, he received a call from the telephone bug of the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion. The resounding voice of Shiki echoed through the device. Today, 7 more individuals have arrived, claiming to be your subordinates, here to recuperate. Indeed, they are my subordinates. Please ensure their proper accommodation, as they will be of great use to us in the future. Lu Ming replied calmly, anticipating the arrival of CP9. Upon hearing Lu Ming's affirmative response, Shiki continued, the individuals you have gathered appear to possess considerable strength. Even I find myself somewhat envious. And that woman as well. The image of that alluring woman gradually surfaced in Lu Ming's mind, prompting him to inquire. How is she faring? She truly is a veritable treasure trove, having amassed considerable wealth in the underworld. Even I, an old man, find myself somewhat envious. But rest assured, she has declared herself your woman, and I would never entertain any thoughts of her. A comrade aboard the same vessel does not betray their ally. And I am increasingly convinced that you have not deceived me. Upon hearing the boisterous laughter of Shurji, Lu Ming felt a pang of exasperation. Surely, you are not calling just to share this amusing tidbit? Not at all. There are serious matters at hand. Did you not instruct me to maintain a low profile in the New World? However, your woman's wealth accumulation methods have drawn the attention of several individuals. If this continues, a clash with the denizens of the underworld is inevitable. While I harbor no fear, I am concerned about the impact on your plans. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming replied, proceed as planned. Do not make your presence known. Expand discreetly. Once those 7 individuals have recovered, let them arrange to assist Pakala in ensuring her safety. This world will not remain stable for long. Shurji, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, was evidently invigorated. Could our opportunity be at hand? Not just yet, but soon. The world's dynamics are set to change. Lu Ming concluded the conversation, refusing to grant Shurji the chance for further inquiries, and hung up the call. Though Shurji felt a twinge of displeasure at being abruptly cut off, Lu Ming's words lingered in his mind, stirring a sense of anticipation. The current order had persisted for many years. What monumental event could potentially disrupt it? Indeed, he had not misjudged Lu Ming. After an arduous voyage lasting half a month, Lu Ming finally arrived at the doldrums. This region is remarkably unique. Devoid of wind and ocean currents, with the sea surface displaying an unusual tranquility. However, beneath this seemingly placid expanse lurked tremendous peril. Within the doldrums resided numerous colossal sea creatures, capable of wreaking havoc with their immense power, sufficient to annihilate any vessel. Lu Ming's small boat faced multiple assaults from these sea monsters during its journey, sustaining significant damage before ultimately succumbing to the encroaching seawater and sinking to the ocean floor. Lu Ming, therefore, had no choice but to emulate Rayleigh and commenced a journey through the windless zone, swimming tirelessly. For 3 days and nights, he traversed the waters, during which he encountered countless assaults from sea monsters, affording him a profound appreciation for the art of water escape in the ocean. Upon reaching the shore, he swiftly removed his drenched garments, wringing out the excess water with fervor before hanging them to dry nearby. Bathed in sunlight, Lu Ming's physique radiated a vibrant glow of health. He closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of the sun. However, the peace was soon shattered by the grumbling of his stomach. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings and discovered a dense forest not far away. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, he felt compelled to seek something to satisfy his hunger. With this thought in mind, he turned and ventured deeper into the thicket. As he entered the woods, it wasn't long before Lu Ming spotted his prey, a wild boar towering even above an adult man. Lu Ming's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hunger, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. He swiftly charged forward, dispatching the wild boar with his bare hands, and after preparing it with a simple flame, he began to devour it ravenously. After a hearty meal, the exhaustion from recent days lulled Lu Ming into a slumber by the campfire. Chapter 75, Amazonian Lily. As Lu Ming was enveloped in pleasant dreams, the cacophony of the outside world gradually roused him from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a group of women. These women were clad in revealing attire, each possessing unique forms, yet all were entwined with serpents of varying hues. At the forefront stood a golden-haired woman, tall and elegant, with a black and green striped serpent coiled around her waist. She gazed down at Lu Ming, her eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and intrigue. Who are you? What brings you here? She inquired, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming scrutinized the woman before him, Margaret, the valiant protector of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. She was the first to encounter him after his arrival in the realm of the women. "Ah, I seem to have lost my way and wish to enter the city to meet the Empress," Lu Ming responded, rising slowly to his feet. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere grew suddenly tense. The others aimed their crossbows at Lu Ming, yet Margaret remained composed. "What purpose do you have in seeking an audience with Her Majesty the Empress?" she inquired, her tone laced with a hint of caution. Lu Ming's mind raced with thoughts. He certainly could not claim that he had come to conquer her. After a moment of contemplation, he clumsily articulated, "What if I were to say I inadvertently wandered into the doldrums, that my ship was damaged, and I seek to borrow a vessel to depart? Would you believe me?" "Oh, I see," Margaret replied on the surface, though the serpent coiled at her waist instantly contorted into the shape of a bow, launching an arrow towards Lu Ming. In this land, trespassing is a capital offense. Feeling the infused power of the arrow, Lu Ming effortlessly pivoted to evade it. Margaret and her band of warriors continued to unleash a barrage of arrows at Lu Ming, yet their assaults posed no significant threat in his eyes. While deftly dodging the onslaught, Margaret could not help but inquire about her earlier curiosity. "Why are you different from us above?" Lu Ming replied with irritation, "Of course. I am a man." "What? A man? This is a man." Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, the female warriors were taken aback and subsequently ceased their attacks. They gathered around, eager to observe Lu Ming up close, exclaiming, "Let me see. Let me see." Simultaneously, they bombarded him with questions. What is a man's staple food? Do they eat raw meat? What is their structure like? Lu Ming stood bare-chested, speechless as he remarked, "Your understanding of gender knowledge is utterly lacking." A group of female warriors, drawn closer by curiosity, could not resist reaching out to touch him. Lu Ming persistently withdrew their hands, indignantly exclaiming, "Don't touch recklessly. If you do, I'll have to charge you." At that moment, a hand unexpectedly ventured toward his lower body, exclaiming, "Oh, there's even a pouch inside." Ming felt a sudden chill in his lower body, and with an air of dominance, he instinctively pushed away the surrounding girls before turning to flee. "What on earth is happening? After all this time, it's the first instance where I've been taken advantage of by a woman. This country is truly peculiar." Lu Ming dashed forward, guided by his keen perception, and indeed found himself at the heart of the Amazon Lily, within the renowned Nine-Snake City. At the pinnacle of this city, he sensed a formidable aura, distinct from that of ordinary female warriors. Lu Ming speculated inwardly that this must be the domain of Boa Hancock. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the rooftop. However, at the very moment he descended, the tiles beneath him shattered instantaneously, and the entire rooftop collapsed. Lu Ming found himself unceremoniously plummeting into a room. To his misfortune, it turned out to be Hancock's bathroom. Scalding water enveloped his body in an instant, prompting him to exclaim, "How hot! What kind of shoddy material is this?" Lu Ming rose swiftly from the bath, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Before his eyes lay Hancock's pristine back, marked unmistakably by the brand of slavery. Confounded by this sudden turn of events, Hancock turned to face him, her expression one of astonishment. A man? As Lu Ming's gaze lingered on her back, her demeanor shifted to one of hostility, and she barked, "You have seen." Hearing the commotion from within, Hancock's two sisters, Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia, rushed in from outside, their voices filled with urgency. "Sister, what has happened? Who is this man?" Marigold quickly retrieved a nearby bathrobe and draped it over Hancock, her brow furrowed with confusion. "What exactly transpired?" He saw my back." Hancock's countenance darkened as she explained to her sisters. Upon hearing her words, both sisters gasped in shock, and then turned to Lu Ming, declaring, "You are left with no choice but death. We would rather perish than be seen, and those who behold us are destined for hell." Lu Ming unconsciously clenched his fists, pondering inwardly, "It is coming. The first step is to devise a method to resist the enchanting allure of Hancock's beauty and avoid being turned to stone. To withstand the influence of the sweet fruit, there are but two approaches. The first is to possess no lustful thoughts, and the second is to divert one's attention away from the Empress herself." Lu Ming was acutely aware that he was not Luffy, unable to resist the allure of desire. Thus, he could only traverse the second path, Sharingan Jinjutsu. At that moment, Hancock pointed her finger at Lu Ming, forming a heart gesture. "Sweet, sweet wind." However, the pink light traversed through Lu Ming's body, yet he did not metamorphose into stone. Faced with this unexpected outcome, Hancock was taken aback. She unleashed the sweet, sweet wind once more, but the result remained unchanged. Lu Ming remained unaffected. In his heart, Lu Ming rejoiced silently. It was indeed effective. much like the principle behind resisting the enchanting effects of the peacock training fruit. By casting an illusion upon the water's surface to distort Hancock's image in his eyes, he could effortlessly withstand such temptations. Observing that his sweet, gentle breeze had failed to take effect, Hancock felt an overwhelming anger. Why had he not been petrified? How could he remain utterly unmoved by the sight of her bathing? Sandasonia, sensing Hancock's fury beside her, hastily explained, "It seems that this man's fear of death has surpassed his carnal desires. This wretched man is rather fortunate." What utter nonsense! With that, Lu Ming turned and fled. Bang! Lu Ming broke through the window and leapt downwards. Hancock swiftly launched an attack from behind, lightly touching his lips as if to kiss the gun. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He skillfully rotated his body in midair, narrowly evading the danger. Mary Gallad also shouted fervently to the crowd below, "Nine snake pirates, quickly, seize him." Yes, yes. The women below gasped in astonishment upon seeing Lu Ming in the air. Chapter 76, Confrontation with the Boa Sisters, upon the arena beneath Nine Snake City. Lu Ming sat in the center, his arms firmly bound by two serpents. Yet, he was not captured due to a failed battle. After half a day's flight, realizing that his plans could not continue under such circumstances, he chose to surrender willingly. Hancock, amidst the cheers of the surrounding crowd, sat above him and questioned the man before her. "So, tell me, what is your purpose for being here? And how did you manage to enter this island?" "My ship was destroyed by sea kings in the calm belt. I came here hoping to borrow a vessel to leave." Lu Ming replied almost instinctively, drawing upon his prior experiences with such matters. However, Hancock was not convinced by his explanation. "Nonsense. How could you survive after your ship was wrecked by sea kings in the calm belt? Do you think fabricating such a tale will allow you to escape scrutiny? You must have a purpose for being here." Lu Ming remained obstinately steadfast in his assertions, insisting, "In any case, I wish to depart from this place as soon as possible. You must be the ruler of this realm, so I implore you, allow me to set sail." "Do you wish to leave this place alive? Dream on. You are bound to face your inevitable demise." Hancock replied with a tone laced with malice, commanding, "Bring Bakila onto the arena." At Hancock's command, a colossal black panther surged onto the combat stage, baring its fangs and glaring menacingly at Lu Ming. The two serpents that had ensnared Lu Ming's arms slithered away, evidently conceding the stage for this life-and-death struggle. Hancock continued, "This land is the warrior nation of Amazon Lily, where strength is revered. You shall meet your end upon this very arena, and I, along with the citizens, shall witness your final moments." The women surrounding the arena joined in the uproar, chanting loudly, "Defeat him. Bakila. This man is both feeble and foolishly unaware of his own insignificance." Confronted by the ferocious Black Panther, Lu Ming clenched his fists and, with a powerful strike, sent the beast flying. Lu Ming pointed at Hancock, his expression devoid of emotion, and declared, "Only you possess the qualifications to engage me in battle. Come down and face your defeat." Observing Lu Ming's defiance and taunting demeanor, Hancock, with a hint of derangement, covered his face and exclaimed, "This is impossible. What man in the world could resist my allure? I cannot endure the existence of this man. Mary Gord, Sandasonia, behead that man." Upon hearing the command, the two sisters leapt down from the platform, responding, at once, "Leave it to us, your highness." Boa Sandasonia, the Zoan-type snake fruit user, capable of transforming into a python, and Boa Mary Gord, the Zoan-type snake fruit user with the ability to transform into a king cobra, instantly shifted into their hybrid forms as they descended, their sizes increasing several-fold, encircling Lu Ming. "Death sentence! Death sentence! The curse of Gorgon has manifested." The women surrounding them began to chant once more. Lu Ming smiled, his internal energy surging like tumultuous waves. The armament of Conqueror's hockey enveloping his hands like a formidable black armor. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Boa Marigold's pupils slightly constricted as she exclaimed in astonishment, "You can wield hockey too." Though Boa Sandasonia was equally taken aback, she urged, "Do not be afraid, Marigold." With that cry, Sandasonia's hair instantaneously transformed into 8 colossal serpents, each vividly alive and radiating immense energy. Serpent hair technique, Yamada no Orochi. Simultaneously, Marigold's hair ignited with flames, morphing into 2 blazing giant serpents. Serpent hair technique, God of the Flame Serpents. Observing the 2 assailants, Lu Ming's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a trace of disdain. "I didn't expect things to proceed so smoothly." He braced himself with his hands against the ground, his body slightly arched. and countless beams of white light erupted from beneath his feet, launching in all directions. Storm step, shattered stars. The clash of white light against the giant serpents resonated across the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. Lu Ming's figure flickered rapidly within the chaos. Despite the formidable powers possessed by Sandersonia and Marigold, they found themselves somewhat beleaguered amidst Lu Ming's relentless onslaught. They continuously retreated, evading, in search of an opportunity to counterattack. However, Lu Ming's strikes fell like a relentless tempest, leaving them gasping for breath. In the midst of their frantic evasion, the two inadvertently collided. Oh no. It's so hot. This is bad. Sister Sandersonia. Our tails. It was then they realized that their tails had been stealthily entwined by Lu Ming. The flames surrounding Sandersonia intensified, propelling her towards the edge of the arena. Lu Ming, with swift reflexes, grasped her firmly, averting the peril of her fall. However, at that very moment, the flames consumed her garments, and just as the brand upon her back was on the verge of being revealed, Lu Ming enveloped her from behind, shielding the impending exposure of the celestial dragon's mark with his own body. The man pressed his advantage. How despicable and shameless. Did he intend to slay Lady Sonia? Witnessing Lu Ming's actions, the women in the stands erupted into a chorus of denunciation. Sensing Lu Ming's presence behind her, Sonia turned and shouted in fury. I shall not spare you, man. Lu Ming responded softly. Even if you wish to kill me, I harbor no intention of harming you. Do not be so arrogant. Mary, take this opportunity to eliminate him. Sonia shouted to her sister standing nearby. However, Mary trembled as she replied, No, Sister Sonia, this man is currently protecting us. Upon hearing Mary's words, voices rose around them, exclaiming, Look, Lady Sonia's garments have been scorched, exposing her back. If that man departs from the Gorgon's eye, he will be revealed. Luo Ming whispered softly into Sonia's ear, You would rather perish than be seen by others, would you not? So remain still. At that moment, the Empress Hancock, seated in the stands, proclaimed loudly, The execution is concluded. Everyone, evacuate the venue swiftly before the gaze of Gorgon is revealed. Instantly, chaos erupted among the spectators. This is terrible. We are going to be petrified. Hurry. Flee at once. In that very moment, Hancock collapsed onto the chair formed by Salome behind her, covering her forehead as tears streamed down her cheeks. Once the crowd had dispersed, Sandersonia and Marigold knelt before Hancock, murmuring, We are truly sorry, dear sister. Not only have we suffered defeat, but we have also been rescued by our foes, and we feel immense shame. Lu Ming gazed at Hancock on the stage and inquired, Shall we engage in a duel next? Hancock let out a heavy sigh, replying, Enough of this. I hardly possess the leisure for such matters. I truly appreciate it. Lu Ming smiled at Hancock. Chapter 77. Hancock's past within the confines of the Nine-Snake City. Lu Ming sat outside Hancock's private quarters alongside Sandersonia and Marigold. Sandersonia took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude to Lu Ming, saying, I must extend my thanks. If anyone were to see the patterns on our backs, we would find ourselves without a foothold in this nation. Do not concern yourself with it. Lu Ming hastily gestured, a smile gracing his lips. Marigold then picked up Lu Ming's two knives from the side and handed them to him, stating, Your blades. I return them to you. Just as Lu Ming prepared to accept the weapons, Hancock's voice unexpectedly echoed from within the room, You may enter. Come inside, man. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming stepped into the chamber, only to find Hancock standing before him, unclothed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Noticing Lu Ming's seemingly indifferent reaction, Hancock turned away, sweeping her hair aside to reveal the mark of the celestial dragon on her back. In a hushed tone, she asked, Do you understand the significance of this mark? Lu Ming feigned a contemplative demeanor and murmured, It seems I encountered something similar in the Shambadi archipelago a few days ago. No sooner had the words left his lips than a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Are you the owner of this black blade? Grandmaza! Exclaimed Sandersonia and Marigold at the entrance in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the former empress of the Amazon Lily, Gloriesa, affectionately referred to as Grandmaza by all. Where on earth did you spring from? Hancock retorted, her tone laced with unreserved indignation. At that moment, Lu Ming took the autumn water and flower continent from Mary Gauntlet's hands, turning to Grandmaza and inquiring, Yes, what is it? Despite having caused such a catastrophic disaster, you remain remarkably composed. Look, this is a newspaper from a few days ago. Grandmaza presented the newspaper to the crowd and continued. Someone in the central region of the Shambadi archipelago has struck down a celestial dragon and even rescued slaves. The mastermind behind this globally sensational incident is none other than the man wielding the black blade, Autumn Water. Upon hearing the term celestial dragon, the three sisters were utterly astonished. Celestial dragon. Lu Ming gradually sheathed the two blades at his waist, resolutely declaring, "The indiscriminate enslavement perpetrated by the celestial dragons is indeed a crime that warrants universal condemnation, and I harbor no regrets." Hancock, gazing at Lu Ming's retreating figure, softly inquired, "So, you truly intervened against the celestial dragons to rescue the slaves?" Before Lu Ming could respond, Hancock buried her face in her hands and wept. How can such a great fool exist in this world? Someone who dares to challenge the heavens without regard for their life. Like him. Salome, understanding the gravity of the moment, delicately draped a cloak over Hancock's shoulders. Trembling, Hancock continued, "Since you have liberated slaves, you must have witnessed the mark upon them, the hoof print of the celestial dragons, branded upon every individual raised by the world's aristocracy. It serves as an indelible testament of their inferior race for life. My sisters and I were once slaves to the world nobles." Hancock tightened her grip on her arms, slowly recounting that dark chapter of her past. Bowing her head in sorrow, she described the harrowing years following her capture, and how Fisher Tiger ascended the Red Earth continent with bare hands, wreaking havoc and indiscriminately liberating thousands of slaves, ultimately founding the Sun Pirates. "Had you not protected Sonia back then, we would not be able to remain on this island." As she spoke, tears streamed down Hancock's face, even if it meant deceiving an entire nation. "We shall not allow anyone to seize even the slightest leverage against us. I refuse to be subjected to anyone. Any lapse in vigilance is a terrifying prospect. I am so frightened, utterly terrified." Observing Hancock, whose face was streaked with tears, her two sisters also glistened with tears, softly calling, "Sister." Hancock slowly lifted her gaze to Lu Ming and asked, "Do you look down upon me for having once been a slave?" Lu Ming, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "It is precisely for this reason that I harbor an even greater disdain for those accursed celestial dragons." Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Hancock gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and, with a smile, said, "You are truly charming. Do tell me your destination. I shall lend you a ship." Lu Ming joyfully responded, "I wish to return to the Sabaody archipelago." "Very well, we shall set sail tomorrow morning. I will arrange for the Kuja pirates to escort you to the Sabaody archipelago. For tonight, you should rest well, as we shall depart at the crack of dawn." In the grand hall of Kuja City, a chef presented a dish, exclaiming, "This is the signature delicacy of Amazon Lily, creamy cheese sea king pasta." Lu Ming continuously stuffed his mouth with food, while countless hands roamed over him. Yet, he remained solely focused on the delicacies before him, mumbling indistinctly, "This is delicious. Your culinary skills are remarkable." The chef, addressing the line of women behind him, called out, "Everyone, please don't crowd, it's only 20 for a touch." This elicited a look of astonishment from Lu Ming, to which the chef merely chuckled, "What can be done? You are leaving tomorrow, and these ladies wish to have a memento of the man." Feeling the increasing number of hands upon him, Lu Ming exclaimed, "No," and promptly dashed outside. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Let me touch. Let me pinch." Lu Ming, cradling a bowl of noodles, leapt playfully into a quaint cottage perched precariously on the edge of a cliff. Within the abode, only the elderly Granny Zha was present, engrossed in the newspaper she had just been perusing. Upon noticing Lu Ming's arrival, Granny Zha, with an unwavering gaze, softly inquired, "I never anticipated that you would still be in the Navy. As a naval officer, to think you would engage in combat against the celestial dragons and liberate slaves." Lu Ming, holding a bowl of noodles, chewed thoughtfully as he mumbled, "Becoming a naval officer is about protecting the weak, upholding justice within my heart, confronting the celestial dragons, and rescuing slaves, all in the name of righteousness. There is no contradiction in this." At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated in Lu Ming's ear. "Congratulations on completing the low-tier task. Conquer the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. You have earned a reward of 20 points. Remaining points, 60. Pausing mid-slurp, Lu Ming set down his chopsticks, attentively listening to the announcement of his next task. Tourist System Task Released. Low-tier task. Duel with Douglas Barrett. Time limit. 3 years. Completion reward. 20 points. Failure penalty. Deduction of 20 points. After the announcement, Lu Ming gazed at the last remnants of broth in his bowl, suddenly devoid of appetite. Barrett, known as the Devil's Heir, had once been a member of the Roger Pirates, a man capable of single-handedly confronting the strongest of adversaries during the Great Pirate Era. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why are the tasks becoming increasingly difficult? First, I had to conquer the Empress, and now it's Barrett. Why not just send me to face Whitebeard directly? Just then, a maid rushed in from outside. Panic evident in her voice as she exclaimed, "Oh no, Granny. Lady Hancock has suddenly fallen ill and is now bedridden." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Granny became flustered and immediately followed the maid's hurried steps, although Lu Ming was aware of the cause. He felt somewhat listless from the system's relentless demands and hastily jogged after them. Chapter 78. Embracing Beauty, Sister, You Must Hold On. Sandersonia and Marigold tightly grasped Hancock's hand, their expressions filled with anxiety. Beads of sweat formed on Hancock's forehead as she gasped for breath, murmuring softly, "It hurts so much." Granny hurried into the room, assessed Hancock's condition, and turned to Lu Ming, instructing, "You should step outside for a moment." Lu Ming was on the verge of departing the room when, unexpectedly, the grandmother called out, "Return, everyone else, leave." Amidst the puzzled gazes of those present, the grandmother ushered the others out and turned to Lu Ming, stating, "The illness-afflicting snake princess can only be treated by you, otherwise she shall perish." The previous emperor succumbed to this ailment, and so did his predecessor. In truth, I too suffered from the same affliction before leaving the country, only to survive in the end. You are indeed fortunate to have stirred this seemingly immovable iceberg. Hancock, covering her cheek, shyly gazed at Lu Ming and inquired, "What has befallen me?" The grandmother regarded Hancock and then glanced at Lu Ming, elucidating, "This is the essence of love. The agony of yearning without the possibility of reunion will soon weaken her to the brink of death. The preceding emperors were all burdened by this longing, ultimately self-destructing. Only by deciding to be with this man can your life be salvaged. Do you wish to be with me?" Hancock asked. Love bestows boundless courage upon a person. Her cheeks flushed, the former queen's regal demeanor faded, replaced by a charming gaze directed at Lu Ming. As Lu Ming beheld Hancock before him, he unraveled his illusion. Though he had been prepared, the instant the illusion dissipated, he was still captivated by Hancock's beauty. If she were to cast a sweet, enchanting spell upon him at that moment, he knew he would be utterly defenseless. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback as Hancock lightly bit her lip, embraced him, and softly whispered in his ear, "Would you allow me to become your woman?" Overwhelmed by such a captivating presence, Lu Ming instantly forgot his mission and stammered in response, Of course." Observing this scene, Granny Shaw discreetly retreated from the room. She glanced at the onlookers still lingering at the doorway and murmured, "The snake princess's ailment has been cured. You may all return now." Cured already? But Lu Ming is still inside. Mary Galud was about to enter, yet Granny Zha obstructed her path. "Do not disturb them. You should all go back for now. Tomorrow, everything will be revealed." With that, she took it upon herself to usher the crowd away from the entrance. Within the confines of the room, on the bed, at this moment, both Lu Ming and Hancock had shed their garments. Hancock cupped Lu Ming's face and inquired, "Am I beautiful?" Gazing upon the porcelain skin and elongated legs before him, Lu Ming could not help but nod in agreement. The sight of Lu Ming's infatuation brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Hancock, who then enveloped Lu Ming in a tight embrace. Lu Ming's hands roamed continuously over the exquisite form of the beauty, eliciting waves of bashfulness. After a playful interlude and a sultry sigh, Lu Ming completely claimed the woman renowned as the fairest in the pirate world, the Empress Boa Hancock. In the room, an aura of springtime radiated boundlessly. The following morning, Lu Ming gazed at Hancock, still peacefully slumbering in his embrace, and felt a moment of disorientation. A surge of responsibility welled up within him. Although he initially approached her for the sake of a mission, she had now become his beloved. For her sake, he must exert every effort to topple the current rule of the celestial dragons. Sensing the awakening of her lover, Hancock gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Ming beside her, a satisfied smile graced her lips. She leaned in to kiss him, and he fervently reciprocated. After their kiss, Hancock asked tenderly, "Are you still planning to go to the Sabaody archipelago?" Lu Ming nodded. "Indeed, I must go. There are matters I have yet to complete over there." Looking at Hancock in his embrace, a hint of reluctance crossed his face. His hand discreetly brushed against her soft curves as he softly spoke. "There are certain things I must attend to, but I assure you, I shall return." However, Hancock's delicate fingers pressed gently against Lu Ming's lips. "Do not speak. I do not seek your assurances. If you were to forsake yourself for me, it would grieve me far more." Such empathetic words warmed Lu Ming's heart. While he cherished her, Hancock, possessing the rare qualities of a true sovereign, understood that binding a man's aspirations with the chains of love would be an act of great cruelty. He caressed Hancock's silken hair and, as if struck by a sudden thought, said, "I have one request. and I hope you shall grant it. Speak, and I shall surely comply." Hancock raised her gaze to Lu Ming, her voice tender, entirely devoid of her usual regal demeanor. With a smile, Lu Ming remarked, "In a while, a boy named Luffy may arrive. I would appreciate it if you could take good care of him until I get there." "No problem." The two then embraced tightly once more, savoring this rare moment of joy. Under the protection of Boa Sander Sonia and the Nine Snake Pirates, Lu Ming reached the vicinity of Sabaody Archipelago in half the expected time. Hancock had initially wished to accompany Lu Ming, but he declined, citing that Luffy might arrive at Amazon Lily at any moment and that she needed to assist in looking after him. Lu Ming pondered that Luffy's velocity, propelled by Kuma, would undoubtedly surpass their own sailing speed. Furthermore, considering the timeline, the world government's compulsory summons of the 7 warlords was imminent. Should the Empress's presence in the Sabaody Archipelago be discovered, one could only speculate on the unforeseen events that might transpire. As they approached the archipelago, Lu Ming and his companions observed that the Navy had completely encircled the various ports of the islands. Reminiscent of the earlier confrontation when Lu Ming had clashed with the Celestial Dragons, several ports were embroiled in skirmishes of varying intensity, the sounds of gunfire ringing incessantly in the air. Beholding the unfolding scene, Lu Ming instructed Sonia to halt the vessel, asserting, "I shall go alone. Your proximity may entangle you in this chaos." "All right, brother-in-law," Sonia responded with a smile. The term brother-in-law momentarily took Lu Ming by surprise, yet he merely patted his head. Refraining from protest, he retrieved a prepared black cloak and mask from his bag, gliding towards the Sabaody Archipelago with a graceful moonwalk. Chapter 79. Admiral Kizaru within the Sabaody Archipelago, a voice echoed, "You have made me endure considerable suffering. I am now a different being altogether." Karma. One of the 11 supernovas, the enigmatic monk Urki, delivered a powerful punch that felled the pacifist before him. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of combination strikes, cornering the pacifist against the wall. Just then, a laser pierced through his shoulder, causing Urki to collapse in agony, exclaiming, "Wow, that burns." Meanwhile, Drake and Basil Hawkins were taken aback by the pacifist's astonishing destructive capability when a languid, apathetic voice interjected. "Admiral Drake." "Oh no, former Admiral. Were you not scouting that individual? Care to engage with him?" Drake gazed at the pacifist, his expression grave. Kizaru continued to jest, "The more you know, the greater your despair, I suppose." Suddenly, the pacifist launched an assault on Drake, who swiftly transformed into his Allosaurus form, seizing the pacifist's arm and attempting to bite at its head. However, the pacifist appeared unperturbed by pain, and even as blood streamed from its head, it coldly extended its palm, firing a laser that reverted Drake to his original form. Kizaru addressed the slowly rising Urki. "I believe I should have reminded you of my presence." He then delivered a kick that sent Urki flying several blocks away, crashing through numerous buildings before coming to a halt. Hawkins quickly transformed into a gigantic straw man and launched an attack against Kizaru. Demon's manifestation. These creatures, each a monstrous entity in their own right, are truly terrifying, Kizaru remarked with a mischievous grin directed at the approaching Hawkins. As he unleashed a barrage of laser fire from his fingertips, he mused, but those with substance should not be classified as Logia type. After a flurry of shots, Kizaru raised his foot, aiming at Hawkins, declaring, "Then you shall be the first. I commend you for enduring the lengthy journey." Clang, clang, clang. A sudden cacophony of beats emanated from the distance, soon accompanied by a symphony of instruments. Boom, bang, two. Can you hear it? This jubilant melody beckons you to remain tuned in. Admiral Kizaru, the notorious Skillickman AP, known as the Siren of the Sea, stood atop a distant skyscraper, calling out to Kizaru. Slash, boom. In an instant, a devastating strike severed Kizaru's arm, and the ensuing explosion cleaved him in two. At this moment, Lu Ming stood atop a nearby skyscraper, observing the unfolding scene. Upon his arrival, he had already been detected by the Yellow Ape and the Pacifista. However, the Pacifista's database indicated that Lu Ming was a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, which prompted no reaction from them. The Yellow Ape, though unfamiliar with Lu Ming, chose to remain passive, having noted the lack of response from the Pacifista. After successfully landing a blow, Appa swiftly turned to flee, exclaiming, "Oh dear. I've come across so many intriguing things. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." The Yellow Ape, watching Apua's retreating figure, gradually rose as light rapidly coalesced. "Oh, you startled me." 8-span mirror. A beam of light shot directly toward Apua. The Yellow Ape teleported along the path of light, arriving beside him in an instant, and followed up with a kick that sent him plummeting between the skyscrapers. In the next moment, the yellow ape reappeared before Drake, delivering a kick that sent him flying, and with a swift motion, unleashed a laser that knocked Hawkins to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ming hastily withdrew his head, which he had just poked out. He had been concerned that Drake might be slain by Kizaru and contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to rescue this naval traitor amidst the chaos. However, the astonishing speed of Kizaru left him in disbelief. It was utterly impossible to extricate someone right under the eyes of an admiral. Just as Kizaru was preparing to eliminate the fallen Hawkins and Drake, the phone call from Bartolomeo interrupted. "Old man, have you brought the little transponder snail properly? Why have you not contacted me?" Faced with Bartolomeo's evident agitation, Kizaru maintained his nonchalant demeanor and replied lazily, "Oh. Bartolomeo-kun, what do you mean, What on earth are you doing? You've already reached the island. Haven't you?" "No. I haven't been able to reach you at all." "You haven't used the black transponder snail again, have you?" "All right, enough of that. Let us wrap this up quickly. The criminals have scattered. Monkey D, Luffy, Captain Kidd, Trafalgar Law. Who should we engage first?" Kizaru glanced at the three incapacitated individuals before the transponder snail and replied, "Oh, is that so? Then let it be Monkey D, Luffy." He then turned and departed with the pacifista, leaving the three, who had been spared from Kizaru's finishing blow, in his wake. Lu Ming donned a black cloak from his bag and masked his face, trailing behind Kizaru at a distance, repeatedly murmuring, "Rayleigh, you must hurry. I do not wish to confront an admiral." In the Shambadi archipelago, District 12, Bartolomeo led the pacifista in pursuit of the Straw Hat crew, who were fleeing in all directions. During the escape of Zoro, Usopp, and Brook, a laser beam swept across, sending the injured Zoro crashing to the ground. "Zoro was hit by the beam?" Brook exclaimed, clutching his explosive hair in astonishment. Bartolomeo stood nearby, hands on his hips, exclaiming, "What a slow response. Is it really time to show up, Kizaru?" Hearing Bartolomeo's words, Robin was taken aback and shouted to Zoro, Usopp, and Brook, "Be careful. That man is an admiral of the Navy." It was already too late. The bounty of 120 million on the pirate hunter Zoro had proven futile against a single strike. It seemed he had accumulated considerable fatigue. Kizaru lifted his foot, and the laser light gathered in an instant. "Rest well." In the distance, Luffy shouted at the motionless Zoro, "Danger! Zoro! It's dangerous! You fool! If you get hit from that close, you'll die." Frankie also yelled curses at Kizaru. Besides Zoro, Usopp and Brook frantically attacked Kizaru, yet all their efforts proved futile. "Damn it! Why can't we hit him? Move your foot!" Sanji shouted in frustration. "There's nothing we can do. That idiot has reached his limit." 20 flowers bloom. Robin activated her flower fruit ability, causing a row of arms to emerge from the ground, attempting to drag Zoro aside. However, Kizaru simply flickered and stomped Zoro back into place, declaring, "I won't let you move him. It's useless. Oh, he will die now." Meanwhile, Luffy, hiding nearby, felt his palms sweat involuntarily, internally pleading, "Rayleigh, where are you? Am I somehow affecting the course of events?" Suddenly, Kizaru's foot descended with a devastating laser aimed at Zoro. Chapter 80. Luffy vs. Kizaru. A figure in a black cloak suddenly surged from the side, raising a leg to kick at the laser descending towards Kizaru. With unwavering determination, Lu Ming struck decisively, redirecting the laser of the yellow ape with a single powerful kick. Following this, he swung his blade with fervor, yet the yellow ape merely took a few leisurely steps back, effortlessly evading the assault. The newcomer was none other than the increasingly impatient Lu Ming, who dared not gamble on the timely arrival of Rayleigh. He understood that any misstep on his part could alter the course of events, potentially leading to Zoro's demise at this critical juncture. Observing the black blade in Lu Ming's grasp, the yellow ape began to gather light in his hand, sneering as he remarked, "You are the one who attacked the celestial dragons last time, aren't you? I was left empty-handed during our previous encounter, and I faced quite the reprimand for it. This time, I must insist that you remain." Without responding to the yellow ape, Lu Ming swiftly propelled Zoro towards Usopp and Brook, urging, "Do not inquire. Just flee at once." Usopp hurriedly hoisted Zoro onto his back, his voice trembling. So wonderful. Zoro. Thank you. Usopp. Brook. Quickly escape with Zoro." Luffy shouted anxiously from the side. Luffy bellowed at the top of his lungs, urging everyone to heed his words. "Listen up. Flee with all your might. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. In our current state, we cannot contend with these foes." Kizaru fixed his gaze upon Luffy, as the luminous blade in his hand began to take shape. Amatsuki Makairi. Lu Ming gazed at the fleeing Straw Hat crew and the relentless pursuit of Bartolomeo. Turning his attention to the imposing figure of Kizaru before him, he murmured to himself, "It seems I have no choice. I must devise a means to resolve this predicament." Confronted with Kizaru's formidable sword strikes, Lu Ming dared not exhibit even a trace of negligence, for he was facing the genuine pinnacle of the Navy's might. Lu Ming activated his Sharingan, unlocking the power of creation and regeneration. Gripping the black blade tightly, he engaged in a fierce contest of strength against the yellow ape. However, despite his preparation, Lu Ming found himself slightly numbed by the immense force of the yellow ape's attacks. How absurd! It is astonishing that one of light possesses such formidable strength. Lu Ming muttered in frustration. Yet, even as he grumbled, his hands showed no sign of yielding. The black blade danced through the air like flowing water, parrying the yellow ape's light sword. In response to Lu Ming's complaints, the yellow ape lazily remarked, "You are quite terrifying. It's surprising to see such ferocity from someone I had not heard of before." The yellow ape's light sword was not only immensely powerful but also remarkably swift, quickly leaving Lu Ming injured all over, though he rapidly healed using his regenerative abilities. While delivering powerful slashes, the yellow ape teased, "It seems your attacks are having no effect. Is this the ability of a devil fruit?" Under the relentless assault of the yellow ape, Lu Ming concentrated all his strength and managed to momentarily push him back. Gasping for breath, he quipped, "Not effective? I beg to differ. It feels rather effective to me." At that moment, powerful lightning coalesced upon Lu Ming's blade. With a sudden flourish of his left hand, water materialized from thin air, forming a water dragon the size of a pacifist. The water dragon, enveloped in lightning, danced gracefully in the air under Lu Ming's command. "Thunder Water Dragon Bullet," Lu Ming remarked, slightly sarcastic as he observed the water dragon's size. "Is this the best I can do with water release on flat ground?" He then thrust his left hand forward, commanding, "Go." The lightning-infused water dragon surged forth at incredible speed, hurtling toward the yellow ape. How terrifying! Faced with the assault of the Thunder Water Dragon, the yellow ape transformed into a beam of light, evading with remarkable speed. Yet, Lu Ming merely flicked his finger, and the lightning water dragon adeptly altered its course, renewing its attack on the yellow ape. Realizing there was no escape, the yellow ape sheathed his Amaterasu sword and ascended rapidly into the sky, preparing to confront the pursuing Thunder Water Dragon with hands aglow. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless orbs of light rained down upon the oncoming Thunder Water Dragon and upon Lu Ming below. Lu Ming gazed at the descending light orb and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, they're trying to escape while I have no chance to retaliate." Despite his words, he concentrated his formidable energy into his black blade. As the relentless bombardment of light orbs struck, the Thunder Water Dragon ultimately shattered. In that fleeting moment of its disintegration, Lu Ming surged upward, the force of his aura creating a vast crater in the ground beneath him. His regenerative abilities were pushed to their limits as he bore a portion of the light orb's attack, sacrificing his own vitality to gain a close proximity to Kizaru. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's sudden appearance, Kizaru displayed an expression that seemed to oscillate between mockery and astonishment. "Oh." Before Kizaru could finish his thought, Lu Ming raised his hand and struck with his blade. The force of this strike was immensely powerful, as if it could sever the very fabric of the universe, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Celestial Execution, God Layer. As Lu Ming's strike descended, Kizaru was cleaved in two. How terrifying. It worked. At that moment, instead of merging back into a single entity as he did against Oppo, the severed halves of Kizaru reformed into two distinct humanoid figures. Confronted by the luminous figures of Kizaru, Lu Ming's pupils contracted in shock, exclaiming, "How can this be possible?" As Lu Ming traversed into the world of pirates, the plot had just progressed to the moment when Luffy awakened his Nika form to confront Kaido. The appearance of Kizaru's light clones was entirely unforeseen. Observing the astonished Lu Ming, Kizaru slowly remarked, "Speed is power." At that instant, two Kizarus in front of Lu Ming launched their assaults, gathering brilliance upon their feet. In a flurry of action, Lu Ming swiftly wielded his autumn water to shield himself. The two lightspeed kicks nearly struck simultaneously, sending Lu Ming hurtling away. He only came to a halt after crashing into a tree marked with the number 12, collapsed amidst the wreckage of the trees. Lu Ming gazed at the Kizaru that had rejoined into one before him, when suddenly a voice from the system resonated in his ears. "Congratulations on completing the high-level task, defeating Admiral Kizaru, assisting the Straw Hat crew in escaping Sabaody Archipelago. Reward, 80 points." Remaining points, 140. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Ming's expression brightened. It seemed the Straw Hat crew had successfully departed, gradually rising from the ruins. He smiled at the approaching Kizaru and proclaimed, "Come on." Round 2. Fixating on Lu Ming, who was suddenly invigorated, Kizaru reformed his aim no Murakumo's sword and lazily remarked, "You still have so much energy. This is going to be quite troublesome for me." Meanwhile, a new mission echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Tourist system task released. High-level task. Eliminate the Yonko. Time limit. 5 years. Completion reward. 80 points. Failure penalty. -80 points. Hearing this task that was nearly tantamount to suicide, Lu Ming felt a jolt of surprise, yet his gaze remained steadfastly locked on Kizaru, refusing to show any sign of weakness. As Kizaru charged towards him at breakneck speed, Lu Ming gripped Autumn Water tightly and fearlessly rushed forward. Simultaneously, he flipped his left hand, activating the lottery system, and forcefully tapped on the 80-point option. At the moment, Autumn Water collided with the aim no Murakumo's sword. A powerful shockwave emanated from the two, sending sand and stones flying, while the trees swayed violently. Congratulations on obtaining class medical ninjutsu. Baika no Jutsu. Remaining points, 60. Just as the system's voice faded, the Yin seal was swiftly lifted, and the curse marks instantaneously spread across Lu Ming's body. Chapter 81. Rayleigh strikes. As the Yin seal was completely lifted, a tremendous surge of power flooded into Lu Ming's being. He felt Autumn Water quiver joyfully in his grasp, as if resonating with him from the continuous influx of haki. "Oh, did something happen? I feel significantly stronger." Kizaru, sensing Lu Ming's transformation, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. In response to Kizaru's playful banter, Lu Ming retorted defiantly, "You're the one who is as strong as a monster." Empowered by the Baika no Jutsu, Lu Ming's aura surged dramatically. As he merely rose to launch his assault, the waves of energy emanating from him created a substantial crater in the ground. The clash between Chioshui and Tien Kanjian's sword resumed, and feeling the immense force above, Chioshui diminished the mocking expression on Huang Yuan's face significantly. For the first time, Lu Ming felt a burgeoning strength that subtly surpassed that of Kizaru and even the earlier Rayleigh. Although he currently fell short of Kizaru in terms of speed, he had begun to gain a slight upper hand in their direct confrontation of power. The 100 Treasures technique not only enhanced his strength, but also set the regenerative abilities within Lu Ming's body into a frenzied motion. At this moment, Lu Ming could virtually disregard all forms of harm. In the face of Lu Ming's nearly unguarded onslaught, Kizaru bore a few rare wounds upon his body. Glancing at the abrasion on his waist, Kizaru looked up at the vigilant Lu Ming and remarked, "You have indeed mastered an extraordinary haki, managing to evade even the elemental transformation to such a degree. I find myself rather curious about the identity concealed beneath your mask. How could someone with such potent haki remain so obscure in the earlier seas?" Lu Ming felt a sense of astonishment. His full-force assault had merely inflicted a few minor wounds upon the formidable general before him. Doubts began to swirl within him. Is this truly the extent of the Navy's supreme combat prowess? If only I could maintain this state for a prolonged duration, I might still have a fighting chance. Alas. Yada no Kagami. In an instant, the light mirror emanating from Kizaru enveloped Lu Ming entirely. Kizaru himself transformed into a form of pure light, utilizing the mirror's reflections to accelerate continuously, ultimately converging into a strike that was delivered at an unavoidably swift pace. As Lu Ming beheld the ferocious assault from Kizaru, his left hand discreetly rested upon the flower boat, shrouded in black cloth behind him. With his life hanging in the balance, this was not the moment to fear the exposure of his identity. In this perilous moment, another figure soared forth from the side, slicing through the luminous corridor constructed by the Yada no Kagami, thereby interrupting Kizaru's charged attack. As the assault was thwarted and Kizaru reverted to his leisurely demeanor, he glanced at the approaching Rayleigh, remarking, "I have often heard you were on this island, but I never imagined it to be true. And now you emerge to strike at me. It seems you pirates are truly incorrigible, aren't you, Rayleigh?" Rayleigh stood before Lu Ming, responding in a similarly unhurried tone. "If you could just nullify my bounty, I could live out my days in peace on this island. How could the sins of a pirate ever be absolved? Especially those of the Roger pirates. But if it comes to capturing you, even I must prepare meticulously," Kizaru continued with a hint of sarcasm. He then added, "If I were to return empty-handed, our Navy headquarters would lose all face before the celestial dragons. Could you not refrain from wading into this murky water?" At this moment, Lu Ming stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Rayleigh. With Rayleigh by his side, Lu Ming felt a considerable sense of reassurance. together. Even the yellow ape would have to exercise caution. Observing the renowned king of hell and the suddenly appeared newcomer, the yellow ape couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What a headache. I came to this island merely to find some respite. Unexpected events are what make life interesting, dear yellow ape." Rayleigh, who had witnessed Lu Ming's capabilities, calmly responded. At that moment, the black snail phone on the yellow ape's wrist buzzed with the voice of Bartolomeo, "Old man. The Straw Hat crew has already been dealt with by PX-0. We are now heading to Captain Kidd. You should hurry over as well. We've wasted enough time. And those fellows are likely to escape." "Understood, Bartolomeo. I am on my way. Every encounter seems to bring more complications," the yellow ape remarked, turning to walk away. Meanwhile, in the bar of Shaki, Rayleigh, holding a glass of wine, chuckled and said to Lu Ming, "I never expected you to repel an admiral. It seems you were holding back quite a bit during our encounter." Shaki added, "With the prowess you've displayed, it's hard for the Navy to overlook you. Assaulting the celestial dragons, freeing slaves, and repelling an admiral. Soon, the name of the master of the Black Blade, Chioshui, will resonate throughout the world." Listening to the playful banter from the two prominent figures, Lu Ming could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, saying, "I owe much of my success to the King of Hell's assistance. Otherwise, I might have found myself captured by the yellow ape today." "Ha ha." Rayleigh laughed heartily before his tone turned serious. "As a member of the Navy, Lu Ming, what is your true stance in aiding pirates?" Lu Ming paused for a moment, raised the strong liquor in his hand, and drank it down in one gulp. He declared, "I am loyal to the justice of this world, not to the Navy." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Rayleigh and Shaki were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Following this, Rayleigh spoke earnestly. "That is indeed a remarkable path you have chosen. I wish you success." Lu Ming gazed at the boisterously laughing Rayleigh, reminiscing about Rayleigh's experiences in the Amazon Lily following the conclusion of the war on the top. He continued, "King of the underworld, I am now preparing to journey to Amazon Lily. Would you care to accompany me?" After a brief silence, Rayleigh pondered the question. He had not anticipated that Lu Ming was aware of Luffy's flight to Amazon Lily after his defeat. However, reflecting upon that person's identity and Lu Ming's aspirations, everything seemed to align seamlessly. Rayleigh chose not to inquire about Lu Ming's source of information and replied slowly, "No, I shall not join you for the time being. There are still some unresolved matters on this island that require my attention. You may go ahead." With the war on the top looming, every moment was precious. Realizing Rayleigh would not accompany him, Lu Ming bid farewell. "Then I shall not linger any longer." "Farewell, esteemed elders. Be cautious on your journey," came the response. Shaki observed Lu Ming's departing figure and remarked softly, "I never expected that after all these years, the Navy would unveil such a remarkable individual. If they were to discover his intentions, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate him." Rayleigh watched the direction in which Lu Ming had vanished, feeling a profound resonance. Indeed, he mused, a product of the Navy, yet he established the Revolutionary Army, directly challenging the celestial dragons at the heart of world power. This young man seems to have glimpsed something akin to what Monkey D. Dragon has perceived. Lu Ming tucked away his black robe and mask into his bag, donning the naval uniform instead, and successfully departed from the island. He swiftly returned to the flagship of the Nine Snake Pirates, led by Boas Sandersonia. "Let us be off. We shall return." Sandersonia observed Lu Ming, weary from his journey, and without further inquiry, commanded the crew to set sail for home. After smiling and gesturing at Sandersonia, Lu Ming wearily turned and returned to the cabin, lying down. He closed his eyes, allowing his mind to replay every detail of his encounter with the yellow ape. Simultaneously, he pondered how to accomplish his new mission of eliminating the four emperors. Burdened by the exhaustion of battle and the drowsiness of contemplation, Lu Ming gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 82. Return to the Navy headquarters, near Amazon Lily. The warship, led by the Flying Squirrel, lay quietly anchored at the periphery of the doldrums, surrounded by the scattered remains of sea kings that had perished in their attempts to assault the vessel. As the main ship of the Snake Princess pirates drew nearer, the Flying Squirrel narrowed his eyes, fixating on the familiar figure perched at the bow. Lu Ming waved jovially at the General of the Weasel, exclaiming, "General Weasel, it has indeed been a long time." The general, looking at Lu Ming, responded softly, though his gaze never strayed from him. He was engulfed in a sea of doubts, questioning whether this man before him was the enigmatic figure who had aided CP9 in their escape from Judicial Island. Following the conclusion of the Judicial Island incident, he had delved into Lu Ming's recent assignments, but was met with the frustrating revelation that he lacked the clearance to access such information. as a major general. It was perplexing that he could not discern the details of a brigadier general's missions, implying that Lu Ming harbored secrets beyond his rank. Thus, witnessing him in the company of the Nine-Snake Pirates did not astonish the general overly much. It seems your mission has encountered some obstacles, Major General. Would you like me to facilitate a dialogue? Lu Ming leaned casually against the flower railing, continuing his discourse. Listening to Lu Ming's words, General Weasel appeared contemplative and did not respond immediately. However, Lu Ming paid little mind to the general's demeanor, continuing aboard the flagship of the Nine-Snake Pirates as they progressed toward the island. As they passed each other, General Weasel tightened his grip on the katana at his side and suddenly called out, Major General Lu Ming, I hope you will always remember your identity. Nevertheless, Lu Ming did not turn to face him, merely waving his hand over his shoulder. I am well aware of it. Beside him, Boa Sandersonia offered a faint smile, hastening their approach into the island. Within Nine Snake City, Hancock suddenly nestled into Lu Ming's embrace, behaving like a charming wife as she nuzzled against him. She paid no heed to the company accompanying Lu Ming or to Luffy, who was ravenously devouring his meal nearby. Lu Ming felt Hancock's embrace tightening around him, her ample softness pressing against his chest. He gently caressed her silky hair, prompting Hancock to slowly lift her head, gazing at him with eyes full of affection. However, at that moment, Luffy approached Lu Ming rather inopportunely, innocently exclaiming in surprise, It's you, the one-sword-style Navy. Hancock said if you come, you would help me rescue Ace, right? Looking at Luffy before him, Lu Ming replied with a bittersweet smile, It's Hancock. Internally, he couldn't help but muse. Luffy excels in responsibility and empathy, yet how is it that he seems utterly clueless when it comes to remembering names and understanding romantic feelings? Observing Luffy's perplexed expression, Lu Ming rubbed his temples and continued, Let us discuss serious matters. I can assist you in rescuing your brother. However, I will need Hancock's help. Hancock, blushing and covering her flushed cheeks, fixed her eager gaze on Lu Ming and interjected, I'm willing. Whatever your request may be, I can do it. Lu Ming gazed indulgently at Hancock's petite figure and slowly began to speak. You must respond to the Navy's compulsory summons to the headquarters, and additionally, you must propose a condition that grants you the opportunity to communicate face-to-face with Ace and Impel Down. I shall also seek a chance to accompany you inside. For my own objective, Douglas Bullet resides within those walls. For days later, with merely 35 hours remaining before Ace's execution, the phone snail suddenly rang, rousing Lu Ming from his reverie. As the impending battle loomed, he endeavored to relax as much as possible. He answered the call, irritation evident in his voice. Hello. Who is this? A familiar voice resonated from the other end. Why are you still asleep, you rascal? Have you returned to the Navy headquarters yet? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ming immediately recognized it as that of Commander Jonathan from the G8 base. He sat up in bed, still slightly drowsy, and complained, Commander Jonathan. It is the dead of night. Jonathan, in a teasing manner, replied, We are on the brink of war with the four emperors. And yet you are the only one who can sleep soundly. Hurry back to the naval headquarters. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. In Lu Ming's mind, Jonathan had always been the epitome of a composed and authoritative figure. The fact that he was calling at such a late hour suggested that there must be something of great importance to convey. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, gazing out of the window, before addressing the communicator. All right, I shall return at once. Upon receiving Lu Ming's affirmative response, Jonathan let out a sigh of relief and whispered, Yes, do hurry. I shall be waiting for you at the base. After disconnecting the communicator, Lu Ming reclined on the boat, lost in contemplation. With the impending conflict drawing near, virtually all communicators within monitoring range were under the scrutiny of the Navy. Jonathan's reluctance to speak candidly over the communicator suggested a lingering suspicion from the higher-ups in the Navy. However, Lu Ming believed that the events in the Shambadi archipelago should have gone unnoticed. After reflecting for a moment, Lu Ming rose to bid farewell to Hancock and Luffy. He briefly briefed them on the plans to infiltrate Impel Down before setting off in a small boat, following the current towards the Navy headquarters. Chapter 83. The Machinations of the Higher UPS Navy Headquarters. As Lu Ming set foot on the land, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of palpable tension, starkly different from what he was accustomed to. Numerous naval soldiers patrolled the area, and judging by the deployment, it seemed that considerable forces had been mobilized from various branches in preparation for combat. A few naval soldiers approached Lu Ming briskly, and upon noticing his attire indicating the rank of Rear Admiral, they stood at attention and inquired with a sense of familiarity, Greetings, sir. May I ask if you are the minister or the branch minister? Lu Ming gazed at them and smiled, saying, I am Major General Lu Ming from headquarters. Kindly escort me to meet Major General Jonathan. Upon hearing Lu Ming's name, a glimmer of admiration and excitement flickered in the eyes of several soldiers. One of them eagerly responded, Yes, sir. Observing their reaction, Lu Ming felt a twinge of curiosity. When had his reputation become so renowned that these soldiers recognized him? Guided by the soldiers, Lu Ming ventured deeper into the base. Along the way, he encountered unfamiliar faces not belonging to the Navy, their attire suggesting they held high ranks. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Boss Lu Ming. The surrounding sailors, drawn by the shout, turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his head and discovered that it was a soldier he had once trained at the G8 base. The soldier, clad in the attire of a naval major, appeared remarkably spirited. You're doing quite well, my friend, progressing swiftly to the rank of major. Lu Ming praised with a smile. The soldier, grinning sheepishly, scratched his head and replied, As the youngest lieutenant general in our headquarters, I certainly cannot bring shame to my superior. Lieutenant General? Lu Ming was initially taken aback. He then noticed the admiring gazes of the surrounding naval soldiers and their hushed whispers. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be the reason why Jonathan was so eager to find me? But hadn't he the higher-ups harbored suspicions about me? Why then? Have they suddenly elevated me to the rank of Lieutenant General? Lu Ming continued to address the soldier, saying, Are you free at the moment? I am about to meet Major General Jonathan. If you have the time, please accompany me. We can reminisce about old times. Of course, I am available. Major General Jonathan is just a short distance ahead. Allow me to lead the way. The soldier replied with a hearty pat on his chest. Lu Ming once again clasped his fists in gratitude towards the soldiers who had originally guided him, saying, Thank you, gentlemen, for your guidance. You are too kind, sir. The soldiers replied in unison, saluting before turning to make their way back to the port. Lu Ming conversed with his subordinates, gathering insights on the latest developments. It turned out that the higher echelons of the Navy had recently been extolling his achievements against the Golden Lion, using this as justification to elevate him to the rank of Major General. As for other matters, his subordinates were not particularly informed. Lu Ming also learned from his subordinates that an elderly man with a white beard had recently visited the G8 base in search of him. Upon discovering his absence, the old man exchanged a few brief words with Jonathan before departing. Lu Ming began to ponder the implications of the Naval High Command disclosing their achievements against the Golden Lion at this juncture. It was likely an attempt to bolster morale before the impending conflict, using their own successes as a source of inspiration for the soldiers. However, if that were indeed the case, Jonathan would not have hastily summoned him back. As for the elderly man with the white beard, Lu Ming found himself equally perplexed. He would have to seek Jonathan out in person to inquire further. Before long, Lu Ming and his subordinate arrived at the entrance of a tightly sealed office. Lu Ming observed that the surrounding naval officers were, surprisingly, familiar faces from the G8 base. It felt as though they had stumbled upon another branch of G8 situated within headquarters. The central area was undoubtedly the office of Jonathan. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated, followed by Jonathan's voice. Please, come in. Lu Ming pushed open the door and found Jonathan seated behind the desk, looking at him with a hint of surprise. However, he quickly composed himself and nodded in acknowledgement to Lu Ming. The sergeant beside Lu Ming, perceiving the moment, discreetly closed the door and exited the room. Instantly, only Lu Ming and Jonathan remained within. Jonathan fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming and slowly began to speak. I trust that you have already learned of your promotion to the rank of Major General during your journey here. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Lu Ming appeared remarkably relaxed as he reclined on the sofa, chuckling. I suppose this can't be a good thing, can it? Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a predicament today. Observing Lu Ming's reaction, Jonathan revealed a hint of satisfaction in his smile. Indeed, you have swiftly grasped the situation. It is certainly not a favorable turn of events. At this juncture, your promotion to Rear Admiral is less about boosting morale and more about positioning you at the forefront of the execution platform, confronting the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Oh, is this a form of flattery leading to your demise? Lu Ming continued to lounge on the sofa, expressing his disdain, witnessing Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor. Jonathan shook his head in resignation. Yes, that is indeed the purpose of my arrival at the Navy headquarters. Regrettably, I have failed to avert the High Command's decision. Lu Ming continued. Once suspicion takes root, it is exceedingly difficult to quell. Now, as they attempt to elevate me as a paragon, Should I engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Whitebeard, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to channel the fury of vengeance to bolster the Navy's combat prowess, while simultaneously eliminating me, killing two birds with one stone. Their intentions shall not be so easily realized. We, the G8, shall not be so casually used as cannon fodder. Jonathan picked up an order and spoke slowly. His voice, though calm, was imbued with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for doubt regarding the veracity of his words. Lu Ming gazed at the man before him, typically refined and cultured, yet now exuding a striking intensity. A bold notion surged forth in his mind, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "Could it be?" Observing Lu Ming's surprise, Jonathan interjected sharply, "Indeed, I have applied for your reassignment to G8 as my deputy. You need not partake in this grand conflict. You shall accompany me immediately back to G8 to fortify defenses against other pirates, lest they seize the opportunity to wreak havoc." Surely, the headquarters would not acquiesce to such a request. Lu Ming promptly raised his concern. Jonathan, however, merely smiled faintly. "The headquarters has indeed not fully granted my request. While they consented to your role as my deputy, they insisted that you report back only after the war concludes." Lu Ming gazed at the G8 leader before him, his voice faltering. "Are you defying orders?" Jonathan, unhurried, sat in the prominent seat of his office, exuding the aura of authority. The G8 branch has now become the second largest hub after headquarters. This time, I have countless elite soldiers accompanying me to the island to assist in the battle against Whitebeard. My intentions reflect the collective aspirations of the entire Navy G8 branch. Observing Lu Ming's silence, he continued, "I have stated before that the G8 branch is your home. We are all your family. We are willing to sacrifice for the sake of justice, but I will not permit my family to serve as mere cannon fodder in the schemes of others." Lu Ming pondered for a moment, gazing at the man before him, who resembled the patriarch of the G8. He mused to himself, if these words were overheard by headquarters, the entire G8 branch would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the higher-ups. He turned back to Jonathan and softly remarked, "However, if this continues, the G8 branch's position within the Navy may become exceedingly precarious. I truly wish to avoid a scenario where my current predicament is replicated among all my brethren in the G8. Jonathan, with unwavering determination, responded, "I am fully aware of this, but I cannot stand idly by and watch you perish. I have my own means to address future matters." At this moment, Lu Ming stood up with a hint of seriousness, smiling as he said, "I'll go. You all have some faith in me, don't you? I am not so easily vanquished. Whether it be Taizolo or the Golden Lion, Haven Tea, I've been thriving." Observing Lu Ming's earnest demeanor, Jonathan pondered for a brief moment before suddenly rising and striding towards the exit. "Let us go. It has been quite some time since you departed from G8. Allow me to witness the extent of your progress." Lu Ming gazed at the departing Jonathan with a knowing smile, promptly following in his wake. Chapter 84. Jonathan's Trial Within the Training Grounds. Jonathan and Lu Ming stood opposed, surrounded by soldiers from G8. The soldiers maintained an eerie silence, anxious that even the slightest noise from outside might disrupt the intense duel unfolding before them. With clenched fists, their eyes remained fixated on the two combatants, eagerly anticipating what was widely regarded as the most formidable clash recognized by the G8 faction. Exchanging smiles, they launched their attacks almost in unison. The Navy 6 styles were executed flawlessly in their hands, two fleeting shadows colliding in an instant. Their limbs, hands, feet, elbows, and legs transformed into lethal weapons, the deep thuds of their strikes reverberating throughout the arena. Jonathan moved with the grace of a falcon, swiftly appearing at Lu Ming's left side, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at his face. Quick to react, Lu Ming sidestepped the blow and countered with a fierce kick directed at Jonathan's waist. Jonathan smiled faintly, tilting his body slightly, deftly seizing Lu Ming's ankle in the process. A sudden shock coursed through Lu Ming's heart. Jonathan's strength was astonishingly formidable, yet he remained composed. With a vigorous twist of his waist, he freed himself from Jonathan's grasp and delivered a powerful punch aimed at him. Jonathan swiftly turned his head to evade the blow, countering with a knee strike directed at Lu Ming's chest. The two immediately unleashed their finger techniques simultaneously, their fingers slicing through the air like sharpened blades. Although they were merely practicing, neither party held back in the slightest. Finger technique, Eagle's Beak. Finger technique, 6 revolving guns. After hundreds of exchanges, both combatants transitioned into a fierce contest of leg techniques. Jonathan leapt into the air, his legs descending upon Lu Ming like a falcon swooping down on its prey. Storm leg, eagle and falcon. A white wave of energy, shaped like an eagle, surged forth with tremendous force, seemingly poised to overwhelm Lu Ming in a single blow. Lu Ming, unwilling to be overshadowed, summoned a powerful gust with his legs, charging towards Jonathan with equal fervor. Storm foot, shattered stars. The clash of their techniques, infused with armament hockey, unleashed a formidable shockwave. The surrounding soldiers were compelled to retreat to a safer distance, lest they be caught in the tumult. They watched the fierce confrontation with rapt attention, their hearts brimming with awe and excitement. Jonathan, perceiving that Lu Ming was his equal, felt a surge of joy within him. He understood that the stronger Lu Ming became, the greater the hope for survival on future battlefields. Their footwork evolved continuously, at times fierce as a tiger, at others nimble as a serpent. Each collision transcended ordinary six-style attacks. Offense, defense, evasion, every movement was executed with astonishing precision and swiftness, leaving onlookers in sheer admiration. Draw your blade. Hold nothing back. If you cannot best me, I shall forcibly take you away. Jonathan declared loudly, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, and he decisively unsheathed his blade. The flower continent glimmered with cold light, as a chilling aura of impending doom enveloped the air. In an instant, his figure flickered, and he thrust the straight sword with tremendous force. The night-bright melody pierced through with precision. This technique, learned aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, had been enhanced through the fusion with spear techniques, rendering its power in Lu Ming's hands far superior to the original. The blade's aura emanating from Lu Ming sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, swift and sharp, aimed directly at Jonathan. Jonathan squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he began to exude an overwhelming presence. He was enveloped by a formidable aura, enhancing the ferocity of his strikes. With the complete manifestation of his armed color, Jonathan's defensive capabilities were significantly augmented. Although Lu Ming's assault was fierce, its impact began to wane for Jonathan. Instead of retreating, Jonathan advanced, unleashing a powerful punch toward Lu Ming. Eagle claw fist. Lu Ming swiftly evaded, the blade in his hand radiating a dazzling lightning glow. Commander, be careful. I'm about to get serious. Lightning release. Thousand birds blade. The thunderous light surrounding Lu Ming surged forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly advancing toward Jonathan. As their fists and blades collided, a formidable shockwave erupted. The floor of the training ground cracked beneath their feet, debris scattering in all directions. Jonathan's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, each punch infused with a fierce, domineering hockey, as if he intended to utterly crush Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming was undeterred, his blade dancing with increasing velocity, arcs of lightning erupting around him. Amidst their fierce struggle, the mark on Lu Ming's forehead flickered subtly, quietly unleashing the power of the 100 Treasures technique. This immense force instantaneously amplified Lu Ming's offensive prowess, sending Jonathan hurtling through the air with a single, devastating strike. Lu Ming swiftly caught up, the shape of the three tomo appearing in his eyes. As Jonathan steadied himself after being sent flying, he met Lu Ming's icy gaze. Sharingan illusion. In an instant, Jonathan felt as though he had plunged into a frigid hell. Yet, merely a moment later, he regained his composure, gazing at Lu Ming, who had sheathed his blade. Initially taken aback, Jonathan soon revealed a look of satisfaction. He understood that the once young boy had grown to surpass him by far. Jonathan dispelled the aura of dominance surrounding him and softly advised Lu Ming, "Never let your guard down on the battlefield. You are the chosen successor of the G8 branch. Remember to report back to the G8 branch after the conclusion." With that, he strode towards the periphery of the arena. Having personally assessed Lu Ming's prowess, the heavy burden that had weighed on Jonathan's heart finally lifted. Lu Ming watched as Jonathan gradually faded into the distance. This man always expressed his silent concern for each member of the G8 branch in his own unique way. However, a sudden thought struck Lu Ming, prompting him to hastily catch up with Jonathan and exclaim, "Commander, there is one more thing I forgot to ask. I heard that an elderly man with a white beard came to G8 looking for me. Who is he?" Jonathan paused, turned to face Lu Ming, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Let me think. I believe he said his name was Gonfol. Gonfol, the deity of the Sky Island. The Mentor of Kobat. What could he possibly want with me?" Lu Ming pondered, filled with confusion, and asked, "Did he mention why he was seeking me?" Jonathan gently stroked his goatee, recalling, "He noticed you were absent and did not elaborate, only mentioning that he currently felt unburdened and wished to explore the new world, to see just how vast this ocean truly is." "I see," Lu Ming responded softly, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the adventures on the Sky Island. The two men walked side by side, enveloped in a palpable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Before long, they arrived at a port area of the Navy headquarters. Jonathan broke the silence first, stating, "This is where I shall leave you. I must return now." Coming back to reality, Lu Ming expressed his surprise. "Ah, so soon. You were leaving already?" Jonathan patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, saying, "It's time to depart. I came here specifically for your matters, and now that everything is arranged, I must return to G8. There are many other responsibilities awaiting me there." Listening to Jonathan's words, Lu Ming nodded. "All right, please take care on your journey." Jonathan replied with a smile, "You too. Jessica and the others miss you dearly." Lu Ming smiled as he spoke to Jonathan, saying, "Now that this is concluded, I shall return to G8 to see everyone. No need to see me off." Jonathan waved farewell to Lu Ming. Chapter 85. The dawn of war. Having just endured a duel with Jonathan and eager for a well-deserved respite, Lu Ming unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure at the port. "Sister Gun, it has been quite some time. Where are you headed?" Lu Ming approached the beautiful general who had once guided him, greeting her warmly. At a time when naval forces across the region were fervently converging at headquarters, it was rare to see a vessel like Gun's departing to sea. Gun maintained her sweet smile, responding to Lu Ming with a wave. "I have an urgent mission. I must sail out for reinforcements." Strangely enough, the person I am going to assist is someone you know quite well. "Who is it?" Lu Ming inquired with curiosity. With a playful expression, Gun teased, "It's Peacock." Seeing her teasing demeanor, Lu Ming realized she must be recalling his past indiscretions. He quickly shifted the topic. "Has she encountered a troublesome situation? It's surprising that someone as esteemed as you is needed, particularly amidst the ongoing conflict with the White Group." Gun couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Lu Ming's flattery, playfully retorting, "Given your current rank as Major General Lu Ming, it wouldn't hurt to share the details with you." Before Lu Ming could respond, Gun continued. "Peacock has been assigned to make contact with a pirate in the New World who claims to be Whitebeard II. The higher-ups intend to elevate him to warlord status. Initially, everything was progressing smoothly, but alas, news of the impending conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy leaked, prompting him to launch a sudden attack on Peacock. She has temporarily evaded the assault but is now stranded on a small island, and I am on my way to provide her assistance." Listening to Gun's explanation, Lu Ming chuckled. "I have indeed heard of Whitebeard II's reputation. He is formidable, not someone to be trifled with. Indeed, it seems necessary for you to intervene." But Lu Ming lowered his voice and murmured, "The Peacock lacks the weight to compel the Navy to dispatch such formidable forces for her rescue at this moment. I see that Jia Ji is not at the headquarters. You must have other pressing duties, correct?" Ziyuan quietly approached Lu Ming, whispering, "You little rascal. It seems your wits have sharpened in our brief separation. Indeed, we all bear other responsibilities. Rescuing the Peacock is merely a matter of convenience. Our primary task is to monitor the movements of the other four emperors. The threat posed by Whitebeard has already put us on high alert. We cannot afford to be caught off guard should the other four emperors seize the opportunity to strike amidst our conflict. My surveillance target is Emperor Charlotte Lin, while Jia Ji's focus is on Beast Kaido. So, how does our esteemed Major General Lu Ming feel about this revelation?" "Ha, ha, ha." A fragrant breeze brushed past Lu Ming, prompting him to step back repeatedly. He waved his hands in feigned humility. "I dare not presume. I am but a newly appointed Major General, merely a figure among many." At that moment, the warship behind Ziyuan had completed its loading. Ziyuan turned to leave, her playful demeanor vanishing as she grasped the golden pilfer and instantly transformed into a figure of reliability. "I shall take my leave now. We shall converse again when the opportunity arises." With that, she strode towards the warship. Lu Ming stood still, waving farewell to the retreating figure of Gion, saying, "Be careful on your journey, and I look forward to our next conversation." After departing from the port, Lu Ming headed directly to his quarters to rest. As dawn broke, the naval base resonated with the sound of the assembly bell. Lu Ming quickly rose and sprinted towards the center of the square, in anticipation of potential pirate attacks. All soldiers at the naval base were in a state of staggered rest. Thus, when the assembly bell rang, most of the Navy was already geared up and ready for action, soon filling the bay with a dense crowd of sailors. Despite their large numbers, everything remained remarkably orderly. They had already assembled in designated positions according to their respective squads. The small team to which Lu Ming belongs, composed of himself and personnel from the G8 branch, serves as the outermost line of defense for the Navy, and it is the primary target for the Whitebeard pirates' assault. However, for Lu Ming, who is well-versed in the unfolding narrative, this position is surprisingly secure. The Whitebeard pirates will manifest at an unexpected location, utilizing a ship with a cloaking mechanism to bypass the outer defenses and directly appear within the bay. Their objective is the execution platform situated at the very center. Consequently, the team led by Lu Ming is not required to thwart the assaults of Whitebeard and his captains. Observing the anxious Navy personnel around him, Lu Ming calmly settled down, employing his observation hockey to scrutinize every movement beneath the sea. At this moment, the summoned warlords of the sea gradually made their way toward the plaza within the bay. The figures of Gecko Moria, Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Kuma, Dracula Mihawk, and Don Quixote da Flamingo stood upon the plaza, quietly gazing at the distant sea, awaiting the arrival of the man heralded as the strongest in the world. Commodores such as the Weasel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, and the Demon Spider, among dozens of others, gradually gathered beneath the execution platform. The Navy headquarters' three highest-ranking officers, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Akiji, sat before the execution platform, poised and ready. Lu Ming gazed at the formidable might of the Navy, clenching his fists unconsciously as he sensed the stirring beneath the waters, whispering to himself, "It is coming." Sengoku stood upon the execution platform, his voice amplified through the transponder snail, broadcasting to the entirety of Navy headquarters. It was a moment of monumental significance regarding Porgasti, Ace's impending execution. At that moment, all eyes of the Navy gathered upon Ace, positioned above on the platform. Sengoku's voice resonated through the air. "Ace, reveal your father's name." "My father is Whitebeard," Ace replied softly to Sengoku's inquiry. Yet Sengoku thundered in response, "Incorrect." Ace's emotions surged as he retorted, "No, it must be Whitebeard. There is no one else." Disregarding Ace's escalating fervor, Sengoku continued his steady narration. "We toiled tirelessly, scouring that island. For we had heard whispers that perhaps there existed the offspring of that man. Based on the scant information acquired from CP9 and the slightest possibility, we investigated every newborn and soon-to-be-born child, along with their mothers, yet we found nothing. It is no wonder. Your birth was a sacrifice made by your mother, a product of her utmost endeavors. This eluded our eyes. No, it deceived the eyes of the entire world. In the South Blue lies an island named Bartley, and your mother was called Port Asti, Rouge. That woman exceeded our wildest imaginings. Her fierce maternal instinct compelled her to endure 20 months nurturing the child within her womb." Sengoku's voice rose gradually, transforming from calm to fervent. "In giving birth to you, she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and perished on the spot, 1 year and 3 months after your father's demise. The child inheriting the world's most nefarious bloodline was born. That child is you. You cannot possibly be unaware. Your father is the Pirate King, Gold. Roger." Chapter 86. The Whitebeard Pirate Sengoku's proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the ranks of Navy personnel below, concurrently transmitting the shocking revelation to the world via the visual transponder snail. The G8 naval officers surrounding Lu Ming began to whisper among themselves, "Is he truly the son of Roger? The bloodline of the Pirate King has remarkably endured to this day." Lu Ming gazed intently at Sengoku on the platform, whispering, "Do you intend to leverage this event to shatter all pirates in one fell swoop?" Alas, reality often defies our aspirations. Observing the commotion below, Sengoku continued. "Approximately 2 years ago, when you bore your mother's surname, and, under the banner of the Spade Pirates, traversed the seas with unparalleled might, we finally realized that Roger's bloodline had not been extinguished. However, it was Whitebeard who, upon recognizing this truth alongside us, chose to nurture you as the successor to the title of Pirate King, even bringing the son of his former adversary aboard his ship." At this moment, Ace could no longer contain himself and shouted, "No, I joined the crew to help father become the Pirate King." Sengoku sharply interrupted, "You are the only one who thinks that way. The reason we have refrained from taking action is precisely because you are under Whitebeard's protection. Yet, if we allow you to roam free, your potential will inevitably propel you to the pinnacle of the next era of piracy. Thus, taking your head here today carries immense significance. We are prepared to face an all-out war with Whitebeard if necessary." As they listened to Sengoku's rallying speech, the once anxious Navy personnel raised their weapons high, chanting, "Justice shall prevail." Lu Ming sensed the shifting emotions of those around him, as well as the crumbling state of Ace's mindset. He silently lamented that Warring States truly deserved his reputation as a cunning old fox. In just a few brief remarks, he not only invigorated his naval subordinates but also dealt a significant blow to Ace's morale. elevating the situation to the monumental level of concluding the pirate era initiated by Roger. At that moment, shadows of numerous pirate ships emerged from the distant fog. Lu Ming also rose to his feet, bellowing to the navy behind him. Prepare yourselves. All hands to battle stations. The sailors stationed at the lookout tower utilized the loudspeakers to alert. It is the formidable fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. The Night Doma, Thunder Lord Markugiai, the Daikalban brothers, and giant whirlwind spider squad. The voice of Sengoku resonated from the observation deck. Where is Whitebeard? Confirm his location at once. A report followed. A total of 43 ships have been sighted. Yet there is no sign of Whitebeard or his commanders. As the other vice admirals remained concentrated in the bay, the most prominent figure among them was Lu Ming, who had just been promoted to vice admiral. The surrounding navy personnel continually sought Lu Ming's guidance, inquiring, Vice Admiral Lu Ming, shall we commence our assault? Lu Ming, holding the flower pole, gazed at the distant pirate fleet and calmly remarked, wait a moment. The distance is still too far. Continue to monitor the sea closely. At that moment, unusual movement stirred the waters within the bay. Lu Ming's observation hockey detected several enormous vessels rapidly rising to the surface. The surrounding navy, puzzled by this anomaly, inquired, Where's that sound coming from? A naval officer pointed towards the bay and shouted, Look, shadows are appearing beneath the surface of the bay. As the words left his lips, four colossal Moby Dick ships swiftly emerged from the depths of the sea, astonishingly surfacing in the waters of the naval headquarters. An aged yet robust voice resonated from the main vessel of the Moby Dick, Garara. It has been decades, hasn't it, Sengoku? Whitebeard and his captains appeared prominently at the bow of the ship, their figures tall and imposing as they faced the naval headquarters. Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Ace, who was on the execution platform, and boldly called out, My beloved son, are you well? Garara, endure a little longer, Ace. Ace looked at the crowd before him, tears glistening in his eyes. He shouted back to Whitebeard, Dad. Garara. Whitebeard thrust his iconic sword into the ship's bow, clenching his fists. Witnessing Whitebeard's imminent action, Lu Ming gripped the flower pole tightly, his heartbeat quickening, and his blood seemed to boil. The scene fell into silence, and Lu Ming could even hear the sound of the navy swallowing hard in the square. With a powerful strike of his fists against the air, Whitebeard's presence sent tremors through the atmosphere, as if an invisible force had shaken it. The air began to ripple visibly, forming cracks that spread like a web across the space. The naval officers beside Lu Ming were taken aback, exclaiming, What? Has the atmosphere fractured? The once tranquil surface of the sea suddenly began to roil, as if drawn by a colossal force, gradually giving rise to towering waves. On either side of the naval headquarters, a tsunami began to take shape, surging towards the center with great ferocity. Lu Ming gazed skyward at the vast expanse of water that obscured the sun, a thought racing through his mind. Such a formidable force is truly terrifying. The other naval officers around him were equally engulfed in panic. This is dire. The water level is alarmingly high, accompanied by Whitebeard's raucous laughter. The waves surged violently towards the Navy headquarters. Ice Age. Akiji leaped into action, conjuring 2 pillars of ice from his hands, instantly striking the colossal wave. In an instant, the impending deluge was frozen mid-air, transformed into a massive block of ice. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding naval officers let out sighs of relief. However, Akiji's assault was far from over. With his hands clasped together, numerous frozen spears materialized out of thin air, aiming fiercely at Whitebeard. 2-pointed spears. Yet, Whitebeard stood his ground, unmoving. The power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed once more as he delivered a powerful punch toward the airborne ice spears and Akiji. A thunderous sound echoed as the ice projectiles and Akiji were shattered into fragments, and as the fallen Akiji initiated Ice Age once again. The waters of the bay were once more encased in ice. As Lu Ming observed the unfolding chaos, he bellowed with authority, Engage. Prepare for bombardment. The Navy's cannons swiftly pivoted, aiming at the Whitebeard pirates nestled within the bay. The cannonade commenced, with projectiles whistling through the air toward their target. Simultaneously, several captains from the Whitebeard pirates leapt from their vessels, utilizing the icy surface as a launching point to assault the execution platform. Within the bay, 2 formidable brigades led by the likes of Weasel, Doberman, Stokeberry, Bastille, alongside the fearsome Spider Queen, Steel, Jander, and Dalmesia, positioned themselves before the advancing captains of the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, Hawkeye descended into the fray, unleashing a lethal slash aimed at the Moby Dick, the flagship of Whitebeard. Unperturbed, Whitebeard stood resolutely, his demeanor betraying no hint of alarm as the cutting wave surged toward his ship. Just as the slash was about to impact the Moby Dick, Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division captain, emerged, radiant with an indomitable luminescence. He stepped forth, using his unyielding physique to absorb the oncoming wave. In the wake of this defense, Kizaru materialized overhead, summoning his formidable technique, the Yasukani no Magatama. Countless yellow orbs cascaded from the heavens, descending upon the Whitebeard pirates like a torrential downpour. At this juncture, the indomitable Marco, the Phoenix, soared upward, enveloped in azure flames, embodying the essence of a true Phoenix reborn. With arms outstretched, he formed a barrier, successfully shielding his comrades from Kizaru's onslaught. Without hesitation, Marco retaliated, leveraging the attributes of his Phoenix form to close in on Kizaru, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Meanwhile, Jozu was not idle. He excavated a small iceberg from the icy terrain and hurled it toward the Navy station before the execution platform. The iceberg arced through the air, crashing down upon the naval forces. In Chapter 87, the Demon Oz, Akainu unleashed a ferocious attack. With a single hand, he conjured an enormous magma fist, striking the iceberg with tremendous force. A resounding explosion echoed as the iceberg shattered under the impact, accompanied by a barrage of magma projectiles that surged toward the Whitebeard pirates. The relentless barrage culminated in the mast of the Moby Dick on the bay's left flank being severed. At this moment, the outer pirates surged forth. Confronted by the relentless captains of the Whitebeard fleet, Lu Ming plunged into the bay without a moment's hesitation, engaging them in fierce combat. His opponent was none other than his old acquaintance, the cavalryman Doma, the very individual whose grievous injury to the original host had granted Lu Ming the opportunity to inhabit this body. Armed with dual blades, Doma moved with agility akin to the wind, expertly wielding his twin swords in a dance so intricate that it left his adversaries bewildered. His combat style is truly unique. Harmoniously synchronized with a monkey, the duo functioning as one entity, executing both attacks and defenses with remarkable precision. Faced with Doma's onslaught, Lu Ming remained unperturbed. He wielded his huasho, countering Doma's dual-wielding techniques. Each clash resonated with the sound of metal striking metal, sparks flying in every direction. Yet, Lu Ming's prowess evidently surpassed this. He swiftly maneuvered to evade Doma's strikes, simultaneously launching counterattacks with his huasho. In a short span, he had managed to gain the upper hand over Doma. Glancing at the navy before him, Doma quipped while swinging his blade, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Lu Ming repelled Doma with a single stroke of his blade, chuckling, "It should be so." Yet, in a battlefield of this caliber, the tides of war shift in an instant. Observing Doma embroiled in a fierce struggle, Lei Qing Makugai, with his western sword crackling with electricity, charged towards Lu Ming, remarking, "You appear somewhat unfamiliar. Are you the newly appointed general?" Lu Ming raised his sword to parry, responding, "Indeed. I specifically ascended to battle against you. Are you using lightning?" Makugai scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Then your luck is truly unfortunate." With both hands gripping his sword, lightning danced along the blade as he charged towards Lu Ming, the electric western sword carving brilliant arcs of light through the air. Lu Ming, determined and unyielding, gripped huasho tightly, his inner energy surging forth. He swung his blade fiercely, engaging in an intense clash with Makugai. Each strike reverberated with the crackling of thunder and the clashing of metal. At that moment, Doma swiftly advanced, joining the fray. He and Makugai coordinated seamlessly, alternating between offense and defense, encircling Lu Ming in the process. Meanwhile, the ground began to tremble as a figure, towering several times larger than the giants, emerged from behind the pirate ship. "Up, little oars!" Many members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted at the colossal figure. Little Oars drew a massive sword, exclaiming, "Ace brother, I won't let him die." With his enormous stature, Little Oars cleaved the warship before him in two. The Navy's giant brigade quickly reacted, charging towards Little Oars, shouting, "Stop that guy, it's our duty." Ordinary soldiers on the ground frantically fired at the gigantic figure, yelling, "Keep shooting. He's just a person. He can't be invulnerable." Witnessing Little Oars engulfed in a storm of cannon fire and flashing blades, Ace cried out in despair, "Oars, no. Your size will make you a target." Yet, Little Oars remained unfazed, lifting the split warship and hurling it towards the Navy's giant brigade, declaring, "Ace brother, I'm coming to you." The combined strength of several giant vice admirals could not withstand the force of his strike, and the Navy's defenses were torn asunder. Oars had opened a breach leading to the bay. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged as they charged into the bay. Oars shouted, "Dad, don't stop me. I want to save him, even if it's just a minute sooner. I must rescue Ace brother." Whitebeard recognized Oars' resolve and commanded the others, "I understand. You all handle the aftermath. Cover Oars." Doma and Markugai fought valiantly, engaging Lu Ming in a tit-for-tat battle, declaring, "Navy, we cannot be held back here." Except for the area occupied by Lu Ming, the outer perimeter had been breached, with a large number of pirates flooding into the bay. Some pirates had even reached the 7 warlords, perilously close to the execution platform. Foreseeing the Navy's encirclement plan, Lu Ming, faced with the relentless assault of Doma and Markugai, opted not to confront them directly. After they managed to push him back with a combined attack, he feigned retreat, allowing them to pass. For Lu Ming, while Whitebeard was not a virtuous man, the Navy was not worth his loyalty either. His primary concern was to maneuver among the G8 brethren, ensuring their survival. At that moment, Bartholomew Kuma unleashed a gigantic shockwave using the power of the pawpaw fruit. Aimed at Oars, who was merely a step away from the execution platform. Kuma palm shockwave. With a single strike, Oz was felled before them. At that moment, the Navy seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire upon Oz. His body ultimately trembled and collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to adjust his falling angle, aiming to crash into the side of Doflamingo with all his might. Doflamingo swiftly leapt into the air, raising his hand to utilize the powers of the string fruit, severing one of Oz's legs. Ha, 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 how amusing. Moonlight Moria. Wielding shadows in the form of bats, cursed Doflamingo, "You scoundrel. Why did you cut off his foot? I explicitly stated that I wanted his corpse. Go." Shadow Scythe. A colossal black shadow blade instantly pierced through Oz's body, causing him to crash down in response. "Oz!" Ace shouted desperately at the gravely wounded giant. Meanwhile, on the side of the Moby Dick, the giant Marine Vice Admiral, Longs, seized the moment to swing his massive axe at Whitebeard, declaring, "You've exposed a flaw, Whitebeard. You have no time to mourn." However, Whitebeard paid no heed. He first shattered the giant's axe with his fruit abilities, then reached out to grasp the Vice Admiral's head, unleashing his fury unrestrained. In a single move, he dispatched a Marine Vice Admiral. Whitebeard seemed to proclaim his formidable might through his actions. Stepping over Oz, he urged advance. With Whitebeard's command, the pirates' morale soared, and they charged forward with renewed vigor. Chapter 88. Luffy joins the fray. Outside the bay where Lu Ming resides, a multitude of formidable pirates from the New World surged in with fervor as the Ice Witch, Wadey Bay, piloted her icebreaker to breach the outer defenses. The naval forces of the G8 branch found themselves in a relentless retreat, overwhelmed by this influx of pirates. Amidst the chaos, Lu Ming navigated the battlefield, his observation haki extending to its utmost limits. This heightened perception endowed him not only with a comprehensive grasp of the surrounding conflict, but also with the anguished cries and tormenting emotions of countless injured souls. As he maintained his expanded observation haki, Lu Ming gradually began to catch glimpses of hazy future scenarios. These fragments of the future shimmered like shards of a broken mirror, radiating an uncertain luminescence. Simultaneously, a message from the internal communication snail of the Navy reached Lu Ming, transmitting the orders from Sengoku. "Attention all warships and soldiers. The target is TOTTZ. Change formation and implement standard operation number 3. Prepare swiftly and with precision. Once ready, the execution of Ace shall proceed ahead of schedule. The encirclement plan is to commence." At this juncture, Lu Ming began to lead the G8 soldiers, who were valiantly resisting, to intentionally allow the encroaching pirates to advance. Retreating in unison toward the outer layer of the encirclement. "Lu Ming, something seems to be falling from the sky," a sailor suddenly shouted, pointing upward. Lu Ming glanced skyward, only to behold a colossal object hurtling down rapidly. With a thunderous crash, a Navy warship, along with the Straw Hat crew, plummeted into the gaping hole that Jaws had recently excavated in the ice. On the execution platform, Ace looked up at the descending Luffy and exclaimed, "Luffy." Luffy and his companion struggled to rise from the depths of the sea, calling out to Ace, "Ace, we have finally found you. We are here to rescue you." Meanwhile, a terrified Navy officer from G8 gazed at Luffy's group and exclaimed, "Wait, is that guy really Crocodile? And there's more than just the Straw Hat crew. What on earth is that formation?" At this moment, Luffy urged the astonished crowd, "Forget about that. Execute the plan and retreat swiftly." During their withdrawal from the outer perimeter, Luffy encountered a fierce battle involving Smoker and Tashigi. After rescuing Tashigi, who had been distracted and ambushed due to the commotion caused by the Straw Hats, Luffy joined the two as they made their way to safety. "Thank you for your assistance, Admiral Luffy," Tashigi said, her voice trembling with gratitude. Lu Ming brandished Huajo, vanquishing the pirates before him, and replied, "No need for courtesy. Besides, I have yet to repay the favor of your blade." However, Smoker angrily admonished Tashigi, "Did I not instruct you earlier to refrain from looking around during battle?" As Tashigi began to explain, he turned to gaze at the Straw Hat crew, astonished as he exclaimed, "Straw Hat and Crocodile. What sort of alliance is this?" Sengoku bellowed at Jinbei, who stood behind Luffy. "Is this your response, Jinbei?" To which Jinbei robustly retorted, "It's fine. I am no longer a warlord of the sea." Unexpectedly, Crocodile launched a swift assault towards Whitebeard. Just as he neared Whitebeard from behind, Luffy suddenly appeared, using his water-drenched body to thwart Crocodile's ambush. After a brief exchange between Luffy and Whitebeard, he activated his second gear and charged towards the execution platform. Kizaru, Bartholomew Kuma, and the Marine Major General Blackbeard Hanai, who wields the barrier fruit, began to launch successive attacks against Luffy, attempting to impede his advance. As Lu Ming and his companions retreated beyond the enclosing walls amidst the chaos of the laser explosion, he glanced back to see Smog charging once more in the direction of Luffy. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Ming uttered, "As long as you are pleased. What are you all dawdling for? Do not let a mere newcomer dictate the course of battle. That man is also a potential threat for the future." Observing Luffy advancing through the fray, seemingly unstoppable, the voice of Sengoku resonated once again through the loudspeakers. He and Ace had been sworn brothers since childhood, having grown up together, and they shared the bloodline of the revolutionary dragon, being his biological son. The news of the explosion continued to echo through the broadcast. Beside Lu Ming, Dashki exclaimed in astonishment, "What? The Straw Hat Kid is actually the son of Dragon," just as Dashki was engulfed in disbelief. Her body unexpectedly lost control and swung the sword in her hand towards Lu Ming with lethal intent. However, at that moment, Lu Ming had already begun to master the art of observation haki, allowing him to foresee the future. With effortless grace, he sidestepped the attack, evading the strike. In the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Dashki seemed to lose her strength, collapsing to the ground. Lu Ming swiftly embraced Dashi, shouting towards the distance, "Doflamingo, I know it's you who's behind this. Stop hiding." As his words echoed, the surrounding navy gasped in astonishment. "The Seven Warlords? Aren't they supposed to be on our side? Why would they turn against us?" Doflamingo leisurely approached Lu Ming from the periphery of the battlefield, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. "How amusing. That Straw Hat is actually the son of the revolutionary dragon. No wonder Ivankov would assist him. Now it all makes sense." Lu Ming gently set Dashki down, his grip tightening around Huajo as he coldly inquired, "Are you prepared to settle our past grievances here?" Doflamingo surveyed his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Lu Ming, chuckling lightly, "Admiral, ha, ha, ha. Let us reserve our disputes for another day." With that, he turned to depart. The blow he had just attempted had failed, and Lu Ming had sensed it. Although Doflamingo had hoped to take advantage of the intricacies of this battlefield to eliminate Lu Ming, the failure of his strike led him to reconsider. Continuing to press the attack would invite considerable trouble given his current status as one of the Seven Warlords. Thus, after a moment's reflection, he chose to withdraw. At this moment, Luffy activated Gear 3 and delivered a powerful blow that felled the giant admiral before him. He shouted at Ace, "Ace, even if it costs me my life, I will rescue you." Overwhelmed by emotion, Ace finally succumbed to his tears, bowing his head before slowly raising it to speak softly. "No matter the outcome, I am prepared to accept it. I will grasp the hand extended toward me, and I will also accept the blade that punishes me. I will no longer waver." Such indecision would betray everyone. Hearing Ace's heartfelt cries, Whitebeard issued a new command to all the pirates. The once frenzied assault on the execution platform transformed as the pirates redirected their efforts to engage the surroundings. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, already on the brink of battle, found themselves besieged by an all-out attack from the pirates. Lu Ming raised the flower banner, leading everyone to exert their utmost efforts in keeping the pirates within the predetermined encircling walls. He sighed, truly worthy of Whitebeard. He has remarkably deduced the Navy's plans so swiftly. At this moment, under the cover of the crowd, Luffy deftly maneuvered past Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Boa Hancock, who had been released at Luffy's behest, reaching a position alarmingly close to the execution platform. However, the Navy had also executed their plan. With each squad arriving at their designated locations, and throngs of pacifists resembling Bartholomew Kuma began to emerge from the periphery. The exuberant Bartolomeo, wielding a massive axe, stood at the forefront of the pacifists, shouting with excitement, "Hey, everyone, have you been waiting impatiently? It's finally our turn to take the stage." Yet, the situation on the ground deviated from the Navy's expectations due to Whitebeard's prior arrangements. The pirates were not concentrated in the bay but rather scattered throughout the base. Sengoku immediately issued a second command. "All personnel, retreat from the ice immediately. We must not allow the pirates to reach the square." When all visuals are interrupted, activate the encirclement. Proceed immediately with Ace's execution while simultaneously capturing the enemy. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. One of the external livestream cameras had gone missing. In response to this unforeseen event, Sengoku could not contain his fury. What is happening? Where's the livestream snail? Why has the camera not been cut off? Chapter 89. A Turn of Events. Lieutenant General Looming. According to the location of the camera, it is nearby. Can you assist in the search? A Navy officer responsible for monitoring the livestream camera urgently called out to Looming, who was battling the scattered pirates. After eliminating the foe before him, Looming nodded to the anxious Navy personnel. He was aware that the camera had been seized by Buggy, the man who had streamed the events of the Marineford War. In that moment, Looming also recalled his mission to eliminate the 4 emperors. Initially, he had leveraged Buggy and Luffy to witness the fierce battle among the emperors. Could this mission of assassination also be applied to Buggy? Expanding his observation haki, Looming began to search the battlefield for Buggy's figure. This expansion brought with it a cacophony of disordered cries and a faint sense of despair and anguish emanating from the hearts of those present. At that moment, the battlefield underwent a sudden transformation. Squardo unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on Whitebeard, plunging his blade into Whitebeard's body. This shocking turn of events stunned everyone. Marco rushed forward to subdue Squardo, demanding, "Why would you do this?" Squardo struggled against Marco's grasp, shouting in fury, "Stop the charade, Whitebeard. You've colluded with the Navy, haven't you? They will ensure the safety of your Whitebeard pirates and Ace, won't they? We've all fallen into their trap." His outcry rendered the fighting pirates momentarily speechless. Squardo continued, "You should have been more forthright. Ace is the son of Roger. You wish to protect him as the next pirate king. Yet when such a special ace was captured, you betrayed the 43 captains of your crew to save his life. And we were left in the dark. What is the outcome? Look around. Are we not the ones becoming targets for the Navy? Trapped in ice, with no escape in sight. Old man, is this true?" At that moment, the surrounding pirates seemed to lose their backbone, their fighting spirit significantly diminished. The peacekeepers seized the opportunity to commence their slaughter of the pirates. With his hands free, Looming hastened towards Buggy, not only to halt his live stream but also to see if he could fulfill his mission of slaying the 4 emperors. Under the gaze of many, Squardo did not provoke the wrath of Whitebeard. Instead, Whitebeard embraced him, explaining, "Ace is undeniably Roger's son." They exploited this fact to successfully deceive a man so easily swayed by it. Their schemes surpass ours. At this moment, Looming seized Baki, gripping the latter's collar firmly while wielding the electrified Huajo, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. Baki, upon meeting Looming's eyes adorned with the 3 tomo, felt the brilliance within his own gaze gradually fade. Yet, at that very instant, Looming's observation haki activated, allowing him to glimpse the unfolding of future events. In the future, Looming did not foresee himself completing his mission by eliminating Buggy. Thus, he gazed at the dazed Buggy in his grasp and remarked with an amused smile, "Is it the fabled luck of Conqueror S. Haki that informs me that killing you is futile?" At that moment, Akiji approached Looming, observing the motionless Looming holding the entranced Buggy. With a mere wave of his hand, a frigid aura enveloped Buggy and his surrounding lackeys, freezing them in place. As the live broadcast was abruptly severed, Sengoku's voice resonated through the speakers, "Activate the barricade." However, Whitebeard continued to address Squard in his arms, saying, "What a foolish son. Yet, despite your folly, my love for you remains." After embracing Squard, Whitebeard rose slowly, declaring, "Indeed, the old blade is not dull yet, Sengoku. You executed that maneuver splendidly, accusing me of betraying my sons." Upon standing, Whitebeard unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit, shattering the ice walls on either side and bellowing to all the pirates, "As pirates, you must decide for yourselves what to believe. The previously wavering hearts of the pirates solidified once again. It was indeed a deception, a scheme by the Navy. How despicable! Whitebeard then leapt from the Moby Dick, proclaiming, "Those unafraid of death, follow me. Everyone to your positions. The world's strongest man is about to unleash his might." Sengoku also cautioned the Navy forces. "Follow father. Clear the path for him." With both hands raised, Whitebeard grasped the air, causing the entire island and the sea beneath to tilt, sending countless soldiers tumbling to one side as they struggled to maintain their footing. Lu Ming swiftly activated the moonstep technique, elegantly mitigating the disturbances caused by vibrations as he observed the landscape-altering move. His heart swelling with admiration for the might of this fruit. Whitebeard then raised his hand, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged through the towering giant, hurtling towards the execution platform. As the shockwave neared its target, the three admirals simultaneously intervened, employing their haki to counter the impending assault. The enclosing wall finally shattered the ice above the sea, firmly confining the pirates within the bay. However, the massive form of oars, wounded and collapsed, rendered the area around him unable to rise due to his immense size and the blood that had seeped into the system. Akaina spared no moment for the pirates to catch their breath, relentlessly unleashing molten punches that seized their foothold on the ice. Meteor volcano. The searing flames continued to consume the pirates' standing ground, obliterating the ice of the plaza, and even severely damaging Whitebeard's flagship, the Moby Dick. Observing the struggling yet helpless pirates within the bay, Sengoku issued further commands. The operation was proceeding smoothly, and the execution of arrived.This would commence immediately. The pirates frantically surged towards the sole exit where oars lay, while the Navy's firepower began to concentrate. The two factions exchanged fire near Oar's ear. In that moment, Oars slowly raised his body. As everyone's attention was captivated by Oar's movement, a stream of water suddenly breached the defense wall, revealing Luffy, who had seized a ship's mast, standing before the three admirals at the execution platform. However, mere courage could not bridge the chasm of strength. With a single flash, Luffy was effortlessly kicked away by Kizaru. Yet, seizing the fleeting distraction of the Navy, Whitebeard made his move once more. A pirate ship abruptly erupted from the depths, and he bellowed, "All hands, aboard!" As the Navy's focus shifted towards the vessel, the gravely injured oars unexpectedly rose, lifting the ship and transporting Whitebeard and all the pirates into the plaza. This unforeseen reversal restored equilibrium, merging the allied pirates with those of the New World. Mere steps away from the execution platform, leaving the Navy with no secure position to defend. Chapter 90. The observation of emotions, however, amidst the brutal clash of steel. Lu Ming suddenly felt a torrent of intense emotions flooding his mind. These sentiments emanated from the depths of every soul on the battlefield, encompassing fear, despair, excitement, and bloodlust. The unpredictable nature of his observation haki began to foresee the future, inundating Lu Ming's consciousness with fragmented information. It felt as though his mind was on the verge of explosion, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly incapable of coherent thought. Overwhelmed by these emotions and data, he found himself ensnared, his body trembling, heartbeat racing, and breath quickening. Lu Ming struggled to concentrate, attempting to extricate himself from his current state. Yet, the more he fought, the more intense the pain became. The assault on the Navy headquarters was underway, with Whitebeard leading his band of pirates into a decisive clash against the formidable forces of admirals, vice-admirals, and the seven warlords. A tremendous rumble and the thunder of explosions echoed across the battlefield, as the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit sent tremors throughout the entire Navy headquarters. He wielded his massive naginata with devastating force, each strike carrying the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Das Bones and the soldiers of G8 noticed Lu Ming suddenly weakening, and instinctively formed a protective circle around him. "Commander Lu Ming, what troubles you?" Das Bones inquired with a look of deep concern etched upon his face. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He pressed his hand against his forehead, gasping for breath, visibly enduring immense pain. He began to struggle to rein in his uncontrollable observation haki, but the excruciating headache made it nearly impossible for him to concentrate. Could it be the lingering injuries from the recent battle? A soldier from G8 speculated softly. Witnessing Lu Ming's agony, he felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. The soldier then shouted, "Boss, Lu Ming has protected us for so long. Now it is our turn to protect him." His voice resonated with unwavering resolve. The other soldiers echoed in unison, "Protect Boss Lu Ming." This is also Commander Jonathan's order. Protect Boss Lu Ming. Dasky, too, was inspired by the soldiers around her. her grip on the sword becoming significantly sharper at that moment. In the square, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Members of the Whitebeard pirates engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the elite forces of the Navy. The air was filled with screams and explosions, blood and fire intertwining as the conflict intensified. Marco seized an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the execution platform, but his actions were swiftly thwarted by Carp. Carp delivered a powerful punch to Marco, sending him crashing to the ground, the force of the blow reverberating throughout the square. As the battle raged on, the Navy, bolstered by 3 admirals and the formidable warlords of the sea, gradually gained the upper hand. Yet, the fight was brutal, with countless Navy soldiers and high-ranking officers falling under the relentless assaults of the Whitebeard pirates, blood saturating the entire square. Suddenly, Whitebeard's condition worsened. He was struck by Akainu's fierce blow, sustaining severe injuries. Marco and Jozu, caught off guard, were also defeated by Kizaru and Akiji. In this critical moment, Luffy, who had already endured numerous fierce battles, regained the strength to fight once more with Ivankov's assistance. The team, centered around Luffy, regrouped and launched a final assault on the execution platform with reckless abandon. Sengoku, seizing the opportunity, commanded the Navy through the broadcast to deliver a fatal strike to the pirates, attempting to shatter their resolve. The Navy commenced a large-scale siege against Whitebeard and renewed their execution of Ace. At the brink of catastrophe, Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. This formidable power instantly incapacitated 2 soldiers on the execution platform, interrupting the execution. The sudden turn of events shifted the tide of battle. Luffy became the focal point of attention for both sides. The severely injured Whitebeard, observing Luffy's figure, resolved to take a gamble. Everyone, cover Straw Hat Luffy with all your might. All the captains under his command responded to Whitebeard's call, stepping forward to fend off the Navy and clear a path for Luffy. Meanwhile, Whitebeard stood alone at the center of the battlefield, attracting the full brunt of the Navy's attacks. At this moment, Lu-Ming gradually mastered the chaotic influx of his observation Haki. Although the emotions of the battlefield continued to surge into his mind, his state had improved significantly compared to before. However, when he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with a grim sight. The ground was strewn with corpses, and his G8 squad had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful of survivors guarding him under Dasky's leadership. Witnessing such devastation, a wave of profound sorrow and guilt washed over Lu-Ming. Yet, amidst his self-reproach, the soldiers of the G8 squad, who continued to fight valiantly, looked upon him with joy. One soldier exclaimed, "Captain Lu-Ming is unharmed. How wonderful!" Lu-Ming gazed at the soldier, battered and bruised yet still reveling in his consciousness. His clenched fists, not indicative of a bloodthirsty nature, now grasped the weapon with a hint of frustration as he moved swiftly across the battlefield, relentlessly dispatching the surrounding pirates with precision and lethality. Meanwhile, Luffy's squad surged forward towards the naval formation with fervor. The Navy was caught off guard when the user of the Chop Chop fruit, Lightning, conjured a long bridge beneath the execution platform, leading directly to Ace. However, Carp stood resolutely before the platform. Yet, confronted with his family, he ultimately refrained from obstructing Luffy, who struck him down. Despite the perils faced, Luffy charged towards the execution platform. The previously passive Admiral Sengoku, witnessing Luffy's advance, was consumed by rage and unleashed his devil fruit power, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha. He swung a heavy fist downward, while Kizaru seized the opportunity to sever the key from Luffy's grasp from a distance. Unexpectedly, Mr. 3, the Wax fruit user, had disguised himself as one of the executioners. The protective shield formed by Mr. 3's wax barely withstood Sengoku's blow, and in a last-ditch effort, he crafted a new key. Flames rapidly engulfed the execution platform as Ace, accompanied by Luffy and Mr. 3, emerged from the inferno, proclaiming their liberation. With Ace's rescue, the pirates' morale soared, while the Navy descended into chaos. At that moment, the Moby Dick surged into the bay, with Squard and the great Whirlwind Spider pirates prepared to sacrifice themselves to cover their comrades' retreat. Whitebeard, on the brink of exhaustion, resolved to use his remaining strength to shield everyone from the battlefield, issuing his final command: "Everyone, evacuate. Return to the New World." Unleashing the full destructive potential of the Trimmer fruit, Whitebeard unleashed a cataclysmic assault on the island, the force capable of sinking Marineford itself. The immense devastation somewhat dulled Lu-Ming's murderous intent as he observed the island beginning to fracture, hastily guiding the remaining soldiers towards relatively safer grounds. In that moment, he sensed a profound weariness towards war and the fragility of life in the hearts of many soldiers. It was then that the transponder snail, stolen by Buggy, regained consciousness, broadcasting the unfolding events to the world once more. Akainu began to taunt Ace, hurling insults at Whitebeard. Unable to withstand the provocation, Ace chose to confront Akainu, seeking to vindicate Whitebeard, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect Luffy, only to be pierced by Akainu's molten fist. Whitebeard, sensing Ace's demise, furiously charged at Akainu, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the island in its wake. Lu Ming stood on the periphery of the battlefield, witnessing this monumental transformation. At that moment, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy emanating from the hearts of the Navy, not due to Ace's demise, but because they sensed that the war might soon come to an end. Lu Ming surveyed the desolate battlefield, where lifeless bodies lay strewn about, and he felt the fading essence of those who had fallen, as well as the countless Navy and pirates, battered and clinging to life. Their hearts filled with yearning for different individuals, a sentiment that Lu Ming keenly perceived. He collapsed to the side and murmured, "War has never known a victor." Chapter 91. The war has concluded. Yet, at that moment, the Blackbeard pirates made a sudden appearance, under the relentless assault from Teach and his crew. Whitebeard ultimately met his demise. In his final moments, he proclaimed to the world, "The great treasure. It truly exists." Upon hearing his fervent declaration, Sengoku seethed with rage, realizing all his efforts to intimidate the pirates had been in vain. The entirety of the world bore witness to this conclusion through the Din Din Mushi's transmission. With the power of the Tremor fruit now in his possession, Teach stood atop the ruins, wreaking havoc upon the island, exclaiming, This power is exhilarating. No one can stop me. I shall obliterate everything, drown it all." As Teach's mad destruction continued, the exhausted Navy soldiers fell into despair. Lu Ming cried out, "Quick! Those who can still move, assist the incapacitated Navy to a safe perimeter." "Damn Teach. Does he wish to sink the headquarters?" Teach laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Power surges endlessly from within me. Such incredible strength. It feels as if I can command everything in this world." He spread his arms wide, as though embracing the sky itself, then fixed his gaze fiercely upon Marineford. "Then let us first plunge Marineford into the depths of the sea." As soon as the words left his lips, the sky ruptured, and a colossal golden Buddha descended from above, radiating a dazzling light akin to that of the sun, so intense that it was blinding. The entire Marineford was engulfed in this overwhelming brilliance. With a thunderous crash, the golden Buddha struck the ground with tremendous force. A powerful shockwave instantly spread outward, sweeping across the island like a tidal wave. Under this force, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were hurled away. Unable to withstand such overwhelming power, Sengoku spoke slowly. "As for the fortress, it can be rebuilt, but this Marineford, located at the world center, holds great significance for the citizens trembling in fear of evildoers. The justice born of righteousness shall not be obliterated." "Humph, then guard it well," Teach retorted with a cold smirk. Seizing the opportunity while Sengoku and Teach were locked in confrontation, Burgess and Shiryu leaped forward, charging at Sengoku. At that moment, the three admirals and the vice-admirals had already pursued Luffy to the port, leaving only Carp by Sengoku's side. Carp sprang into action, transforming into a whirlwind as he surged toward Burgess. With a resounding boom, Carp's fist struck Burgess with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the ground, raising clouds of dust. The entire ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Simultaneously, on the opposite side, Shiryu approached Sengoku with a cold smile, wielding a demonic blade that gleamed with a chilling light. Yet, at this pivotal moment, Lu Ming suddenly soared from the other side, firmly gripping Huaizhou. He traced a graceful arc through the air, unleashing a powerful strike towards Shiryu. Empowered by the might of 100 heroes, the overwhelming force instantly forced Shiryu to retreat. Lu Ming and Carp swiftly positioned themselves on either side of Sengoku, forming a robust barrier. In the face of Teach, they exhibited not a trace of trepidation. Observing the trio before him, Teach remained unperturbed, instead bursting into a raucous laugh. No one can stand in my way." His eyes brimmed with madness and ambition, as if the entirety of the world lay within his grasp. At that moment, Shanks suddenly appeared at the naval port, his arrival inciting a flurry of commotion. He first requested that Marco cease hostilities, then turned to the crowd gathered in the square and bellowed, "If this battle continues, it will only exacerbate the casualties on both sides. If anyone feels unsatisfied." He paused, scanning the faces before him, then continued, "We will fight. We are ready to confront you." With that, he cast a steely gaze towards Blackbeard and his crew. "What say you, Teach?" "No. Blackbeard." Blackbeard, confronted by the formidable presence of Shanks and his companions, chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Let's call it a day. I've obtained what I desired. It's too soon to engage with you. He commanded his men to withdraw. Seeing this, Shanks did not oppose but addressed Sengoku, Carp, Luoming, and the naval forces behind him, to all present. I implore you to grant me this favor. His voice resonated with authority, moving the hearts of those in attendance. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire and slaughter ceased, enveloping the battlefield in silence. Tension hung in the air as people held their breath, acutely aware that this decision would alter the fate of the entire world. Ultimately, Admiral Sengoku nodded in agreement with Shanks' proposal. Slowly, Shanks approached the assembly and solemnly declared, "Let us take responsibility for the aftermath of Whitebeard and Ace. The spectacle of battle has already spread across the globe. There is no need to further exploit their deaths." However, Rear Admiral Doberman, unwilling to yield, shouted, "What? Only by displaying their heads can we claim a resounding victory for the Navy." Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming could not help but feel a surge of anger within him. He pointed at the group of exhausted Navy soldiers behind him and exclaimed, "Do you want to send these brothers to their deaths?" At that moment, Sengoku, listening to their debate, slowly interjected, "It's all right. If I entrust it to you, there is no problem. I will bear the responsibility." Sengoku turned to the Navy behind him and shouted, "Quickly, treat the wounded. The war is over." The news of the war's conclusion spread rapidly across the globe, carried by the telephone bugs. Like a gust of wind, this announcement swept through the seas, stirring a profound tremor in the hearts of all. The waters, once stable under Whitebeard's influence, became restless and tumultuous. With his passing, the seas and islands that had once found refuge under his protection grew vulnerable and fragile. In no time, pirates surged into these territories, brazenly looting and wreaking havoc. The once serene ocean transformed into a tumultuous expanse, rife with bloodshed and brutality. As the Navy personnel sat amidst the shattered ruins, the scars of war were still vivid. At that moment, Branna hurriedly approached Sengoku. "Marshal Sengoku, are you here?" Branna gasped, breathless. Sengoku raised his head and softly inquired, "What is the situation?" and impelled down. After saluting, Branna responded, "His injuries are grave. He is on the brink of death. The medical team is currently providing intensive care. He is a man of great seriousness, incessantly insisting on taking responsibility. If he were able to move, he might even consider taking his own life to atone." Sengoku abruptly stood up, sternly stating, "Tell him not to do anything foolish." He then gently asked, "What exactly transpired in the prison?" Branna took a deep breath, hesitated, and slowly began, "In terms of the outcome, the situation in Level 6 is the direst." Upon hearing Branna's account, Sengoku's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him. "Are you saying that Blackbeard selected a few individuals from the most notorious criminals in the world to take with him?" Branna nodded. "Yes, but he only took 4 individuals, while the number of missing inmates from Level 6 far exceeds this." Sengoku, holding his forehead in exasperation and anger, declared, "Confirm the list as soon as possible and issue a global bounty." However, Branna hesitated, stammering, "But the world government has requested to keep this incident under wraps. If the matter escalates, it could affect the government's credibility." Upon hearing this, Sengoku erupted in fury. "Enough with the nonsense." After chastising Branna, Sengoku turned to see Lu Ming, who was assisting the lightly injured soldiers and transporting the severely wounded. He observed him closely, having endured this calamity. He found it difficult to question Lu Ming's sense of justice, and the fact that Lu Ming could stand toe-to-toe with Shiryu subtly showcased his strength. Perhaps, during Magellan's period of incapacitation, it would be prudent to appoint him to oversee Impel Down. Chapter 92. The collapsing justice. A week after the conclusion of the Marineford War, the naval headquarters of Marineford gradually regained its former tranquility. The land, once ravaged by the fires of conflict, is now being diligently rebuilt by soldiers. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku, the commander of the Navy, has gone to report a series of developments to Fleet Admiral Akainu and has yet to return. Rodming, who should have been held accountable for a series of incidents following the war, now found himself largely overlooked. In the private office of the Vice Admiral, Rodming leisurely sipped the new tea he had procured from Garp, perusing the list of escapees from Impel Down. His mind was abuzz with thoughts regarding the current situation. The White family, embroiled in conflict with the Navy due to Whitebeard, had retaliated against Peacock. If he could seize this opportunity and tip the scales against the Navy, perhaps he could alter Zephyr's fate. As Rodming was lost in contemplation, his din-din mushy suddenly rang. Upon answering, he immediately heard the urgent voice of Kaji on the other end. Are you at headquarters? Hurry to Wanbo Island in the South Sea. Ji-Yuan has been gravely injured. You must assist her. Feeling the urgency in Kaji's tone, Rodming sprang to his feet, though a sense of bewilderment washed over him. The last encounter he had with Ji-Yuan was before the Marineford War, when she had rushed to reinforce Peacock in response to the White family's sudden rebellion. As a vice admiral, her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary rear admiral. Logically, she should have been more than capable of dealing with the likes of White too. How could she have sustained such severe injuries? With questions swirling in his mind, Rodming dashed toward the port while continuing to inquire. How could this happen? Was it White too who injured her? Kaji's voice came back, laced with exasperation. Of course not. That fool wouldn't he be able to harm Ji-Yuan. She was injured by Douglas Bullet, the so-called Devil's Heir. Lu Ming felt a tremor in his heart. It was indeed that individual, who had just emerged from Impel Down and was already orchestrating such a significant incident. After a moment of contemplation, Jiaji seemed to regain his composure and continued. You should head to the South China Sea, but refrain from going to Wangu Island just yet. Wait for me. I am also making my way from the New World. Hearing Jiaji's tone, Lu Ming sensed that the situation had escalated to a rather serious level, and he quietly inquired, Is Xuan all right? At that moment, Jiaji's anger was reignited, though this time directed not at the pirates, but at the Navy. His voice brimmed with fury and disappointment. Damn those higher-ups. Xuan has already been injured and captured by Barrett, who has issued a proclamation that within a week on Wangu Island, the Navy must rescue him, or else Xuan will face execution. Meanwhile, those damned higher-ups are preoccupied with settling the blame for the war at the top and electing a new marshal. Jiaji's words rendered Lu Ming silent. After all, the Navy was merely a weapon wielded by the Celestial Dragons, and they were urgently in need of selecting a new master for this weapon, with little regard for the lives of those beneath them. A week, Lu Ming murmured. The time frame was alarmingly short, and only he, stationed at Navy headquarters, could arrive in time. This Barrett was exceedingly arrogant, setting the boundaries just right, as if he wished to challenge the admirals at headquarters directly. Jiaji, currently in the New World, likely wouldn't be able to reach in time. Just as Jiaji was preparing to make further arrangements, Lu Ming interrupted. I understand. I will find a way to rescue Xuan. Jiaji felt a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware that while Lu Ming possessed formidable strength, he likely would not be a match for Barrett. If left unchecked, Xuan would surely perish. Yet allowing Lu Ming to go also posed a significant risk to his safety. Lu Ming seemed to perceive Jiaji's worries and chuckled lightly, reassuring him. There is no need for concern. I possess a resilient spirit and am unlikely to meet my demise easily. If a direct confrontation proves unfeasible, I shall buy time until you arrive. Indeed, one must avoid a head-on clash. Jiaji internally wrestled with his thoughts, his voice dwindling to a whisper. After Lu Ming's final words of encouragement, he hung up the communicator. There was no need for further exchange between men. At that moment, as Jiaji ended the call, he found himself overwhelmed with emotion, his heart wavering in response to the unwavering justice upheld by the Navy. Mambok Island. This isle appeared to have endured a calamitous event, its terrain severely crushed, exposing the barren earth beneath, devoid of vitality. At the heart of the island, a towering monolith stood starkly, resembling a structure wrought by human hands. Lu Ming quietly descended upon the island's edge, promptly activating his observation haki to seek the traces of Shizuka. Soon, he discerned her figure, deeply embedded within the colossal rock, her breath faint. However, within his perception, he detected no sign of the peacock. Instead, another formidable presence sat beneath the boulder, meditating with eyes closed. Sensing this icy aura, it was undoubtedly Douglas Barrett. As Lu Ming's observation haki swept over him, Barrett seemed to sense it, slowly opening his eyes and fixating his gaze intently in Lu Ming's direction. Upon realizing that Barrett had discovered him, Lu Ming helplessly shook his head and began to make his way slowly towards the center of the island. He murmured under his breath, "This is excessively vigilant. There's simply no opportunity." Observing that only Lu Ming had approached, Barrett gradually rose to his feet. His palm pressed against the colossal stone behind him as he cast a cold sneer at the embedded Xuan, proclaiming, "It is the final day. It seems your companions have abandoned you." The dark fluid gradually spread across the stone, causing it to constrict and exert tremendous pain upon the already weakened Xuan. His anguished cries resonated throughout the island, tugging at the heartstrings. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming urgency in his heart and quickened his pace. Sprinting towards the center of the island, He shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, isn't there still one day left? Haven't I arrived?" Barrett, fixated on the rushing Lu Ming, gradually withdrew his hand from the colossal stone. This provided Ji Yuan with a fleeting moment of respite. She gazed weakly at Lu Ming below, her vision somewhat blurred, and whispered softly, "Xiao Ming, you shouldn't." Lu Ming gazed at the frail Shiyan and called out loudly, "Sister Shiyan, please wait a moment. I shall come to your rescue shortly." Barrett, surveying the young man before him, noted his merely mid-ranking general prowess, and with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Warring states. Where is Karp? What of the three admirals? Where is the Demon Slayer order? Do you truly believe you can contend? The world is vast, and it is not yet your time to take the stage." Facing Barrett's mockery, Lu Ming remained unperturbed, smiling as he gradually drew forth the huasho and Qiushui from his back. The current circumstances left no room for hesitation. The three tomo in his eyes began to manifest, and the 100 treasures seal was completely lifted, intricate patterns rapidly spreading across his body. How can one know without a trial? As he observed the formidable aura that suddenly erupted from Lu Ming, Barrett's gaze ignited with fervor, and he clenched his fists, affirming, "Indeed, this is how it should be. I never anticipated such a powerful presence still existed within the Navy." No sooner had he spoken than Barrett charged towards Lu Ming with the speed of a bullet. Unfazed by Barrett's fierce onslaught, Lu Ming stood his ground. The twin blades in his hands gleamed with lightning, crossing to form a defensive stance. Chapter 93. The final battle with Barrett. The clash between the two intensified, akin to two tempestuous gales colliding violently. Lu Ming moved with remarkable agility, his gaze sharp and penetrating, wielding his twin blades like two silver serpents shimmering in the sunlight. The Sharingan enabled him to keenly perceive Barrett's attack trajectory, allowing him to counter with the blade's keen edge and swiftness. In the instant of their collision, Lu Ming leapt like a bolt of lightning, both blades cleaving towards Barrett. This strike encapsulated the entirety of his strength, its force so tremendous it seemed capable of rending the very air, generating a powerful shockwave. In response to Lu Ming's assault, a flicker of wild exhilaration danced in Barrett's eyes. With a thunderous roar, he raised his hand to meet the onslaught of Lu Ming's twin blades. The clash of blade and fist erupted in the air, producing a jarring metallic screech. The collision of their haki sparked countless black lightning bolts, and Lu Ming's blades felt as if they were grinding against an unyielding boulder, sending tremors through his hands. Barrett, enveloped in a dense mantle of haki, his eyes glowing crimson, exhibited grotesque muscular expansion, his visage transforming into one of sheer ferocity as an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki radiated outward. Devil form. His iron fist struck with relentless ferocity, each blow resembling the weight of a hammer, causing tremors in the air with every swing. The potency of his attacks compounded with each strike, unleashing an aura capable of obliterating all in its path. The incessantly radiating conqueror's haki manifested this destructive force, wreaking havoc upon the island. However, Lu Ming, endowed with the power of the 100 heroes, stood unwavering against Barrett's might. Confronted with earth-shattering fists, a continuous surge of power flowed into his twin blades, causing them to emit a joyful resonance. As fists and feet collided, blades flashed in a dazzling display. Their speed accelerated and their strikes intensified. The very island swayed perilously in the sea amidst their fierce battle, teetering on the brink of collapse. With the momentum of Barrett's assault, Lu Ming soared into the air. Twin blades danced in his hands, resonating with the vastness of the ocean and the boundless sky. The surging waves were instantaneously awakened as the sea converged from all directions, transforming into 4 colossal water dragons that roared menacingly at Barrett. Water release. For Sea's dragon rising. Simultaneously, the heavens gathered an aura of annihilation, as a magnificent thunderous Qilin and a resplendent lightning phoenix intertwined, their emergence filling the sky with an electrifying presence. Lightning release. Phoenix cry and Qilin arise. With boundless energy, Lu Ming unleashed a fortified version of the Qilin and water dragon bombs. In an instant, shadows enveloped the sky, and the sea roared tumultuously. Barrett sensed the upheaval of the universe, excitement palpable in his demeanor. He bellowed, "What a thrill! Come forth!" The disturbance in the heavens also captured the attention of Guion, who raised her gaze to the aerial battle waged by Lu Ming. For a moment, she felt a pang of unfamiliarity. When did it begin? The child who once trailed behind her had now matured into such a formidable warrior. For colossal water dragons surged skyward from the ocean's surface, exuding an aura of insatiable hunger as they charged ferociously toward Barrett. The Thunder Qilin and Thunder Phoenix in the sky, unwilling to be outdone, roared alongside deafening thunder, launching their assault on Barrett. Undeterred by Lu Ming's overwhelming offensive, Barrett placed both hands upon the ground, awakening the superhuman-type fusion fruit. The entire island became enshrouded in a dark fluid, transforming it into a magnificent work of art. In a massive bullet form, a gargantuan monster emerged, its size nearly equivalent to half the island itself. Armament hockey swiftly enveloped the beast, enhancing its ferocity. This monstrous entity radiated an apocalyptic aura, as if it sought to consume the very world around it. The behemoth let out a thunderous roar, greeting the onslaught of the Thunder Chelan and the water dragons with a posture of annihilation. In the next moment, the four immense water dragons collided violently with Barrett's colossal monstrosity, generating titanic waves that trembled the island, while the surrounding waters surged to heights of several meters. The Thunder Chelan and Thunder Phoenix simultaneously dove downward, uniting forces with the water dragons, intertwining lightning and water to unleash devastating power. This force instantaneously transformed the weather into a tempest, as if the apocalypse were nigh. The gargantuan monster quaked under the assault, its armament hockey beginning to flow and concentrate upon its left arm. It opened its massive maw and emitted a deafening roar before delivering a powerful punch toward the airborne Lu Ming. The ultimate cannon. In the face of this lethal strike, the three Tomo in Lu Ming's eyes whirled furiously. The celestial phenomena he summoned had inflicted internal injuries, yet under the operation of the 100 Treasures technique, he fully restored himself, wisps of white smoke rising from the rapid healing, gripping the Hanajo and Choshue tightly. Visions of the sword techniques of the likes of the Golden Lion, Eagle Eye, Kizaru, and Rayleigh flashed through his mind. The flowing armament hockey similarly enveloped the two renowned blades in his grasp, emanating a formidable aura. Lu Ming unleashed a fierce strike, clashing with the assault of the colossal beast. Heaven's judgment, domination of the world. A thunderous sound echoed through the heavens as two formidable forces collided in the air, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Dark lightning instantaneously enveloped the entire island, disturbing even the sea creatures, which scattered in fright. The residual waves of power eroded one another, causing the gigantic creature to begin its collapse, disintegrating into mere ruins. Lu Ming's form underwent continuous reconstruction and rebirth. As the power of the 100 Heroes technique gradually waned, the colossal beast ultimately crumbled into a heap of debris. Yet, despite the beast's demise, the battle was far from over. From the shattered core of the monster emerged Barrett, still maintaining his devilish form, radiating an even more intense aura of dominion. The unexpected collapse of his ultimate fusion only heightened the exhilaration on his face. Lu Ming felt the tempest arising from the upheaval of the earth and sky, as well as the impact of power. He raised his autumn water against the rapidly advancing Barrett, who was also suspended in midair, channeling the last vestiges of strength he had stored to sustain the 100 Treasures technique. Wind escape, great breakthrough. With a low growl, Lu Ming suddenly swept his arm forward. Instantly, a formidable wall of wind tore through the tumultuous storm, creating a breach in the chaotic elements above. The once violent winds and rain seemed to have found their release, surging violently towards Barrett, casting him down from the sky and crashing him forcefully to the ground. The relentless onslaught of wind and rain battered his body, ensnaring him firmly within a deep pit. After executing this powerful strike, Lu Ming felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He staggered back to the earth, the intricate patterns on his skin dissipating, even the ominous seal upon his forehead completely vanishing. Taking advantage of the tumult caused by their assault, Ji Yuan broke free from the towering boulders, stumbling over to the weakened Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming gazed at the injured and weakened Shi Yuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let us return. Suddenly, from the depths of the pit, Barrett's maniacal laughter echoed. Ha, ha, ha. It is not over yet. Chapter 94. The awakening of the Conqueror's hockey. Having been compelled to relinquish his devil form, Barrett leaped from the abyss, fixating his gaze upon Lu Ming and Shi Yuan. Indeed, you are formidable. It would be a pity to kill you. Had I encountered you a few years later, our battle would surely have been more exhilarating. Shi Yuan stared at Barrett, a tide of despair swelling within her. She closed her eyes, instinctively tightening her grip on Lu Ming's hand. As a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek, her tears were not born of fear of death, but rather from the profound sense of betrayal by the justice she had once revered, which ultimately endangered Lu Ming's life. Lu Ming, despite his struggles, managed to rise to his feet. He first gently wiped away the tears from Ji Yuan's face, then resolutely shouted at Barrett. There's no need to wait a few more years. I can topple you right now. Their furious roars intertwined in the air as they clashed once more, their bodies enveloped in a fierce aura. They seemed to have completely abandoned defense, exchanging blows and strikes in a frenzied assault against one another. Both were driven by a singular ambition to utterly vanquish the adversary before them. Barrett's Conqueror's Haki erupted once again during the skirmish, a terrifying presence surging toward Lu Ming. Yet this time, Lu Ming, lost in his relentless assault, unleashed a regal aura that rivaled Barrett's, standing firm against the onslaught. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Lu Ming's ear, completing hidden mission, striving for supremacy. The two formidable conquerors' Haki clashed in the air, as if two invisible forces were fiercely colliding. Barrett's expression shifted from excitement to astonishment, then back to exhilaration. Conqueror's Haki. So you possess it as well? Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Barrett bellowed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ji Yuan, sensing the sovereign aura radiating from Lu Ming, stood transfixed, gazing at the figure before her, the king of a new era. As time passed, their wounds became more grievous, their bodies stained with blood. Yet their assault grew increasingly ferocious. Barrett's fists, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, relentlessly struck toward Lu Ming, who countered with sharper blade techniques, equally infused with the same potent Haki. Finally, at a certain moment, Barrett's onslaught weakened. He exerted every ounce of strength into a final punch, but its force had diminished significantly. Lu Ming seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive slash. This strike was a culmination of all his strength, slicing through the air toward Barrett with a thunderous sound. Blood erupted forth as Barrett's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily on the ground. As Barrett's vision began to blur, he gazed at the knife-wielding youth before him and whispered, "Captain Roger." Lu Ming emerged victorious. On the desolate island, only Lu Ming's Conqueror's Haki continued to radiate unchecked into the surroundings. Lu Ming stood before Barrett, wielding dual blades, utterly exhausted, yet driven solely by sheer willpower. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations on completing the low-level task. Duel with Douglas Barrett. Reward, 20 points. Remaining points, 80. The sightseeing system then issued a new low-level task, Eliminate Guild Tizolo. Time limit, 3 years. Completion reward, 20 points. Failure penalty, deduct 20 points. From behind, Ji Yuan tightly embraced Lu Ming, her joy at surviving a harrowing ordeal evident in her voice, which trembled as she exclaimed, "It's over. You won." However, Lu Ming did not respond. In the instant he defeated Barrett, he had completely lost consciousness. Ji Yuan sensed his body stiffening, a mere faint breath of life remaining. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths below. It was Mr. Tanaka, a former guard of Golden City and a user of the puncture fruit. He had previously been captured by Zephyr and imprisoned and impelled down, but this incident had afforded him a successful escape. Mr. Tanaka surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on Ji Yuan and Lu Ming in her arms before glancing at the fallen Barrett. Under Ji Yuan's watchful eyes, he hoisted Barrett onto his shoulders and used his powers to vanish back into the ground, leaving the scene. By the time Gigi arrived at Wanqing Island, Ji Yuan had already returned to headquarters with Lu Ming, revealing only the ruins and the horrific aftermath of the battle. Gazing upon the devastation, a wave of trepidation washed over him. However, as that feeling subsided, a profound sense of loss enveloped him, akin to having lost something immensely significant. A sentiment deep within that had never received acknowledgement, now rendered irrevocably extinguished. His heart felt hollow, as though it had been vacated. Upon learning that Lu Ming and Ji Yuan had been successfully rescued and returned to headquarters, he chose not to return but instead directed the warship towards another branch. Meanwhile, news of Peacock reached a small island in the South Sea days later. It turned out she had been severely injured by the second generation of White and, following an attack by Barrett, had been compelled to retreat. Under Ji Yuan's cover, she had initially withdrawn from the battlefield. However, already gravely wounded, she encountered an assault from Sea Kings while at sea. Fortunately, she managed to evade the disaster, yet this led her to miss the subsequent rescue operations. For several months, Lu Ming remained in a coma, during which time Ji Yuan's meticulous care and attention seemed to become the most significant aspect of her existence. Not only that, but in light of the Navy's inaction and evasion, Ji Yuan felt disheartened. She took the opportunity to resign from most of her duties under the pretense of recuperation, dedicating herself entirely to Lu Ming's side. Faced with Lu Ming's grievous injuries and shattered body, the multitude of physicians within the Navy found themselves powerless. However, Ji Yuan was unwilling to relinquish her efforts to save her benefactor, just as he had once refused to abandon her in her time of need. After months of tender care, signs of improvement finally began to manifest in Lu Ming's condition. The shadowy seal upon his forehead started to emerge, and his body, aided by its dormant regenerative abilities, began to recover swiftly. Even the physicians at headquarters were left in awe by these transformations. Meanwhile, the situation at sea underwent a dramatic upheaval. With the demise of Whitebeard, the dynamics of the new world began to be reshuffled. Pirates commenced a fierce struggle for territory and influence, with war and conflict escalating relentlessly. The Navy intensified its crackdown on piracy, plunging the entire ocean into chaos. Chapter 95. Exposure. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a gentle warmth upon the tranquil space. As usual, Ji Yuan tenderly wiped Lu Ming's cheek with cool water. Her movements gentle and meticulous. Her eyes brimmed with love and concern, though they also held a trace of subtle tenderness. At this moment, Ji Yuan had shed her naval admiral's uniform, donning a refined skirt suit instead. The deep, elegant color of the skirt harmonized beautifully with her demeanor. Her legs, encased in black stockings, exuded a sense of solemnity while retaining feminine grace. The fullness of her bosom strained against the suit and the white shirt beneath, as if on the verge of bursting forth, stirring the imagination. The hem of the suit tightly embraced the curves of her shapely legs and hips, with the skirt's length perfectly showcasing Ji Yuan's allure and charm at the mid-thigh. Lu Ming, in a state of confusion, weakly called out, his voice faint and weary. Typically reliant on intravenous fluids for sustenance, he felt an overwhelming dryness in his mouth and an empty void within his stomach. Upon hearing Lu Ming's call, Ji Yuan's face instantly lit up with a look of surprise. Hungry? Are you truly hungry? Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, beholding the enchanting figure of Ji Yuan, who appeared as delicate as a rain-kissed pear blossom. A tremor of emotion surged within him. It was indeed the first time he had encountered Ji Yuan in such a captivating guise and demeanor, causing a few drops of saliva to form in his parched throat as he swallowed. I am somewhat hungry and a bit thirsty. Lu Ming continued in a daze, his gaze somewhat unfocused. As he admired Ji Yuan's alluring form, vivid and alluring images began to dance through his mind. Noticing that Lu Ming had regained full consciousness, Ji Yuan hastily wiped away her tears and exclaimed, all right, I will prepare something for you right away." With that, she immediately sprang up and dashed to the kitchen. Once Ji Yuan had departed, Lu Ming reclined on the bed, staring at the ceiling, a slight smile gracing his lips as he savored a sense of contentment. "I am truly fortunate," he mused. Before long, Ji Yuan burst into the room, laden with an abundance of food and accompanied by several medical personnel. "Quickly, hurry and check on him," she urged. Lu Ming gazed at the doctors and nurses who swiftly surrounded him, diligently conducting various examinations and diagnoses. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan held a bowl of steaming porridge, gently feeding it to Lu Ming. "Xiao Ming, please eat this for now. There is more to come. If there are any lingering discomforts in your body, do not hesitate to inform them," Ji Yuan said with heartfelt concern. Lu Ming observed the diligent figure of Ji Yuan, bustling about, along with the surrounding medical professionals, and suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. "Sister Ji Yuan, I can manage on my own," he exclaimed, attempting to take the bowl of congee from her. However, Ji Yuan pouted slightly, feigning anger. "What is the matter? Have you reached a point where you no longer require my care?" Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand in protest, exclaiming, No. Yet before he could finish his words, Ji Yuan interrupted him, commanding, "Open your mouth." Lu Ming had no choice but to obediently open his mouth, and Ji Yuan smiled contentedly as he continued to feed him porridge. After a meticulous examination by the doctors, they expressed their astonishment. One of the doctors, filled with admiration, remarked to Lu Ming, "General Lu Ming, your physical constitution is truly remarkable. The severity of your injuries upon returning to the headquarters would have been insufferable even for a giant. Yet now you are merely experiencing a slight deficiency in nutrients. At this rate, you could be revitalized within a week." Lu Ming could sense the continuous and passive operation of creation and regeneration within himself. Moreover, his recent battle with Barrett had proven to be remarkably fruitful, yielding numerous benefits. After the doctors meticulously completed their examinations and departed the room, Lu Ming had just finished his meal. Ji Yuan attentively wiped Lu Ming's mouth with a towel, her eyes brimming with tenderness and concern. Lu Ming gazed at Ji Yuan and suddenly noticed her attire for the day, his eyes betraying an unusual glimmer as he began to cast furtive glances at her. Ji Yuan, sensing his discomfort, offered a subtle smile, seemingly privy to his unspoken thoughts. Upon realizing that Ji Yuan had caught him in his moment of indiscretion, Lu Ming's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. However, Ji Yuan deftly shifted the conversation, rising to take a seat on the nearby sofa, where she began to delicately arrange the tea set before her. With an air of nonchalance, she inquired, "Xiaoming, is there something you are concealing from us?" The unexpected question momentarily stunned Lu Ming, and he stammered a response, "I should not have anything," as he frantically rummaged through his thoughts. Ji Yuan poured herself a cup of tea, crossing her legs in a relaxed and natural manner. She continued, "Are you truly certain there is nothing?" It was only when he noticed the solitary blossom on the table in the hospital room that Lu Ming abruptly realized, "Cursed be. How could I have forgotten about that?" Lu Ming touched his head and, pointing at the vase on the table, awkwardly inquired, "Where's my other dagger?" Ziyuan regarded him calmly and replied, "The individual who assaulted the celestial dragons and dueled with Kizaru in the Sabaody archipelago is indeed you, correct?" Observing the current situation, it seemed that since he could comfortably rest in the medical room of the Navy headquarters, Ziyuan must have refrained from reporting the incident. Thus, he chuckled lightly. Forcing a laugh, Ziyuan appeared to drift into his own thoughts and, with a hint of jealousy, continued, "The pirate Empress Boa Hancock is also your woman. You are indeed quite fortunate." With a hint of embarrassment, Lu Ming feigned surprise and inquired, "Oh, you are aware of this as well?" Ji Yuan coldly replied, "Of course I know. She has visited the base. That woman possesses considerable strength, and we are evenly matched." Lu Ming was astonished to discover that such events had transpired during his period of unconsciousness. "Ah, so you have fought," he exclaimed in surprise. Ji Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming and remarked, "Your autumn water has been taken by her. The significance of that blade is manifold. It is unsafe to leave it at the base." Lu Ming nodded in agreement, acutely aware that if the celestial dragons were to discover he was the one who had harmed him, even his position as a Navy officer would not spare him from their wrath. He instinctively inquired, "What about Jiaqing?" Upon hearing the name, Shiwan visibly faltered, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. "He has visited a few times, but upon seeing me caring for you, he ceased to come." For Shiwan, she could sense Jiaqing's affection for her, yet she did not reciprocate it. She had resolutely decided to lead a solitary life, dedicating herself to the cause of justice. However, that boy had quietly entered her heart at the moment her ideals began to crumble, stirring feelings she thought long dormant. The time spent caring for Lu Ming only deepened those emotions. Yet, Lu Ming was Jiaqing's apprentice, a connection that not only impeded Shiwan from overcoming her own psychological barriers, but would also make it difficult for Lu Ming to face Jiaqing in the future. During Lu Ming's prolonged unconsciousness, Shiwan had not been concerned with such matters, as long as she had a suitable reason to remain by his side. But now that Lu Ming had awakened, Shiwan was compelled to confront this dilemma. She understood that Jiaqing had also discerned her feelings, which was why he had refrained from visiting her again. Chapter 96. The Dark Golden Paradise. However, Lu Ming did not delve deeply into the reasons behind Jiaqing's absence. He merely assumed Jiaqing was preoccupied with other matters. He paid little heed to Shiwan's stammered explanations. At that moment, Shiwan suddenly felt her cheeks flush and feigning composure. She posed a question to Lu Ming. "What is your relationship with Ein? You already have someone as stunning as Hancock by your side. Do you seek to embrace polygamy?" Her tone carried a hint of jealousy and teasing. Upon hearing Ein's name, Lu Ming was initially taken aback, then urgently asked, "What is the situation with White 2 now? What about Teacher Zifa?" This revelation left Shiwan astonished, prompting her to exclaim, "How do you know about that?" Lu Ming sat up in bed with excitement. "Has Teacher Zifa left the Navy? When did this happen? Do we know their whereabouts now?" Ji Yuan recalled, "It was about a month ago when I came specifically to see you. Later, I heard news of their departure from the Navy." His tone grew serious. Lu Ming abruptly threw off the covers, repeatedly muttering, "It's over. It's over. This is it. A month has already passed. Time is running out. I must think of a solution swiftly." Ji Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to steady Lu Ming, observing his anxious demeanor, and gently inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something amiss?" Lu Ming sat on the hospital bed, pondering for a moment, his expression growing increasingly grave. "I must swiftly locate Teacher Zifa. I cannot allow them to act foolishly." Lu Ming gazed at Shiwan, his tone laced with urgency as he inquired, "Is there any way you can assist me in locating Teacher Zifa? Otherwise, he will inevitably find himself in opposition to the Navy and face grave peril." Listening to Lu Ming's earnest plea, Shiwan's expression grew increasingly solemn. She met his gaze with a resolute intensity, saying, "Very well, I shall immediately arrange for someone to search for him. You should rest here, and I will inform you as soon as I have news." With that, Shiwan hurriedly exited, Meanwhile, Lu Ming rose and retrieved the concealed communication device, a hidden telephone book, from his personal belongings. He intended to leverage the forces he had meticulously orchestrated in the new world to seek out teacher Zifa's whereabouts. However, the telephone bug remained unanswered, instilling within Lu Ming a sense of foreboding. In a state of profound anxiety, Lu Ming felt the urgency of time pressing upon him, leaving no room for delay. Therefore, he promptly summoned a naval soldier and urgently commanded, "Hurry. Bring me all the news from the new world that has transpired over the past month while I was unconscious." "Yes, Commander," the soldier responded, swiftly springing into action. Before long, a stack of newspapers was delivered to Lu Ming's presence. He eagerly grasped the papers, flipping through them page by page, his eyes scanning each word with rapid intensity. Suddenly, his gaze halted upon a particular headline. "The Golden Lion reemerges, stirring up the power dynamics of the new world." A tightness gripped Lu Ming's heart as he hastily read the article. It reported that merely 2 months prior, the Golden Lion had unexpectedly exhibited an unparalleled vigor in the new world. He began to aggressively expand his territory, amassing a multitude of formidable pirates and beasts, his momentum reminiscent of a force determined to compensate for the years of silence. Moreover, the Golden Lion launched relentless assaults against another organization in the underworld known as the Dark Gold Paradise, seizing treasures and territories from them, thereby further enlarging his influence. This burgeoning organization gradually attracted the attention of the Navy. Unbeknownst to the naval forces, in a concealed corner, the Dark Gold Paradise had eliminated the infamous assassin King Dorag Pikro, taking his place. Following the conclusion of the war on the top, they had also gathered a formidable array of criminals from Impel Down, significantly amplifying their power. The Dark Gold Paradise established underground casinos in major cities across the New World, gradually making a name for themselves in intelligence and finance, evolving into one of the titans of the region. However, this rising power faced persistent friction with the seasoned pirate, the Golden Lion, and frequently fell victim to his assaults. Upon reading these revelations, Lu Ming's realization struck him fiercely. He understood that the Golden Lion had betrayed him, believing him to be dead at the hands of Barrett, and thus sought to sabotage their alliance and usurp his territory and influence. Subsequently, he noticed the bounty notice at the back of the news, prominently displaying the visage of the Dark Gold Paradise's queen, Bacala, along with a staggering bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Following that were several bounty notices from the former CP9, each with bounties around 700 million berries. Notably, however, the bounties for Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra exceeded 700 million, standing at 1.8 billion, 1.2 billion, and 1 billion respectively. To his astonishment, these former CP9 members had not betrayed him. They continued to obey Bacala's command. As Lu Ming continued to peruse the newspapers, he was astonished to discover that, in addition to his own recruits, the formidable S-Master Deus and Mr. Tanaka, who possessed the power of the Pika Pika fruit and had previously served under Tezalo alongside Bacala, were now also affiliated with the Dark Gold Paradise. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, I was not mistaken. This woman possesses quite the skills." Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to another figure featured on a bounty notice nearby, who was currently causing a tremendous upheaval in the new world. The Thunder Knight, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Lu Ming lay incapacitated on the hospital bed, his mind sifting through the myriad of intricate clues. The rebellion led by the Golden Lion, while troublesome, was not insurmountable. As long as he reemerged onto the vast ocean, he could prove his survival. Moreover, his influence had begun to take shape. Even if he were to confront the Golden Lion head-on, Lu Ming felt no trepidation. Instead, it was the fate of Zephyr that weighed most heavily on his mind. He understood all too well that, according to the narrative's trajectory, Zephyr would ultimately meet a tragic end. He could not allow such a calamity to transpire. He must locate Zephyr swiftly and avert this disaster. Just then, Guillaume burst into the hospital room, visibly agitated. "It's terrible. Teacher Zephyr has seized the explosive rocks from the scientific unit and has already destroyed one of the islands at Endpoint. Now, Admiral Kazaro has been dispatched to stop him." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately sprang up from his sickbed. "Let us hasten to the remaining Endpoint locations, so we may arrive before Kazaro." Observing Lu Ming, who had yet to fully recover, Shirduan felt a twinge of hesitation. She was concerned that his physical condition might not withstand the impending perils. Lu Ming immediately consoled, "It's all right. Even if I encounter Teacher Zafa, I will not resort to violence." Reassured by Lu Ming's promise, Ji Yuan relaxed and gently nodded. She quickly donned her combat attire, grasped the golden vajra, and together with Lu Ming, they set off for the port. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Carp, along with he, Doberman, Weasel, Ghost Spider, and Fire Mountain, were also preparing to set sail. Chapter 97, Kill. Carp gazed at Lu Ming and Ji Yuan with an initial expression of joy, which soon transformed into a hint of sorrow. You have finally awakened. How wonderful. Observing the serious demeanor of Carp and his companions, Lu Ming sensed that something significant was afoot, prompting him to inquire, Indeed, I have just awakened. Mr. Carp, is there something urgent that necessitates your departure? Carp, however, did not respond immediately, his expression gravely somber. Let us go. You should accompany us. We can discuss matters en route, but we must not waste time. Just as Ji Yuan was about to inform Carp of their intention to seek out ZFA, an overwhelming sense of unease engulfed Lu Ming, prompting him to wave his hand and interrupt Ji Yuan, opting to silently follow Carp onto the ship. The warship surged forward at full speed towards the G8 branch, and Lu Ming's anxiety intensified with each passing moment. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Mr. Carp, may I know what has transpired? Carp hesitated, and his already aged visage appeared even more haggard at that moment. The G8 base has suddenly come under attack by the Yonko Big Mom pirates. The information we have received indicates that the base commander, Jonathan, has fallen. What? Lu Ming could scarcely believe his ears. Jonathan had perished? He staggered back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground. Ji Yuan rushed forward to assist Lu Ming, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lu Ming endeavored to suppress the anguish within his heart, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, What about the others? Cap closed his eyes, seemingly striving to contain his inner turmoil. As of now, we only know that the base has suffered severe damage, I fear. He refrained from continuing. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Lu Ming sat in a daze, the faces of his G8 comrades vividly appearing in his mind. Jonathan had visited him during the recent war, urging him to escape the whirlpool of headquarters and take up the position of deputy base leader at G8. The echoes of their laughter and the camaraderie they once shared felt as if they had transpired just yesterday. The aroma of Jessica's cooking and the sound of her voice seemed to linger in the air around him. At this moment, Ji Yuan gently embraced Lu Ming, wrapping her arms tightly around him, offering a flicker of warmth to the disoriented youth. The G8 branch, once a circular base floating on the water's surface, now had half of its structure submerged, the other half precariously teetering.